The front porch needed to be fixed. It was just a mock-up front porch.
Brand new home's minimum core requirement. Sorry, crap.
We found the contractor through flyers.
What we didn't know, though, was that he wasn't the actual contractor.
He subbed it out. I don't like this.
He guaranteed us that no problem, it'll be fine, you don't need a permit.
How many times am I going to hear this? No footings whatsoever under the stairs.
I mean, now the step is going to fall apart.
We're going to have to pull the stairs out, pull the sidewalk out.
And he came back the day after the guarantee was up.
Looks like a bit of a scam to me.
He's won. He won.
Sad. Mike Holmes, look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep you in shape? I'll be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
Well, we moved here about 7 years ago. It was our first home. Decided to buy a house somewhere for our son to grow up. Better neighborhood than where we were. We were living in an apartment before. We waited for a year for the house to settle, make sure that all the nail pops were through and everything, go through the deficiency list with the builder.
But then after the second year, the warranty's over, we started noticing a lot of little problems, and like the front porch needed to be fixed. It was just a mock-up front porch, so we had to get a contractor to do that. We found the contractor through flyers. He was putting out through the whole area. And we called him, and he came by. It was this sweet little grandpa type, just adorable. He gave us the references, he gave us pictures to look at, contacts, Better Business Bureau reference, all that. So we were quite impressed, and we took the time to look at the references and call them and talk to them, and so we figured, you know, everything's checking out. We're happy.
What we didn't know, though, was that he wasn't the actual contractor at the time. He's kind of like a middleman.
Subcontracted.
In walks a sub, not the contractor that sold the job. He subbed it out. I don't like this.
Different name on the van. Weird people I've never seen hopping out, starting my front porch. I'm like, whoa, I don't know you guys.
Tammy.
Hi,
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Jason.
How are you?
How you doing? Even if the homeowner checks out this one contractor, he knows nothing about the second or the subcontractor. Let's take a look at it. One thing I'll tell you, I love this product. This is actually a very, very nice product. However, if it's not done correctly, what do we have?
You're looking at it.
We know there is no footings whatsoever under the stairs.
Yeah, we did put a tube in the middle here, probably about 4 feet high, sonal tube with rocks. That's the only support that he put in that I'm aware of.
This is supposed to be a floating pad. That's hilarious. It should have been under the stairs. And we want to see footings is what we want to see. Anything that's over 3 steps requires footings. By code, if you have 3 steps or more, you have to have a 4-foot footing to hold them, especially that length of span. That's a lot of a weight load. Over time, it's going to happen. The frost is going to heave them stairs. Now, the pad's not too bad. I do see it leaning back into the stairs a bit, and I take it that that's why we've sunk in that
I
corner.
get a lot of water in the one corner there, as well as on some of the stairs in the center.
I don't really see anything to do with a primer here at all. Did he put a bonding agent on
He didn't
this?
put anything on that whatsoever. He just came over and he slapped up some boards, where you can see here.
For the forms.
For the forms, and then he just poured cement right over the whole thing.
Well, one thing that's definitely required is a bonding agent, and they'll just really roll it over top of the concrete, and what that does is it seals the concrete and allows, and it gets sticky, and allows the concrete to bond to it. Who did the rails?
I did the rest.
You did the rails? Okay. We don't want to hammer nails in the concrete, that's for sure, but at least you're attempting to put up some rails. Anything over 18 inches requires rails.
We asked him if we needed a permit and how it would go over the existing concrete. He guaranteed us that no problem, it'll be fine. You don't need a permit. That's all taken care of.
How many times am I going to hear this? A professional contractor saying you don't need a permit. How many times do I have to hear this? You need a permit for almost anything you do on your home.
The winter came and went. Next spring we started to notice a hairline crack right across. So we called him and he said, no worries, it's Canadian winter. You know, it's supposed to, shift a little bit. We had a 2-year contract. He only gives 1 with cement, but we talked him into a 2.
Finally, someone comes and shows up about a year and a half later. Someone they don't even know, a young guy. He says, yes, you have a 2-year warranty. We should address this, but wait just a little longer, see if it gets any worse. Funny. 2-year warranty, year and a half later, wait a little bit.
And he came back the day after the guarantee was up and told me there's nothing he could do and too bad, and if I wanted to I could take him to court, but he's not giving me any money, he's not fixing it, he's not even going to try to attempt to patch it.
He said, basically, go to hell.
I heard something that this man called the government.
He actually called the city on me because we phoned afterwards to find out if we could hire an engineer to have them to come and watch the teardown to see what was done incorrectly. And they said, no, they don't do that. But they said, oh, by the way, somebody did call us and tell us you have 2 porches with no permits.
Homeowner asked the contractor, do we need a permit? No. At the end of it, what does the contractor do? Phone the government, say they don't have a permit.
It's heart-wrenching to know that somebody can take your money and then stand on your own front porch that's ruined and tell you where to go and then walk away. And he's won. He won.
I mean, now the step is going to fall apart.
And we called around probably 20 concrete places between the 2 of us, and nobody would come to the house.
We think word got out that we were trying to go after this guy, and it looks like he's kind of spread the word to his friends in the area to badmouth us. We just said, enough is enough. There's nothing we can do.
It's very frustrating to pull up to your house every day and see it in tatters. And you work so hard and you spend all your money on it, only to come home to see it broken.
Do we feel scammed, though? Now we sit here and talk about it, yeah.
Definitely.
I do feel scammed, definitely.
Definitely.
What's with these dormers? This is
It's a mess.
the saddest dormers I've ever seen.
About a month after we moved in, the builder had one of the trades come in and put these boxes basically on top of our roof. The only theory I have is because in the area where we are, pretty much directly across the street was the sales center for the rest of the development. And I think what they did was they just put the dormers on to make it look bigger than it actually was.
Okay, I can see he's just slipped under the shingles. I don't like that. Now these dormers, they are a piece of absolute crap. I've never seen anything built so poorly.
There was a clause in the contract, it was a builder's clause that said that they could do slight elevation changes. However, it was slight elevation changes while building the house, but they took that to one extreme further and did it just shortly after we moved in.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take down them dormers, I'm gonna fix your
that'd be
roof.
great.
They are so ugly. Is that okay with you?
That's
no
wonderful.
problem at all,
That's
yeah.
excellent.
So,
For 7 years,
day
it's
one,
been
basically.
one thing with the builder or the contractors that we've hired
one.
or the city. It's been one thing after another.
So now, I'm gonna remove your rails.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to pull out the steps, pull out the pad,
Wow.
chip away until I got this off the top. We'll do an interlocking stone pad and a nice curbing effect on your grass.
Wow, that'd be wonderful.
And I think we'll take it around your flower garden as well.
Myself personally, I just want something that you can walk up and not have the fear of tripping over loose concrete. I just want something safe.
I want something pretty.
We're gonna go get a permit. We're gonna take this out, and we're gonna do everything correctly.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome, Jason.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Tammy, we'll be back. Keep
Good
smiling.
to hear.
Thanks.
Here to pick up your permit?
I am so. So we're gonna have to pull the stairs out, pull the sidewalk out. Well, we can see definitely there is no footings at all in here. No footings, that's why she sunk. Homeowner asked the contractor, do we need a permit? No.
I mean, now the step is going to fall apart.
At the end of it, what does the contractor do? Phone the government, say they don't have a permit.
We were lost. We didn't know what to do.
I'm going down to get a permit, and I'm gonna build it right. I've already contacted City Hall. Now I'm just gonna pick up the permit, and we'll be ready to start the job. Hey, Derek, how you doing today?
Hi, Mike, how are you?
Excellent. Nice to see you again.
See you. Here to pick up your permit?
I am so.
Here's your building permit.
Beautiful.
I've attached the generic detail.
Oh, that's a great idea. That just makes it easy for homeowners to look at it themselves, eh?
Yep. And any additional information is on here. A couple changes that I made. One to point out is excavations for foundations shall extend to undisturbed soil.
So we'll just dig to the existing, however deep the footings are in existing. I'm going to guess it's 4 feet, but we'll see. It could be 8 feet. It could be tied into the existing. We'll know when we dig it.
Yep.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank
you.
you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Okay.
Morning, brother.
Hey, Tex.
How's it going? Have a good weekend?
Excellent.
Very nice. Very nice.
Excellent. You?
Yeah, excellent.
It's not a huge job, but it's a real pain in the butt. What we're going to end up doing here, we are going to remove the 3 ugly things that are up there on the roof and fix the roof.
Fake dormers.
But the main reason we're here, we're going to have to pull the stairs out, pull the sidewalk out. We're going to get going with some interlocking stone. We'll do a brand new concrete stairs, but we've already went and got our permit.
Yeah.
We got to get going with the footing. So object is to, by the end of the day, hopefully, is get this out, and have it dug. Yeah, I get the fun job. You should be wearing these. That's for sure.
I got this hat at a blues festival a couple years ago, and keeps the sun off my back, I'll tell you that.
We're gonna have to break open the stairs here just to see if there's footings underneath them. Generally, you'll see footings under the foundation wall. In this case, I'm looking to see if there's a structure, footings under the stairs. Well, we can see definitely there is no footings at all in here. No footings, that's why she sunk. We can see clearly how they formed the steps. They just formed it, they backfilled it with earth. I don't even know if they tamped it. It's not gonna work. It's a great product, it looks good. It is a mixture of concrete in itself. It is very strong. However, if you do it wrong, it's not gonna work. And that's exactly what's done here. For them, it's quick, simple, no permit, no footings. They just pour it, form it, pour it, go. Money gone. Now I'm gonna have to pull all this out. There's no doubt about this. Dig down quite the path. I'm gonna have to go into the driveway. I'm gonna have to pull out these bushes here so we can get form boards down in place and form this footing. I'm gonna wait and pull this off later. And in no time we'll have this cleaned up and get ready to start digging. And believe the bucket's here now. I'm gonna have fun doing that. I'm gonna remove your rails.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to pull out the steps, pull out the pad. So what we're gonna do is determine our run, which is our tread length, our rise, which is our height. I'm gonna guess at this point it is a 7-inch rise. Break this right here without touching the existing so we can see just exactly what that is, yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll measure it out and find out how far we're digging. The only thing is now you're not going to be able to get on a right angle and you're going to start damaging it here. Why don't you hit it from the top?
3 inches in or whatever.
Yeah, and just come back a bit because that'll be enough to snap it. It shows that they didn't use a bonding primer, which...
Good for us.
Yes, because that would have been hell.
Well, it probably would have never come off then.
So they have like 3 inches on the front and about 1 3/4
That'll pop
there.
off like
All I
nothing.
want to know is the size of existing, which is 7 inches by a 12-inch. It's actually 11 7/8. We'll go 12-inch. So we have 3 steps going down, which tells me from this point, 3 times 12 is 36. So we want to be 36 inches out. Armando.
Hello, Mike.
Great seeing you, pal.
Nice to see
We're
you.
gonna have a little bit of fun here. So if you don't mind working with me, we'll just dig this away and take it as it comes.
Let's do it.
All right, buddy. I have to dig to the depth of existing. So if these footings are 4 feet, that's how far I have to dig. If these footings were poured in with the existing, which I believe they are, they could be 8 feet deep. So if they're 8 feet, we have to dig 8 feet simply because we have to dig to undisturbed soil. Felt the footing down there. I just took the bucket in and dropped it down, and I felt the footing of the wall here.
I think it might just be a big rock. Yeah, I can understand why they left it. Yeah, it's a nice big rock.
So you think the footings are 8 feet deep?
6 if we're lucky.
Okay, I'll start digging beside it. And...
Yeah, you're gonna have your work cut out for you. Right deep. There you go. Deeper now, Mike. Don't go at her. You got her. You got her. Oh, beautiful.
That was my big one. That was not easy, but I love challenges. Well, we're definitely 8 feet deep. No big deal. I'll just keep going down and pulling it out and clearing this back and give ourselves an edge. First, I have to remove this concrete coating that was done by the other contractors, really to prep it for what we have to do. Look how easy this is coming up. That's because they didn't use a bonding agent. That'll make my job easier. Well, we can see right now that because this was never ever hit by water, obviously it's underneath the existing porch, it's not strong. It's very loose and it's starting to fall out. I've called in the inspector to come in here. We've already found the footings. We can see that it's coming in now. This is their spare brick. Great junkyard. So what I want to do is I'm just going to get in there and I'm going to shovel this out. But before I stand on here, I'm going to send Sean to the store, get me some wood so I can get a bracing system in to hold this in place. I don't want this to move. That way I can stand in the hole. I can start pulling this out from the top, create that little valley that I want, clean this out, get him to pass it. So this is going to work, but you know, this is annoying. It's going to keep falling, so I have no choice. Originally what I wanted to do was do this in one pour, and the idea was just to get her straight down so I didn't have to cut into the driveway, you know, form the footings, form the walls, and then so do it in 3 separate pours in the stairs. I want to hit it in one. But we had a lot of this falling down. Obviously, this is just not wet, it's just sand, and it's falling down. So now I just made a call that I would like to do it in 2 pours. To get me a base 1 foot below the ground, so we're looking at 4 meters here. And what I'll do tomorrow is after that dries, I'll drill into it, put some rebar into the wall here, form the stairs on the second pour.
Okay.
What I need from you is the okay.
Okay, now let's look at the soil conditions. There is some wood material down there, some loose fill. We're going to need to clear all that out, make sure there's no organics in there.
Okay.
Level it off at the bottom, make sure you're on a level base, and basically make sure that nothing's going to fall in when you do your pour.
So do I have to call you back after I do this, or do you?
I'm going to need, if you're going to do it in 2 stages, I'll come back prior to the second stage being poured.
Okay.
Okay, we'll make sure everything is clean and ready to go for the second pour.
You got it. Thanks, buddy. You made my day.
Yep. No
okay.
problem.
How we doing today? Not so bad. Yourself? Hi, Joe. I'm Mike. I wanted that chute to go right in the center so we don't disturb any soil. Normally, footings are required to be 4 feet deep. In this case, we have to go down to the existing footings, which are 6 feet deep. We're going to pour it at that level. See how we can see the fibers in the cement?
Well, this is the fiber mesh.
This is the fiber mesh.
This is my favorite.
Armando is using a concrete vibrator, and what this does is help us settle the concrete deep into the crevices. It removes some of the air, which helps it fall, but extremely important that we do not over-vibrate to remove too much air. Because we're ground level, we can take this out right now. It's not an issue. This way we can level it. It's no longer needed to hold back this amount of dirt here. We have a hell of a lot of weight in there. You really don't need rebar when you have this kind of concrete with the mesh in it. But we are going to add some rebar pins within this wall here because what do I say? You can't overdo anything. And we're gonna let this set overnight. And tomorrow we'll come back, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna board this back section off. Form this off, pour the stairs. We'll be back tomorrow, buddy.
Excellent work.
Very important that we hold the concrete in this way, that we hold the concrete in this way, so everything has to lock in place and not allowed to move. I have a concrete truck here this afternoon to pour half of this. So but after that dries by tomorrow, we'll do the second pour with the form in place. Today, we're going to try and get all this removed. We're bringing in some 3/4 crush that we're going to lay out there about, I think we're going to be in the 12-inch range. But I got to get this formed because at 1 o'clock today, we're going to have some concrete coming in, and that's what I'm doing right now. Use a little bit of construction adhesive, put in some pins. This will just keep anything from shifting, period. You know, what does it take me? 10 minutes to actually do this? And it locks it in place? Come on, just do it right. I already know that the tread itself is unlevel. Unfortunately, I have to go with it. I can't just level my stairs because you will see the difference. So I will go with it in a way. It allows runoff to the driveway. I accept. But I'm a level guy and I want it level. I can't win every time. Oh, that's pretty damn good right there. All right, so now we just easily slip underneath, and that's our level and our guide to go for the next forming.
Yeah.
Now what we have here is we have our 3 steps. What we want to do is hold the concrete in place. We want to build our steps. That's why I chose to use 2x8s, which are 7 1/4, which gives me a perfect step. Very important that we hold the concrete in this way, that we hold the concrete in this way, so once I'm finished this forming, then I've got to brace it so nothing moves out. So much weight of concrete coming in there pulls out on the stringer, then I have a round step. So everything has to lock in place and not allowed to move. Everything's really good here. It's not going anywhere. We have no play forward, backward. It's all locked in, and it's going to hold it. The inspector has passed the first pour, and while we're waiting for the second amount of concrete to come in, we're going to lay the base gravel for the interlocking stone. Dean. Not so bad. We're going to do a slump test?
We're going to do a slump test and an air test to check the air in the concrete and see what slump we're pouring the concrete at.
We're going to do a slump test on site. The reason we're doing this is just to make sure we have the right consistency within the concrete itself. It is stairs. I want it done right.
When he pulls that cone off, as you see in the test, it'll spread. Okay. And then he'll flip the cone over and he's going to measure the slump of the concrete. And that'll tell us how wet this concrete is, how much flow there is to it.
All right, the slump looks good. Now let's see how much air is in the concrete. We're here, so why not?
This is going to be able to measure the air that's been entrained in that concrete.
Okay.
Basically, what the entrained air is going to do, if you picture an aero bar, all those little bubbles going through the aero bar, basically, when that concrete wants to contract when it freezes, those little bars are going to absorb that power, let's say. And that'll stop the concrete from popping and cracking open and having problems.
All right, the air pressure looks good. We're ready to pour. For me, the most important point was using a concrete that would dry for me in 7 days and not 28. In other words, fully cured. That's what we chose. Also, instead of so much rebar, which really isn't required for this, we use a fiber mesh. And it's all 1 bag per meter is placed within the truck and mixed in. They just take this bag actually breaks down with water. They just throw it in the truck, mix it up, and the fibers mix throughout. This concrete is going to be so strong compared to any other concrete out there that does not have mesh because they're relying mainly on rebar. In this case, with the mesh, it just interlocks throughout its own self. What a way of doing it. Cures in 7 days. All I have to do is put the burlap on it and wet it down, put the tarp over to keep the sun off it, and every day I have to wet the burlap again. Not that hard, is it? Then we come back, and we get the rest done. Well, we've let it sit now for 7 days. Forms come off, we're gonna have the roofers in, we're gonna pull off the dormers, repair the roof, start the interlocking. Just gotta take the rest of this off. I gotta get the last of this concrete off so we can get ready to put on the new top coat. We can see this bonds really well, but it does come off. Doing a little bit of damage with it, but we'll repair that. That was a pain in the butt. I'm not kidding you. Had they have done it right, I wouldn't have had to pull that up. Well, at least now we can get ready for the nice exterior finishing we're putting on this. Ed!
Yes,
nice
sir.
to see you again.
Nice to see you, sir.
How are you?
Good, good, good.
We're just getting the rest of the stringers off here, the forming boards. What is your process here? What would you like to do?
The first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna get rid of these sharp edges.
Now, what's that made of? I'm curious.
Hard rock.
So rock against rock.
Whatever. But it does the job.
Excellent.
After we grind it, we have to get rid of all the dust with the vacuum or sweep it, and then put a prime coat on.
So it's almost in your hands now. I'll just get these other form boards off and away you go.
Thank you.
Okay? No, thank you. What Ed is doing here is just making sure the concrete's clean. He's going to burnish all the edges so we have a nice, true finish. Most important point here is adding the bonder. This is extremely necessary. This will seal the concrete and allow the next layer to come in.
This is the primer that we are putting on, which helps bond the jewelstone to the cement that we are working right now.
It is the most probably unique product that'll go over any type of concrete, walkway, pool deck, you name it, it'll go over it. It's 100% adhesive. And the thrill about this is you can make it look like anything your imagination can come up with. Any color, any choice. You can make it look like granite, you can make it look like slate, ceramic tile. It's twice as hard as granite. You cannot argue this stuff. What's with these dormers? They are a piece of absolute crap.
Directly across the street was the sales center. They just put these dormers on to make it look bigger than it actually was.
Never seen anything built so poorly. I'm gonna fix your roof. They are so ugly. Now, the way these homes are built, so cheap. Look at the windows. Sure, it's a nice bay, but the wood in between is nothing but a water trap. I mean, look at the peeling paint we have. I'm gonna go see if that's leaking on the inside. Let's take a look. Hey, guys.
Hi, Mike.
I was just looking out front, and I noticed we had a lot of peeling paint around your window. Have you noticed any water come in?
Yeah, just over here in the middle of the window.
That's exactly where it looked. Oh, look at, we can see it coming right out of the framing.
Yeah.
Not good. Obviously, this is a key sign you're leaking.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's something we're gonna have to fix. It's just things I hate about the way they're done nowadays. Do you mind if I use an aluminum? I'd like to do like a vertical siding in the center.
Okay.
Something that's just gonna pick up the canopy color, make it look like it works. I just don't like the wood in the center.
Oh, that would be
That'd be
great.
awesome.
It's nice to see a contractor that sees other little things and just hops in and gets them done, and you know they're going to be done right, and you feel so comfortable with them. That's just, it's so reassuring.
It's already 1,000 times better. I mean, it's night and day.
We're gonna make sure we do it right. I don't want to come back here. I do the job once.
Yeah, and again, Mike comes to the rescue. Mike's the man.
Okay, the roofers are here. Let's get rid of these dormers. I think they're pretty well made out of cardboard, so I think they'll come down easy. We'll find out when we go up. I talked to the neighbors to ask whether or not they wanted their dormer removed since I'm there, and they said yes, so it makes me happy. It's gonna come down. Notice he dropped in a 1x6 up there, and what that does is putting the ladder against the eavesdrop, doesn't cave it in. Thinking ahead, we don't want to create our own damage. As I'm looking up, what don't I see? There is no tar paper. But by code, you gotta have a minimum 1 row of tar paper on the bottom. And why? It's because of freezing in the winter. Snow gets up there, melts, works its way down, creates an ice dam, gets back up under the shingles. The tar paper's a backup that direct that water down. In this case, brand new homes, they forgot it. Well, we're gonna pull down the dormers, and obviously now we're gonna have to pull up the shingles at least 3 feet up and put down some weather and ice shield. Every time I touch something, every time I move something, I find something. Well, my guess is it came up in one piece in the front. They've cut the wood to fit the back. It's been nailed down in the valley area. We can see that the pitch was wrong because I can get right up underneath this, so he had to correct that, which at least he did, but still not the right way. Just really just pull it up and toss it. Ready? Yeah, that was too easy. Too easy. Well, all they did was, the roof was already shingled. These were applied, I think it was 2 years later. They just cut out a V of the shingles so they could get the metal flashing in, which they do have. It's nice to see. So whoever did the dormers on this roof cared. He knew what he was doing, even though it's still garbage. I don't care what anybody says. But at least he did it the best he could, so I'll give him 2 thumbs up. Oh, there's a bee's nest. I guess what we can do is just really clean off that area, tip it up, and then lean it over and throw it off. These things are pieces of junk. They really serve no purpose other than eye candy, and I'm telling you, they don't even look good. As far as I'm concerned, the whole roof should be covered in weather and ice shield. I would never, my homes, never in a million years, just shingle over wood. I don't care if it's $300 for the whole house. I'll cover it in weather and ice shield. Acts as a washer under each and every nail. Now that we're done throwing stuff off the roof, Ed can get back to work. The first layer is completely dry. We're getting ready to put on the last layer of top coat. We're doing the slate look today, eh?
Yes, sir. We'll show you what she chose.
Well, how do you do that? You doing it afterwards? I thought you would do it as you go.
When it's half dry,
Okay.
then we have to babysit the material. When it's half dry, I have to go on and do the design. Then we leave to dry 100%. After that, we can do the coloring.
Hey, Armando's here. We're gonna get ready to do the interlocking.
Hi, Mike.
Another day, another dollar?
Another day, another dollar.
Here, Platt, a beautiful big toy here.
A little friendly persuasion.
I love toys. I love toys. Where are you gonna start this?
I think we'll start with excavating the rest of the dirt we have. So we'll take out this little section here. We'll replace the old retaining wall. From there, we're gonna cut into this asphalt.
It's gonna be a slate look with the border. And then on the front entrance door, we'll do the half a circle. It's gonna be like the fan.
It's looking really good. It's taking shape. They're gonna make it look like slate. What color are you using on the interlock here?
We're gonna use mahogany ash, which is kind of like a brownie taupey, kind of reddish. The jewel stone will pick up on that color, so it'll all look uniform.
So we're not gonna go with a gray looking slate. We're gonna go with a sort of a tint with a red in it?
That's right.
Good.
That's
okay,
correct.
Good. I know the product works incredibly well, but just standing here watching you, this isn't really about the product. It's about what you do with the product. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, it takes a few years to get hang of it.
You're just using a simple rope, a little gadget that you made, but look what you created.
Inexpensive tools.
My God. So honestly, when it comes down to it, it's not just anybody that can do this.
It's not. You have to see somebody done it and spend a few times like on your own practice, and then you can hope for the best.
Well, you're coming to my house, sir. This is where the patience and a little bit of extra you put in pays off, eh?
And a right timing, because if the material is too soft, you leave the imprints.
It'll pull out the edges as
It'll
well.
pull out. It doesn't cut right.
So how long does it take for this to fully cure so it's rock solid?
It takes 28 days, like every other cement, to cure. But this material, after a day, it's already about 12 to 1600 psi.
So after 1 day, it is solid, but it'll still take about 28 days for a full cure.
It takes about 28 days, yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
As you can see right here, our asphalt is off square.
Yeah.
To our stairs. So instead of doing a little cold patch and making it look cheap, I think we'll cut into the driveway and just step it in, step it out, step it in, step it out, and give this a little bit more dimension.
Nice.
People wonder why they end up with driveways sinking and moving on them. We've got approximately ½ inch of gravel on that driveway. Oh, we should have at least minimum 6 inches of gravel on this asphalt. You know, but a driveway usually we excavated 12 inches, and this is not good. So some other contractors save himself a little bit of money. So we're gonna have to dig this right down, and that's gonna be some fun now.
First thing that Armando has to do is dig down 6 to 12 inches because we want a good bed of stone underneath the interlock. We're going to add some gravel, and we're going to make sure we tamp that out. I would love to see a minimum of 6 inches on this. Then we'll add a little bit of limestone screening. We're going to make sure this is tamped as well. And once this is level and true with the screening process, we're going to get ready to put the stone down. The roofers are just finishing up their work here. What a difference without the dormers. I like it.
How we doing?
All right, the stone's here. Now we can stand back and watch Armando do his stuff.
This is an adhesive. What this is going to do is bond the top layer to the bottom layer. You virtually have to break the stone to pull it apart once it takes hold. You can get it in the caulking form too, but it just works so much easier with the tape, so much quicker. You have some play with it until you bang it down. So you should just lay it in place. Just give it a light tap until you got them all set in, and make sure that everything is according to the way you want it. And then we'll give it a final tap with a mallet, and we'll be set.
I use the powder, which is the same like the white material that we were putting ghost on. The only thing is we got the dye inside. And we are going with the slate gray as a base, and then we're gonna add the chocolate brown on top.
So it works just like dye. It just
like that,
penetrates,
yeah.
colors it.
Yeah.
So what do you want it dark in the joins? Is that the idea, or in the grout lines?
Yeah, yeah, a bit darker in the joints, yeah.
Okay, we're watertight on the roof. Let's make sure we get the issue around the windows taken care of. Mike's going to put up some capping, some siding, a little bit of caulking. We're going to make sure not only this looks good, but it doesn't leak. I mean, look at this. Is that not unbelievable? It's not even finished yet. I guess the idea is really to get this clear coated now before, well, I don't think it's going to rain, but it's threatening.
Better be safe than sorry.
We're gonna go vertical with the siding just for a change of look here. If you notice it's brown, it's gonna match everything else. I like it, and it's watertight.
That little rock is 700 pounds. Yeah. This stone will add a total new look to this whole property. And I think it just gives it a touch of class. You know, all in all, this will make or break this job. It looks good. The reason we have Derek laying this alone is because in a small area, everybody lays different. Some guys will leave a tiny little gap, you know, a 16th or 132. By the time you do, you know, 10 rows, it adds up. You know, half an inch, quarter inch, an inch. So better off one guy starts it, one guy finishes it. So that's why he's going at it and slaving away like a good guy. Poor old slave, Derek.
Let's give it back. Jason.
Hi, Mike.
Tammy. Come on out.
Wow.
It's a little different.
It's a lot different.
I love the rails.
The rails make it.
They're very simple. Simple is what makes it.
Exactly.
A little bit of detail. Yeah. You said you like slate, so we've created the slate look.
That's great.
That is amazing.
It's
Well,
really
come on down.
nice.
Let's take a look
Wow.
down here. This was a lot of work. This was not just a small
It's a
job,
lot of
let me
rock.
tell you. We brought in the tractor and we pounded everything out.
Yeah.
And sure enough, we found this amazing sonotube was not there.
Oh,
Before she went to work, Tammy, the man was in the hole. There was a huge sonotube in the center. As soon as she left, out came that sonotube. It's a shame that we can't have trust anymore. It really is. One sonotube is not enough anyways. But had he have done that and maybe pinned into the existing concrete, we would not have had an issue. You know, you gotta be here the whole time to watch it. If that's what it takes, maybe you should. Then we brought in one fabulous person, Armando. This is what he's done.
it's fabulous.
Created the border, the tiles here. I love the way he staggered it into the paving.
This is really nice. I like this.
This walkway here, that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Nice detail.
If your contractor tells you you don't need a permit, I'm gonna recommend that you call the government and double check that. So if the government says you do need a permit, I wouldn't deal with that contractor because he lied right from the beginning.
I love these stones.
Yeah.
It works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the finish on this is really nice.
I
Great.
love the way we've created this
The
look
detail.
here and make it look like a inch and a half
Actual
piece of
stone.
slate.
Yeah. I love the different colors, the texture, the whole thing about slate. It's just very nice. It makes the whole house.
When you want to look at stairs and you have an idea that you want to make changes, I don't care if it's inside or outside, there's many factors you have to look at. How high is the landing? Do we need a permit? How does it tie into the bottom? What about the height of each step? What about the rails? If you don't know, ask. We took off the dormers just like you had asked me to.
Much better.
But I'll tell you, I was really disappointed when I found there was no at least tar paper underneath. Shingles are only just a quick fix to stopping rain from coming in, but we have to address winter. Snow, ice buildup gets under the shingles. That bottom 3 feet that is minimum code requirement for tar paper is meant as an ice buildup. It doesn't allow water to come back in. So we corrected that. We put up some weather and ice shield. Very important on the edge of your roof. Not too many people know that. I can't stress it enough. The garden, It works.
Fabulous.
It all works. We have a Chinese look here, a Chinese theme.
Yes, we do.
Where's the background?
I do a lot of Chinese martial arts, and I belong to a club that does wushu and taekwondo.
So it's probably a good thing that I did a good job.
Yes.
You tell me that now? So you can
Definitely.
kick my butt?
I live in fear every day, Mike.
I tell you.
But it's great. It's perfect. It incorporated the things that I like in my life into my garden, and then now I feel like it's my special place. You know, when I pull up, it's nice.
It works. I like
Yeah.
it. So I've done my job?
Oh,
you've done more
more
than
than
your
your
job,
job.
We
This
get
is
going?
fabulous. Definitely.
Yeah, oh yeah,
I think it's now a home.
I mean, you look around, it's incredible.
It's
Words can't express how much we
Well
have
done.
to thank you, really.
Well, you just did.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Appreciate everything.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Let's make it right from outside. Let's get top-notch materials. Let's put our money out now so that now the inside, when we address it, we can protect it. A, B, C.
I have my wushu club here. They would like to bless my porch with good luck and prosperity.
Let's do it.
Do it.
I decided to renovate because my daughter was moving back home with her kids. I had small windows and I wanted them to be bigger so that it would be light and airy down here.
See, I don't think that's the lintel. No lintel above the window. What did he do to the structure in that area? And their way of finishing the windows, we got to get the window well in.
It was just open, just as how the builder left it undone.
Did you get a permit?
No.
Okay. What's underneath all this?
Yeah.
That is the problem. And unfortunately, we've got to take half this down to have it inspected.
I'm out about $30,000.
Mike Holmes, look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep me in shape? I'll be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
I live in this house almost 4 years. I decided to renovate because my daughter was moving back home with her kids. I needed a little bit more space, so both my daughters would move downstairs. So they'll have more areas to play and they'll have a study area and just a nice area for the kids to hang out. At least I know that they were coming to live somewhere that was better. It was better for the kids and everything because she wasn't living in one of those two nice neighborhoods. And it was getting really, really bad there. So having them here, it was more secure. You know what was happening to them. You don't have to worry about them. You know, and then they had to move in and it's not finished. Everything is all piled up. You know, it's just one big mess.
Olivia wanted to finish her basement, really just to bring some family members back in. So she hired a contractor to come in and make it nice downstairs and put in some bigger windows. And at the beginning, sounded like a wonderful person, guaranteed his work. I'll be here every day. I mean, how far do you go before you actually kick someone's butt out?
It was recommended by a friend. He came and I said, I would love to see some of your work before I actually hire you. I went down to a house that he had done and it looked okay. It looked well done. So I decided, okay, fine, I'll use this guy. So I had to sign 2 contracts, one for the window because he said that was separate. I would give him a third of the money up front, a third when he was 75% finished, and the other third when everything is complete.
Wow, that was quick. How you doing, Olivia?
Thanks.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Why don't we take a look outside first, then we'll go downstairs?
Okay.
Come on out. Okay, we have 3 window wells, correct?
Yeah, this was a new window that was cut, yeah.
2 on the other side?
Those
or one?
were existing windows there, but they only makes them bigger, yeah.
Okay, so all three were cut.
Yes.
See, I don't think that's the lintel. They've raised it up. We can see that they've cut out the brick here. I don't even see an existing lintel.
I had two small windows, and I wanted them to be bigger, and I wanted to make another window so that it would be light and airy down here. So he said for the window, he had to bring in a separate contractor to cut the windows and install them.
Yeah, they've done the same thing again. They've cut it up higher, down lower, with no lintel. Wow. We have weight load above the window. What did he do to the structure in that area? Obviously, it's been cut out.
The windows are left undone, and there are walls here that are crooked. The bathroom is undone. It's just a mess down here. So I am hoping that Mike will be able to make the basement livable. I wanted to have 2 bedrooms, a living area, a bathroom, and a sort of kitchenette that when the kids are down here watching TV, they could make popcorn. It was just open, just as how the builder left it undone. The only thing that was here was the rough-in for the bathroom.
How much did he charge you for the whole job?
Okay, you wanted $19,000, and I was supposed to buy the materials.
How much did you spend in material?
I think I spent about $12,000 in material.
Okay, so really the quote we're looking at here is about 30-something thousand, which is really the right price to do a full basement.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's not finished. And how much did you pay the man in total?
15, because I only owe him 3,000.
So there's 3,000 left.
Yes.
He has a cutout here to give you your outside tap in the backyard.
Yes.
Do see insulation with vapor barrier, so that's a real good sign. We used drywall screws on a pine capping and he's done over top of the vent. Why?
We argued over this one because I said, I don't want it like that. What are you going to do? We're down there. You're supposed to build a box.
He could have taken the whole corner and balked it with an access because we need to get to the clean out of the drain here. I see a wood trim edge. This is doorstop. Now this is a wood edge across drywall. Is this supposed to be in effect?
I think it's the fence. I said, why didn't you just drop the whole thing and level it off? And he was saying I was too fussy. Don't worry about it. When it's done, you'll see how good it looks.
You started saying she's fussy. This is going to be beautiful. Don't worry about it. All illusions. I'm sorry. This is all about deceiving.
When you turn the air conditioner on, it's terribly cold down here, but you're not getting enough cold on the upper level.
Floor?
Yes.
Did you get a permit?
No.
Okay. It's going to be an issue. I'm seeing a mixture of metal studs and wood studs within the basement. At least they have the grommets in here protecting the wiring. That's what I want to see. But why do a mix of both? Why didn't he just do this either all wood or all metal? Just tells me I have to open this up. Well, here we go right here. There's a junction box. Now, because I can get to it from this point, it's legal. But that tells me we're going to find a lot of that everywhere. What was this little creation here?
He was supposed to make this a kind of open concept with some pickets coming down.
He's using the wrap on this. It's not what you use. You use corner bead. He's not even parallel with the stairs. Who did the tiles?
It's another guy that came in and did the tiles.
He was probably the only good guy here. Olivia borrowed every single dollar to do this basement. It's not like she had money put aside in the bank. It's not like that she won the lotto and just decided to put some extra money into her home. She did this for her family. And she went to the bank and borrowed all this money.
Every week he would come, oh, something is happening, you need that extra $1,000. He couldn't wait that long to pay the guys. He said, you know, I couldn't tell him I don't have the money, because I'm a single person and I'm a nurse and I live in a nice neighborhood, so I shouldn't say that I don't have the money.
This contractor continued to say, look at that, you obviously have money. What are you crying broke for? I need more money to do this job.
It's really ironic how people should think because you live in a certain neighborhood, you have a nice home, that it comes easy. I work 2 jobs, sometimes 3, to make sure that I meet my obligations.
Now, $32,000 or in or abouts that area, that's what this should cost. But correctly, not mistakenly, not wrong.
I have to pay the bank for this regardless of what happened. You got to be very, very careful. Because even when you sign a contract, that doesn't say the person is not going to run off.
He's received $16,000 in labor.
Yes.
He did not pay his trades.
No. The deal was you get the rest of the money when you finish. I'm not giving you any more money.
Good for
and
you.
That's when he walked away.
Well, he has his money now, and he's gone. So we're going to do what we do best. Come in, take it down, and do it again. What we're gonna have to do is get a permit, bring in the inspectors, open things up so they can see things. Now this is a simple kitchen. I see the stove outlet box with no wire. However, as soon as you put in a kitchen with a stove, it turns this into a basement apartment. When you want to do a basement apartment and you have a stove, a fridge, and a sink, it becomes a whole new ball game. That means its own entrance. That means digging in the side of the house. That means a lot of money. This person does not know what he's doing, and you know what? What's underneath all this?
Yeah.
That is the problem. So I'm gonna bring my guys in here. I'm gonna take care of the permits. We're gonna take down what we have to take down, and we're gonna give you this place back completely finished.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
I go in with the hope that this is going to be right, but I can tell it's not. I'm pretty confident we're gonna find a few surprises. I can only hope that I do not have to take this completely apart.
My daughter and her kids were moving home. My other daughter was gonna move down here, so the both girls would have been down here. They had to move in and it's not finished. Their things are in the garage, so everybody's getting on top of each other's nerves. It is depressing because you work hard, you spend so much, and when you come, you have nothing to show for it.
We're gonna have some fun today, Des. Let's just start in this room. Let's drop this ceiling. Let's do our knife cuts first. Pop it. Oh yeah, that's a sign. We pulled down not even one full sheet, and not only do I find an illegal junction point, this is not the way you do this. We also see the wire running underneath the joist and drywalled over top of it. Another thing you just don't want to do. So drywall the ceiling first, the looks of it, and then put up the interior walls. I mean, always we want to drywall the ceiling first and then the walls, but in this case, this whole ceiling was drywalled first and then this wall was built. So how do you run your electrical? How do you make sure everything is proper? See this? Put the cable along within the sheets itself, plaster it in. God, it's just the beginning. This is all legal. I mean, I like everything clamped up, but we're allowed to do that. Take it where the area of the steel I-beam is. Normally we'll tie this up with proper ties. We see string in here. At least it's stringed, at least it's tied. And we already have electrical that is going on and off here. Definitely got to bring in my electrician. Yeah, nothing can drive me more nuts. See electrical done wrong again. What do we see here? Let me tell you, that's not what I want to see. We just started. Why do that? That's just absolutely unnecessary. I want to remove it all. Remove everything to do with the metal on the bulkheads. Yeah. Everything. Unfortunately, every ceiling is coming down. Oh, surprise. For some strange reason, this person, whoever wired this house, doesn't like to drill holes, likes to cut lines and join. Totally illegal. Why is it against code? If you have a short somewhere, if you cannot go, and this is what electricians will do, is they'll start looking at the lights, look at the receptacles, make sure all the junctions are correct. But how do you find a junction inside a wall when it's covered up? So this could be a major issue in the future. This is not the way to do this. So he's just capped over the pole here because the pole is out further than he wanted from the wall. Okay, that's fine. This is not how you do an outside edge. There is no plaster seal on it at all. This will crack in the future, guaranteed. We have a 3-wire in here that's going to the switch. Is that ridiculous or what? 1, 2. Guess they didn't want to get another roll of wire. I have a bad feeling we're going to see an awful lot of this here. There's no staples at all. He's tied it off, not through the stud where he should be. We want to be away from this. Who knows if someone's going to add a screw here in the future and hit that line. We don't want to do this. I think it's a good thing we're here. No staples, illegal junction. No staples, none against the box. We got to have one within at least 16 inches of the box. You can go in behind this. It's not something I would do because it takes nothing to run a drill through the center of the stud and allow that line to run through. We see staples on the old here. That was the builder. This is the contractor. How far do I have to go? Do I got to take down the outside walls to make sure he has not done this within the outside walls? This is not the way to close out duct heating. So there's a hot line, and Instead of running a vent to the kitchen so there's heat in the kitchen, we have no heat in the kitchen. We do not want to screw right to the bulkhead at all. We actually want to bring this down, bulkhead. We do not want to screw to it. Every time this expands and contracts, because we run heat through it, it's going to move.
Wouldn't these also rust too much if there's moisture?
Yeah, and it will. You're going to be blowing air conditioning through it, heat through it, they're going to rust.
That's right.
What do we see there?
Oh, that's a junction box up there.
It's hidden.
I bet you all of these vents are both the exact same way.
If he's done it here, he's done it everywhere.
Yeah.
I've never seen more corner cutting. All right, let's hold off on the walls. Let's go into the bathroom.
Have a look at this, Mike.
Well, he doesn't know proper procedures on installing a tub. Do not screw the tub into the wall like this. This room to rough stud should be 5 feet. This room finished is 5 feet, actually just over 5 feet. So what that means is the idea is the drywall is meant to sit here, tile right down to base. The tub is not ruined. I will be able to save this. So we're gonna have to reshape this room, that we know. This receptacle over here. This is a ground fault interrupter. That is not how you install a receptacle. Let's go to the bedroom. All right, I really want to see what this is. Rather than moving the pipes, you just built a little box around it. Again, not a big deal, but it's just not the way to do it. Nothing like closing in a shut-off primer valve. A primer valve is to prime a drain of some sort. I'd like to know where that goes. You don't close this off. That's just not the way to do it. I want to drop the whole ceiling. Everything I see is just so wrong. Okay, we see a double header hangers proper, which allowed them to go higher here. Very lucky. That's enough. I have to put new lintels on those windows anyways. This drywall is so damp. Well, that's not wise. You know, it's funny because Olivia said to me, it's freezing cold in my room upstairs. I'm starting to know why. This is a main line. When it comes to part easy, it wasn't done right. The reason this is hard is because he screwed right into it again.
Is there no studying in here?
That shouldn't have happened. I didn't really want to do that. These studs aren't into anything. Why is there a hole cut in this line? Olivia was saying she just froze it. You know what's a shame here is that no matter what I take down, I'm finding issues. And that's really scary, because that just tells me it all has to come down. Let's clean up. Let's bring in the other guys. We're getting it. It's coming down. I think I'm going to tell Olivia.
So you look at it at the end of the day, you think that they're doing the right thing. When in fact, they're just screwing you up and taking your money.
Not enough experience, doesn't know what he's doing, never ever does what he said he's going to do. It's going to be beautiful, you're going to love it, and I'll be done before Christmas. All three is incorrect. Well, I tried very hard to keep a lot that I see, but let me just show you some of the things that we found, okay? Illegal junctions within the wall. No clips whatsoever on any of the electrical. I knew I was pulling down the ceiling so we could see the electrical. Again, hidden junction points within the ceiling. There are so many hidden junction points throughout this basement, and I haven't even opened up the whole thing. You would never find the problem if you had one.
Okay.
I'm finding cut lines in your ductwork, not good.
Is this why the air condition isn't going up as it should?
Oh yeah, the coolness has just driven throughout the floor and deteriorated your drywall. I should never be able to do this to your drywall.
So down here was extremely cold, and there wasn't enough cool coming upstairs.
Sure makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This is only one area. He's tied all his drywall into the ductwork. You're not allowed to do that.
So
throughout the whole basement.
This is ridiculous.
There's another hole here. Why didn't he keep this line and have heat in this little kitchenette?
Why the plastic bag?
I guess that's what was here at the time. Oh, he hasn't even tied off any of the plumbing, okay? It's held up by rope.
You said I was too fussy and I didn't even know about these things.
Well, I think he was nowhere near fussy enough. We have electrical dangerous issues that can burn your house down. We have plumbing issues at this point, and I still haven't even gutted the bathroom yet, that are incorrect.
This is ridiculous.
It's enough for me to say I can't repair anything without starting again. I'm going to gut your whole basement. I'm taking down all the studding, absolutely everything, and I'm going to do the whole thing again. It's not because I want to, it's because I really don't have a choice.
Okay.
Then we'll show you how it should have looked.
Okay. This is ridiculous.
Today's D-Day.
Another one.
Yeah. Is it ever gonna end? Let's just start by taking down all the drywall.
This whole basement getting gutted? Is that
Yep.
what the deal is? You want to take the studs out? You gonna do a new floor plan?
At this point, let's just expose the studs and we'll see everything.
Alright.
So lose all the casing. I don't care about the casing. We'll keep the jams in the doors.
You want to leave them in for now?
For now, let's just make sure we take down all the drywall.
Wow. Open
All right.
the window again, get it outside? Yeah.
Well, it's extremely depressing that I have to take all of this down. I had no idea. I really, I had some hopes. Well, I guess when it comes down to it, it's easier to take it down and start again. Make sure we have everything run properly, especially the electrical. I gotta find everything like this and fix it.
Just the drywall that's holding this in place here. It's only like a 2x3 anyways. As you can tell, it's not very strong, that's for sure. You can look up here, right through the plastic and the insulation here, they could have caused a fire. When they soldered the pipes, they didn't even care about that.
I'm not gonna have to replace all the ductwork, but I do have to pull out probably a couple thousand screws and seal off all those holes. Makes no sense. This is why I have to take it down. What a waste of money. Totally. Don't see any gaskets underneath the bottom plates. You are required by code to have a gasket underneath this. What that gasket does is stops wood from contacting concrete. We do not want to do that. If the room flooded, okay, it will absorb the water through. And we have gaskets, just rolled gaskets. You lay it out, put it through. None whatsoever. How you doing, Des?
Hello.
It's also required by code that if you're going to finish your walls in the basement, you have to insulate right to the bottom. So this little gap here is going to cause a moisture issue.
As a matter of fact, this might have been the original insulation done by the home builder.
This is the original, and you know what? I give him 2 thumbs up for insulating as far as he did.
Yeah,
he only had to come to here.
That's right.
But he went further. So the builder's good, the contractor sucks. I've already asked Olivia to go out and buy more tiles because now if I want to make a couple of changes, just in really opening it up, I want to give it a more open concept. This way I can reduce, just smash that out, repair the area, you'll never know that we were here. If I wanted to move the door over, I would have to repair this area. So that means I'll smash out this tile, smash out this tile, put in 2 new full tiles, regrout, and I can move my door. It sure beats pulling up the whole floor, because right now, the tile's the only good thing in this house.
Just an example too here of what not to do. There's supposed to be a 1/4 inch of this white sheathing inside the box. The ground is exposed, that's improper.
Well, this is a steel stud, and they've ran it horizontal instead of vertical, so the strength. You see the flat? That explains how it's moving like this. That stud should have been flipped up the other way.
The telephone junction's all over the place. Cable junction, we're gonna pull it all out. Go all new. Cable, telephone, everything. Anything goes wrong with that junction, how do you fix it?
How would they find it?
When you're studding a wall in the basement, you see how he did this? Attach it to the 2x8? Why not put the top plate underneath this, at least, to bear some load? This isn't gonna bear anything. It's not supporting the floor. You have an opportunity here to support the floor by putting a stud wall underneath here or underneath this one, whichever you decide. This is just...
And how do you know that this beam is square?
That's right.
We want nice square walls. We have the opportunity to make it square, level, correct, warm, safe, and sound.
It's always more expensive doing it twice. Always. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
2x2 wall, 2x3, 2x2, 2x3, metal stud. Unbelievable. Well, it's starting to look like a regular basement again. Almost everything is down, we're just cleaning it up. I wouldn't mind starting the outside structure with 2x4 walls so I can bring in the electricians and rewire this spaghetti factory. Doorways, they seem to be fine. The layout appears to be fine.
All right, we'll have everything cleaned up and we'll be ready to frame tomorrow.
Beauty. Thanks.
No problem.
Good. He's good. He just got back from his honeymoon. Just got married. 5 weeks off. So he's roaring, you know what I mean? He's ready to play. Yeah, I can tell. I can tell.
It was extremely cold down here. Upstairs, he wasn't getting anything. I even went and started to change the filter like every week because I figured maybe a lot of dust and everything. I figured that there was something wrong with the furnace that I didn't know about.
We've created a bit of a mess here, Brian. Right now, we're just using the window for the escape route of the garbage. So how many times do you see this where people will install new windows and forget to put in a lintel over it?
Not too often.
No, it's not something I'm used to seeing. And this was honestly a window company, and it's kind of depressing to see they just came in, cut it, and threw them in.
What are we gonna do? Take up 2 rows?
I'm gonna try, yeah, probably these 2 because it's an angle iron, right? So I'm probably gonna take out these 2 courses up to here, put the lintel in, and then all the weight will sit on the lintel instead of on the frame.
Well, what the lintels are for is to support the upper brick all the way up. This is a lot of weight of brick and mortar. And right now, the only thing that's holding it up is the windows. And their way of finishing the windows with just the spray foam isn't good enough. They've got to be caulked. We got to get the window well in. How long is this going to take you to fix?
It's gonna take about a couple hours for all 3.
A couple hours?
A couple hours.
Why didn't they do it?
I don't know.
Thanks, Brian.
No problem. Okay, well, I took out the first course. Basically, all the brick was laying on the frame, so all the weight's staying on the frame. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna install a proper angle iron. I'm gonna fit this in here. You gotta allow at least 6 inches on each side to support the weight. And put in the bricks. But now all the weight's gonna be supported on the angle iron. And that's the proper way of doing it. That's all it takes.
Wait till that dries up a bit,
and then I'll clean it up.
Brian, it looks good. You only had to take out the 1 row?
Just the 1.
Excellent.
It's all done now, so now it could hold all the weight. All the weight's on the angle iron.
What can we do about this here?
Well, I'll cut a brick and clean this up and slide it in.
Yeah, I think that might make it look better. Just for appearance?
Yeah.
2 hours of brick, eh?
That's it.
Good job. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. You ready to do it again? We were able to get almost everything down yesterday. We've ordered some material. We have it on site. Well, we got a couple hours to clean up, pull the electrical, and we'll be starting the framing real soon. This is live? You gotta be kidding me. Why am I live? This is not how you do electrical. I don't believe it. He's got a wire running to the panel that's not even hooked up. We had receptacles run all the way around the room. That wire was not hooked up to the panel. On the other side of the circuit, it was hooked into power here. It's live right now. I damn near just cut the line. These are people you don't want working in your home. No knowledge of renovations. You know, here's someone that thinks he can do all kinds of things. Well, I've had to take it all down. And not because I wanted to. Let me tell you, it's just added double my time on this job. But am I ever glad we opened it up simply because it is so bad and so dangerous. It's only gonna affect Olivia for the rest of her life. This is where he's picked it up from. No knowledge of electrical. They come in, they do everything wrong, and little do they know, this house burns down because of their massive electrical mistakes. They're responsible. The government's not responsible. Why? Because they didn't pass it. Once the government passes it, now the government's responsible. But it takes a real tragedy to make something happen. This house has to burn down, someone has to get killed. Then all hell's gonna break loose. People are gonna start being held responsible. As long as nothing happens, nothing happens. Let's shut the breaker off here. Ask if everything's out upstairs.
No, it's all fine now, Mike.
You telling me this whole basement's on one goddamn breaker? Oh, isn't that cute? The basement's on 1 circuit. You know what the scary part is here? Olivia's gone and done all this work for her kids. They're not gonna live down here? Can't believe people get away with this. You know, it may sound like I'm bitching and complaining. You're damn right I am. Nobody cares about how people live. All they care about is making that money, getting the hell out of here. And who cares if someone dies in the house that you've created a total disaster of? He's tapped into existing. So here's a junction point. He's got 5 wires in there, which is not allowed. Only allowed 4. What's on this circuit? What's he ran off this circuit? Licensed electricians do not do this type of work. And I'm pissed today because even though we've taken everything down, I'm finding more and more dangerous things. Look at it. I mean, you don't do this. Look at this line here, right through the metal of the return. I don't even know what that line is for. I'm disconnecting everything to do with the basement. All cable, new cable was run, new telephone was run. I'm disconnecting everything and pulling it out. I like to personally build my walls in place because of the unlevelness of the floor. It's not like I can just build the walls, stand them up, screw them in place, which is the nice, easier way of doing it. I want it tight. I have the opportunity to use studded walls as a help of structure. It just helps pick up the load, although I don't need it because of the foundation wall. But why not? Let's add to it. So that's why I like to build it in place. That's what's going to make the difference.
16-inch on center. We've got just over 7 feet. So I bought 92 and 5/8 2x4s, and we're just going to it here.
I came in early from work one day He was down there sleeping. So that was one of the first clues that something wasn't right. And he's just excuse after excuse. His sister died and he had to go to Jamaica and his van wasn't working. The subcontractors that he had, he didn't pay them. I'm out about $30,000.
We have to make sure that we hire the right people. Don't hire a guy that can start the next day. Don't deal with contractors asleep on the job. Stop looking at it that I've got to save money, because you do get what you pay for. Oh, we framed it up for you, Sandy. Great. Took a little bit, but the guys are done. Well, obviously, I've made some changes. No longer bedroom here. We've created a open concept library, TV room sort of thing. So we'll do cable telephone here. Okay. Bedroom, obviously, arc fault. Kitchenette with the bathroom at the end there.
This is just a mini kitchen. Is there any sink?
Yes.
There is, okay. So it's gonna be a 20-inch T-slot and we're gonna have to GFI these.
Okay.
We can make that the fridge. No stove.
No stove.
No stove in here at all? Okay.
What do you want to do about the panel for an opening? Obviously, I'm going to build a cupboard around it.
Don't bury this pipe.
Right.
Okay, because this pipe is not fused.
Keep it open.
Yeah, keep it open. Don't bury this inside the wall.
Okay.
Okay?
Let's do it.
Great. Okay, Mike.
Thanks, Sandy. Des, what we can do is make sure that we get all these holes repaired and all the duct work. Let's tape up everything with metal tape that we can. So grab your screwdriver, turn it upside down, and dimple in where they put the screws in, because otherwise it's going to be a sharp edge.
Now I've got to put some of this metal tape over every hole because we're going to lose too much airflow from this trunk. The air conditioning wasn't working that well up there, and the ductwork had massive holes in it, so we've had to go around and fix them all up, and that should restore the airflow to the first and second level.
Excellent. I notice you have the return in, so we have a low floor air return.
This will suck up the cold air, take it up, and return it so that we can heat the basement. And we also restructured around the windows to carry load.
Excellent. I see that. That's great. We sistered up another floor joist in beside each and every side. We have a double header across. Displace the weight out over the window rather than on top of it. So what we are going to have to do is build this side out to equal here, okay? And then build this out to here.
Yeah.
So did we do any other window? We didn't need it here, and it's done there. Okay, so we're fine. I gotta go outside and see John. John, I really appreciate you coming by, as usual.
Not a problem.
You can see this little bit of a frickin' mess they made here. Personally, I think we should dig right down to the footings and put a vertical weeper. Now, I know it's not code, but it should be code.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because how many times do I come to a window well and it's full of water?
Especially when the bottom of that sill goes below grade and there is a galvanized window well involved.
We do have a secondary membrane here. You call this what?
That's Meridrain R2000. And they put it in places where it's very silty material. When it's dry, it's very dense material.
Okay.
But when it does get wet, it can clog up. So they would choose this material here so that all the dirt is laying up against the cloth. Any water that comes towards the structure will run down inside the cloth, and the plastic is flush up against the wall, so actually no water at all touches the wall itself. It runs down in between the cloth and the plastic, right to the weeping.
You think you can do it in one day?
Yeah. Pretty straightforward. A couple more hours, we'll have her dug right down to the weeping tiles.
Are we digging all at once, or are we just...
Yep, we're going to open up all 3 holes at one time.
There's a lot of stone, that's good.
Well, it isn't. It's contaminated. Should be just clean gravel. There shouldn't be any sand mixed up with it, because basically what happens is it packs again.
Right.
And it really prevents that water from falling through the stone configuration itself easily. We're going to open this up right down to the weeping tile, which is about 1.5 to 2 feet lower than the basement floor. We're going to put the rubberized membrane on there, because now that this window well is deeper, this wall became a lot weaker.
Right.
It is possible for a crack to occur there. Since we are going all the way down there anyway for the drain, I think it would be beneficial to put the rubberized membrane on there now. If it does crack, we won't have to worry about it.
So what are we looking at approximately per window to do this?
It's $980 to dig down, put a drain in, patch the wall, drainage board, backfill.
What we put on the wall is called a hydro shield membrane, and what that consists of is a travel-on coat of mastic, glass fab mesh pushed in tight to the mastic, one more trowel coat of mastic put on top, and then we push a layer of 3mm poly airtight up to the patch. So now we're reinstalling Meridrain in the area where we took it off. We're going to install it right to the edge and overlap it a little bit so as it goes to the Meridrain that is on the wall now. After we put this on, I'm gonna go down there and we're gonna cut that weeping tile and tee into it for a window drain.
We're going to put our 4-inch drain in the center of it to drain the center of the window well.
Okay.
Because the new frost level here now is going to be the bottom of that window well.
Oh, good point.
That's where
If
it's
we
going to
lower
be.
the window well, 4 feet below that is frost line.
That's right. That's why we want to have that drain in there so that there's never an opportunity of water sitting there.
Oh, because it's going to freeze and push in, right?
That's right. That's exactly what happens.
Very smart.
Okay, we've teed the weeping tile into the weeping tile that runs parallel to the footing, right up to the bottom level of this window. So after we attach this window well, we're gonna put about a foot of gravel in the bottom of it to allow for drainage, and there's no chance for puddling to occur in this area.
So what we would like to have is some definition in the ground itself underneath that window well so that our weeping tile sticks up in the center of it and we'll fill up inside with gravel. Any water that comes goes to the lowest point, and as it fills up, all the little slots around the weeping tile will readily let it in there so it doesn't get an opportunity to build up and touch any of the sill or any of the window frame itself.
This is the deepest window well that you can buy for this size of window. But because it's this far below grade, we want to go a little bit lower. We're installing this mirror drain to increase the depth of our window well. If we don't do that, the dirt's just going to wash in underneath here and it's going to take away the effectiveness of the gravel.
See that? That's the way I want to see it.
And now we're going to take the rest of the earth and fill this area up, and then we're going to hit it with the power tamper to make sure it doesn't sink.
John,
Not
thanks,
a problem.
buddy.
Oh, thanks very much for everything, Mike.
So $30,000 later out of her pocket, the only thing I can save is the ceramic. You know, go figure. I cut out most of their plumbing because of the way they did this. It was just ludicrous.
Right.
I'm gonna bulk this down. We're leaving it open for you, so I need you to bring in the hot and cold water lines down into the wall. We already had a rough-in for the bathroom, so we don't have to worry about the morons that were here. Right. So I've got to get some insulation in before the tub goes, so I'll get you to work on the copper first.
The thing is, we don't have any copper, Mike. We're going to use plastic.
That's why I brought you here. I don't like the copper. Is it a lot more money?
I think tubing's about the same price.
Yeah, we're not using it?
Well, I mean...
We're using it, but why isn't it used in the housing right now?
Well, it's a new product, so a lot of plumbers just
can't teach an old dog new tricks, eh?
That's right.
Okay, well, we're gonna start teaching old dogs. That's what we're gonna do. So you cut out what you want to cut out. You do what you want to do. Take a look at our joints, look at the green that it's on it, see if it's bad enough to remove it.
Yeah, we just heat them up and wipe them off. Just I didn't wipe the paste off after soldering. That's what the green is.
Okay. And it's, you know what? That's the little things that we learn. If you wipe that off, it's not going to build up the corrosion.
That's right. Okay, well, let's get started.
Thanks, buddy.
There we go. There's the hotline run. Red for hot, blue for cold. They're starting to treat us plumbers like we're dummies, right? Just protect your plate so when you're drywalling the wall, you don't get a hole in the pipe. The advantage of the plastic tubing is if you do put a screw in it, it will leak right away. With copper, it'll leak 2 years later when you're at the cottage.
He's done this a couple times before, and he's good at it. All right, now we're almost ready to drywall.
We pre-painted all the basement trim. It actually came pre-primed, so we just threw a top coat on it with the sprayer. Now that it's pre-painted, they'll install it. We'll just have to touch up the nail holes and then one quick finish coat.
She has been plastered, sanded, and primed. It's looking good, a little messy, but we're cleaning up, getting ready to continue, putting the doors and trim in. We'll have to build a cover for the panel. We're looking at maybe 3-4 more days, and we'll give it back. Shouldn't take long at all. What I need for you today simply is to get the sink in, and I'll install the toilet, so don't worry about that. I'll have the guys follow you with trim, paint, etc. Okay. Nice and simple. Easy day for you.
Yeah.
Okay. plumber charges in the area of $55 an hour. It's because he has the tools, he has the knowledge, he comes in, he knocks it off right away. Not to mention, it took him 5 years to learn his trade. 18 off the floor. 3.5, okay. 21. I'm marking up for the plumbing to be cut for this cabinet installation. This is a used cabinet. You know, I'm going to use it because she has it, and we'll dress it up and make it look good. So we didn't have a countertop sink and taps. I just sent Sean out to get all the stuff that we need to get this in because I want it done today so we can get going on the trimming. Matter of time, we'll have this in place. Yeah, it's a mini kitchenette. We're gonna have the counter, the fridge, and the idea is that we can get to this clean out. That's why I changed it from here to here. Very important we get to that. Okay, Taj is finishing up the shutoff so we can get the water back on. Benji's installing the door jambs for the door. Nice work, buddy.
These doors that come out 80 inch or 82 inch, they only end up putting in about 1.5 inches of jamb inside here to hold this panel together. I had to cut 3 inches off of this door. So when you cut the 3 inches off, you end up losing this jamb. So you end up with a cavity. Here, you can see how it was connected in there. We break it apart, and we get this jamb back, get some glue, and put it back in the cavity. So it becomes straight again. It's just glue in there that holds it. You don't really have to put any nails or anything like that.
First thing that we're gonna do, we would like to invite Mike and the crew back for a nice Jamaican jerk chicken meal.
You see this color? That's bright. Is this the whole area in here, this color?
Yeah, the whole main area, bedroom, kitchen, everything.
Obviously, Olivia's not afraid of color. I think it'll work. Last day. It's looking damn good. And the final things, electricians are coming in to get the rest of the lighting in, the kitchen cabinets in place, sink and taps hooked up, working well. We're almost there. The color actually works. Olivia picked the colors, and for me, it's not bad at all. Look how nice and open it looks. Dust on the wall, that's dust, eh? Okay, I have to wipe that down. Des is outside cleaning the windows. We'll keep him out. He's not feeling well today. We want to keep him away from us.
What kind of wood is this?
What kind of wood is this? I would say oak.
It'll take you forever to guess. It's called sycamore.
Oh, like I'm gonna guess that. Nice simple cabinet around the electrical panel. Very important that we have room all the way around the panel in case they have to fish wires in, replace them, inspect them with a nice maple plywood with a lacquer finish on it. Not bad for a month's worth of work, eh?
The trick to doing panel doors is I do all the panels first. If I spill up onto the door, I'll just wipe it off with a rag, because that will dry and you will see a ridge. So I'll get all the panels done first, and then I'll start brushing the flats. We usually always paint doors and trim a satin finish or semi-gloss. If it's latex, you try to go with a higher sheen. It's not as durable as oil paint. They are going to be touched and handled, and they will have to be washed. So you want a higher sheen, just so it's resilient to the wear and tear.
Shut up, get to work. I love having the new guy. This is Damon. He's a really young buck like myself. He's here to help us, and he's doing a damn good job. This is his first week, and
thank you, sir.
Yes, get back to work.
Get back to work.
You ready?
Yes.
After you. Nice soft carpet, eh?
Yeah. This is nice.
Doesn't it look big and long now?
Yes, this is really, really nice.
Nice little cabinet for your electrical panel. This was Sean's idea. He just took some maple wood, and because there's a few little kids in the house, if you want to put a nice little simple lock on there, keeps them out of there and keeps it safe.
It's so pretty. I really like this.
Well, you know what? When I first came down here, I started to tear open a little bit of drywall, and every piece I took down, I found something terribly wrong. I did not expect to take everything down, and we gutted it. How funny is it that I get called in to take a look at the window wells because they don't look right, okay? Window well to hell. The basement. Let's take a look at one of the windows here. I brought in my brick guy and we had to cut in lintels on the outside. We had to restructure your floor joists to accept the weight load on the outside of the windows. Then we brought in John McRae and he dug right down to the footings. He put in a vertical weeping tile that comes all the way up into the drainage bed there, as well as waterproof the walls all the way down. Unfortunately, this wasn't done before. You know what would have happened? This would have filled up with water and come through your window. Nice wood top. Sean did this. He's all proud of it.
This is really, really nice. I think I'm going to move down here. This is my hideaway now.
You've got to take your time. You've got to look into the contractor. You've got to check them out. You've got to make sure that they know what they're doing, that they do it by the law, and that they get a permit.
The colors are bright. It's good.
Well, you picked a color. I was a little surprised at first, but once we had completed and looked at it, you know what, it works for me. I really do like it. Let's go take a look at the bedroom. We changed everything. We changed all the bulkheads. We had major opening in the ductwork here, and it's no wonder when you had your air conditioning on, it was so cold downstairs and hot upstairs.
Yes, it looks a lot nicer. A lot nicer.
Closet, we even finished this with a shelf and rod. So now you're set up with your closet.
Excellent. This is beautiful.
It was funny because when I leaned on that wall to push this wall out, I fell into the furnace room. Oh, you know, that was enough for me. Let's take a look at your kitchen. We open this up rather than using a door in here. Now I moved the counter on this side because we had to clean out here in your plumbing, and we do not cover that up, okay? GFI receptacles, that's just the way to do this because we're around a water zone.
This is fantastic.
Let's take a look at your bathroom. See how we had to create a bulk here because your ductwork is right here, okay? Once you close that door, everything is in proper height. We had to do bulkheads. There was no choice in it. Everything that was done was not going to work. Everything now has been passed by the inspectors.
This is very nice.
So not only did she hire the wrong contractor, but everybody else that was brought in were the wrong people, electricians, plumbers, not to mention no permit.
You feel good when it's finished like this. You can actually see it. Before, you could see the walls that were crooked.
Oh, they weren't just crooked. They were terrible.
The stuff that I saw when you took it down, it was incredible. Even in the kitchen, where you put that plastic bag and duct tape it.
Hire right the first time. If the contractor starts causing issues, stories, not showing up, or it looks like the work is wrong, stop the job and get rid of them.
It's the best birthday present I'm getting.
It's your birthday next week, isn't it?
Next week, Tuesday.
Well,
Yes.
then I would like to say happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You're the best.
You're welcome.
It's really good. And I'd like to invite you guys back.
I'd like that.
Yes.
You're gonna make some oxtail for me, aren't you?
Yes.
I'd like that.
Oxtail, curry goat, it works.
I'm in. Suit it up. Well, to the new guy.
Thank you very much, guys.
You're part of it.
Excellent, man. Good to have you with us.
Nice to meet
Way to
you
go,
guys.
Damon. Thanks for the help, buddy.
Great job. We shall see you in the morning. See ya.
We started off to build an extension, and then we wanted to just move a few walls and make a couple of rooms bigger.
We only had a certain amount of money.
So we've had a lot of work done here. It's not finished, and they're out of money. You should have had this whole job done for $200,000. Don't cover things up. It won't work.
We didn't think we'd got the house the way we did.
$200,000. They bled them dry for crap. They're out of their house for a year. Crap. Now I gotta come in and fix it. Mike Holmes. Look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep you in shape? Be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
We wanted to downsize, so we were looking for a smaller home. So we were driving around looking, and we saw this house. We just fell for it. Just once you came into the house, we just thought we had to buy it.
We didn't ever think we could afford this type of area. And then it was the real estate agent that we had that sold our other house and had sent us a listing of this house. And when we saw this house, we thought, oh my God, you know, it's sort of within our price range. So we put in an offer. Then we had a surveyor look it over. We only had a certain amount of money that we knew we had to work, you know, play with. We looked at what the surveyor said had to be done. We thought we can cope if we do a lot of the rough work ourselves. And I mean, that began our journey.
We planned originally to take down the old sunroom and the deck that had rotted away, and then we wanted to just move a few walls, take them, and make a couple of rooms bigger. It was supposed to be fairly minor.
Bill, Marie.
Oh, hi.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you, Mike.
Nice to meet you. So we've had a lot of work done here. Well, tell me a little bit about it.
We started off to build an extension, 20 feet by 8 feet, to replace an existing sunroom which was built on top of a deck, which the deck had rotted. So we wanted to build an extension on a proper foundation, and then some interior renovations. Not much, take down a couple of walls, make some rooms different.
So you didn't plan on doing the whole house, as I see here. It looks like you're doing everything.
We went to an architect and we asked was things feasible, so we got drawings showing which walls we could take down and which walls, where the new walls would go up. So it was 3 walls.
And I see you're well set up here. We have pictures, we have everything. I like that.
And we have our permits.
I like that. They did all the right things. Took the recommendations from the architect.
The architect said under his agreement he would find us a contractor. So I met him here, and we shook hands. We had nothing in writing. We took this guy just because he was recommended.
We have a little bit of structure issues that I see, nothing serious. Obviously, I have a lot of floor leveling to do because one thing I don't want to do is step up all the floors. It's a bungalow. We shouldn't have step-ups. We're here, you know, let's do it the right way. See the old floor on top of the old planks, on top of original planks.
Yes.
So there's quite the 3 system here. I will have to resheet everything, bring it down to a trueness so that from the living room to the kitchen, we have no step up or down. We'll pull down the drywall instead of trying to patch into that. I want to pull down this. What am I going to do? Piece the top? I don't like that. And besides, now I get to see what's behind it, see if everything is done properly. I take it your chimney height has to go up higher from what I saw from outside. I noticed that you have a lot of insulation even in interior walls, so you want to try and soundproof the home?
Soundproof it, yeah.
He said he needed 1 check right away for the material, which is totally reasonable as far as we're concerned.
Sounded good. Made a deal with the man, no real contract.
I gave him a check for $25,000, which you could cash immediately. And I gave him a check for 4 weeks later for $20,000. So $45,000 I gave him. He said that was enough to do the frame. And he said 4 weeks time it'll all be done.
Yeah.
About 4 or 5 weeks later, the foundations were in, the blockwork was done, and there was no floor here, and that was done. And then I said to the contractor, well, when's the rest? He said, it's only 3 or 4 days, don't worry about it. But we've run out of money, and I need another $25,000.
And this is the kitchen, I take it? Nice.
And this was originally the dining room, and we thought it was far too small, so we decided to make this area the kitchen.
Great idea. Bedrooms, bathrooms this way?
We're redeveloping the bathroom. The bathroom was very small and didn't have a shower. We don't have a lot of space, but we made it as big as we could.
In-floor heating. Was this done after the fact of the plumbing?
Yeah.
Plumber came in, he set up the shower tray, set up the tub, everything's ready. Heating came in afterwards, convinced you in in-floor heating, which I totally agree and I like. However, this floor is not ready for it. We have a bad layout within the wood structure itself, so I don't even like that. So this has to definitely be addressed.
Eventually, I said to him, you've got to account for our $70,000. He told me his subcontractors, it cost him $60,000 to build. And he said, well, I get 35%. And he came back and said, oh, if I walk now, you need to pay me another $25,000. That's us wiped out, because $25,000, that's $100,000, and we've got a frame.
Be a man of your word. You said $100,000 for that addition. Finish it for $100,000.
In the end, we paid him an extra $5,000 for the GST, and we said $75,000 he's gone, and We bid a big sigh of relief. And now we've got to do the rest.
So, what has happened here? It started with the addition, and I assume you end up getting talked into doing the whole place since you're here?
We didn't think we'd got the house the way we did. It's just that when we took down the first wall and saw it was there, you just couldn't stop.
They found mold, they found ventilation issues.
What it was is a lot of decay and a lot of neglect and a lot of patching on top of patches. Marie said to me, you can't just fix things. You can't put a piece of wood there and prop that up. You've got to take it all down, because that's what Mike would do.
So it was my fault? Is that the idea?
No.
You watched the show and you got into it? Well, they blame me because they watch it on the show, and what do they see? Take it down and do it again. So they start doing this. But as it goes, they realize it's the way to do it, because structurally it was no good anymore, the electrical was no good anymore, it needed to be replaced.
We're quite pleased it's in the state it's in, because now we know it's clean, it's aired, and we know what's above us, what's below us.
Now tell me, how much did this cost you?
We spent $185,000, and that doesn't include anything we bought, like toilets or the kitchen cabinets.
So you're over 200?
Oh, way over
It
200.
must be now, by now, yeah.
You should have had this whole job done for $200,000, completely finished. Over $200,000 later, what do we see? It's not finished, and they're out of money. Well, you don't live here, obviously.
No.
Where are you living?
With my daughter.
With my daughter. My daughter lived with us for 20-odd years, and we think it's our revenge. We've moved back.
How long has this been?
Well,
just a year. 29th of July. Last
year.
year.
Yeah, we love our daughter, but I think it's right that she should get her life back.
They're out of their house for a year. A year this month, they're out of their home. They're out of money, they're out of luck, and they don't know who to call. Go back to your daughter's house, okay? You relax 1 month, and I'm gonna send you home.
Thanks.
Okay?
Thanks, Mike.
I'm gonna take care of this. Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Look at the floor in there. Did you see that floor? It won't work. So, what has happened here?
We didn't think we'd got the house the way we did.
It's not finished, and they're out of money. Hey guys. Go, Mike. Ready to take this place.
Yeah, good.
And make it right. Our flooring is a major issue because what we have is such different heights right from the addition, living room, kitchen to bedroom. I think what we're going to be doing is start stripping. I don't want to go too far. Let's pull up this mahogany, which is going to be a pain in the butt. Let's pull up the plywood. There's where we see why we've gone up. See that? We see 3/4 inch plywood. Is that 3/4 or 5/8? That's 5/8?
That's 5/8.
Yeah, and yet we have a piece down here. Now, I'm guessing there was a hole in the floor into this, and we're about to find out. This has now created a high point. Never gonna work. I have too much flexibility right here to tile over. This is why we pull things up. This is a good structure for me to work with. We're not gonna touch this. We're gonna fill this point here, and we'll work off of this height.
There's still another subfloor even underneath this one. By the time we get this down, we'll be back to our proper height, which is what they should have done before they put these walls up. They should have had the floors all level.
Here's the addition. This is brand new. This is what blows me away. I could feel it was unlevel. And so I brought it my level. I just want to see how much it's unlevel. Now, it's not a ton, but this is brand new. There's no reason whatsoever this can't be perfectly level.
Doesn't look too good, man.
No, it doesn't look too good. Look what we're finding. All kinds of goodies.
Mikey!
What's underneath the insulation?
It's like Ben thinks it's a tongue and groove ceiling.
We had 2x4 span here. We have different height from this point over to here. What's holding this up now? I don't even know. We're gonna pull all this out, restructure it. Something tells me this was an opening years ago and closed in incorrectly. What I'm thinking is dropping that wall, this wall, restudding it for strength. I don't see a proper load bearing at all in here. Don't cover things up. It won't work. Look at the floor in there. Did you see that floor? It won't work. We see too much movement in this wall. That tells me there's not enough structure. And here's the funny thing. These nails are hard to pull. That's actually bit into something. So they're gonna work for the drywall. But these other screws and nails that I'm pulling out, such as this right here, did we hit anything? No. No. Not enough. So what is this screwed into? That's my question. We can see the old roof line. We can see how many changes are in here. Old roof line, which tells me this was the exterior wall at one point. This room is an addition. This is now the master bedroom. So we definitely have a load bearing at this point. What is holding it? An insufficient load. Yes, no doubt about it. That's why it's coming down. It's going to be new. Steel tar paper, and that's another sign that tells me this was an exterior wall. Talk about piece day. This is not the way to do it. And if this was an exterior wall holding up this roof line, look at it. I might have to put in a temporary supporting wall to take this down on both sides. Found out through talking to Bill, this was the old fireplace. It is structured underneath this. We have floor joists running this way, carried load here, so all I have to do is put in filler strips and then sheet over top of it. Everybody wonders, why is my drywall cracking? Because we do not have proper structure tied in to allow no movement. We don't want movement. To put my studs this way instead of this way, to continue to cross as we go, and look how they build up. What, we have two 2x2s here. Two 2x2s, not a 2x4. Two this way, okay? We continue across, and what do we see? We see a 2x4 this way with a piece ripped down to build it out. Come on, guys. Take it down and build one wall. It took longer to do this than it would to take it down and build a whole new wall.
To the load-bearing wall of the old cottage, and there is some concern about it shifting a little bit. So we've got 2x6 top plate supported underneath the ceiling joist that supports this rafter, and 1, 2, 3 of those.
By the end of the day today, we are going to make sure that we tear the rest of this wall down, put up a 2x6 wall here, finish off the 2x4 wall directly across, do a quick cleanup, and we'll be back to do it again tomorrow. We want to make sure it's structured strong, so we will build this up in detail, and it'll be strong. It'll be right, and I won't have to come back and fix it. What I'm thinking is dropping that wall, this wall, restudding it for strength. Day 2.
Hey, guys. Hey, how's it going?
Day 2. Good. Yesterday we finished up the load-bearing wall. As you can see, we have a double top plate. We chose to use a 2x6 wall to get to the distance from the outside on this side. And if I walk through the bedroom, that we're nice and true across here. Now we don't have that jut out here that was before. 2 inches of drywall on this and trying to put up another layer of drywall. Now we're back to structure and it works out perfect. I'll bring Frank in today to get the electrical back down. In the kitchen, we've prepped all the floors. Sean spent the whole day doing this. So we built it up. We put on the half-inch plywood to bring it to this level. He's also planed the floor to get it into detail. So when we resheet this with the 5/8 over top, it'll now give us a fairly level floor to work with for the tiles. Minimum code requirements is 2x8 on a 12-foot span is acceptable, and it's not to me because there's too much movement. As long as there's movement in that floor, when I walk across it, you will crack the grout. Minimum the grout. How many times you want to grout? You want to grout every year? No, we want to make sure it's structured strong. So we will build this up. So now we'll go over this with 5/8, then we'll put down an underlay floor under the tiles, and it'll be strong. It'll be right. And I won't have to come back and fix it. Frankie.
Oh, you sir?
Not so bad yourself. Got a few things for you to do, nothing serious. We want to make sure we put in. We'll drill these back in place. We have some wall sconces, one approximately here, the other approximately here. Here's the other wire which leads off of that. We're gonna move that receptacle and I believe bring that one line on the right there up to the center. And just take a good look at all the electrical, make sure it's up to code. Let's make sure we get a 2x4 top plate on top of this right across, tied into the beam, tied into the header here. We have too much movement on the ceiling with 2x4.
Way too much. I was thinking
All right.
we should block it in between too.
No, it ain't gonna help. Just go right across the top, screw it down, screw it in, and that'll brace the center.
Okay.
Anytime you're dealing with trying to tie new into old, you really have to use your imagination on how to solve problems. Great example is this floor. Sure, it took us 2 days, but now we have a perfectly true and level floor. What a difference. I doubt very much that Bill knew buying this house that there was 4 additions on it. I doubt very much he knew that. My guess is he had no idea till he started pulling things up. You know, we know that there was addition on each side of this house, including the front. And now the back, so it's all 4 sides. And to tie into that, especially when really from day one, nobody really knew what they were doing, even to today, you know, to come in here, now we gotta fix up what the other guys did. We had our pass today for our structure. Now we're gonna get ready to insulate everything, vapor barrier, finish all the tuck taping, and write the drywall. Good morning. Bringing in a whole lot of drywall today. Des and Binge were here yesterday, and they have completely finished the installation vapor barrier. The inspector came in yesterday afternoon, and everything has been passed. We've got these maniacs in here that are going to drywall this in 1 day, and I just love these guys. I really do. They're really talented. It's what they do, drywall. Always want to make sure that we drywall the ceiling first. That way when we drywall the wall, it helps hold up the ceiling and stops cracking in the corners. Very important that you drywall the ceiling first. They have been drywalling for not even an hour, and almost the ceilings are done. He's already started the walls. Look at this. It's because they know what they're doing. We noticed they're nailing all the sheets, and yes, I talk about screwing everything, but this is really the most efficient way to do a massive drywall job. You nail all the outside edges. They use ring nails. Once the house is done, they'll go through and screw everything. To come in afterwards and screw everything in between now helps hold it up really nice and tight, and it just saves time. 2 hours, done. Unbelievable.
We're redeveloping the bathroom. The bathroom is very small and didn't have a shower.
In floor heating. First of all, we have a bad layout within the wood structure itself, so I don't even like that. Well, the reason this won't work as is, and we have to look at it, is we have so many joins in the floor of irregular floors. Old floor to work that's been done, pulled up, and obviously replaced with crappy plywood. What's going to happen is if I pour a concrete pad over this, it will snap at these joints. And when it snaps, it'll pull the tile with it. It'll break the tile, it'll break the grout. We don't want that. So let's pull all the clips. Don't use your hammer. We do not want to pierce this whatsoever. Use your sidelines, use something. Pull all the clips, save the clips, and then pick up the whole coil and get it into the tub. Be very gentle, but very cautious. We got to clean the floor. We get a thin set coat down on top of this, okay?
Okay.
We should also clear out that tub too and get ready for a water test on that.
Okay. Excellent.
We'll want to run the tub first before it's actually permanent. What I want to make sure is that it is not leaking at all from the inside. Even though it was factory tested, it's been shipped over, it's been moved around. We want to make sure it's not leaking now before we actually close it in. Because to come back and take apart all the tile and everything else to get to that tub is not a good thing. Well, I'm pretty satisfied it's not leaking. Pete is doing here is just throwing out the wet tape. He's just made a mix in the box, really just with the compound, mixed it all in with the paper tape, and he's just slapping it up. Pavel's following him with the applicator. He smooths it right out to a 90-degree corner. You can see how it just finishes it perfectly. So once this dries, putting on the second coat, it's just a piece of cake. Personally, I like mesh tape, but the pros use paper tape, and I have no arguments as long as it's done correctly.
Usually people make the mistake, they have they leave the edges maybe like this, and it's a lot more sanding and it becomes, the job probably won't end up as good.
I just want to look at how we're going to do the concrete board. We're going to make this 100% mold free, and that's the idea of using the cement board.
Absolutely. Swing away.
So if you can get going on this, get that nailing edge in and start closing up everything to do with the concrete board first, then we'll get going on the green. I'll start in the kitchen.
Well, putting up cement board in your bathroom is like making a bathroom out of concrete. So I like cement board just for the added longevity it's going to give your washroom. It's going to be the last thing that goes in your home, hopefully, and that's rare. Usually, people are doing washrooms every 4 to 5 years. Why is that? That's because people are using drywall, they're chintzing out. You're spending maybe an extra $200 to do a whole washroom, but at the end of a $20,000 bathroom is $200 or $300 a lot of money? Hell no.
You want to make this complete square as possible before you work on the tile. Because if not, then you got to play with the tile and it's...
Well, if you start with a square structure, it's going to be a lot easier for cutting tile and everything.
Yeah. That's it. That's the last sheet. Get the blue board up here now and just start getting ready to tile.
This is the subfloor that we're going to lay for underneath the tile. Very important. Even though we are thick on the floor, this is what gives us the break between the floor and the tile. It allows movement, but not the tile. That's the important part. Now we've made sure that we wash the floor before we actually start the thin set, because I want it clean. One thing we have to keep in mind is thin set does not stick to dirt. As you can tell, I'm trying to make it as even as possible. Stay away from any high spots, because that'll just be really a blob underneath the subfloor. It's going to be a very nice kitchen when it's done. Very nice. It's going to be a very nice house when it's done. Hey, Bill.
This is Sarah, my daughter.
Hi, Sarah, how are you? Nice to meet you. You're the one that wrote the letter.
That's right.
All right.
The daughter.
So you just come to check on progress here?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, come on in. Well, I'm sure it looks a little different.
Very.
Made a few changes because there was, honestly, a few mistakes.
The ceilings are all level now when you go through. Remember, they were all different heights.
There weren't no ceilings.
So what made you write this little story and send it to me?
I wanted to get them into their house.
More than anything, it wasn't get out of your hair. It was really get them in their own home.
Sure,
right?
they're welcome in my house, but to get them into their own house. You want your house, you want it done, you have dreams of what your house is going to be. This is the house they were going to retire to.
Well,
to buy a
makes
house
sense.
and not move in a whole year, I would be very frustrated by that.
It's going to be a challenge to finish on time, but I guess you're committed to finish on time, and
that's my job.
You've given my wife, you've given Maria a move-in date.
When you set a date, if you're a professional, that date happens.
Even if he didn't make the date, I'd still be happy. But it's a thing with pride with him, he's going to make it.
So for me, it's set. You'll be coming home, and there's no doubt in my mind.
I only have one problem in this whole thing is I would have loved to have helped Mike. I think he should have let me do some tiling or something.
You've been here every day, and I've watched you. You've cleaned up. You've offered your services, and I don't see that too often.
I have a new career now. I can be a clearer-upper to
You got to start somewhere.
You have to, yeah.
This is the subfloor that we're going to lay for underneath the tile. Well, we're at day what? Day 6. Not bad, eh? We've done a lot of work, restructured, insulated, drywalled. We have now 2 coats of plaster up. They're trying to do the 3rd coat, but I had to send them home today. It's not dry. We have so much humidity in the air. It's taking a long time for that compound to dry. We've had a lot of success with the kitchen. We have re-leveled the floor. We've laid down the subfloor before the tiles. We have the porcelain tiles. These are very nice. I like porcelain because it's continuous right through the tile rather than ceramic where it's only glazed over the top, so it's a quality tile. Today, we're going to start the tile in the kitchen and throughout the hallway. I'm not worried about laying the subfloor in the closet. It's not a walking area. It doesn't bother me. We're going to get the foam tray down because today we're going to have Todd come in, the plumber. So it's going to be a busy day. A lot of fun. But I'm not worried about cuts today if we can just start laying full tiles. I'm going to try and even it from the doorway to the cabinet, that it looks square, even if we have to shift. The standard way of really laying tiles that everybody's used to is just continue it in a row, right? So it goes throughout the floor. But because it's a nice off-white tile, it's going to make it look like a hospital. So let's lose that. Let's try and stagger this, give it a little bit of characteristic rather than a hospital look. This keeps it square, but breaks it up. I like it.
So now on this next course, I want to get center of the tile. Tiles from the manufacturer aren't exactly precise. They could be off by a 32nd or a thou. So you gotta, as you're laying them down, manipulate them and work them so that aesthetically, when you look at it, it looks the best you can get it.
We're going to be using a foam-based flooring in the bathroom, and what this does is it gives us a thermal break from underneath. We've fixed up the floor. We put some high-quality thin set within the floor, a couple of layers. It's really just to help level it and fill in them cracks that we don't want. What this does is it just stops the heat from transferring from the floor into the walls. We want to keep it within the floor and want to keep it on your feet. Applies rather easy, it doesn't take long. Now we'll put in the foam. This gives us a thermal break from the basement underneath. And it's a floating floor. You do not glue this down in place at all. What happens is once we lay it out, it does not bond to the floor underneath. We have the edger, which gives us also a thermal break from the floor to the wall. We do not want to put heat into the wall. Where do we want heat? We want it under our feet. So thermal break means we allow heat to rise and not run down. Well, in-floor heating, when you're using water, the theory behind it is that you heat up the water. It gets pumped through the system, and it radiates heat from the hot water in the pipe. And it works very well because what it does is keeps your feet warm. When your feet are warm, you are warm. It radiates it. It does not blow it. This line that I'm putting in here is for the thermostat. It's just a wire that comes up. It reads the temperature in the floor. So I just put a longer nail in the clip. I want that held down.
Okay, we're using double-sided tape here. Because what we're gonna do is drape plastic over the windows so when we spray, we don't get the windows dirty. The reason we're spraying is because to prime this by a roller would take a tremendous amount of time and energy. Whereas if I spray it and everything's taped off properly, a room like this will take about 10 minutes. Plus it's a lot less tiring. So if we spray, basically it's saving us time, saves the client money, and gets the job done quicker.
Excellent. We have a very, very dry mix here. Many places they'll call it a dry pack, mortar bed, sand coat, I don't care what you call it. This is what we want to see. What you're looking at, it is not wet. We want to be able to pick it up, bring it into a ball, it's tight into a ball, and breaks. When I wipe my hands off, we have no wet. That's what we're looking for. This is perfect. It compacts very, very nice, very hard, and will dry rock hard. So it is dry. I'm just going to scan it out. And what a way of doing this, eh? A floating ceramic tile floor. You ever hear of that? Really, if you think about this, this is the same way they've done it without the foam approximately 200 years ago, was they just laid down a sand bed and then a cement coat over top of it, and they were ready for their tile. And they never had cracks in their grout or cracks in their tiles. You know, what are we doing wrong today? Once this is hardened, which will take, no time at all because it is a dry mix, we'll then do a thin coat of thin set, put down the orange product, which is the membrane on the floor, and tile over top of that. So what have you found?
Well,
Doesn't sound good.
Well, it's a low slope for start, eh? It's like a 212 pitch. It should be ice and water under the whole thing. We're a little weak on how the tips have been cut. What did you find down there, Steve?
It's such a low slope, it's flat in a couple of areas.
They cut back the starter course on the perimeter.
Oh, to fake it?
Didn't strip it all, pounded over top. It looks like a hole in there. There's a soft spot that's sunken.
And you're saying they just cut them back? They did too, the buggers. The old shingles, they just cut it back so you didn't see them, and they put in the new ones. Brand new roof, 2 months old. You have more?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, look at the hole there. They didn't even care closing in and stuff. The squirrels are gonna make a home in here, chew right through the inside of the attic.
Here, they left the flashing right off because they couldn't see it. They just relied on some caulking.
Look at this. Another home for the animals to come live in, never mind the weather. This is not how we do things.
It's actually below code. It's not right. It's illegal.
We've just drywalled out, we've closed everything in on the inside. We come up on the roof now, just add a couple of vents, thinking it's a brand new roof. Don't worry, it's a great roofing company. And look at this. It's gonna leak on all my new stuff? I wanna call them personally. Tell them what I saw. I gotta tell Bill. You know what? I just about had it with the people that have been in this house. I thought for sure the roofing company would be at least half decent. I looked at the soffit, the fascia. Everything that you can't see is completely crap. As far as I'm concerned, this whole roof has to come up and be redone. I'm not impressed, Bill.
There's no reason that it shouldn't have been right. I mean, we didn't haggle the price. We didn't ask for a cheap job. We just said, we wanted a proper roof.
Rob's gonna make this right. He's gonna fix everything, and it doesn't matter. I told him, do whatever it takes. I don't care what you have to take up. Fix it.
How does the homeowner know when they get a job done and they pay the good money that it's the right job? How do we know?
Shame on you guys. Absolutely shame on you.
Before you came here 2 hours ago, if someone had phoned me up, I'd have given this company a reference.
Reputable company, my ass.
What's next?
We come up on the roof now, just add a couple of vents, thinking it's a brand new roof. Don't worry, it's a great roofing company. And look at this. Well, right now we're stopping traffic to get the vehicles in here. We've decided yesterday we're gonna pull the whole roof. We're not gonna mess with it. Half of it is no good, but I don't wanna leave the other half. I have worries, I have issues that we're gonna have a problem in the future. You know what, we're finishing the house completely. Why should I leave half of the roof and give me a bad name? We're taking it all down. It's a real pain on my side because the roof I did not expect. I thought I was throwing in a couple of vents and that was it. So it widened the job just a little bit. Hey, Brian, we gotta go down far on this?
First of all, the chimney's too short, okay? And we can't tuck point this, we can't repair it. So we're gonna take it down to the roof line.
Okay.
And we're gonna extend it an additional 2 feet.
Because they did put on an addition on the back, which has now exceeded the roof line. This was the old peak of the roof line. Now we're up another probably 3 feet. So we have to be up over the roof is the whole idea. So that's why Brian's here today. He's going to extend this up, but obviously we have to take it down so far down to go up. We got to bring it down to solid structure. This is just not solid enough. You could see as he was pulling it apart, it just crumbled.
I got the same brick, which is a red rug. The difference is it's a slight tone lighter, only because the older brick is aged. So sooner or later, this will age and it'll get darker.
So what do you think?
The homeowner had mentioned it was done in cold weather. I'm sure the guys didn't want to be here long, so they put it on as quickly as they could. And that's really the explanation for, visually you can tell that it's installed incorrectly.
So it looks like we have no choice. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to salvage any of this. How long do you think this is going to take? You have enough guys here.
Yeah, we brought an army of guys. We'll be probably in and out of here for sure today.
I don't want my work on the inside getting screwed up. Go to it, pal.
most cases, a lot of homes just require a repair because of an improper installation, but here, I mean, the improper installation is so consistent that it really just requires a complete rehaul, so to speak. And unfortunately, you can't save any of the material.
So this is what we use on flat roofs, not on a peak roof?
Yeah, on a flat roof as a mid-ply.
So they attempted really to do something about this low pitch, but it's not adequate.
No, I mean, they would have been better off with just regular ice and water shield in this situation.
And
Because
why?
this in no way adheres to the deck itself. So in other words, in the occurrence of an ice dam, which starts at the eave, it would just lift up underneath this product, just like it would lift up under a shingle and back in anyway. That's a huge waste of product. That's a pretty expensive membrane they put down, and it's absolutely pointless the way they installed it. Not to mention brand new shingles that we have to tear up.
All right, we're back. We'll let the kitchen guys do their work. They came in and put in their cabinets. I'm not gonna look too close. I have other things on my mind at this moment. Had Craig in here paint like crazy at the same time. We've been doing a little bit of trim work, and we're just getting ready to do the oak floors in the bedroom and work our way out to the living room.
That's some nice looking wood.
Very nice. I like this. Nice little pieces here. We see the differences in colors. I really like that. It's almost like a birch idea where the birch is light and dark.
Definitely.
Very nice. So let's just measure off the line, start nailing, and we're good. We're gonna nail where the baseboard and 3/4 round is going to be. Most oak floor installers will put down wax paper simply to slide their wood in place, okay? Another theory is to help hold the dust down that's underneath your product, the oak floor, the new stuff. You don't need it. There is nothing in code or manufacturer's installation that says you have to use a tar paper, wax paper, or any type of paper underneath the oak floor. You can go directly on it.
All the wood in the house is pine. Pine typically doesn't stain well. So what we've done is we've conditioned all the wood with water. We wipe it with a damp rag to open the pores in the wood, opens the grain, and allows the stain to take more evenly. So what I'm doing is staining all the wood, then about 5 minutes after it's done, I'm just wiping it down with a rag so it gives an even finish all over. And it's actually working really well on these doors. I'm surprised how well the pine's taking the stain.
These guys are animals. They just all in one day come in, attack it, make it done. That's just it. You notice we're using the weather and ice shield throughout the valleys, wrapped up over top. Even on top of it, they use the tar paper as a secondary backup. They continue the tar paper up the roof. Minimum code says that we have to have 3 feet of tar paper on the bottom. We prefer to use weather and ice shield at the bottom and then tar paper continuously through the peak. Today, the weather's gorgeous, and it makes it real simple to do the installation of the shingles. That's one of the biggest problems on this roof here. It was done in sub-zero weather. They were cold. They wanted to go home. Quickly get it done and get out. And they didn't mind cutting the corners, unfortunately. For me, I don't think it's a wise idea to have your roof done in the winter. A couple of reasons. Our shingles are going to be brittle. You're going to have problems with it. The guys are going to be cold, so they're going to do their damnedest to get the hell out of there so they get back into warmth. So if you can wait till spring, or at least to a moderate temperature, I recommend it. While they're finishing the roof, let me go check on the inside. Keith and Des are finishing the oak floors in this room, looking good. Binge, hanging the doors, I like it. Looks good. Bit by bit, this will get done. How's it going, Mike? Brought your son today?
I did. This is Kurt.
How you doing, Kurt?
Good, how are you?
Not so bad. Nice to meet you, buddy. What's our layout here?
What we're doing here is we met with the customer earlier through the week, and we're going to put a column of shelves down this side with shelving above a hanging section.
Okay.
And then across the back wall is a long hang section with a double hang section beside, with the top shelf all the way around.
Almost there, eh?
Very close.
home soon. Time to get this house back. Here they come. This is gonna be fun. Well, we've done a few things. On the outside, we've recapped all your windows, have the shutters up, and we use a black stain on everything.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's just, oh, it's so fantastic.
Well, we ran into one surprise with your roof. It was a little bit of a depressing day that we had when we went up to put some vents in. I went up on the roof to put in a couple of roof vents because it needed more. And I'm pulling down the whole roof. It wasn't good enough. And the last thing I was going to do was leave it up there so it could flood my work. Come on in. After you.
Oh, my God.
Let's step in. Bill?
This is... God, I can't believe it. Oh, my God, that was... It's incredible.
Now, this was a job because I was a little frustrated with the levels of the floor.
Oh, Mike, it's just... I can't believe it's the same house.
We dropped down your ceiling here to give it character because everything was different from one side to the other.
It's so... I mean, really, it's so classy. It looks really beautiful.
Doesn't look the same since the last time you were here.
No, it's a shock. No, it's totally different.
It's not the easiest thing in the world, I suppose, to run around and take things apart and put them back together again and try and help people. It's a lot of headaches. It's a lot of work. But when you see that look on their face at the end, that justifies everything.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Oh, look at... Oh, it's like a different house.
Well, let me tell you, we opened up this floor like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, my... I must admit, I'm totally floored.
It's nice, isn't it?
Oh, it's more than nice. Can't believe it.
You know, Bill did everything right, didn't he? He dotted his I's, he crossed his T's, he got the permits himself. He set this up into detail. So what happened? Bill wanted to be the general contractor. He thought that by doing it himself, he could save money.
Yeah, I think there's only one thing wrong with this house. There's nothing I can do. You know, there's nothing needs fixing, is there?
Well, really, Bill is a handyman himself. He is. But that doesn't give you the tools you need to run your own project at this scale. This is a big project. $250,000. I could have built him a brand new home.
Oh, my God.
Nice.
Oh, my God.
And we ended up taking down a few walls. And we restructured it, did it all again. It's just because I couldn't drywall over it. It was not a straight wall, and it drove me nuts. So
it's just so lovely.
Find the right contractor, someone that has the ability to oversee this job. Take a look at your bathroom.
Oh, my God.
Now, we did a few changes in your bathroom.
Everything is what you picked.
We have in-floor heating. We used a totally different product on the floor. I think you chose some very nice colors, some very nice tiles.
Oh, the workmanship is really, it's just incredible. Oh, my God. It's amazing seeing it all come together.
It's done. It was a lot of work, but it's done. Now, they can move out of the daughter's home and back to their own life again 13 months later. Let's see the closet. I brought in a friend of mine.
Oh my God.
Now, Bill says this is going to be your closet and he's going to live in a wardrobe.
Oh my God.
Someone believe that.
Oh, this is too much. This is incredible, Mike. Oh my God.
This is yours. You are so welcome.
Oh my God.
They can now just say goodbye to yesterday and hello to today and tomorrow. That works for me. I couldn't wait. So I went and I got a company to pick up your furniture and bring you home today.
It's so strange to see my furniture again. It's nice.
family members here
Oh, hi, Jacob.
Room to run around.
This is Mike the Builder show.
That was awesome. That is the job.
Yeah.
You know,
This
when
is the
it's
job
worth
of
everything
job.
we do.
Yeah.
Definitely. Excellent, Bill.
Yeah,
Excellent, man. He's been one of the nicest guys to work for. Fabulous.
If only I was a little bit better than a handyman.
I was hoping to put the kitchen in the center of the house. And the back room, which is where the original kitchen was, I'm going to turn that into a TV room.
I immediately see problems. Like, this is just totally illegal. He was going to leave this wall and just drive all over it? This is not a structured wall.
I just ended the relationship.
When I was 6 years old, I did better structure than this. Contractor says, I think I'm doing a good job. This is just not only an electrical nightmare, a plumbing nightmare, a structural nightmare, it's like a freaking nightmare. Mike Holmes, look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep you in shape? Be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
One of the things that drew me to this neighborhood was just that it is a really nice neighborhood, and it's still in a downtown area. This is my first house. I've had a couple of condos before this. Just got to a point where I wanted to get a house and get out of the condo lifestyle and have a house with a backyard and somewhere the dog could go out. When I first saw this house, I knew it had been on the market for a while because it did need a little bit of work. And I think that's what drew a lot of buyers away from it. What drew me to it was the potential. I decided it was a really good opportunity to come in and renovate it. From going around looking at other homes in the neighborhood, I had an idea as to what the typical layout was and what layouts worked and what layouts didn't work. This one just needed some modifications.
Don, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again too.
You have your dog on guard duty there.
Yes, yeah, he's on duty. So
what's his name?
His name's Parker.
Hey, Parker. How you doing, buddy? Well, let's take a look at your kitchen.
Okay, come on in.
After you, sir.
Thank you. I actually got the contractor before I moved in here. He came recommended to me by some friends. So I thought I was getting a really good contractor.
He bought the house, immediately wanted a brand new kitchen, even before he moved in and was settled, but it ended up taking longer. Boy, oh boy, I immediately see problems.
He came in and just started doing work, and this is sort of the result of the work over about a 3-month period.
It took 3 months to get to here?
Yeah, to get to here. So this is what 3 months has gotten me.
Okay.
In those 3 months, I was always on the contractor trying to get in. He came up with 1,000,001 excuses as to why he wasn't coming in. When he did come in, he'd come in for 2 hours and just do a couple things here and there and then leave again. So the whole experience was a very bad experience right from the start.
I don't like his methods of tiling, that's for sure. Did he tile?
He tiled half it, and actually the plumber tiled the back half. They used screwdrivers to maneuver the tiles into place, which chipped the corners.
You know the cost of that floor? They're anywhere from $12 to $18 a tile. All garbage. What was in here before?
This was actually the original kitchen, was in the back. And the area that's going to be the kitchen was actually the dining room.
So, switch. Move the kitchen into here, dining room to here?
Yeah, I was actually just going to make this into a TV room.
Okay. Well, that's probably doable.
I started looking at his work closer, and there was a lot of big problems with the floors. There was problems with the headers. There was a lot of really glaring errors. As someone who doesn't know much about construction can easily tell there was a lot of things that were wrong.
He was going to leave this wall and just drive all over it?
Yeah, I think he, because I discussed this with him at one point, because I noticed that this wall isn't really being held up by anything. So
it's about the siding outside is really holding it, that's for sure. We have, I mean, look at it.
I think his suggestion...
This is not a structured wall. I mean, what we see is they've carried the load. This was an addition years ago. This is not part of the house. I can tell by looking at it. They've tied into the existing structure here, which now carries the load up over top with two 2x6s. No, that is unacceptable. To leave a wall like this, what did he plan on doing with this?
I talked to him about it, and his plan was just to put a couple bolts in the side to bolt it into the house.
Nuts and bolts fix everything.
Yeah, and that was another thing that sort of was a flag in my mind.
I mean, I can go red flags, 15 red flags. How many red flags do you need before you tell the guy, I don't want you in my house?
Got to the point with him that I didn't feel his quality of work was up to the standards that I'd want it to be, or really up to any standards. I just ended the relationship.
Don said, stop. Okay, the job's got to stop. Something's wrong here. The contractor, funny enough, says, what's wrong? Looks good to me. I think I'm doing a good job.
It seems like he has no idea that he's done anything wrong, and he defends his work, and he's proud of his work. So in a way, I'm mad at him for doing this to my house, but then on the other hand, he just doesn't recognize that he's done anything wrong. So I have mixed feelings about it.
I can tell you didn't get a permit.
Yeah, no, there was no permit. I wasn't too sure if you're just moving a kitchen around if you needed a permit. But I didn't even know to bring that up, because I just assumed he was just going to come in and put in the kitchen and everything would be fine.
Find out for yourself. Call the government. Do I need a permit? It's a simple phone call. And if your contractor says you don't and you find out the government says you do not hire that contractor. He's trying to cut corners. This is a major screw up, okay? This is a complete god. What is this gas line sticking out of the middle of the floor here?
That was supposed to be for the island that was going to go into the center of the kitchen.
You don't have the width in this kitchen.
Yeah, as I found out.
At all. Who did the electrical?
It was somebody that he brought in to do
that. Is totally not allowed. There's way too many wires in that box. As soon as I see this tells me he was going to close this in.
Yeah.
What else is closed in?
Yeah.
This is not a licensed electrician. If he is, he should lose his license, lose his job, and be kicked to the curb. What are we doing under the stairs here?
Under the stairs here was originally supposed to be a powder room.
You can't have a powder room here. There are laws that govern head clearance over toilet. I take it this is where the toilet's supposed to be?
Yeah, the toilet was supposed to be right there.
And how is he going to fill in the back? There's no head clearance for the toilet?
Yeah.
They would never allow you to put a powder room in here.
Yeah. He said it was no problem to put the bathroom under the stairs, which I come to find out now that it's not actually is a good place to put a bathroom.
This bathroom is going to have to be removed.
When I told him that I no longer needed his services and I wanted my money back, we started negotiating, trying to so I could get some money back. He just says, I have to wait a week. I'm getting some extra money from a client. And when he says that, I sort of cringe a little bit, because I think, okay, he's doing this with somebody else. So I know that someone else is in the same situation as me, and I'm just basically getting the money that they paid him. So it's kind of a sad situation.
This is not the way it should be.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look that way at all.
You know, this is all coming down. It's all going to the dump. Now it's going to cost them double.
I'm far beyond the crying stage. I know that it's just, I've gotten to the point where I'm laughing at it now. Because it is sort of laughable when I look at what he's done. And Parker cries for me.
Let me just do what I have to do. Okay. I'll be back.
Thank you so much.
We'll make this right, buddy.
Thanks.
Okay.
Whoa!
This was live. This has been live all this time. Unbelievable! I immediately see problems. I don't like his methods of tiling. That is totally not allowed. This is not a structured wall.
I didn't feel his quality of work was up to the standards that I'd wanted.
This is a major screw up, okay? This is a complete gut. Oh, I know this is going to be a bit of a nightmare, but we'll just put our brains together and see what we can do with it.
Sure, we'll figure something out. If we can manage to lift this window here.
Okay.
Or even eliminate it.
I can always drop in some skylights in here to really bring in the outside light.
Sure. This would give us the ability to place the cooktop, basically right centered on this window.
Still fridge, still
still
sink.
Fridge there.
Dishwasher beside the sink.
Right, so we'd have the wall oven up around waist height.
Okay, and the other wall would be here.
And our other wall would be here.
I like that, I really do. Now, how long do you need to put these cabinets together for me?
It's not the biggest kitchen in the world, so we could probably push it closer to 4 weeks.
All right. I'll call you soon.
Sure, mate.
As usual.
Wait for your call.
Thanks.
Where's the kitchen?
This is it.
This is it?
And watch out for the potholes in the road.
Yeah.
Just look at the structure. I can't believe it's standing.
Well, these houses are old too. You start digging into them, man. Look out.
Did you know that second only to Boston, Toronto has the most Victorian homes in the world?
Is that correct?
This is why we have such a booming renovation industry.
Not screwed in too much at all. Oh yeah, you missed all the studs.
Whoa! What'd you do?
This was live. This was live. That's 220, you son of a bitch. I didn't expect this to be live. It's cut here, so all I did was when I moved it, obviously it shorted itself out, so he's already cut into the line. Should not have been charged up. The only thing about my job that's easy is taking the scrap down. Look at how he built up over the old. Don't pull it down. No. Let's drywall over it. Amazing when people use drywall as a cover-up. This is the line that was live. Look at the excess wire in the wall here. This is only like expensive wire. The fact that he's covered up so much, I can't trust what's behind any of this drywall. So I've decided to take it all down. You see that? It's live. The black one there is live. So is the red. Like, this is just totally illegal. Unbelievable! You know what bugs me is that this has been live all this time. This house is tied into the house next door. That's the joining wall right there. This hole here stops nothing, in other words, from fire getting through. We have to have a fire stop on this wall to save this family of this house if this kitchen ever burns down. And in this case, believe me, it probably would. Look at the cover-ups here. Think about a fire starting in the furnace room, coming up the hole in the floor, burning right up to here, and just getting in next door. This all has to be fire stopped. In other words, fire rated from this house to this house. This 2x4 is holding up that beam up above. It's not even nailed. Look at this. Oh my God. I've got to get this opened up so we can see all the electrical. Frank will be here next time. I think we'll bring in the plumber to disconnect and run it properly. That's supposed to be for the
range hood,
in the center. Yeah. Which should be hard ducted, not this. Not to mention this is a new junction here. This is not how you pull electrical up from downstairs. This is live. This will come up through the floor. What if we're putting up the baseboard and hit it with a nail? This is not the way to do this. There was too many corners cut here. Let's just continue taking down the rest of the insulation, start pulling up the tiles on the floors.
This thin-set mortar is like attached to the, you know how it attaches to exterior plywood. It's gonna be...
nightmare.
To get up, man, it's like...
Well, we can't use it. It's hurting his feelings. Very expensive tile. He's emotional today. Gotta love him.
Exterior grade plywood with good thin set. He used even white thin set that he's supposed to with limestone, and there's no way this is gonna come up gravy. It's just whatever. It's gonna be a hack job. It's a shame too. These are like $15 tiles.
This seems to be a real pain in the butt to take up, eh?
Well, they're just well bonded because it was done the right way. Unfortunately, the floor wasn't level or anything.
Don, we have a little bit of a nightmare here. We have major plumbing, major electrical, and major structure. Not to mention your next door neighbor being right here. This is their drywall, their electrical. Yeah. No fire stop whatsoever within this wall. He doesn't care, obviously, if he causes a fire within the electrical and kills them next door.
Yeah, I knew there would be some surprises back there, mostly because it's an older house. So I thought they might find some extra things in there, but I didn't know that it would be quite as bad as it is.
We have to go through this in great detail. We may have to open up walls upstairs. We may have to open up downstairs to get to all this and correct it to the way I have no choice.
Yeah.
You know, I have to do this.
I think some of it probably was from previous renovations. With the house being over 120 years old, I would expect probably some of the renovations going on probably weren't really up to code.
This is worse than I expected, and I knew when I came in it was going to be bad.
It's been a bit of a nightmare for the last 4 months, and just knowing that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, it's just exciting to know that I can actually have a kitchen at some point and not do dishes in the bathtub, and I'm just really looking forward to that.
Start pulling up the tiles on the floor.
It's gonna be a hack job. It's a shame too, these are like $15 tiles.
It's a little bit of a mess. So what we have here, existing used to be a kitchen on this side, and what the homeowners wanted was to bring the kitchen over here. They tried to do a bathroom under the stairs.
Under the stairs here, they're trying to do a bathroom?
Yes. It's not going to work.
No, you can't do that.
So we're going to have to absolutely eliminate that. Yep. Obviously, we have no vent at the sink whatsoever.
Nothing. Jeez.
Is that ridiculous?
That's ridiculous.
Obviously, we have to remove all this and start again.
Yep. Well, we'll make it right, man.
That's what I want to hear.
That's it.
Damon, Sean, I want the first layer 3/4 inch plywood up. This will give us evidence of where he's cut.
Right.
We'll open that area and inspect what he's done. We've got to do our damnedest not to go downstairs. Normally, we check the plumbing and electrical by going through the ceiling downstairs. This is not the easy way to doing this, believe me. But we're going to have to pull up this floor. There's people living down there. There's not too much I can do about it. We want to see what's beneath this.
Whatever he did, he eventually covered over with 3/4 inch plywood to the kitchen and throughout here. So if we pull up the first layer, it'll sort of give us a road map as to what happened initially, like where did he cut to run what, stuff like that. It'll also help because then we can level the floor a little easier. Basically though, it's an investigation sort of thing.
This is how they left the floor, sitting on top of the old joists. Just sitting there. So when I pulled the plywood up, the whole thing came with it. This is what the toilet was sitting on, or would have been sitting on. Just absolutely inadequate.
How you doing?
Nice to see you again.
Well, we have another bad one here.
Did they retrofit these wires in, or did you just find them loose?
Everything was
like
lying
that.
on
Just like
the vapor barrier like that, ready for nails for pictures or whatever to short out.
What did they try to do there?
I think they use that as some sort of a pony panel without breakers. There's all kinds of live issues here. I went across and checked everything and moretted anything that I thought, which there was no morets on them at all.
You might quit your job after this one.
I want to quit now. David just asked me about telephone wires, and as he broke away here, carefully, not to damage the telephone wire, we ended up David had found this. And this was just buried underneath the floor, just like that.
Is it live?
Oh, yeah.
Holy moly.
I have...
That's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. Licensed guy? No way. If he does have a license, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure he loses it. I've got to make a few calls on this one. I can't stand this. If you'd have a dishwasher that would overflow through the grout, it'll go, it'll penetrate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You're livening up the entire floor. Now we have no idea what we're going to find. Turn off the power to the entire house, run a generator for what we need, test off everything. Like, this is sick. Like, someone can get seriously hurt just trying to fix it now at this point.
I know it's a plumbing nightmare. And from what the electrician told me, he's having a time. So I don't know who's worse, but we're both in the same boat here.
I just finished speaking to a homeowner a few minutes ago, and apparently this is a licensed electrician holding a valid master's license.
That I'd like to see. This is him.
I'm gonna call.
We've taken up the first layer of plywood on the floor, and honestly, I'm getting a little bit nervous about what's underneath this, and I'm talking about plumbing and electrical here. I just can't help the feeling but pulling it all up.
All?
Yeah.
Right down to the joists? Then what? Why are we doing this?
Oh.
Why are we pulling up all the floor?
Do we let it go that there's possibly so much more under this floor?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Just go right down to the floor joist and fix it all.
All
this
we
is
do
a lot of work, buddy.
Let's just make it right. This is extreme. This is for one kitchen. My God, this is absolutely extreme.
Yeah, we're just chewing through blades here. Look at the floor here. The floor is about 2 1/8 of an inch thick, plus we're battling through this thin set mortar. And yeah, hopefully we'll have enough blades to just cutting between the floor joist here and then try to pry up sections at a time, because just taking one layer of plywood off at a time ain't cutting it. It's all screwed together and stuff, so anyway. It's one of those days. You know, I really don't think other renovators would do this. I'm sorry. We're setting a new precedent.
I think they used to line the floors with old newspaper. I was trying to look for a year.
Sure we'll find the date. Look at all these wires. It's a good thing we did this. Oh, here we go. 1950. September 13th, 1950. It was a Wednesday. Saying just go right down to the floor joist and fix it all.
All we
This
do
is a lot of work, buddy.
This is extreme. This is for one kitchen. My God, this is absolutely extreme. We're about, I'd say, day 5 here now. We've had a lot happening in this kitchen. So we have everything passed. We have the structure passed, we have the plumbing passed, we have studded this wall. The idea is now just to structure it, make it strong. Now we'll tie this into the outside wall so we have no movement, and we'll insulate the whole void, which gives us a lot more R value. We have an issue of 2.5 inches from the highest point of the floor over there, which is near the ductwork, to here. This was the lowest point of the whole room. 2.5 inches in height difference. Not good. 2.5 inches. We solve it, we make it right, and it ends up being a nice level floor, and it'll be a hell of a difference. We are able to actually take the laser level, hit it right across the room, and what that's going to do for us is really line this right up. We can now take our 2x4s like Benji and Des brought it across the floor joist, hit the laser across the top, attach it, mark it, cut that piece, glue it and screw it down.
Glue it and screw it?
Well, if you're going to do it, glue it and screw it.
Glue it and screw it.
See, it's funny, eh? You look at the new 2x10s and the old ones. Look how nice and wide they are. Too bad we don't do that anymore. People wonder why our floors are bouncing everywhere. Yeah. Hey, buddy, what's up? What are you doing?
He is not happy
Parker
with
wants
the
to go
work.
outside. How you doing, Mario?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Watch your step. Not so bad, thank you. As you can see, we've had quite the nightmare here.
I can see that.
What I want to do is lose the center window.
Yes.
I want privacy from neighbor to here in these 2 windows.
We'll take some measurements.
All right.
And we'll explore the options.
Fabulous. Well, that excites me. Actually, might even take a little bit more pressure off me, considering I have enough here.
I can see that.
There's a bunch of reasons we're insulating the floor. First of all, they have a basement apartment. They have a tenant. Let's increase the tenant's enjoyability of their home by soundproofing from the landlord. As well, this is a fire stop. This is absolutely flame resistant. You can blow a propane torch into this and nothing will happen. The other thing is it will act as a heat sink for any ducting running up underneath here. Insulating can make or break your job really in the long run, and overall comfort for the whole home. So Damon and I here are going to take our time and get this in nice and tight. We're here day 5 and we're just laying subfloor. Most guys would want to be doing that on their second day if they're contracting. We took up 2.5 inches of flooring. More work than I'd ever would have imagined, or I don't think most contractors would do that. But the end result is awesome. We've leveled the floor entirely, and what better for laying tile? I'm really happy about where we're at now, even though it took a few extra days. Hey, big rascal.
Good morning.
What are you doing?
Oh, another dollar, another day. What a difference with the insulation in, eh?
Yep.
Nice and dead, nice and quiet.
Yeah, it's coming along real nice.
Looks really good. We have lost the window in the center. Really, what I mean by losing is we've removed it. We've closed it up on the outside. We're going to bring in my siding guys, and they'll match the siding on the outside. We will be pulling these windows and putting in the new ones that you cannot see through. It's only for light. We're just going to get the vapor barrier up. We want to make sure we have it nice and tight. We want to make sure we have some access on the floor so we can sweep later, and make sure we use a caulking across the bottom so we seal it right directly down to the floor. We definitely want to make sure that all joints are tuck taped so we have no air loss, and that's the idea with using vapor barrier. We want to keep the warm air in and not allow it to go through the wall. You getting used to a new kitchen, eh?
Our drywall has just arrived, so I want to get that in here and we'll carry on.
All right. It's nice to finally be on the drywall stage. We want to make sure that we drywall the ceiling first, then tackle the walls. And I like to put up a couple of coats of sheetrock 90 and then apply compound. We've laid down the subfloor for the tiles, and we put down some plastic on top because Craig was in last night spraying the place. Makes a hell of a difference when you prime it. It starts to look like it's supposed to. We'll start with the windows. See if you can take it out in one piece, and then just take your Sawzall, reciprocating saw, cut the jambs of the window, and fold them in. Okay, hold it. Break the glass. Break the glass. If I'm gonna have a hard time taking it out, I'm gonna smash the glass. I don't wanna waste my time and take forever pulling this window out. Instead of playing with it, break it and clean it up. This is why we don't tile till last. We have good windows we're putting in here. A lot better than the ones that were here. The good part about it is you can't see through them. If I'm gonna do a brand new kitchen, I'm not gonna leave an old door in here. Besides, the sealant around this door is broken anyways. I'm gonna put in a new one. A whole lot of garbage on this job. This is a gorgeous wood door. Not a cheap one. You know what? We don't do cheap work. Weather sealant is what we're looking for. Weatherproof, not allowing you to draft anything else. I want to get some spray foam in there. I want it sealed all the way around. Some of your doors, a good way to check would be to grab a feather and hold it around the door. And that feather will move if there's a breeze. And you know it was installed wrong. Now that's a nice window. Okay, we'll get the spray foam on the bottom. Let's do a quick cleanup, go home, come back tomorrow. Cool. Good job, guys.
We've leveled the floor entirely. And what better for laying tile?
Why don't you do me a favor, Sean? Lay out a couple of patterns here while I'm just checking some double measurements here. Instead of a center, you know, like a brick pattern, let's try something that may be off-staggered. With the possibility of going, say, 4 inches over on a tile, and then off-staggering it again, 4 inches, and again.
That sounds like your idea. Can I give you my idea? Because I
want to see that too.
All right.
I like it, Sean. Okay, let's bring Don in to take a look at this and see what he thinks. What we've done here is we've actually worked out a grid. This pattern works so perfect that if we start 4 tile at the door, we'll end up with 4 tile at that door, and every third row is staggered. What do you think?
Yeah, that looks really good.
A little different?
Yeah, it's a little different. It's not the standard grid pattern, which I like having something a little different with visual interest. It'll look great.
What's the Sean's idea?
Yeah, good idea, Sean.
Thanks, Don.
I like it. So we're sold?
Yeah, no, this looks great.
Okay, we're gonna make it happen. Whenever you're using a marble or a porous tile or any type of light tile, you want to make sure you use a white thin set and not a gray thin set. Marble has a tendency to pull up the dark thin set right through the tile and changes the color of the tile. Always with marble is a white thin set, and that's what we're using. So all I'm doing is just watching Sean, making sure he gets this. This is really Sean's first time for laying a full kitchen. I want to give him the opportunity. Another thing with marble or a type of big tile like this is it's especially marble. You want a very thin grout line. You don't want it thick like your standard tile. You want it to look like really just a sheet of marble on the floor. We'll use a sandless grout on this so it gets down in between that 1/16 of an inch joint. He's going to take his time today. He's got a lot riding on this one. Sean and Damon worked till 8 o'clock last night putting in the tiles. Looks really nice. I really like the staggered pattern on here. You can't see it with the drop cloths, but I can see it on the edges. Good job.
No worries.
I'm impressed.
We'll do the quarter test later.
All of a sudden, you're a tile guy. Just look at that, eh? Very good job. You know what? You put tile guys to shame.
I feel proud about it. I'm happy about it. Absolutely.
All right. Looks like we have some cabinets coming in. There's the first of many. What type of wood is this?
This is walnut.
Walnut. Nice and hardwood. Good.
A recessed panel. And these are solid straps and rails, and the panel will be a 1/4 inch plywood.
Oh, I like it. This is the oven unit?
Yeah, that's our cutout for the oven.
Okay.
You just come across the jigsaw and take that out.
That's smart. You just routed it, and then you're going to cut it.
Yeah, we routed the shop. We don't go all the way through, so we don't. If you go all the way through, it's awfully weak.
I'll let you get at it.
All right, man.
I'll come back and see you.
Sure. It's a really, really dark wood. It stains really dark though. So anything, even if you go clear, it's gonna be awfully dark. Like as opposed to people have maple or oak in their mind, which are gold and yellow. This thing, even clear, comes out. It's gonna come out a medium brown, and just with a little dark stain, it's gonna go pretty much like this, like a blackish brown.
The deck is all automatically on a down run, which is an issue for your vent line. Open up this side, 90 it out, and just go up, over up the wall, and up through the soffit. It's just the only way I see it. As long as you go up through the soffit, up above the roof 11 inches, we're within code, right?
Definitely.
They vented the plumbing right here. There's a 3-inch coming out here, and then there's another one here. I believe this is for the second floor washroom, and this is likely for the kitchen. So we're just figuring the best way to do this.
A couple of feet over is the plumbing vent, so we got to cut another hole and expose it so we could get it out the side over here. Running along this deck, up the side of the house and out through the roof, which should have been done 20 years ago when they did this deck, but I guess they figured they didn't need to do it. See how they just cut it there? Imagine you're sitting there, someone's sitting on this deck, and they're having a cigarette and they toss a cigarette down that vent. Right in the methane gas.
Yeah, really, eh?
Yep.
Oh boy.
It's dangerous.
Methane gases, this is completely illegal. To actually pull off this capping that's all tied in with the flat roof, we've got to pull up a large area of this deck. Right. And that's a big problem. The only thing I can think of is to actually come up above the deck, through the fence, across, and up the wall. It's not the most beautiful thing to look at, but it sure beats this.
We got to get the methane gas out of this deck. That's the priority for the safety for them, right? So I agree with you completely. Just come up, on the side, and then back up.
And when I have a choice in doing cabinets for the kitchen, I always prefer custom cabinets. We're going to use a European-style cabinet. The doors really cover the box of the cabinet itself. It allows adjustments easier, and it's a great look. We're going to drill some holes. We're going to cut this out. We're going to put the skylight in. It's going to be fairly easy because we have prepped ahead of time, framed everything. All right, just going to get ready to put the blade through this and use the skill saw from the top. No sense in trying to cut it from the inside. It's just as easy to do it from up there. Originally, Don was asking if I could add more windows to the back room area for more light. I said to him, you know, with the neighbor there being so close, I don't like it if there's no privacy. So I've convinced him to go with a skylight in this area, and that will enhance it and give all the light that is needed. Now, the skylight is not blue. That's a protectant layer that's on this, and we like that. It's very nice. As you can tell, it's 2 systems. In other words, we have an outer acrylic and an inner acrylic because we have to think heat loss comes up to cold. That creates moisture. So if you create that zone where there's no air, or just air, nothing can penetrate that and get in, so you won't see a frost build up, you won't see a fog on this. Nice and simple. This is not allowed. You see how we have a vent so close to a window? Every time I look around, I find more things, and better just to hide.
Every time I look around, there's more things for me to do. I guess I'll just fall down this hole.
The cabinets are going in. The place looks good. I love it. Morning, Damon.
Hello, buddy.
Benjamin.
How's it going, buddy?
Brought my son in.
Little Mike, yeah?
Yeah, little Mike.
Little Mike, yeah. Look at him.
Nice size of him, eh?
What are you, about 6'2" now?
Yeah,
Something like that, yeah?
He's taller than me. Well, yeah.
It's better looking, too.
Remember who's tougher.
Yeah, for now.
Well, we got a lot to do today, so I'm bringing in everyone, including my son. We're gonna get him to work. Got the roofers outside. All right, you already set up, eh? You guys don't mess around, do you?
Oh, we get everything set up pretty quick.
Well, for a change, I got a small job for you.
Yeah, looks great.
Nice, easy one. We put the skylight in yesterday, and I want to lose the 3-inch vent that's there. Let's start with pulling off that flashing. Unfortunately, it's installed incorrectly. We'll rip up the rest and see what else we find. Ice between the membranes. That doesn't work.
You had the flashing on the outside of the siding. It was supposed to be tucked
Up
underneath
underneath
the
it.
siding over the top because of proper seal, right? But ice and water's getting in here. Here's some ice and water.
What are we gonna do? Go up under the siding?
Yeah, we're gonna have to take this siding out, bring our membrane up, put a piece of wall flashing or counter flashing.
Before?
Before, and then a siding over the top of that.
Okay. Yeah, look at that, eh? Holy. You have plywood here?
Yeah, we got some tongue and groove plywood there, so we'll do it.
We'll resheet this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Today, I bring everybody in because we have a lot to do. I gotta finish this by Monday. So for me, it's like if I can bring all the guys in, I'll designate, obviously get Des on trim, get, Damon on the plastering. I'm gonna zip out the lights, and we've gotta get the backsplash in today. The counter's gotta go in today. I'm on the finishing stages. I'm happier, and it's looking good. You pulled the sheeting off, did you?
Yeah, it's all off. Look at.
I just probably need 10 more bins in this house. Oh, this is disgusting. 1/4-inch plywood on the end. Okay, pull the siding up. You guys are good. You make the bad guys look real bad, don't you? How you doing, Mario?
Not bad. How are you?
Not so bad. You ready to install?
Yes, we're ready to install.
Where's this granite from?
Well, a lot of places, Italy, India, China. The shop will buy the slab, and then we fabricate it to custom fit.
Well, I'm
it's
impressed.
a beautiful piece of stone.
Sure is. It goes with the cabinets perfectly. All right, I won't hold you up. I gotta get this done so I can get the tiles up. All right, I gotta do this big side, and you're gonna do the small side to the ceiling.
the ceiling.
And I'll bet you I finished before you.
I bet you probably do, too.
I got my son here, so he's gonna help me.
I'm even gonna let you have a pick of the weapon you want. Which weapon you want?
I'm gonna take
This one. Take the best one. Okay. You sure now?
Absolutely.
That's it, though. I'm not giving you any more on that.
Ready?
Okay.
I have removed the valance on this side. Benji does not have a valance. He's going right up to the ceiling, so I think I'll beat him. But I'm sure. The trick is really to put your mortar on the wall. Again, we're using a white thin set. So you want to make sure not only you're just doing the V-notch within the wall, but you're spreading it on the wall first and then troweling it out. What I'm doing here is I'm making sure we're running horizontal with the lines. I don't want to go vertical because I don't want my tiles to sit down.
Oh, he doesn't have one down yet?
Oh, jeez. No, I'm teaching my son.
You better get going there, buddy.
Now, the idea is if you're on an angle like this, you'll have less of a knot. So bring that out on an angle like this. Okay, so try it again. I've known Ben for, 25, 28 years. He was a couple years older than me, so I was the little guy and he was the older guy. But he's still older than me. He's always going to be older than me. Always.
Yeah, more wisdom.
More wisdom. Your sheet's falling. Where? You're on the left.
I know. I'm having a problem over here.
Do you want me to help?
Not that much of a problem.
I'm on my last tile. That's it. That's it.
We wanted to try and do something to, bring up your self-esteem. So we figured we'd stage this little thing, and I let you win, and then you feel better. And you feel better, obviously.
Well, you're right. Thank you.
So initially we were going to opt for a unsanded grout, but there's a little bevel on either side of the joint here. So by the time it's filled with grout, the 1/16 of an inch that I left between the tiles now it looks more like an 1/8. So we have room to use a sanded grout. Whenever you can use a sanded grout, use a sanded grout. It's going to be stronger, it's going to strengthen in between the tiles, and it's going to give a more coarse look, which is actually more effective in this case. I laid this floor. It's a beauty if you ask me. It's great that I can take it from start to finish and give these guys a brand new floor level like they should have had from the beginning. It warms my heart, it really does.
As a homeowner, I would wait definitely 24 hours before walking on this floor. I mean, they could wait overnight, but just to be on the safe side, 24 hours or overnight is sufficient before they can walk on it again.
D-Day, the mad day where everybody comes in, working like crazy.
How you doing, Mike?
I like that. Man, you're fast with a brush.
Deep body stain. It's gonna match the cupboards.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna look really sharp.
Yeah, especially the back doors. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
How we doing? We all done? Look at this mess. Oh my God. Oh, looks really good, guys. Looks really good. Now, doesn't that look good? Excellent. Looks great, guys. I love the way you brought it all up underneath the siding, the way it's supposed to be. Instead, they had it up against the siding. Very smart. So your job's done?
Our job is finished.
Thank you very much, Fergie, let me tell you, thank you very much. Thanks, keep up the good work, eh?
We're just conditioning the wood right now. Basically, I'm just wiping it down with water to make sure the pores are open and it takes the stain evenly.
Just make sure that you get it in there as best you can. It's a bit of a smaller space, so it's not like you can go cross sections on it. So what I do is I just try and work it in the best I can, and take a look, make sure that it's in there, there's no gaps or anything, and just keep working it till I'm satisfied that it's all properly grouted.
An hour. 1 hour. I'll bring Don in. I'm almost ready.
I'm sure Don's aching to get back into his house.
All right. I like it. I'm gonna go get Don. Well, come on in. You like the windows?
I love the windows.
Doesn't that look good?
Yeah, the windows are amazing.
The doors?
Yeah.
The cabinets?
You guys did an amazing job. You went above and beyond my wildest dreams within here. This is really, really nice.
Honestly, I can go on and on about what was wrong with this kitchen. Probably one of the worst kitchens I've ever walked into. The design works because now you can open up your dishwasher, your work surface of going from one side to the other.
Yeah.
Go ahead, turn on your stove. You haven't done this in a while, have you?
Oh, actually, yeah.
Turn it on.
Got these so long ago, I don't even know what I got, so I just...
Turn to the left, there you go. Don's hopes was to have the kitchen done when he moved in. So he gave it 6 weeks. 6 months later, I come in.
Oh my gosh.
We didn't think it.
I haven't seen an actual sink in 6 months. I was doing dishes in the bathtub.
Try living without a kitchen. That's not an easy thing to do. When I walked in here, I knew there was lots wrong.
Yeah.
This floor was probably one of the worst I've seen. I didn't want to pull it up because it was 2 inches thick, and I really wanted to keep it, but I would have had to pull down the whole ceiling in the basement with your wonderful tenants down there, and I don't think that would have been a good move.
Yeah.
So we pulled it up. We pulled everything down. I'd like to know what this contractor can do, because everything I saw proved nothing. Drywall screwed to nothing. Improper electrical. Did he even care about the electrical within the house? Did he care that could possibly burn the house down? Bottom line here, it wasn't going to work. Nice tiles you chose. We made a staggered pattern.
Yeah.
Every third row is a nice stagger.
Yeah, you guys did a great job on the tiles.
What do you think? You recognize it?
You like your kitchen back?
Kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty good with it.
Let's go take a look back here.
Yeah.
It's structured, it's safe, and you know what? If I don't mind saying, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Look, it looks bigger, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks huge. It's really, really well thought out. You guys did a really good job on this. It's really, really nice. And it's really nice, and I know it's structurally sound now.
Cover-up after cover-up has been done here. Electrical's been hidden, plumbing's been hidden. Now in comes contractor, at least number 3, who doesn't even take it apart, who doesn't even let the homeowner know the importance of taking everything down and doing new electrical, new plumbing, new structure. Wonderful 4 by 4 foot skylight.
Yeah,
It's going to give Brianna all that natural sunlight. I pulled in my roof after we put in the skylight, and I thought, we can't find any more.
Yeah.
And they pulled off the roof, and everything up there was rotten. We had to, no choice, to take it all down and do it again. And I'm really pleased that they did just that. You know, they know me very well, and they just took it down. They didn't even hesitate.
Oh, they did an excellent job.
By the end of it, it looks gorgeous. Why? Because I brought in all the right people. Electricians, plumbers, painters. I brought in the right people to do this.
Yeah, this turned out way better than I ever could have imagined. This is really, really nice.
Think you'll recommend me?
Oh, definitely.
Definitely?
Yeah, I can't thank you guys enough for this. You guys did an excellent job.
My pleasure. I gotta get going. We took it apart. We made it right. We put it back together again. If you're gonna spend your money, spend it right once. Do it once. Do it properly. Incredible job.
Thank you very much,
Incredible
Mike.
job. I tell you.
Have a good day. Yes.
Thanks, Paul.
Excellent job.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
I always loved the English pub, and we do a lot of entertaining, and it's something we had in our mind.
You know, everybody that walk in, oh, nice bar. How long's it been?
The idea was to finish the basement within 8 weeks. That was over a year ago.
When things got out of control and months had passed, he said that he would never leave us high and dry.
And then where did he go?
He took that money and ran, didn't he?
He did. And we never heard from him again. And we've tried calling him, emailing him. We've done it all, and he just will not return our calls.
Mike Holmes. Look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep me in shape? Be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
My sister bought a place up here, so we thought it was quite a good spot to live.
We loved it, and we just looked around for the house that we wanted to get, and we picked this one, and they built it for us. My husband's family's from England originally, and we always loved the English pub, and it's something we always had in our mind, I think, from early on when we moved into the house. And we do a lot of entertaining.
And I'm a big sports fan, so, you know, I want to have a Super Bowl party, Grey Cup party, Stanley Cup party, so. Well, we had a Super Bowl party anyway with no ceiling and a 60-inch TV sitting on the floor. You know, and everybody that walk in, oh, nice bar.
Yeah.
Excellent. And they lean up against it. Yeah, this is going to be nice. How long's it been?
Jim and Lisa, I'm sure, have saved many years to purchase a home as wonderful as this one. The idea was to finish the basement, give them an entertainment center, an office, and a nice pub bar. Everybody wants that. Goes with the big TV. And be finished within 8 weeks. 8 weeks is probably a good coordinating time for this job. I think I could have done it in less time, but you know what? Let's say 8 weeks anyways. That was over a year ago.
We looked up in the Yellow Pages and found about 3 different local contractors, and so we had those 3 come into our home, give us an estimate. And then it turns out our neighbor 2 doors down was also having their basement finished. We went and looked at the job that was done there, and we really liked what he'd done, so we called him in, and his price was actually considerably less than the other contractors we had. And we knew his work there, so we thought it made sense.
The housing market right now, average cost is $300,000. How do you think you can finish your basement with a bar, a bathroom, an office, electrical, plumbing, structure, permits for $15,000? The bar alone is around $15,000. Lisa, Jim, nice to see you. How you doing?
Hey, Mike. Good.
Come on in, Mike.
Nice place.
So we have an issue downstairs, do we?
We have a big issue downstairs.
All right, let's go take a look. Well, we're almost finished. So what happened?
We're not 100% sure. I guess the initial couple weeks he was here frequently. He started coming less and less and less. And we said, you know, what's going on? Obviously, we're not on track to finish in the 8 weeks. He told us not to worry. When things got out of control and months had passed, he said that he would never leave us high and dry.
It's a real simple thing here. Just be a man of your word, stand up and say, I've made a mistake. I can't finish this for this money. And they gave him plenty of opportunity.
He suspected that there was some trouble. Maybe things were tight. Maybe he underquoted. We even approached him and said, let's sit down and figure out a solution that we can all live with.
Just couldn't be honest. He would just look you right in the eye and say, this is going to happen this week.
Straight in the eye.
And then where did he go?
This is what I call divorce dust. This really can cause massive problems with your relationship.
Then we start bickering with each other, like, well, how should we handle it? Well, you said this. Well, you shouldn't have said that, or I called. No, you shouldn't have called him. I called him. And so we started getting on each other, and it was.
So we emailed Mike Holmes. Yay!
So we've done the whole basement?
Yes.
Okay, first appearance, it's not so bad except for the bar. The good news is that you weren't completely ripped off because this is more or less a $40,000 to a $50,000 job with the bar. This shows that there is some experience here. So he's taking care of the electrical, the plumbing, complete finishing. This was a separate price on itself?
Yes.
And he was the one that recommended us to go flush it rather than the corner.
Okay, I mean, this is really nice. Did you have something in mind here?
Just a surface shelf to place the TV on, or a complete built-in, including the fireplace. But we're sort of open. As long as it's there, we don't mind how it's there.
And off the floor, obviously.
And off the floor.
Yeah, off the floor. I definitely would have taken this fireplace, brought it out on a neo angle, because this doesn't work for me. You know, you're centered in the living room, and this is really focal straight this way instead of really towards the center. So I'm sure we can work with that. Do you like the suspended ceiling?
We were never crazy about that.
It was supposed to be a regular acoustic tile that they installed, but at about the 9-month mark, he showed up with these fiberglass ones, and we thought, well, it's better to have a ceiling than no ceiling.
Can I just back up there for a second? 9 months? 9 months.
He had told us that if we didn't want to hold up production to get the materials in, and if we wanted to save ourselves 10 or 15%, he would purchase them for us on his contracting account. So we did give him a large check. He cashed it within a few days, and we never saw our product.
He took that money and ran, didn't he?
He did.
I think the mistake we made is he kept asking for deposits before he did the work, and so he got to a certain point where we'd paid him too much, and it just wasn't worth it for him to come back and finish.
Not only was he our contractor, but we actually went to concerts with him. Jim took him golfing. You know, we had him for steak dinners on many occasions. He'd just stay after, watch the game on TV.
Because we liked the guy. Like, he was a nice enough guy.
He broke our hearts. That's what he did. You know.
I know personally that life can throw curves into you, and I'm sure that's exactly what happened to this contractor. But stand up to it. I'm sorry. I've made a mistake and I have to go. I'd rather see somebody do that than to take that last check and run with it. However, we're here. I'm going to bring in a bar specialist. We're going to make sure the electrical's good, the plumbing's good. So if you do me a favor, let me do my job. You stay out of here.
Okay.
And I'll bring you back and show you how this should have looked.
Right on.
Okay.
Awesome. Sounds awesome.
Okay.
Thank you
I won't be
so
long.
much, Mike.
We'll be ready for the football season to start.
Sounds good. You want to finish your basement, you're at an average cost of $15,000. That's just the basics. You add a bar, a fireplace, an office, a bathroom, you are in the area now from $30,000 to $50,000. For a change, we don't have major devastation here. This actually looks pretty damn
Not too
good.
bad.
Other than the bar,
Didn't finish.
No, this is not quite the way we would frame in a bar.
I don't think these 2x2s are the code, Mike.
No.
There is a code on bars.
What I'd like to do today is pull the ceiling tiles down, do an inspection. I want to pull the fireplace in the corner out because I see that being kitty corner rather than straight.
Yeah. Neo angle.
Yeah, maybe
24.5 degrees.
maybe brick around it rather than stone. Because it's zero clearance, we can do really anything we want to do.
Brick veneer, or are you talking like a
No,
slate?
real brick, solid brick. Yeah. So we'll just frame it and then brick all around it. That's what I'm thinking. So we'll just grab a few tools. I'm gonna gently take everything down just for an inspection, but my first initial look, I think everything is not so bad. Just moving the furniture and covering it up so I can pull down all the tiles and start taking a good look at what's been done here. The last thing I want to do is pull everything down again. The suspended ceiling in itself, don't like that. But what do? As much as I don't like the suspended ceiling, I can work with what's here and make it look better. There's a lot happening above the ceiling that should always be accessible. So anything with a light, leave it in. Yeah. It's just a tile, it's an insul tile, easy bendable. And the idea for using these really is for a lower, because normally you need 3 inches away from your ceiling to put a suspended ceiling in. In this case, we're probably 5 inches away. The idea is if you're below 3 inches, this is the tile to use because you can bend them a bit and get them in place.
Torques then.
And to boot, it's an insul tile, so it's insulation as well. You know, it gives you sound ratings as well.
R.5.
It's just not a very pretty looking tile, I guess I could say.
Today, my special friend is Mike Holmes.
The reason why this junction box is totally acceptable is because you can get to it. You can pull the tile out, and it is accessible. As long as you can get to it, it's allowed. I take this all down. I move all the plumbing, I move all the electrical to make everything legal for inspections. We're looking at the possibility of $10,000 worth of work for a drywalled ceiling. So I'm gonna have to agree with a suspended ceiling in this case. If I don't find anything wrong, I'm not gonna pull this down. It all looks good. His electrical is neat, it's proper. Everything I see, all his methods are good. So he's done me a favor. I just have to finish it. If I were to design this, I might have said, okay, let's brick this wall and just do an interior brick finish on this wall. That way it gives character. And to be honest with you, I'm thinking of it now. To take this wall from this point to where it juts out, which is approximately 14 feet, I can now put up a brick wall on the inside. What it's going to do is enhance the look. You can see that the flex line that comes off the zero clearance gas insert comes up here and out the wall here, and it looks like at this point, it looks like we'll have the room to pull it out and maneuver it.
Good.
Well, it's not like we're doing a complete demo and I'm trying to keep my dirt in this area, so I'm not in a hurry. I'm going to take my time, take it down neatly. I don't want to raise dust throughout the whole house, nor do I want everything to spread across the floor that we can easily step on it and mark the floor, which makes me replace the floor. It's totally fine. It's been so long since I've been gentle with something. It's kind of a change.
It's different.
It feels weird. Well, the idea right now is just want to take this down. Everything appears to be fine again, which I'm happy to see. So I'll just remove all the lumber that's around it. So I can easily now take this, bring it to where I want, build around it. I do have the room to maneuver this. I don't even have to disconnect the gas, hydro, nothing. Just pick it up, turn it, and rebuild it. What I'm happy about here, and the reason I'm not yelling and screaming and carrying on, is that it's not bad work. And the best part about it is now I get to bring in real craftsmen. And we're going to make some changes in here that are simple. The bar's not simple. But little changes in here that are simple, yet going to make such a difference in this finished look. I'd like to pick it up just a bit, because we know our TV is going to be 49 inches to the center of the screen. It wouldn't hurt to pick this up just a little more.
Maybe we should go to the bar, have a few drinks.
Hey.
And think about it.
All right. Let's go.
Hey, Mike.
Nick.
How you doing?
Nice to see you again. Can I get you a drink?
Yeah, sure. You ready?
Nice to see you. Who's this?
This is George, our lead carpenter.
George, nice to meet you. We have choices now because I'm going to pull the tiles.
The way the carpenter approached this is in a rough carpentry way. We wouldn't approach this bar at all like this, so we don't have any use of this whatsoever. This looks like it's at the wrong height. This is certainly not substantial enough
not
to...
strong.
And it's not strong. It has a little bit of a shake to it.
Just a little.
First of all, let's look at the layout. Usually the first thing that people want for everyone to notice when they walk down is the bar, because it is
it's the focal
point, right? So as far as I'm concerned, the positioning is good. Service areas, correct. So I would almost encourage using the same layout if you're good with that, Mike.
Well, I'm good with it, but the back corner here we've really got to do something with. We have a panel. And we have to be able to get to that panel, but yet we don't want to see it, right? All right, I'll let you guys go to this, measure it up.
We're gonna measure it up, yeah.
And we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
George. Thank you, sir. And we're on schedule for Monday.
George is working away.
You're the man.
Right now as we speak.
You're the man.
All right.
You know what? I'm gonna drop by your shop, go over a few details on design, and maybe look at some stain options. Nick.
Mike, how you doing?
Nice place.
See you.
I like it.
Thank you. George and Monica are working away.
This is looking good.
We covered this with quarter-inch thick plywood.
You're gonna veneer over top?
Yes.
You won't see a screw on this.
Nice. Nice,
Wow.
nice. Okay.
There's an 8-inch base, probably 4 and 4 on the stiles and the top rail, and he's equally spaced it. So we're gonna see the same size panel on the mitered corner, and we're gonna see 2 more on the long leg when we bring it to the site, right?
Now your designer has got some plans here.
Yep. What he's done is he's introduced this really shallow cabinetry, floor to ceiling on the back bar, where first thing you see when you come down the stairs is gonna be a full
I
height.
like it. I like it. And what it's going to do is cover up the electrical panel. Will we see the electrical panel through it, or we have some sort of sleeve that covers it up and then that's removable?
Okay, his thoughts on that were it's going to be full cabinet glass, etched, or sandblasted glass.
Beautiful. Nick, keep up the good work, buddy.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The idea of putting the brick up against the wall is not just to make a brick wall. It's to make it look like we took a wall down and exposed old brick. The look is great. We see it in a lot of bars nowadays. We're going to use this limestone for shelving. It's going to look really good. Is this the one you picked?
This is it.
So you get to see your bar. There's a lot you don't get to see. I okayed it with Jim. Well, let's take a look at the stain and see what it's going to apply like with the oak.
It's a little brown.
Now that's what I want to see.
Look at the grain in that.
Now, is this just stain?
There is a lacquer on it.
Okay, let's make that look. You sold?
I'm sold.
All right. Is that Scott? What's up, buddy?
How are you, Sean? Very good. Nice to see you. How are you, Mike?
Pleasure to see you again, sir. I'm happy we're building a bar. You know, come on now. This is gonna be great. I'm building a bar. I have a few ideas for you, Scotty, that I would like to look at. The idea here at the beginning was to have 2 French doors, but I'm looking at iron doors here.
Like a gate?
Yeah. 2 doors, not too extravagant, but keep it simple.
It's gonna be like see-through, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna be anything like closed in.
No, nothing, no glass, no nothing. 6 feet by 80 is your finishing. Would it be wise to add a little bit of black metal within the bar itself if we do this? What do you think?
Maybe a foot rail would be enough.
I like that.
A foot rail there and a foot rail there, and nothing too crazy where you have to join them.
And the other thing is that we have the big TV on the wall there, a nice little short, let's say 18-inch table with a wood top that the TV goes on. What do you think?
For the TV stand, do like a heavy square tube leg, a thick cherry top, a pierced bar lower shelf, a cherry foot.
Oh, I like that.
Coming out of the bottom of the tubing, and then maybe we could incorporate this into the gate.
Like have a frame and have this sort of inset like a web?
Yeah.
This works for me. We'll let you get to it, and I'll get back to you soon. I'll come up and see you.
Sounds good.
All right, let's get to work. Let's just take this crap down. The homeowners here did not get drastically taken. They got taken advantage of. But financially, they were not in ruins, and it's not like I'm coming in here to save their lives, literally. This is about what they wanted in the first place. They got prices from $80,000, $50,000, all of a sudden $19,000 to get their dream. Well, who's going to go with the 80 or 50 when you get presented with $19,000 and someone that's very kind-hearted and saying, not an issue. He couldn't do it. Not for $19,000. So I come in, I explain in detail what it's going to take to create the pub look. So that gives me the go-ahead. We can see that he's used thin set. I love thin set. Unfortunately, his thin set was either a bad mix, he did it too dry, or he let it dry on the floor too long, because I should not be able to pop up a tile like that. You can see, didn't even bond to the tile. Hit certain areas. This would be more wet, this would be extremely dry. Because everything is really laid out improperly, we do not have a consistent cut here that looks normal. As soon as you look at it, you think, what's wrong with this? Something doesn't look right. It's only because it's not even. I mean, symmetry, we have to think. We have that neo-angle bar angle here, and everything should comply. Everything should go with it. Why are we seeing the grout under the tiles?
I don't know. Weird, eh?
That's because he grouted right away. His grout was extremely wet, and it bled underneath the tile. It should never do that.
No, I haven't seen that either.
Brian, nice to see you, pal.
How you doing, buddy?
Thanks for coming by.
No problem.
Get some ideas. I need you over here. This fireplace here is zero clearance gas, and it was installed straight into the wall, so I ripped it all out, and I want to do a neo-angle effect.
Yeah.
Can we do a brick surround around this, just to enhance it a little more?
Beautiful, yeah.
I love the idea of doing a brick wall in the basement, like one wall.
That'll look really nice. Did you want to brick this side too?
Well, the only thing is the TV's going there, and it might be too much, but to do a brick wall here
on one side
and the corner, and still enhances the fireplace. I don't know if I like the idea of neo-angle straight up.
You want to make a mantle too?
That's what I'm thinking. This actually looks good. If you can visualize the length of it coming across, it actually looks good. You can picture the brick within place, coming up, mantle going in, coming up again. Cool?
Cool.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
Okay. I'm just cutting the sill gas here to go underneath it because we do not want concrete touching wood. Remember, wood and concrete absorb water. It's a wick, so if there's any water underneath this floor, it'll absorb it up, absorb it into the wood, and rot the wood, mold. You want to stay away from that. If this fireplace was on its own, it may look a little too high, but because we have a beautiful table here and the TV up, I want to bring the fireplace up. I sort of want it to be symmetric with the TV. I want to see that brick like this. And it's not even tight, eh? We need a little bit of half-inch space behind for mortar, plus our concrete board. How are we doing today?
Yeah, Mike.
Nice to see you again. You ready to play?
Yeah.
Your brick's going to come right up. We're going to do a lintel across here. We're going to extend it out underneath the concrete board so you can carry a brick load on top here. We are using a steel lintel to carry only 3 rows of brick. However, the heat off the top of this hits the steel and not wood, so I prefer that, even though it is a zero clearance. Concrete board is fire rated and it's not going to be an issue. I'm going to go to the extreme because I think it's important. I just did a measurement here looking on what I see for the shelf. We have a 6-foot limestone shelf that's going to go across here. I want it to be in the same line as the top of the fireplace, which are going to create the mantle. Then we have 2 3-footers, so I'm thinking of dropping them down. So that way I can just draw it out, stand back, take a look at it, and see if it's too much. If you notice, Vince is putting brick ties in. By code, it's required every 6 rows. This is something you'll normally see on the outside of your house, but even on the inside, we have to keep it from moving in and out, and that's the idea. The brick ties locks that into place so it doesn't go anywhere. If I had chosen to go with a veneer brick, on cost comparison, we're actually saving not using the veneer brick and created a look that we wanted. So I will encourage to use full brick over a veneer any day. He's going to tool it after it dries a little bit. We're going to go in about 1/4 of an inch to give it a little bit of reveal. I don't want too much, but I wouldn't mind neatening it up a little bit, yet keep it still looking old. This is going to look so good. Today I have to go up and see Scott for the metal gates, and I'm really excited. I can't wait to see it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Vince,
Hi, Mike.
thanks for coming by in a flash. I really appreciate it. Yvette.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good. I talked to you on the phone.
Yes, we have.
Excellent.
Several times.
Come on and take a look. What I want to do is step it back to this point here, and that brick is going to come up straight up here. So I know the brick's okay near it. I just didn't want it near the wood. And since I broke the seal, I called you.
Good.
Okay?
Yes, I'll take care of it.
Thanks, Vince.
You're welcome.
Okay.
This is not a do-it-yourselfer. You need to have a professional do this because there's special places that must be sealed, and the gas code states that a certified technician do this. This is an aluminum liner. You have an inner and an outer. The inner is for the gas going up, and then the airspace in between is for the air coming into the unit. That's why they call it direct vent. And this aluminum is only good for gas. It is not good for wood. This can only withstand about 400, 450 degrees Fahrenheit, whereas a stainless steel can withstand up to about 2100 degrees, which is the temperature of a chimney fire.
You all done?
All done.
Thank you. So it's all sealed. You checked outside. Everything's fine?
That's very good.
We'll see you on the next one.
Yes, very good.
Okay.
My pleasure.
Well, you know what? We're doing really good. Brian and his guys got this far. I really like it. You know, we'll get this framed up and complete it for the brick guys. Now we concentrate on us working over the bar area. Today I have to go up and see Scott for the metal gates. He's already had the table made, and I'm really excited. I can't wait to see it. So I'm going to take the afternoon and go up and see him. How we doing, Scotty?
Hey, Mike.
How you doing? Came up all the way from the city to see you here. Take a look at these wonderful gates. Brought Sean with me.
Welcome. Sean, how's it going?
Thanks for the vacation, real good.
Anytime.
Tom, pleasure meeting you, sir. This is Sean.
Nice to meet you, Tom. Pleasure.
Look at this. Oh my God.
Instead of putting some kind of additional latch on the gates, I decided just to go for this clean look.
Oh, that.
So this slides in. Gates
that
will
is
open up,
dope.
and then that just slides into itself.
You see the little snake effect? Really like that.
You can open in or open out.
Look at that. Oh.
The table's almost finished. We just have to put the lower shelf in.
Is this a wax finish on this?
That's a Danish oil finish.
Danish oil
Right over the
finish.
cherry?
Tom's put about 6 coats of oil on it so far.
This is amazing.
Probably go
This
a
is
couple more
just
coats.
phenomenal.
Well, I mean, can you use my help on anything? We're here for a bit.
Yeah, that'd be great. We've got one side of the gates has a detail in it, so we just have to match that up for the other side. So we've got a bit of forging to do. We have to hammer out this piece, point both ends, so we can give it that snake detail when we're finished.
I would love to help you on this.
Perfect.
Just show me what to do.
All right.
Try and roll it down the piece and try and keep the sharp end.
Okay, start up here?
Yeah, just slightly tap down, roll.
I love making anything. Are you kidding? This is great. Nope.
No?
But I'm a fast learner. Wow.
We'll let those cool down, and then we'll flip them over, and we'll do the other end.
Okay.
And then for these guys, we're gonna pound those out as well to match up with the horizontal bars here. And for that, we don't really need to heat it. We can just pound that out cold.
What you're doing there is creating that rough look that I see on the bars.
Yeah. Next thing we have to do is create the curve to match up with that side.
So how do you do that?
That we're gonna bend around slew of
jigs? That's what I
on the
thought.
rack.
Sean, come on over here. Let's bend some metal, buddy.
This is just a one-off, so rather than make a jig to the exact curve, we're gonna cheat and we're gonna use just another jig that I have. You wanna take the rest of those
I learn
in?
something new every day.
About 2 inches.
Yeah,
and then
Just keep it straight.
All right. We're gonna do the wrap first, outside of the gates, and then we'll just weld it in as a unit when it's
Oh,
when
that's
it's
cool.
done.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna put a little tack to hold these in place, and then the wrap will cover the weld. We'll hide it.
Okay. Now I watched that. You really you didn't quite touch it, or did you?
No, I always stay about a half an inch away and just let the wire feed.
Okay, I can do that. And why is it jumping like that?
You're just a little far away.
Too far away.
A little closer.
Okay. All right, look at that. I'm a welder.
Now we'll tack our wrap on.
Now we're gonna heat this up.
Yeah.
I had that feeling. This is where we use the torch.
So as these settle in, then we're gonna mix in some oxygen so we get the proper flame. And away we go.
That'll cut through it, eh?
If you let it sit there, yeah, it'll just melt right away. And now, after a few wraps, the weld has disappeared. Then we'll just hammer it in tight. There's our detail.
Just like that.
So now you do a chop for whatever?
Yeah, we'll cut those to fit the other side, tack them in, and the gates are done. Okay, now we've got these cut and ready to fit inside. We just want to center them in between the 2-inch tubing.
Okay.
So we're going to use 2 3/4 inch spacers. That'll bring us up to center. And that just fits in there like a glove, and it mimics the other side.
Again, a spot weld.
Yep.
Are you going to continue like a round cycle, or is the tack good enough?
No, I'll weld them right in.
So you do a complete, nice, clean weld all the way around?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it'll look nice and finished. Okay, now they're all tacked in. All looks good. Now we'll just weld around.
Okay. Now that's an art in itself, right? I'd have to do some practicing before I attempt that.
And that's it. The gates are done.
Thanks, buddy.
Mike, anytime.
Keep up the good work, eh?
I think Jim and Lisa are gonna lose their mind.
We can't wait to see the end product. We have no idea what's going on there. We heard a lot of noise, but we haven't peeked, so.
Yeah, I know a little bit more, but she doesn't know anything.
and he's a closed book. I hear all the noises going on there and a lot of fun happening, and I hear everybody saying how excited they are for us. All the crew is saying they wish it were their basement.
At the beginning of all this, Jim and Lisa had gone through a couple of years of, well, I'll say hell, for some personal reasons. So they decided to do the basement and hopefully change the pace of their lives. Unfortunately, they hired the wrong contractor.
He did our neighbor's basement, and they loved the guy, and that's how we got him recommended to us. And we thought he was terrific too. Got to know him, started hanging out.
We're watching games and drinking beers, and we became, reasonably good friends, we thought.
And then it turned sour. And why? All because someone can't be honest enough to say I goofed, I didn't charge enough money?
It became pretty clear to us that the nice guy was really maybe not who he was. It was just an effort to collect. And once he got paid, then he sort of disappeared.
And he looked me straight in the eye on countless occasions and swore that even though it was taking a long time and that things weren't going quite as planned, that he wouldn't let us down in the end. After trusting somebody you think is your friend, it really kind of shakes your beliefs about people, and it makes it much more difficult to trust.
There goes the friendship, there goes the job. Now what do they do?
And we knew suing wasn't really going to work. Many people told us it was just a waste of time, money, and we might as well just take that money and put it into hiring somebody else. I did vent through that letter and just put everything in it that was on my mind and just sent it off. And I didn't expect to hear anything back, so we were quite thrilled when we got a phone call.
The guys that I'm bringing in here, not only do they care about what clients think, they care about themselves in their job. In other words, they won't walk away until it's perfect. At the end of it all, this is going to be one hell of a job. And I'm going to leave knowing I want to come back. And we are going to be friends.
I mean, I'm sure people are excited when their basement is going to be finished or whenever a project is finished. But this one, because of what happened before, during, it's going to be even more exciting to actually just sit down in the basement and have some people over and
It'll be
have a party.
very sweet. Very sweet.
This is a piece of art. Thank you. Albano.
Thank you, Mike.
This looks excellent, I tell you. Brian.
Thank you.
You made my vision come true. Keep a hold of him, eh?
Yeah.
Nick, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing? We were burning the midnight oil last night, Mike.
Well done. Look at that. Bar's gonna be together soon. We'll be serving drinks before you know it. 2 days left. Today we're gonna get as much painting done as we can. We're gonna get some ceiling tiles in. It's going to be tight, but we'll make it. We have all the guys here today, so I think we're able to take advantage of all the manpower here and just coordinate it properly. How's it going, Des?
It's going pretty good, Mike.
The bar guys came back in and did the skirting effect on the outside with the trim. They have the lower counter in. The electrical is now run. The slate will go on top here, extend further out on the front. This is just perfect. I was hoping this trim would have come a little further out, so that way we have no issues of seeing what we see right now, right? We see brokenness, so what we're gonna have to do is plaster it so we fill this void. That way when this goes up, we don't see that ugliness. Damon's good at plastering?
We're about to see. This is the grand test. So Mike will tell you what he wants on the edge here.
Okay.
Because we gotta do it in a certain way.
I see. Sean has put up some mesh so we don't have an issue with, if we have a crack here, we're gonna put in some sheetrock 90. What that's gonna do is help hold it tight so in the future for movement of the house reasons from winter to summer, we don't see any cracks here. This allows us to hold it tight rather than just trying to plaster it, put the trim up, it will crack. Would have been easier if I had wider trim, but the look is good. So we work with it. Give me a 6-inch flare right across. Thin coat first. Let's scrape this down with the trowel as well before we sand it. Always scrape first with the trowel. Sure thing. Otherwise you're sanding forever and it just creates too much dust. Okay, so we've got to start here and just make sure, I would like to see it staggered and make sure it joins in at this point. I think you're right. You're gonna have to center the middle tile.
It'll look the best though.
So you're fine?
Yeah, I'm good here.
With the slate, we're gonna have all the iron. Now we have 2 foot irons on the floor here, one on this side and one on this side, and the iron gates on here behind me. Their lacquered finish goes perfect with the slate. So we're gonna have that on top of the slate, the chairs in themselves, the gates. This is why I've gotta be very picky with the color on the walls. We'll go white on the ceiling for sure. We'll enhance that, brighten it up. But the walls, I'm really starting to think of some sort of suede. I'd love to do a suede paint. Not just the color, but it's actually a textured paint. We'll get the rest of the tiles done in the front, do the tiles within the bar itself. Last minute, we're gonna put in the ceiling tiles, obviously the paint. We'll be done soon.
Priming's pretty straightforward. All you're really trying to do is to make sure you have even coverage. Priming is very important, only because if you have a weak prime coat, then the paint's not going to cover properly. Priming's not usually fun because you've really got to press it on the walls to get it to cover. That's why we generally try to spray. Obviously we can't down here because there's too much stuff. Make sure the drywall's completely covered and you'll get a good first coat then.
Really nice cherry wood here. And what I'm going to use this for is to wrap that column right there.
What we're doing here is we've cut this groove in both pieces. And what Ben's doing is putting in the biscuit, and then we join to the other side.
Once this glue hits this biscuit, it'll cause it to swell. So when you join it together, it just boom, becomes one. It's like one piece of wood.
You see the glue squish out here?
Yeah.
That's what you want.
We'll sand it down, work it a bit, and it'll look like it's one.
What I've chosen for the wall is not only a suede color, but I want a sand texture. What it does is it gives a nice character on the wall. It helps hide imperfections, and man, does it look good. How much of a grit does it give us?
Like 120 probably. 120 grit sandpaper.
Okay, I like that. So
Yeah,
it's
maybe
fine.
150.
It's
Yeah, it's
fine.
pretty fine.
You should be able to hit all this today, right?
Absolutely. The walls will be finished today.
All right. Okay, see, I'm feeling good again.
Okay, great. On these walls, we're using a suede paint, and it's actually got sand in the paint, and it gives it like a rich, elegant look. It's obviously a more tricky product to use. What happens with this product, if you break the wall into sections, you will see lap marks. So what I'm doing is just doing long strokes and rolling out the whole section. With the finishes, like this one, it takes a bit of practice, but what I always do is start in an inconspicuous spot in the room so you can get the feel for the product, do your more obvious walls last, and have a finer finish.
And now I'm going to do is I'm getting ready to put this cove around the bottom and the top. And then I'm going to come back 1 inch off of this line because I'm trying to blend that cove that you see here on here, but they'll never meet dead on. So you stop at 1 inch up, and what it does is it gives it a little reveal. If we would have took that past, then you would have seen the gap. It wouldn't have lined up better. But you can see top and bottom. It's going to look really lovely.
We're just going over it to kind of brush out any imperfections. It's actually the technique that creates the suede effect. We're just doing X's, trying to cover every section of wall inconsistently, and this is what does the suede. So once it dries down, it's going to look very nice. With most full finishes, you want to be inconsistent. You don't want to have it look too perfect. So this is a great product to do that with, and it eliminates the patchiness of the wall and actually gives it the suede finish.
Just getting ready to get the steel doors in place for tomorrow. So we want a white jam, white trim on this side so everything bleeds into this side. White will now enhance the gate look because we get to see it. It just stands right out with the oak trim stained to match the bar. Perfect. It is extremely important that we are level and square on all our jams, especially when we're going to be putting in steel doors here, and they are designed to fit this opening. There is no room for forgiveness. We will start from the one side. We will make sure we're 100% level here. From this point, we'll work across the top, making sure this is level. If we're level here, and level here, we know we're square. Our gates will slip right in place, screw into the side, and we've done our job right. Scott, Tom, great to see you. This is the exciting part. Oh, look at that. All right, I'm excited. It's D-Day. Good morning, Damon. Frank, today is the last day. We are going to be flying like crazy today. We have a lot to do. We got to get the ceiling tiles in, get the T-bar ceiling up here with the new tiles in. I love the suede look here. I'm just excited. We're gonna have the countertop guys in, getting the countertop in. Both the cabinet people and the slate people are coming in. Frank's just getting the electrical done. They supplied us with a nice ceiling tile to go inside the bar, and I wanted a little different from outside there because this is also a different area on its own. Once these are in place, this rope lighting will give a nice little dim light effect against the ceiling, which gives us the light we need in here. The main light is in this area. Start at this side. Keep your end up, please. Okay, and down. Well, we want to be definitely square because the slate has been cut perfectly to go on top of this. Not only that, I mean, let's do this right if we're going to do it. I've just secured the top down. It's nice and strong. We made sure that we did a P-lam front that's black, P-lam underneath. P-lam's like a melamine. It's just the finish that you're going to put on top of it. I don't want to see it. The idea is now the slate will overhang an inch. It just gives it that definition, almost like a step back. Now we're going to put the slate on top of it. See the way it's almost like a tear down and then in? It really helps make it look nice and thick. It's already 100 pounds, but it finishes that edge, and geez, I like that. I think so many people think that slate is not strong enough.
Oh, it's very strong material.
Yeah, extremely, isn't it?
It's to each their own. People are looking for their specific look, and slate's starting to fill that need very nicely.
So do you glue this down?
We'll be using silicone underneath that, Mike.
Okay.
That sets up fairly quick, and it's a very strong bonding agent. We'll use colored mastic, which is specifically made for slate and granite, to fill up the joints, to seam nice and clean. It's going to be a visible seam, but you want it to be as aesthetically pleasing as possible.
Right.
Then we can take some sandpaper, feather it out if we have to, wipe the counter down, and just a little bit of vegetable oil on to give it a nice matte finish.
Now, speaking of the vegetable oil, I think people are under the assumption that all slate is so porous that it'll grab germs, it'll grab everything. This is not, is it?
No, it's not. This Brazilian stone is less than 1% porosity.
Now that is damn near non-porous.
We don't want to sell a maintenance program. We just want a wash and wear countertop. Just soft soap, warm water.
Now, is it because where you got it from, or is it because you do a finish to it?
Where it comes out of Brazil, it's deeper into the ground. So with Mother Nature compressing that stone, it makes it a very dense material.
Very
so
nice.
nothing can penetrate into the stone.
There's no point in putting a sealer on because it'll just sit on top, it won't penetrate the stone, and then it'll wipe off over time, so it's really a waste of money.
Dave,
again, Mike.
You're the best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
You're welcome, Mike.
We're trying to stay away from any finish nails, just because it's such nice wood, it deserves to be treated the highest it can. I think when you're working with any kind of wood that's in this kind of caliber, if you cannot put nails in it, it's great. Tongue oil. John brought this in. This is my first time using it. So you can see, you know what it does? The same thing like when you apply water. It just wakes up the wood, makes it look gorgeous.
First, you're going to want to put your oil on it and let the wood soak it up.
So it's like a conditioner, right?
That's right, and then once give it a week of soaking it in, and then you'd come back with your varathane or your polyurethane and finish it up.
So you just keep doing the oil. You can just do
Or
that.
you can just keep hand rubbing, yeah.
Yeah.
We're just getting the wall molded up so we can get the cross tees back in place. Get the tiles in. We have 2.5 hours left. It's close. Well, we're gonna do it. Good practice is to make sure you touch your tiles since we're not clean-handed with the backs of your hands. That's always tricky because we have a lot of tie wires in there. Take your time and to be able to get it in place. Suspended ceilings were really designed for commercial space. They were introduced into homes strictly to help the basement because when you have so much going on in the ceiling above, you don't want to drywall it. You have to be able to get to it, junction points, vacuuming systems, duct work, I mean everything. So in this case, now we can dress it up with really nice tile. Just got to get the main tees and cross tees in this section. I'm just over 4 feet of my width, so I'm going to have to do a little trick here to hide it. My tiles don't completely do it, and the last thing I want to do is add a little tiny piece on the end. So as I put my tiles in place, they really have to hold the whole thing, right? So it doesn't catch. We can see it just does, not good enough. So here's the trick. I add another cross tee in the end, cross tee on this side. So I use a few more cross tees, but what it's going to do is solve my problem, keep it centered, and yet now I have no problems putting in a full tile. Bingo. We can now see the rope lighting is giving me effect against the ceiling, and that's all I want is an effect lighting. You know we're getting there, so give me another hour or so. The last thing I want to happen is after we've cleaned up, let's put in the metal. The gate, the footrests, and that gorgeous table over there. You see that wall? This is an incredible table. This is not like the cabinet they thought. You see what I'm looking at by sitting back here looking at. You see that? Oh, jeez. You want to do the gates right now?
Yeah, let's put the gates in.
All right, let's do it. This is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Forever. Let's just look at this for a second. All right. Exactly 3/8. You know what? Looks good. Yeah, I can't argue this. Guys, Tom, thank you so much. Scott, you've completely outdone yourself, I'm telling you. Here it comes. This is
I can't get past the doors. Oh, wow.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Look at the
Oh.
Look at the chairs.
Oh my God.
It's so gorgeous.
I'm speechless.
Well, look over there.
Look at the.
Oh my
Look
God.
at the cabinets.
Holy cow. Whose basement is this?
I kept your suspended ceiling, but I changed your tiles.
Beautiful.
Okay, I really tried to go with a pub look in everything in my imagination. Do you see that wall?
Oh my God. It's a brick wall. I can't believe it. Oh.
Well, come on, let's take a look. Come on.
Look at this.
It's gorgeous.
That is pure cherry wood.
I can't even get. I'm not even past the doors yet.
Oh. So we have a sink on the side. We'll put your fridge in the bottom here.
Oh my God.
Oh, look at that. This is gorgeous.
I'm really speechless. I just don't know what to say.
We did a little bit of a different ceiling up here with an effect lighting. I have lighting across the top.
I'm sorry.
I cannot believe what you did because that's our electrical.
Wow.
Yes, it is actually.
Oh my God.
We can still get to your electrical panel. What I loved is how they walked in, blew their mind for the gate. They didn't even see the bar behind it. Then I opened the gate, then they saw the bar. Then they saw the brick wall. They were so excited, he was laughing his head off. We did not fake this. This is real brick.
Well, we did see the brick in the front yard,
We
but
so thought it was for the.
I figured I'd have a little brick around the fireplace, not a whole wall.
Now, does this fireplace look better? Than
Oh my God. This is just too much.
And look at this table.
Oh, yeah, baby.
See, you don't need a full cabinet there.
Oh, that is perfect. That is absolutely perfect.
If you're going to do a basement, to do a bar, to do a bathroom, a kitchen, I don't care what it is, make sure the person you hire has talent behind him. I brought in a bar cabinet specialist, brick specialist. I brought in a painter, a plumber, an electrician, an iron specialist, plus us. And with that talent, we were able to create the pub. You want a pro that can oversee it, handle it, not just with speed, but with care.
I don't even think I've got past the doors yet. I'm still shocked by those.
I love those doors.
He just went all out. Look at this. He has a fabulous talent with metal. You know, not to mention everyone else. Take a look.
I love it so much.
Nick helped us design the bar that we were looking for.
I can lean on this, right?
You can
Even
lean
after a few?
Hell, you can get up and dance on it. All right, you know what? I think it's barrel cloth. Should I go get a couple guys and open up some beer and we'll have a good time here?
Absolutely, Mike. Absolutely.
I'll be right back.
That is awesome, man. Awesome. Got him in too. Awesome, man.
In the long run, I'm happy. Jim and Lisa are extremely happy. Gives them something to look forward to. Bring people over and party with, family members, or just the two of them sit down by the fire. It's a happy ending. I think you should go behind your bar and start serving some booze.
Absolutely. I'll have one myself.
Look at that. That's for you. Is this a bar or something?
This is our first party. Wow. Cheers. Absolutely, boys. Absolutely.
God. I would like to make a toast to all the wonderful people that were part of this, not just us.
A lot of people.
Metal, brick guys, cabinet guys.
Scotty did all the iron work.
Oh, you're the man.
Scott and Tom.
That's awesome.
Here. There you go. Hey, look what's on TV. I know that guy.
We knew something had gone bad.
The contractor that came in decided to do it all without permits.
We just didn't realize how bad.
4 permits: HVAC, electrical, plumbing, structural.
This space was intended to be our new family room and new bedroom suite.
Master bedroom?
Yes.
And then you have contractors knocking on your door that have not been paid by the general contractor.
We had all our doors installed with locks that evening as soon as we knew everything had gone that bad.
Ron phoned the police.
And they were arrested.
Hallelujah. Mike Holmes, look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep me in shape? Be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
Well, we actually lived around the corner in another house, and quite by accident, we found out about this house being for sale, and we came to look at it and fell in love with the backyard. And so we bought it, and within a year or two, we started experiencing some water problems on this main roof, which is now the floor in this addition. It turned out that we had to take the roof structure off, and rather than just rebuild an existing roof above the bungalow, we decided to do an addition at that time, and that's how this all started.
Ron and Jill started this addition over a leak, but they're looking at major roof repairs, and you know what? Let's put out a little money and change the home. Great idea. Ron, Jill, how are you today?
Great
nice to see you again.
Great to see you.
So this is the only part they actually put a foundation in?
Correct.
Okay, that's a good start. This is existing?
Correct.
And second floor was the idea, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And then below here as well was a new basement bedroom.
Okay.
The engineer report talked about having to have some kind of a reinforcing beam across here for cross force from wind pressure.
I'll talk to the engineer. I'll look at a report on that because I don't think that's going to sway, but it depends on how this was done. So we'll take a look at that. The idea is open concept through to the kitchen here?
Yes. The kitchen was damaged. Like we had to replace all the appliances except for the fridge and the dishwasher. And we had to replace all the countertops.
Why was it damaged?
Water.
And
They opened the roof?
Yeah, they did protect against
And it caved in. We came home to find the carpets drenched, the hardwood floor starting to buckle, ceilings had caved. It was an absolute mess. And they kept assuring us, don't worry, just give me the bills and go replace everything. And at that point, they're also asking for the next check. And I said, but this is so far behind schedule. And everybody's saying, but the windows have been paid for, the doors have been paid for, we have to pay them. And in retrospect, nothing had been paid for.
Did you get a permit on this?
We applied for the permit ourselves, and they were telling us through the project that it was coming, that the city knew exactly what they were doing, and yet they weren't getting inspection done on the various stages.
You had no idea?
We had no idea.
There was no permit?
There was no permit issued.
What happened over that?
We finally did get it issued, but only after the whole project went bad.
Well, it's almost done. That's a big problem.
Yeah.
No inspection?
No inspection. The only inspection that was done was the electrical.
Okay. They were working during the day. Here's the contractor telling the homeowner, oh, we have an inspection today, but they're not home. You know, so it just really started with lie after lie after lie. And by the time the place is almost done, and unfortunately not correct, the permits were still not issued. Not good. The footings were not inspected. The foundation walls were not inspected. All the structure, insulation, vapor barrier, plumbing was not inspected. Do you want the government knocking on your door saying, hey, hello, we didn't inspect this?
We knew something had gone bad.
Yeah,
We just didn't realize how bad.
Because all along we thought, maybe it's not being managed that well, but we never suspected that there was financial foul play, basically.
Ron and Jill really trusted the guy. They believed in him. They continued to pay him. They're not even going to think he's not paying his contractors.
We had the window guys showing up in our driveway asking if we liked the windows, and yes, we do. Well, we haven't been paid a dime. This space was intended to be our new family room.
Okay.
The area in this corner here was to be the new wet bar area, and then this is to be our new bedroom suite.
Master bedroom?
Yeah.
Walk-in closet, very nice.
That's the master bathroom.
Oh, I like this. This is nice. Shower stall.
Nope, that's the toilet and bidet.
Yes. So toilet, bidet with door, tub.
Yes.
Obviously a big one, 6-footer.
Yeah,
Yes.
6 foot.
Okay, and what do we have here?
That's the intended to be the sauna in that corner.
Okay, and we have drywall in there only, and that's not a great idea.
And then shower in the corner.
Oh, nice. Nice layout. I like it. Who designed it? You?
Well, I mean, it was my initial design tweaked a little bit by the architect.
Based on structure, based
Yes.
on plumbing run. Okay,
Yeah.
everything, you know what, looks half decent. I'm gonna have to bring in inspectors. We're gonna have to open up everything they're gonna wanna see, because that's what I'd wanna see. Make sure the structure's fine, the plumbing's fine. And we got one hell of a job to close this in. What did this cost you?
The original contract was with tax $175,000, and then extras that were incurred in addition to that were about $25,000 to $30,000.
That's not a bad price. That's around an average price for what I see, so it's not overpriced. Now, I heard that this contractor was arrested.
Yes.
We spoke to a police officer. She says, oh, no, you don't need us. This sounds like it's civil. And I said, the fact that they can go and work somewhere else and do it to somebody else, you've got to be kidding. This isn't just civil. And we ended up with the head of the fraud squad for that division, and basically said, I'm sorry, this happens all the time. There's not much we can do about it. And I said, somebody can come in, destroy your home, make it uninhabitable, and they have full rights to go do this to somebody else? Because he thought it was just the addition, but it was the fact that they destroyed the house, plus taking the money that he said, whoa, back up and let's start again.
The police came in, and I'm telling you, I want to meet this police officer. I want to shake his hand, because he went right after the contractor. He arrested him with fraud, and he was brought to the police station. Hallelujah.
Fraud is a 6-week procedure, generally speaking. He says, I'm going to fast track this. Personally, myself, I'm taking it downtown. They were charged in 3.5 days.
Well, it's about time. It's about time. You know, if people run away with your money, cause you nothing but a world of pain, and they got stung for it.
Unfortunately, the Crown dropped or withdrew the charges.
Let me guess, because they came in and did something.
You got it.
What is wrong with this picture?
The one good thing is that even though the Crown attorney withdrew the case, the Ministry of Consumer and Business Services is going after them.
Now that I'd like to hear. You know, I believe you get what you give. And you know what? When you do this to families, you deserve to go to jail.
Well, that was why we did this, because we don't expect to see any money as a result, but if we don't do something, then they may do this to somebody else.
I think I've heard enough. Let me take over this nightmare. We're gonna make sure that when you move in here, you're not gonna have to worry about anything to do with the house. You walk away, and I'm gonna bring you back.
We really appreciate it.
It's my job.
Thank God.
If the roof had been fine, we would have lived with the house the way it was, but it became the catalyst for just balancing the look of the house and giving us our green master suite and bedroom and bathroom and all of that.
Hey guys.
Hey, Holmesy, what's up? What do you
See
got here?
something? Oh man, this is a different
We're
story.
scared to go inside.
It's quite a big job. Hasn't been inspected, which is not a surprise. It's what we're used to. Let's go upstairs, take a look there, and then we'll go over a ton of things we have to do. It's actually quite a nice layout. Object today is really to open up certain areas, so when we bring in the engineer, we get an okay on what we have to do to restructure a few issues, the front window, the structure support under the front porch. But I want to start with going to get some plastic, cleaning up, and we'll start picking areas and taking them down. There's Looks like we're gonna have to restructure this deck. There's no bolts. It was required to have bolts within your 4x4s into the main rim plate. None, have nailed it. This is gonna be a huge freaking can of worms. I'm not kidding you. None of the plumbing's been passed. I don't know what they've done. Here's a great example of stupidity. Look at this. This is a vent line right here. Actual drainage, which means it goes right down. When I say vent, it's because now it'll breathe all the methane gases into the house. We'll get some insulation in there and stop the gases. I'm surprised it doesn't stink in here. Got another one over there. Methane gas doesn't smell good, but you get enough in the house, you can blow the place up. Good plumbing practices. Cap it. Morning. Robert, nice to meet you. You're an engineer, right? Yeah. Excellent. Maybe you can help me understand. I'm looking at a 14-foot span. We still have sway effect?
I believe we do.
So it's not continuous vertically.
And the horizontal beam is bending on its weak axis. It's out of plane. It's not, they laid them horizontal and stacked them up. It would take the wind load in that direction. Because they're standing up this way, it's like when you walk on one, when it's on its flat, it just wants to sag. It's got no strength.
We have a few options. We can box it in, do a bulk around it and create an effect.
And then we just need to make sure it's connected to the wood at either end to take the load.
For the basement, we know we have an issue there, so we'll drop the ceiling there. Look at the 2x10s and maybe we can get some, lintel L brackets, bolt them through.
Sure.
Help carry the load from one side to the other.
Sure.
And how did they support that? Good. And we can see that the 2x10s are out over the block, which is good. We'll put in 2 L brackets, bolt them through, and put in 2 jack posts on the end and just spot weld the joints. So do me a favor, let's lose the bulkhead and this drywall.
Okay.
Looking good. Rob.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for good work.
Thanks for your time, eh? We got to get 2 laminated, one side to the other. We use the joist hanger on that side.
Right.
It's going to come right across against that beam, so the back of the 2x8s go in and join. We'll toe screw it, bring it right across. 2 tie in for structure. The third one is going to be just for appearance, to make a bulkhead. We're going to try and match the look with the other side where we have 8 inches sticking out. We're going to have 8 inches sticking out here, and it'll work. It'll give us a really nice look, and what that does is ties into that beam like this and keeps that beam from going like this.
Well, we're trying to stabilize this wall. That's what
right.
we do.
Okay. So you understand exactly what I'm saying? Let me go deal with Rob. You get right on this?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Rob, nice to see you again.
See you.
Well, this one's not too bad.
We're gonna have to remove the trough at first look. The soffit we can probably keep.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you can concentrate on the front first, just in case of rain, because this area here just floods like crazy down on the electrical. They've already had it short out once.
I've noticed that. Definitely got to go to large pipes, 3x4 instead of a regulation 2x3.
Okay.
We want to go oversized. Good. Because all the water, from what I see in the lay of the land here, is going to be draining over there.
Right.
And we don't want a pipe coming anywhere near this.
No. I think that was their idea, was to keep it away from the front of the house for eye candy.
Around the corner, I noticed there's, you've got a drain here that we can hook up into. We'll just go to larger pipes instead of the small.
Okay.
And we'll get a good flow in the trough.
Is your idea to come from that corner all the way down and have the water come all the way to here?
Yeah.
Good. So we'll take it and divert it to both sides of the house.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
There you go.
Thanks, pal.
Okay.
Hey, Mike.
Dan, how you doing today?
Good, how's it going?
Not so bad. I'm just checking to make sure the tub's gonna fit here. I don't think we're gonna have an issue there. Now the shower's an issue. We have 1 shower head on the roof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Now we have to think about PSI. Pounds per square inch. If we have the equivalent to 50 psi of water coming in, a 2-inch floor drain will not be enough to accept that. So by code, if you have 50 psi, we need 2 floor drains. So I guess what we have to determine for the drain is to check our psi on the hot and cold. We're reading the cold coming in.
Right, we'll check the pressure at the main and see what we have. Usually they need about 50 psi to run one of those showers with more than 3 or 4 heads.
What if we don't have 50 psi?
Well, we might have to put in a booster pump.
So the first thing to do is find out the psi that comes into the house, and then we'll determine what to do with the plumbing and the drain.
Exactly.
Well, we just shut the main water off. I'm going to drain the system. And I'm going to put a gauge on the main line coming in, which is this one here. And we're going to see what kind of pressure we have. My guess, maybe 40. My father always told me that when you're soldering, 80% of it is preparation. Some sandcloth or grit cloth does one of two things. One, it cleans the pipe, and two, it puts a little groove in it so that when you are hitting the solder on it, it wraps up and it loops up in a groove and makes the joint more tight. And then you clean the fitting inside too. And you put some flux on it. It's acid. It cleans the pipe even further, and it makes the solder wrap around the pipe. Put that on. That. If you hold the heat on one side and the solder on the other, when you touch it, it should wrap around to the heat. Solder always draws to the heat. I think we're gonna see maybe 30, 40 pounds per square inch. 50's ideal. 50's perfect. You don't get anybody complaining with 50 on the showers. So we're gonna turn it on now and see what we got. Holy.
82 pounds?
Yeah, we're good at the meeting.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's got to be the highest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So we have to put in second drain.
Yeah, definitely.
Not an issue.
No.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Jeez, okay. I'm not only pulling this down for myself just to make sure everything's right, I have to pull it down for the inspectors to see. Remember, no plumbing's been passed, no HVAC has been passed. They're going to want to see it. Heating looks good. At this point, what I see looks good. Electrical looks good. We can tell the guys know what they're doing. I like to see that extra coil of wire coming in case they need to pull more wire in, so it gives us slack. Everything looks proper within the box. Now, obviously, the electricians, we're pros. Now let's go meet the inspectors. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. Thanks for coming by. We're starting to open up things, and we're seeing a few things. Nothing serious. You want to take a look?
Yeah, sure. They created this post and beam structure on the inside, but is that post continuous to the basement level?
I'll do a notch in the floor to see what we do see. So what I'm looking for is that we have continuous load. This beam now is carrying the upper header. I want to see it continuous over this wall here. If we have a structure coming up and then it juts out and goes up again, which in this case we have, that has to be carried. This really should have been doubled up to help carry this load because it's on the outside of the existing structured wall downstairs. It's not right over it. In this room here, we're going to do the same thing. Here's a great example here. We know that the heat register is within the floor joists, okay? You see that this one is obviously not over top of the wall. That's gonna be an issue. So let's open both of these. There's two reasons I'm moving it. Number one, we are not structured on the existing structure. We're overhanging, unacceptable. This here is carried on 1.5 inches here and 1/2 inch on the other side. So for that reason alone, the structure is incorrect. The second reason I'm moving them is because this weight load happens to be directly over the 6-foot sliding door downstairs, which was not structured for this weight load. So now if I bring it outside of it and carry it with continuous wall, I win. So what we've done was taken out the outside plate, brought in 4-foot pieces, glued them, nailed them, just like the engineer wants. Now we're gonna move the columns onto this point. Before we do that, we have to resheet the floor. We're going to use 4 laminated 2x8s because the engineer wants me to build out one more beam based on weight load. It's 12 foot of span from this structure to the other structure, the new one we're putting in, to build it out to 5 wide. No big deal. What I'm going to do is add a 2x10 to the front, and I want to make sure I'm flush here so I don't have to build it out later. Now, if you looked at what I've done here, you'll notice that I don't have a bottom plate underneath my wood. Now, why do we want a bottom plate under wood, period? The idea is to displace the weight load with your vertical studs. I have 4 beams under this piece of plywood. I don't need to displace anything, so I'm going to lock it right in place and hit it directly in. But on any vertical wall, you have to have a bottom plate and 2 top plates if it's load bearing. When you're laminating the beams, you want to be every 16 inches, at least 3 screws, holds it nice and tight, turns it into one piece of wood. Probably wouldn't hurt to add a little glue. Makes a big difference. Joel, how are you, buddy?
Okay, yourself?
Nice to see you again. Simple job. Is this light okay for here?
That light is fine. The only thing we need to put there is a trim that would be tight, meaning no water can.
So I can use the box.
Yep.
It's just a watertight trim.
That's it.
Okay. Now this I think is an issue here. This switch.
Yeah, that is. That's not to code.
Because I can.
Yeah, you should be 1 meter away if you're standing in water.
Okay. Well, can we move this over here and gang it up with this one?
Well, we'll measure it off. As long as we're 1 meter away, we can gang it up.
Now, supposedly all this has been passed.
Okay.
Take a look around, see what you see. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
All right.
What we're gonna do here is, you can see this railing. Obviously, you can see they didn't do a very good job. It's really wobbly. So we try to find out the best solution to make it strong. And what we came up with is, take this 4x4 here. We got a little notch down here. And we're gonna stick it down into this little slot that we've notched down. And then from underneath, Des is gonna bolt it through. We're gonna take 10-inch carriage bolts, bolt it through, and then screw this into here so that each one of these 4x4s you see along here strengthens it.
Gerhard.
Mike.
Nice to see you, buddy.
Nice to see you
How you
again.
been?
I've been good, thanks.
Yeah? I'm
feeling good. Now you've got quite an interesting corner here, huh?
Yeah, right over hydro. We had a big problem with that, as a matter of fact. Because they left it open, we had just finished the fascia soffit, east trough, and downspouts, but hopefully you can make that look wonderful. This all should have been done first, and then the new meter.
Absolutely. Yeah, and
You
I
think-
see they've just purged directly over top of the existing painted wall.
Well, that's a
without
mistake.
cleaning it.
We want, like, adhesive.
Yes, absolutely. And you can see here where they've used the material, it just comes right off, eh? So what we're going to have to do is scrape that material off. I'll hammer this stuff off to get it back to the surface, and then we'll do a clean repurge all the way from top to bottom.
Okay.
We'll make it right.
Oh, that's what I want to hear. So anything you need, just call me.
You got it.
Thanks, Gary.
All right. Cement it right over tar. Scraping off all this stuff that's been improperly applied. As we put anything on top of it, it's just going to come off with it. So all of this whole corner has got to all be scraped clean.
The way they pipe this shower, the two supplies coming up going into the valve, and then it comes up into a diverter. What a diverter does is you can turn it this way and it will make your 6 jets function. You can turn it this way and it will make your shower head at the top here function. Now they have one feed going to these 6 heads, but the water's going to come along and it's going to go down here and come out, a lot of pressure, come up here, a lot of pressure, and it's going to come up here and not as much pressure as these two. So I'm going to do a looped system. I'm going to take another feed off this pipe, drill a hole through it, and tee it back in. So that way you'll always have water flowing through the system. Equal pressure to all heads. This is how you burn something. You put it in first and then you solder, and this is how you not burn anything. Pre-soldered that on the ground and then I put it in. Now these I might have a little bit of problem with, but you try your best not to make any black marks on the drywall and burn the house down. That's why torches are bent like that, so that you could go around the pipe and you're not gonna burn the wall like that. I mean, every plumber's torch is bent. I don't know how the guys are just sitting there like this, just burning the wall. Anyway. So we did okay, we didn't burn the wall. I'm just gonna cut a shower head in now. I'm gonna lower this, on the main floor in the basement, it's nice to have the shower head coming up down on you, but when you're up in the attic here now, the cold and so we're just gonna cut it in over here and bring it out, give the same effect. It'll be nice and high.
Okay, well I couldn't use a pre-wrap here between the door frame and the window because the space is too narrow. And the pre-wraps, what happens is if you cut them down the middle and you try to screw in on top of them, they all buckle up. And then your corners pull out and you get this waviness on the edge. So I've just wrapped it myself. You have to make sure you get your edges properly wrapped so that they're nice and square and strong. It's the good old-fashioned way, that's right. Takes a long time though. They went to pre-wrap for 2 reasons. One is that a lot of guys were cutting corners, so to speak, and they weren't wrapping properly all the way behind. So you get moisture in there and then the whole thing lifts off. Right? And plus, the reason they don't do it is because it takes a long time. You got to wrap the back of the panel, the edge of the panel, the top of the panel. You got to stretch it tight, and you got to coat it out. So when they manufactured the pre-wraps now, you get nice long straight edges. They go on really quick, and you eliminate that problem of bad edges. If you were not to do it, then, within a number of years, this stuff would just start popping back.
Good. And we got to make sure we mesh everything? Yeah, I can see it.
Everything's got to be coated in mesh and a good parge coat. Then we do the finish coat.
How long do you think?
Well, it'll take me a day to parge it out and then a day for the finish coat. So 2 days, we're done.
Well, it's looking good, Gerhard. And
Thank you.
I'm really happy to have you back. Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Okay. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
So now, what we have here is we have our feed coming here, and it's going to split up. It's equal here, tees off, comes up into this line, and it tees off this way and comes into this line. So we have 2 feeds going to these 6 jets. So it's all equal now. So now you'll get the exact same pressure to each end, the way it should have been done.
We ended up with the head of the fraud squad for that division.
Fraudsters, like any other criminal organization,
He said, I'm sorry, this happens all the time.
they're going to find ways to circumvent the system.
And they have full rights to go do this to somebody else.
We, as the public, have to be on our guard.
You know, it's funny. This all started from needing a new roof. All right, maybe we should do more. Maybe it's now time to do an addition. One thing leads to another. $200,000 later, there's a beautiful addition on here that's never been passed, and we have problems. Gerhard.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, man. It's looking good. Use your imagination. Go ahead and make changes, but hire the right guys. I hear you've had a bit of a problem with this, it being so out of whack, which doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, a lot of dissimilar surfaces. In order to get it nice and flush, we just had to use extra material, but we're just about there.
Well, it's looking good. I know I brought in the right guy.
All right.
Keep it up. Let's go take a look on the inside. If you don't hire the right guys, I can't come to everybody's home and help them. What the hell am I going to do here?
Toronto Police Fraud Squad, working out of headquarters, contains quite a large number of different officers within different fields. We have a corporate section, we have a credit card and a gang section, we have a section that deal with the welfare frauds, and we have a section that deals with frauds against seniors, including home renovation scams.
This fraud thing, you know, he gets charged with fraud. Great. The cop, I loved it. He felt for the family, charges him with fraud. About time somebody stands up and gives somebody a kick in the ass. However, he gets off. It's not going to stand in court. By the time it gets to the prosecutor says, did he do any work on the house? The answer is yes. And because he's done work on the house, it's not fraud. It's now a civil matter. Man, you guys are flying.
If an individual approaches you or you request a service from an individual and you pay that individual for the service, but he doesn't provide any of that service, he's committed a criminal offense, fraud. However, if the individual is paid for a service, he provides some or all of that service, however, it may not be up to what you believe to be what was promised, it's become a civil litigation.
So hire a lawyer, go after him. What's he gonna do? He's gonna go bankrupt, he's gonna open up a new business the next day, and everybody loses but him.
We finally heard through the detective that had initially dealt with us that the Crown had opted to drop the charges. We fell through the floor again.
The vapor barrier up?
Yeah, we're just finishing up here, Mike.
If I was a homeowner and I feel that I may have been taken, the first thing I would do is contact my local police service. Speak to them about it, have all of my documents ready. From there, depending on what happens, I would speak to my municipality. There are building inspectors within every municipality. There are bylaw officers within every municipality. The third step would be to contact the Ministry of Consumer and Business Services, which is a provincial government branch that have specific sections set out for offenses committed by these home renovators.
The Ministry of Consumer and Business Services is responsible for some 30 consumer protection statutes in the province of Ontario.
We're gonna have to lose all this concrete board in that tub area, and hopefully we can preserve it, that we don't throw it in the dump and use it in here.
So we receive about 77,000 consumer complaints a year. We commission investigations, conduct prosecutions, and in most cases we're successful in either getting restitution for consumers or getting a good, strong deterrent in the court.
The detective in particular will do anything he can in support of this new action based on a recommendation from Mike going to the Ministry of Consumer and Business Services. We've met with an investigator twice. She's met with the police. She's talking to some of the sub-trades already, and it appears that they are pursuing them. And so the police detective has indicated that he will do anything he can in support of this other action.
In many cases, we will work with the police. A fraud investigation, you have to prove the business really went in with a clear intent to defraud the consumer. Consumer protection legislation, you really look at if there is evidence of misrepresentation, if there's evidence of undue pressure, things of that nature, then there may be grounds for an investigation or an offense under the consumer law.
And again, not that we're looking that this would be any way to get monies back, but at least not to let these guys off scot-free.
The fines and deterrents can be very significant, up to 2 years in jail, up to $250,000 in fines.
We'll re-insulate this, vapor barrier, get the drywall up on this today as well, start the plastering.
I would like to just say a little story. The words of a 7-year-old. She says, I hear you need 100 to finish the job. Why don't you take it out of my bank account? I said, honey, not $100, 100,000. She says, well, how much is that? I said, about 1 million more pennies than you have. And she said, why don't you and Daddy just pay it? I said, honey, we don't have the money. If we do, we'll be bankrupt. Well, what's bankrupt? I said, that's when you lose everything. Well, that'd be okay. I said, it would. She says, Mommy, you'd still have us. And literally, that's what it boils down to.
Are they heavy?
Well, they're about 300 a piece.
Moves your truck a bit, eh?
Yeah, no, there's weight there.
Today, we are going to get that beam done so we can get it closed in. Nice day. Not bad for fall. Oh, they've been busy. Gerhardt's got the stucco done. Like it. Looks good. It's funny, we're adding weight to a beam. Go figure.
Watch your back.
Idea is to laminate the metal to the side of the beam, bolt it through, carry the loads on each end, and what it does is makes this one rigid beam. Now on this end, we really have no issue whatsoever. We've cleared the area to get our steel beam in on both sides, bolted through, and we'll carry the load with 2 jack posts down to the bottom plate. This end's a headache because not only do we have a ton of electrical in the area, we also have communication cables. So this is gonna be a little bit of a pain because we've got to cut out everything. The door, the structure here, all this that is holding the form up there, which they could have left it in place at the time. Now we've got to cut it out of the way. So it's going to take us probably 4 hours to do this work that should have been done in the first place. Because everything was closed up, you know, we had to open up and check all structure points for the building inspectors. This is 4 2x10s. Maybe if it was 5, they might have accepted, I don't know. But this is 4, so it's not enough. Swinging it back, guys. Hold it there, okay? You get up and start coming back. There's no other way to fix this without pulling out the beam, putting in a steel I-beam or something stronger than this.
That's not the weight down. As soon as you get that on there, you get the weight down.
4 2x10s based on the span, it's not enough to hold not only the concrete pad, this is the front door upstairs, but it's also structuring the whole floor above. So we've got to pick up that load and make it a much stronger beam. Just a little more, bench. Whoa, right there. Okay, go. Try to be as straight as possible. Yeah. For us to come in here, buy this steel, have it custom made to fix this one problem, open all this up and do all this work and then close it all back up again, you're in the area of about $6,000 repair for this one area. Not to mention the rest of the house. If we put in a piece of steel that's been fabricated and welded, it's almost impossible for it to bend and weight load. We have another one on the other side, bolted. It's gotta be 10 times stronger than the wood beam itself. I suppose that's what they're looking for.
You can come over here right now, Mike. This screw's on you now.
Okay. Let's get a nut and washer on that right away. As soon as you've done that, we can get the other ladder over here and work on this. Quite a bit. Oh. Ooh, that's good. And then we're gonna have to bring in a welder. We'll put in 2 jack posts within the wall with a steel plate right across from one side to the other. 1 jack post here, 1 jack post here. We'll support it, same as on that side. Restructure, close it in. I love my job. That's not gonna fall down. How you doing today, Mike?
Very well, Mike.
Nice to see you. So we're getting ready to do the sauna?
Yes, we are.
Excellent. Is everything fine? You need anything done at all?
No, we're roughed in fine.
So if you need anything, just let me know.
We want the sensor bulb to be located at the ceiling about 3 or 4 feet away from the sauna heater. The sensor bulb goes back to the thermostat, which will sense the temperature of the sauna. As the house thermostat will cycle on and off to maintain the appropriate temperature. We'll also have a 60-minute timer, so the sauna cycles off automatically within 1 hour. And it applies to most jurisdictions. The foil is here for added insulation value. It reflects heat back into the sauna. We don't tape or goop the seams because we want the sauna to breathe.
Does this also help stop moisture from escaping from the sauna?
Bit of a misnomer. There's very little moisture in the sauna. We're basically baking the air inside. Splash the rocks, you get a blast of humidity, gone within seconds.
Okay, so it's really, that's it. It's for the heat. Keep it within the room, make it a hot room.
Exactly. So we're going to start working on the walls, making sure we keep it the levels go up. We check level every 4 or 5 rows just to make sure the what's going up straight, square, and true. We only use tongue and groove cedar, so one board slides over the next. We nail into the tongue, which is then hidden by the following groove. It's called blind nailing. No nails show in the finished product. Nice, clean, attractive appearance.
Vlad is using a respirator to protect himself from breathing in particles, dust, fiberglass from the insulation. I think it's a good precaution to take if you have any lung or throat sensitivities. I'll tell you guys, you should change the name of your company there to Sauna in a Day, because I'm impressed, Mike. Vlad, I'm totally impressed.
Thank you.
And I get that smell of cedar. What kind of heat will this give off? Probably enough to really make this hot in here, right?
Yeah, the thermostat setting is up to 90 Celsius, but 194 Fahrenheit. That'll do the trick.
Well, good job, Mike. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. You been busy, Frank?
Yeah, very busy lately.
Will you still nail that, or you won't need to?
No, we won't need to. Just the compression with the glue, hold it.
What will you do afterwards? Just go across and just straighten any of these if you have to? Is that the idea?
If they need to be, they should be straight. When I'm pounding it into the handrail, I usually
You're good
line
at it.
them up,
Yeah.
and you can, as you're tapping them in, you can twist them at that point.
Just plug that and chisel it off.
Yep.
That's very good. I'll let you at it.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
It takes 3 coats of Varathane. Not much of a secret to it. It's pretty foolproof. So the first one, you just have to make it look wet. After each coat, it's gonna get a light sanding. So it's pretty foolproof, and it's gonna feel like glass. What happens is the grain of the wood is raised after the first coat. So you rub your handle on it, it's very rough. So the first coat is most important. You're gonna sand all the grain back down and make it quite smooth. So the second and third coat are very thin, just to add protection to the wood.
These acrylic tubs, when you get them in place, sometimes those squeakings in the tubs, and that's what happens with these fiberglass ones. So our experience is, if you just take the edges like this here and glue the edges down, it takes the squeak right out of it. Well, right now Dan's getting ready to rough in all the plumbing underneath. And once he gets in there working on it, we don't want the tub to move around. We want it to stay in place. So these are just temporary brackets. Tomorrow I'll take it off and the tub's in there secure. Dan will hook up the plumbing right now. And we'll fire up a test, make sure there's no leaks and motor's running and whatnot. Especially while the plumber and electrician's still there.
We're gonna turn the water back on and then test the tub. We'll let it run for 20 minutes, half an hour, make sure the factory didn't make a mistake.
See, look at there. See there? It's perfect.
Well, nice to see we're tiling in front here, Stan.
Yeah, it's coming in now.
Excellent. They're gonna love this. We're gonna put down slates throughout the whole front foyer, stagger the tiles. We're staggering, right, Stan?
Yes, we are.
Excellent. Oh, this is gonna be good.
I'm scratch coating the back of the tile because it'll give us a better bond when we're pushing it down on the floor. Because the back of the slate tile is a smooth surface, it's particularly important to scratch coat a smooth tile, any smooth tile on the back. It's not like a porcelain or a ceramic. You have to comb the back of the surface because it's too smooth for the cement to grab and it won't bond properly.
Had the guys in all weekend, plastering, sanding, prepping for Craig today. Speaking of Craig.
Second coat.
Second coat of slate. Looking really good. I guess the idea is to get it on the wood first, so when you do paint, in case you hit the wood, it wipe straight off.
Definitely.
That's why you're here, Craig. Excellent.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem, Mike. Yep.
Holy cow, look at this place. We've already put a coat of paint out here. These guys are flying like crazy. Here's Craig's guys here. Looking good. Well, it's officially winter. Have we really been here for 6 weeks? Just a few more days to go. Yeah, we're gonna have some touch-ups. I can see it. That's okay. Get it primed now so we can see it, do the touch-ups. We have the concrete board done inside, the waterproof membrane up on the walls. That's great. The countertops got to go in. We're in a little bit of a rush, but everybody's in the right mood, you know? You know, I'll tell you, walking into this job has been nothing but a pain. And why has it been a pain? Imagine coming into a job that's really 85% done, that's never been inspected. So where do you start? You start by investigating, start taking things down, make sure the plumbing's right, make sure the electrical's right, take a look at the structure. And bit by bit, until you've solved all the problems that's hidden beneath everything, you start to close it back up again. And it's taken a while. It's been a lot of progress. We've had a lot of help from the government coming in here and really spending their time with us, as well as engineers, as well as professionals that we brought in. It really makes a difference to have everyone on your side. I feel sorry for a contractor that doesn't have that ability because this would take forever, and they would never get back home. They've already been out of here for over a year now, and I think that's ridiculous. So we're going to do our damnedest to get this done ASAP. Now that we fixed all the problems, get them home. $2,200 square feet of oak floors, 2,000 square feet of foam and stucco, 700 square feet of slate tile, 900 linear feet of baseboard and casing, 98 gallons of paint, 100 spindles, with another 150 linear feet of oak rail. This is no small job. Well, we were here till late last night. Tiling off the bathroom was the biggest part of this that had to be finished. It is a madhouse today, there's no doubt about it. We have a lot of people in here today, painters, plumbers, electricians, my guys. It's a mess, but I'm not worried about the mess yet because this will be done. The object is to work our way down. How you doing, Benj? Good, Mike. So you're on top of the doors, casing, door handles. Dan's just getting the plumbing. He's trying to save some time, getting the fixtures all ready to be put in place. We're getting the doors and trim installed. We have the painters in here, Craig and his wonderful guys. The colors work. They're not so bad at all. They work. Countertops in, cabinets in. We did a reveal. I like it. It works. Shower tiles, tub tiles are done. This works for me.
Yeah, no, we're gonna do it. There's a lot to do, but this is a big job. It's not like you just drop these in. You can see what I'm doing. Look at all the shims. You need a 6-foot level, so you make sure your jam's nice and straight.
Are you level?
We're getting there. That's what we were just talking about. These fast fit doors. Mike's got the sharp eye. He's got a built-in laser level in his eye. Puts the evil eye on everything when he comes in and inspects the work, eh? Oh, you level? Oh, okay, hang on. Of course, you gotta keep the handy level straight right by close so you can show him. Oh, okay, it must be the wall.
So the idea is to continue up the mold. We have a nice molding edge here, but since we don't have it anywhere else, the idea is to stagger that back approximately a ½ an inch. So now we'll have another chrome molding that comes up, one tile up, really just underneath that window all the way around, which really highlights the tub, highlights the area. I still got to paint out that window. Okay, we have the time. We're doing good. I'm more concerned with the tiles right now than anything, so I want these guys to go at it. We're feeling good. I mean, look at it. It's looking great. All we're going to do is just really start cleaning up. We've done a lot of touch-ups today, but it's coming together. It's looking like it's supposed to. I like it.
These folks.
Well, this is just the beginning. We've done a lot of work in here. We've had a lot of people. You like your slate tile?
Yeah. Yeah.
You like that?
Yes.
You ready to come home?
Oh, I've been more than ready.
Does it look a little different at this point?
Yes. There's a floor. Haven't had a floor for a year and a half.
Yeah, and there's some stairs and rails and spigots.
Oh my goodness, rails. Oh yeah, that was barred up.
We had a major structure point to fix it here. As far as I was concerned, that was kid stuff compared to the rest of the house that we had to do.
Oh, is that the beam that was...
Oh yeah, it's a beam we put in there, which really stops this wind resistance is the idea. And we've kept with the colors you've liked. I mean, when you stand here and you look up.
It looks like a dollhouse.
You ready to go upstairs?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go upstairs.
Stairs. Oh my goodness.
It's pretty big, doesn't it?
It's humongous. It's not, it totally looks different when...
It is a ballroom. Now we had a second structure pointed here. We had a weight load over the door downstairs and a weight load in your bedroom over the window. This whole wall was removed, restructured, put back again.
Oh my God.
As well as the ceiling downstairs in the foyer, we dropped that. We had to open up everything for the plumbing route, everything for structure, just to inspect or make sure everything was right. I love that little catwalk. That's nice, eh?
Yeah. Oh, it totally looks just, yeah.
I think she's dumbfounded.
Well, when you see it with the boards just piled up for so long, you just gotta get used to it that you just don't ever think
Doesn't ever be
it's ever going to be.
Plywood.
Yeah.
Let's go look at your bedroom. And your huge closet is right there. And it is nice. Let's take a look.
Oh,
That's
this is the size of a bedroom I grew up in.
Yeah, it is. You want to see your bathroom?
Oh, bathroom. Ah, I forgot even about that. Bathroom.
Yeah.
For the year and a half. Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
This is gorgeous.
So we were able to keep your toilet and bidet on this side. Just take a look. Brought in your granite guys to set up the cabinets and everything else, and a couple of mirrors.
Nice. Very nice.
Not bad, eh?
This is gorgeous. Oh, great. Fabulous.
And we brought in a sauna specialist.
Ah! It's done. I didn't think it
Oh,
was
it's
gonna
done. It's done.
Oh my gosh! Ah!
Holy smokes.
Oh, I'll just sit in here and sniff.
Doesn't that smell nice? I'd love to see your smell. And of course, we used slate and we carried it in your shower stall. So let's take a look at your shower stall.
Wow. Goodness. Oh.
Beautiful.
Holy smokes. This is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
You okay?
No, I'm okay.
You have to be part of your job. It's your home. We want to trust people, but we have to start taking care of it ourselves. Phone the government. Don't be afraid to call them. They're on your side.
Do I get to give him the hug now?
Yeah.
Hang on. Oh,
I got the full. Never allow the job to be started until the permits are in the window. When the permits are in the window, that means you have permits for the job. Ask to see the signature on the back of the permit, which says the inspector has been in and passed it. Better yet, be there when the inspection is supposed to take place. Talk to the inspectors yourself to find out when it is necessary to call them in, so you as a homeowner know this. Extremely important. Hello.
You ready to come home?
Julie has planned a little bit of a party. So are we ready to have a little bit of fun and enjoy this? Hello, everybody. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. That is fun. All right, it's party time.
All right, you're home.
Great job, Des. Great job, Sean. Damon, Mike, Dan the man. Incredible. Gerhard, thank you so much for your work. All you guys for your help.
No problem.
Really appreciate it.
Mysteriously, the floor started to arise.
What I'm seeing is a hell of a lot of moisture buildup within the oak floor. There's no doubt water's coming in, and where? We're gonna have to find out. Oh, we can see there's water damage on the plywood. So it's not over yet, guys. Source it down, whatever it takes, if it's every single wall inside, to find the problem. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Mike Holmes, look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep you in shape? I'll be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
I purchased the house in the spring of 2000, and what really attracted me to it were the kitchen. I fell in love with the kitchen. And I don't want anything larger. I'm on my own, so what more can I want? but I want my kitchen fixed.
Anne's been living here for about 4 years now. It looks good. It's nice and crisp and clean. The cabinets look nice. The oak floor looked nice until I guess it curled up and got saturated by water.
It was in November, December of the year that I had moved in, and mysteriously the floor started to arise in the kitchen in front of the refrigerator. And it was up approximately 4 to 6 inches.
What is causing the problems? Is it actually weeping up through the concrete? Is it coming in through the back, through the sides, through the roof? We're gonna have to find out. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Come on in.
A little bit of a disaster?
A little bit of a disaster. Okay, this is this wonderful floor. The floor from
Hell?
Hell. You got it.
Well, first of all, this is rather nice looking. Did you do a renovation in here?
No, I did not. I purchased the house because of the kitchen, and everything started to go downhill from there.
What I'm seeing is a hell of a lot of moisture buildup within the oak floor. We can see how the floor has cupped up, not only built up, but because now it's expanded with moisture and it's just pushed against each other and lifted. Has anything been done about this?
I had a structural engineer firm come in. They did a report.
She's hired an engineer to look at this. They can't find the problem. She's hired many different people to come in and solve this problem.
A new floor was put down. Unfortunately, because of putting it down incorrectly, it was buckling up towards the dishwasher, very spongy. This is the third.
This is the third floor?
The third floor. This floor was put in approximately 8 months ago. It started again.
I think what drives me insane is that, so many different contractors come in and don't source out the problem. Just, again, try and fix the damage. That's not gonna work. It's like your roof leaking. Over and over again, you keep plastering because you've got a leak. It's not gonna solve the problem. You'll have to stop the leak.
These are new boards.
Well, we're seeing that moisture's built up within the bottom of the wood. Obviously, we have an issue. There could be one of a couple of problems here. Now, we are a concrete slab on here, correct? 21 years ago, you were allowed to put a concrete slab on grade. In different areas, you still are, but I would highly recommend to put in a basement or at least a heated crawl space so you can get underneath it. We have to think of future issues. If you're going to run new plumbing, if you're going to run new heating, if you even want to get to it, you want to be able to get to it from underneath and not pull out all the cabinets and up the floor.
Plywood was put on top. The wood was then applied, and then the process of sanding and sealing.
So they put the plywood directly over the concrete?
Directly over the concrete with a little plastic.
Oh boy, we don't want to do plastic. Think about it. If you're going to have a concrete slab on grade, why would you put a wood floor on it? Honestly, it would be the same theory as putting hardwood in your basement. Again, I don't recommend it. Oak floor companies will tell you you can. They want to sell the product, so they're going to give you ideas on how to install it on a concrete slab, but it's not recommended. You have to think of the moisture within the ground getting up into the wood. What happens to the wood when it gets moist? It expands and contracts. It will ruin it.
I've done with the wood in the floor. Mike has suggested putting down a heat floor first, followed by a granite or a stone floor on top.
What that's going to do is, if there's any problems with it really pulling moisture out of the floor, it's going to keep that hot, and that's going to stop that problem. I'm just going to look under your cupboard here for a sec.
Okay. Now, Mike, I have had all new plumbing put in.
I see no signs at all of leakage under there. So why did you have new plumbing put in?
When you have massive water and damage like that, you try to cover all your bases before having to go through the problem of having to have your floor, your kitchen, totally dismantled.
So I'm going to pull the island, I'm going to pull the cupboard, the cabinets, the fridge. I will leave your uppers in place at this point.
Oh, good.
It is such a shame that I have to remove this granite countertop, and I'm going to guarantee that I probably will break it because it is silicone in place. And it sure is.
If it does crack, then we'll deal with that situation because there is a lot of granite. But, fingers crossed, toes crossed.
I can tell by looking at the floor we are getting moisture from this whole side, but I don't see too much on this side. It's not showing cups within the floor. You see that? I don't see anything. I see it over near the door, but not here. So I'm starting to believe that it's coming from that side, whether it's from the ground or from the wall, but it's coming down and coming underneath the floor. Eventually it's going to wick right through the wood.
Right.
Just laying down a new floor is not going to solve the problem. You've got to find out where this water is coming from. There's a penetration somewhere. The roof, the back of the house, the side of the house, the floor, many different possibilities.
You have to get to the root of it, because not that I'm selling, but if I ever did sell, I would never sell a house unless it was in absolutely 110% condition. I would never pass anything on to anybody else. A, it's not fair, and B, I couldn't live with myself for trying to do it. But I'm not selling. I'm here. I'm here to the end.
I'm just hoping I don't have to take your addition down. So let's just start from the beginning, remove everything, and find out where it's coming from. Well, there's no doubt in my mind we're going to find it. I'll take down whatever's necessary, even if it's the roof. We will source it out and find out where this water is coming from. I'm going to be looking for many things, but at this point, until I remove everything, it's a couple of guesses.
Oh, it's going to be the end of my floor woes. I know, the right man is doing the job. And, well, unfortunately for him, but fortunately for me, I'm going to be hanging my head over his shoulder. I'll be an inspector, but I know it'll be done properly. And I'm grateful for it, truly grateful.
Let's see if I can't put a smile on your face, okay?
Oh, you'll put a smile on everything.
All right, let me go get my guys.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks so much.
See you soon. There's no doubt water's coming in, and where? I'm gonna have to put on my Sherlock Holmes hat and find out.
This is what we call a infrared camera, and we're picking up the differences in temperature that were on the surfaces of objects.
So you can actually get the heat off of me if you shoot me?
Absolutely.
Probably not the best picture of me. What I'm seeing is a hell of a lot of moisture buildup within the oak floor. Just laying down a new floor is not going to solve the problem.
I want my kitchen fixed.
What is causing the problems? We're going to have to find out. Well, thanks for coming in, Rob.
No problem, Mike.
Now, I understand you were here, I guess it was a year or two ago, correct?
Yeah, 2 or 3 actually.
Oh, that long?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've had 3 floors since, so. Wow. I'm thinking that it's either the concrete pad is just right on grade and not on, without any crush underneath it, or we have an issue with the water coming down in between the 2 walls.
When I was here 2 years ago, everything kind of came from the fridge. The water was coming down here. There were stain marks on the wall. The thought was it's the fridge itself. It was checked out by the homeowner. It was okay. Now I agree with you. I mean, the water is completely under the whole floor. It's not just like a smaller area.
Before this, somebody had laid plastic down over top of the concrete and then put the oak on top, which is only going to trap the moisture.
Moisture, right. So there's nowhere for it to evaporate. I like your idea of doing an opening this up. Let's get in there, see what the slab is sitting on before we rip it all out. We can just do a small area, see what's going on.
I know some people that have thermographic images, and that might be a helpful tool right now to actually look at this.
Sure.
Rob, I really appreciate you coming in here, and I think every contractor should have one of these. How long has this been out?
This has been around for about 30 years in terms of the technology, but only in the last couple of years have we brought it down to the size and cost that a typical contractor might be able to afford. This is what we call a infrared camera, and we're picking up the differences in temperature that were on the surfaces of objects. It's up to the operator to determine if that difference in temperature is due to water damage or heat loss or something else.
You can actually get the heat off of me if you shoot me?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can take a look at you quite clearly. We can even see your breathing as you're breathing in and out. We can see the heat and the cold of your breath through your
Probably
nostrils.
not the best picture of me.
We can apply a false color palette as well if there's some other different way that we like you to look.
Oh, that's really handsome. Why is my nose green?
All we're showing here is a difference in temperature.
So my nose is cooler than my face?
Exactly.
Can I see through this wall right now?
No, you won't be able to see through the wall. We're only going to be able to see surfaces.
What about just looking at the ceiling?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the ceiling here. We have a couple of little patches of cold for some reason.
See that.
Quite a bit right here.
Isn't that strange?
Big patch right there. Another patch right here beside the skylight.
Now it's either a possibility it's water or no insulation.
That's correct, yeah.
How about the floor?
There's no moisture on the surface of the floor is basically all I can...
Well, if I pull up this wood, does that help?
Yeah, if we pulled up the wood, we might be able to see something.
Oh, there's plywood beneath it. Is that an issue?
Well, we'll see what we see.
Oh, we can see there's water damage on the plywood.
Yeah, it's a little bit colder. You just in general see a faint colds. You know, I can't really tell from that small area if there's any pattern for water damage.
I guess I'm just gonna have to go to the point to everything, pull it out, and start cutting open some drywall on this side. Take a look to see what I see within the void. For me, I see that being completely handy. If you don't mind, I'm gonna call you a few times.
Absolutely.
Rob, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You take it easy. All right.
What are you doing?
We have a water issue here that's coming into the kitchen big time. I think it's a lot to do with the concrete slab. We can see the foundation wall. This has got some green in it.
And it's cracked here too. This is obviously where the addition started.
Yeah, but the green tells me it's absorbing water. So that's not a good sign. I had Rob come in here, our engineer, and he took a look at it. He's come to the same conclusions I did. Then I brought in thermal guys to do thermal imaging. So now, forget science, let's put our our investigators' hats on. Let's go up and take a look at the roof. We'll start from the top and work our way down. That's the drainage bed, there's the scupper. And we have low points here. Oh, get out of here. It looks like the stucco guys have blocked it.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Take a look at this. We have a 4-inch gap here from the top of the stucco up. It means driving rain, and definitely from the east we have driving rain.
Oh yeah.
Hitting that would make it go down and behind it. We saw water coming in around this side of the skylight downstairs and the one in the corner. Well, the roof sucks. I have two theories here. One, we're leaking from this side of the house in underneath the cabinets across the floor. Two, they put a concrete pad right on top of earth, and it's wicking right through the earth.
No drainage underneath.
No drainage, no stone. So let's go downstairs, let's pull the fridge, let's punch a hole in the wall behind the fridge, take a look at what we see in the wall.
You know what I'd like to do, don't you? Just get rid of this whole addition and build her a new one. By the time we fix all the little stuff in here.
Let's see if we can find the water leak first.
Okay.
See, I don't think it has anything to do with this area because we see nothing wrong with the floor here at all, which tells me I don't think there's an issue coming in here. I really believe we have an issue behind this fridge because we have, this is the raw area. We see that it's completely rotted wood here.
Why would you put hardwood down here?
That's a great question, my friend. Great question.
How do you want to get these cabinets and these countertops out without breaking them?
Well, I use my head. I called in granite guys. I'm going to let them do it.
Right. Good call.
Let's get some pry bars. I want to pull up the strips in this area and in front of the door, and I want to pull this fridge. And then we're going to cut a hole in behind the fridge because I want to check the wall first. Oh, there we go. I do see signs of mold across the wood here. Right. That could be just absorbed from this point. We see mold on the bottom of the drywall there.
Yep.
That's a bad sign right there. Is it just on the floor and it's now wicking up the drywall? Is it coming in from the bottom? We see no sealant whatsoever across here. Was it from the fridge? I have to say no, because she had all new plumbing installed. I'm sure we're gonna see a lot more when I pull up this floor. You know what this shows? This is how bad the wood was before. Obviously, the piece that was here was even worse because they pulled up this piece and replaced this piece before they did the floor. And why replace this piece?
Oh my goodness, there's water right there. No, there's not. It's all right, freaked out. Water found the problem.
So what do we see? We see, I'm gonna assume 3/4 inch plywood, probably 5/8. Screwed or nailed, we actually see it nailed right to the concrete. We see that the screws have rusted, which says we have moisture in between the plywood and concrete. I would never in a million years put oak over a concrete slab that was on ground. I would never in a million years put 3/8 down on top of plywood because you can't nail it properly. What we do see though is a concentrated area of where the water problem is. We know that they've replaced this plywood, so I would say at one time this was really bad, probably even worse than this one. Whether or not it's the floor, I don't know. We're gonna keep going, but we can see this is the area. This is not so bad, even though it's a new sheet. We can see that it's bled possibly from one wood to another because we can see the areas in here that are wet. I still have to find out about the concrete underneath, so we're gonna be pulling everything, including the sheeting, everything. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to pull all the cabinets. I have to determine where this leak is coming from. If we damage it, we have to replace all of it. And that could be a costly mistake. I'm gonna place a little bet here. I bet you break it. It is such a shame that I have to remove this granite countertop, and I probably will break it.
If it does crack, then we'll deal with that situation. But fingers crossed, toes crossed.
Bob, how you doing, buddy? You're the man that's going to come in here and remove this wonderful granite for me?
Well, not me, but I'm going to bring our installers in.
You gonna bring your guys in?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have no choice but to pull all the cabinets because I may have to pull up this concrete slab. I have to determine where this leak is coming from. So that's why I called you in, because I don't want to pull off this granite. Worst comes to worst, if we damage it, we have to replace all of it.
Yeah.
And that could be a costly mistake, but it's already, we warned the client.
Yeah.
She hates that sink.
I
And
heard,
if we
yes.
can actually cut that and put in a bigger one.
She has to find a sink big enough to cover both those holes.
Right.
And that's going to be a challenge.
We're going to do our damnedest. At the same token, odds are we have a 50-50 chance here of breaking it or not breaking it.
Yeah, this is the challenge, this piece right here,
Where the
because
sink?
it's so long and it has the sink in it, you have to get the sink up really high.
Well, the problem is that they silicone the sink down on top of the plywood and then silicone the top down on top of the sink.
Probably.
We're going to break it.
No.
I'm going to place a little bet here.
Okay.
I bet you break it.
Okay. The problem they've got here is the floor, is where the water is, so all of this stuff has to go out. Well, we got lucky on the first one. We're working on it. He owes me $1 on the first piece. We're going to go to $1. Maybe we'll go $1 a foot here. And what we can get out in one, each foot he owes me $1.
The other side that isn't glued down either.
Oh, good.
So, yeah.
There's another what? There's $4 or $5 right there.
We've got to a point now where we lowered the cabinets a little bit by undoing the legs, and we're going to try to tip it up and let these pros try to get this out of here without cracking it.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so you want to take this in 2 pieces. So you want this to fold this end up here? Separate this joint?
Yeah,
there you go. It's going to crack.
It's just the plywood's holding it
Together, yes.
Yeah.
So the granite and the plywood actually are glued together, but they're not glued to the cabinets, which means we're lucky because the plywood is going to support the granite and makes for an easy reinstallation.
We have been extremely lucky. It appears that the granite was not glued down to the top, so it was still a good call. I'd rather have the guys that know what they're doing take it off. So it looks like we do not have to buy new granite.
I'm elated. I couldn't be happier that it's out. And we're getting down to the problem, because you can only live so long with problems.
Okay, let us get back to work.
Super. And I'm just so thrilled. I mean, what can I say?
You haven't seen anything yet.
What can I say? I'm elated. Just elated.
We'll bring you back.
Oh, thank you.
Here's something we don't normally do. Run electrical through copper.
So they went to all the trouble of laying regular flooring.
They moved this island 3 times. Put down new floor, sanded it, refinished it to match supposedly the existing, and missed it. No matter how we look at it, we just had a few yo-yos in here. I'm gonna hit an area that shows wetness, so if I'm gonna have to do a temporary cut or just a really investigative cut, it'll be here. I don't see anything along this wall here. A little bit of mold right here. And that could be just because it wicked it right across the floor and actually came up through the drywall. We can see that it's weeped all the way back, which is something I don't like. We'll see more when we pop up this floor here. Obviously it's not a lot, which brings me back to the concrete, that it's pulling the moisture out of the ground. As long as we eliminate the water problem, we can bring it back with in-floor heating, new tiles on the floor, and turn it back into gold. I think we'll do a little bit of lipstick and mascara in here, fix up a lot of the plastering, maybe a new paint job. Yeah, that'll work. Look at it, we're seeing no water, none over here. Just a little in this neighborhood.
It looks like fairly new plywood. Oh, the water stream here? Actually, that might not be.
Well, it probably just bled. See, there was no paper there, so it bled through the wood and deposited on top, which is kind of concerning to me because that really means it's not coming from underneath.
It's on top of the paper.
Well, if it was coming from underneath, it would have absorbed through the wood, and we're seeing its surface.
Right.
It's not over yet, guys. This is the number one mistake, is putting plastic over top of this concrete. It just traps all moisture and does not allow it to breathe. So is this the culprit? We'll pull up everything, baseboard, because we're gonna go through all new floors here. It's just not over yet, guys.
Well, it seems to be, this was obviously the last piece put in after the kitchen was in maybe, and the, doesn't look like the fasteners held too much. We haven't lifted this up yet, but we're about to and see what's going on.
Looks like they tried using some Tapcons that broke, or it looks like maybe they rusted. Tapcons, if you don't drill them down deep enough, they'll snap on you.
This is likely then quite hard concrete. I don't see any moisture down here though.
No, you're right. Beginning to wonder if maybe it wasn't the problem when the roof started leaking.
Yeah, and then it's been solved since.
So we see it dry.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
This is the number one mistake, is putting plastic over top of this concrete. It just traps all moisture and does not allow it to breathe. So is this the culprit? Is it a simple fact that it's just created beads of moisture on top of the plastic, which has then been absorbed up through the plywood? If you mix cool with warm, you create moisture. That's just logic. So logic says if this ground is cool, which we know it is, it's approximately 68 degrees Fahrenheit underneath this slab. We're warm within the kitchen. You put plastic on top of the concrete, which does not allow it to breathe, you will create moisture. Imagine something so simple as putting plastic on top of concrete to cause so much problems, and look what we have to do to take it apart and fix it. I still want to do the core samples. We want to see underneath this. I want to see, we'll drill a few holes throughout the floor, and I want to see stone under this. If I see stone under this, I'm starting to believe it's the plastic. Morning, Mike. Chris, how are you, pal?
Good. How are you doing?
Not so bad. Nice to see you again.
How you doing?
Brian?
Casey.
Casey. Do a core sample. I like the idea. It sure saves me taking the jackhammer and pounding it out. This way we do a couple of things. We see if we have moisture within the concrete, stone underneath it. I'm searching for where the water's coming in. I have no evidence on the outside. We know we had a couple of leaks before the roof was fixed. I think it's a simple factor of plastic over concrete creating moisture. But you know what? You're here. Let's do this. I would love to see what's underneath it. Make sure we have stone underneath it and check the thickness of it or the depth, as well as anything we can see within the concrete.
But first, I think we should probably do a graph scan of the slab.
I like that.
See how thick it is, and maybe we can see what's underneath it.
I like that.
Awesome.
Right. Show me your tools. This was an area right here that showed a lot of moisture within the plywood, so this would be a definite area I would like to hit.
Sure.
So you can actually read the depth with this?
Depth is always approximate with radar, but it's pretty.
So we use this equipment mainly for damage prevention, locating conduits and structural features like rebar, post-tension cables, stuff that our guys want to avoid when they're drilling.
Yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to hit metal or electrical.
So just taking a pass right now. What we're getting on the screen coincides with where the card is. Our little cursor here is the center of our antenna. So right here, this is all our concrete. Then we have different subgrades, like different levels of compaction.
So we're showing stone underneath.
Maybe stone, maybe sand. We can't actually tell until we drill through it.
Okay. I am going to assume that this is extremely important to do before we drill, just in case there's electrical, steel, anything within the floor.
Absolutely. Anything you don't want to drill through and you want to avoid, it's definitely worthwhile to scan it first. You know, the money you spend on scanning a slab first, you save it 10 times for if you do hit electrical cable, it costs you so much more to have it fixed.
Well, this is definitely the area that I want to drill into, is right here. Even though it shows to me that it's dry, the evidence within the floor itself showed the moisture area throughout right here.
Whenever you're ready, Casey.
What'd you say?
We might yell a little from here on in, but that's okay.
You know, simplicity, here we are. I brought in a thermographic reader, so he did thermographics through the walls, through the floor to see what we could see. An engineer to get his opinion on this, and you guys. And it's not a lot of money to bring in all these people that I brought in to determine the problem. I mean, I could go to the extreme of ripping everything down, breaking up the floor, And it's as simple as, is it just plastic over concrete? I'm starting to put my money on that.
Okay.
But let's go all the way and see what we do have.
We're gonna find that shortly.
So they didn't use stone, they just used foam. And foam should have actually been under the stone. So in other words, I'd like to see foam if they're going to use foam, then crushed stone, and then the concrete.
What I think we've got here underneath is just sand, clay.
So that's going to hold the moisture.
It's going to hold the moisture and not let it drain.
I'm just wondering if we should do like one here and maybe one over there, just to make sure that we still have the foam all the way around. I'll talk to Rob, the engineer, to see whether or not I got to actually lose this concrete and do it again. Insulation again. It is really, geez, difference of a 1/4 inch. I'll have to get Rob's opinion on that as to see whether or not we're going to pull up this concrete. Get an engineer's report to say yay or nay.
There's a inch gap, followed by that. Underneath the styrofoam.
Why is the foam deteriorated? Does that appear to be undermined there?
Yep, there's a good inch gap between the bottom of the foam and the soil.
If this was my house, I wouldn't leave this, which means
you're going to take it out.
Yeah. Looks like we're jackhammering.
This took us 20 minutes to make this little hole. It's a structurally strong floor. I mean, it's nearly impossible to actually jackhammer it.
First, I think we should probably do a graph scan of the slab.
I like that.
See how thick it is, and maybe we can see what's underneath.
So they didn't use stone, they just used foam. Why is the foam deteriorated? Looks like we're jackhammering.
Go to the hole. I would say that by experience, the concrete's at least 25 MPa, which means it's strong. Typically for something like this, 20 MPa would be enough. This is very strong concrete. It's also reinforced with welded wire mesh, which is basically leaning me toward not wanting to take this floor up. This is what they're supposed to do. This took us 20 minutes to make this little hole. It's a structurally strong floor. I mean, it's nearly impossible to actually jackhammer it.
And we have not noticed anything to do with moisture.
Why take something apart and tear it up and if it's in really good shape?
So let's just leave it as it is. Let's clean up. Let's get this drywall plasticed up, and I think we're going to be able just to get some stone in there, pack it back as much as we can, backfill it, get it in-floor heating, which I think is going to solve the most moisture problem. All right?
Okay. Sounds good, Mike.
Thanks. It has rained for the last 2 days. We see nothing. It's completely dry underneath the floor. No evidence whatsoever that this is wet.
No.
Look at that, dryer, just dry.
Yeah.
This tells us that the plastic being on the floor and trapping cool vapors from coming up is still a key issue in my mind.
Condensated on the warm floor and caused vapor.
As far as I'm concerned, yes. Now, you know, we've even contacted the Flooring Association, and it was #1 recommended if you're going to put oak over a concrete floor to lay down a 6mm plastic, 3/4 inch plywood, and nail through it. But if you read the writing rather clearly, you don't want holes in the plastic because that could cause issues. So how the hell do you put down plywood without putting holes through the plastic? We've talked to engineers, and as long as this has not deteriorated, which is in brand new shape, 21 years old, this is structurally strong enough to hold up 2 floors of weight load.
Oh yeah, no.
So why pull up this floor if we don't have to?
Oh, I certainly don't want to jackhammer this sucker up. There's no point.
Are you kidding? What for? You know, it's not that I'm lazy, but why take out something that's working? I want to open up this wall here behind the fridge. We're going to pull out the insulation, everything. I want to see the wall behind it because I'm still not convinced that we don't have water coming in from this wall.
Dry as a friggin' bone. Don't see no water, Mr.
No
Holmes.
signs of water.
Well, we're happy not to see water, right?
Damn straight. Damn straight. And let me tell you what we've done so far. We have done core samples within the floor. We have determined your floor thickness is 5 to 6 inches in certain areas, and that's a wonderful structure to even have the mesh in it. So I'm going to applaud the man who did this 21 years ago.
That's good.
We have styrofoam, not a foam board, but styrofoam, 1.5 inches underneath the floor, and it is still intact and not corroded whatsoever. So it's a great sign that tells me there's no water underneath the concrete. It's very dry. This all looks good. No signs of water whatsoever. This was the main area that we saw within the wood that showed moisture. So I know it's not coming in from here. I'm also extremely confident the floor is okay and that we do not have water penetration underneath bleeding up through the floor. But we have minor issues with water. I'm still confident that it's the vapor barrier over the concrete, even though it is suggested by manufacturers of hardwood flooring. I'm against it. We have better methods.
How many years ago was it suggested?
Good thinking. I'm going to put in some super in-floor heating here that's going to keep your feet warm, and it's just going to keep this kitchen warm.
My Tootsies are going to love it.
And I want to put all brand new slate in here. I'm looking at 24 by 24 inch tile. Are you fine with that?
I'm fine with anything as long as I don't have a leak.
I'm not going to let this leak the day I leave here. I'm going to make this right by next week.
Oh, that's God bless you. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, that's great.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, this floor is superior to anything else that we see here. I mean, based at 5 to 6 inches thick, that's already over code. If we look at it in theory, this structure will hold up 2 floors of a house. So when it comes down to that, and noticing that there's no water underneath it whatsoever, I'm keeping it. I think it's nuts to pull it out and replace it. It has nothing to do with me being lazy. It has everything to do with this is proper. We fill the holes, and over we go with it, just a scratch coat to give us a nice little leveling pad. Then we'll put down an in-floor heating, the subfloor, and the tiles, in that order. This is in-floor heating. It's electrical. Works very well. It's very efficient. Where the whole kitchen will be on a 15 amp line. In other words, 1 circuit, not 2. Keeps the floor warm. You can see all the heated lines within the mat. What they do is they continuously run through all the way down the other side, come through, and it's all one wire. You can walk on it, but just be cautious. You don't want to break the line. Personally, I think it's advisable to let the company know who makes this that what you're going to do in your kitchen or bathroom or wherever you're going to put it. And what they'll do is they'll come in and measure it, and they'll make a custom mat really to fit the whole area. We don't need to heat underneath the cabinets, so we want to bring it out as much as we can. This will be the walking area. The other piece will do a U-shape around the island because the island goes right here. I've pre-marked the floor. You can just see the black line that I've drawn.
Yeah, I see it.
When installing this product, you want to make sure that you use thin set. You want a fairly milky mix. You want a 3/16" V-notch trowel. We're just going to put the thin set down and then use a grout sponge to flatten it out and push it out to grab it. Because what this has is a mesh on both sides of it. You can just see it if you look up close. You see the mesh, the fibers within. That thin set grabs that, bonds it to the scratch coat that we put down, and then we'll thin set right over top of this and put down the subfloor. It's extremely important that we get the thin set to bond to the bottom of this so we hold everything nice and tight. If the in-floor heating is held tight, then the subfloor is held tight. Our floor is tight for the tiles, and that's what we want. We're finally ready to start putting this kitchen back together. We laid the subfloor. Sean's getting the new tiles down in place, and I am extremely confident with the in-floor heating and these gorgeous slate tiles, we're not going to have any more issues with water. Really, there should have been tiles in the first place. I don't like wood on concrete, but you know what? I'm happy now. It's looking good. We're going back together. Everything's looking good. We've had a lot of rain, no leaks. Great sign. It means that we've more than likely solved this problem. We've got the tiles done. Now we're ready to bring the cabinets back in and get this kitchen finished. Good morning. Looks like a wintry day, doesn't it? We have a freezing rain warning in effect in the next 45 minutes. We got to get these cabinets in We made sure that we put plastic all the way underneath as well as over top, and that stops the moisture vapors from coming out of the ground and affecting our wood. It's done very well. I didn't want to have it outside, but we had no room to work and we had to tile the floor. Object of today is to get all the cabinets in, get everything back in place, clean this floor, because we had the granite guys coming in tomorrow to drop the countertops back in place, the new sink, new taps. This is a little easier for me because everything was in place and we've just taken it out and we're going to put it back again. Everything seems to go back exactly where it was. Even the island's back in place and looks totally proper. We have the granite wonderful people in here today, and they're going to assist us getting this back in. This is a gorgeous sink. This is cast iron with a porcelain finish, and I'll tell you, it's 120 pounds. That's a heavy sink. It's spec'd for 300 pounds. You know, you have to think of the sink full of dishes, leaning into it, pushing, you know, doing anything. You do not. You do not want this sink dropping through the cabinet. So not only will we support it front, back, I want both sides supported, and then we'll do cripple supports underneath the sides. In other words, cutting a piece of wood and hopefully a melamine, a white melamine to match, and just glue it to the cabinet, put a couple of screws in, it'll hold the vertical. Honestly, it's going to be just as hard putting this granite back in as it was taking it out, simply because we've raised the height of the floor. So now what? You know, we're just going to have to drop the back of the cabinets, get the granite back on, and raise the height so we've equaled the backsplash. And looking at this sink, we were pretty lucky that we were able to cut out this size and accommodate the new sink. Thanks to these guys, they were able to take this out without breaking it, put it back, recut it for the sinks. I tell you, you guys are pros. I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's our pleasure. Our
You
good
guys, Sean?
Right on. See you tomorrow, eh?
You got it. We're going back together. Everything's looking good. We've had a lot of rain, no leaks. Great sign. Means that we've more than likely solved this problem. In-floor heating, slate tiles. It's looking really good. Sean's been working hard. He's got it all sealed. We see a beautiful finish on that tile. That's the sealant that we put on top of that. Just looks great, doesn't it? Craig's here. We're going to get a coat of paint on this, and the idea is not to do a sponge effect. You know, full finish was big 10 years ago. The idea now is to pick one of the colors. I don't know if it's light or darker we're going with, and we're going to just seal the whole thing again. It's going to enhance it, make it look better.
The homeowner has asked us if we can keep the writing and design up here. So what I'm doing is just taping that off. We're gonna put a new color down here and leave this. So a tip when you're painting with tape. Everybody's used tape and everyone's had seepage below the tape. That's why a lot of people don't like using it. The trick is to just feather the first coat over the tape very lightly, hardly putting paint on your brush. What that does is it seals the edge between the tape and the paint. On the final coat is when you can put a lot of paint on your brush and actually get good coverage with the paint. A lot of people will find they'll just flood it on the first coat and it's going to seep below the tape and it leaves a poor line. So if you follow those tips and pull your tape off as soon as you're done the second coat, you're going to have a great line with no seepage. People can do a great paint job if they just use tape properly. This tap here is Insta-Hot. So what you'll do is you'll press down, you'll turn it, and there's a unit underneath the sink that will just give you instant hot water. Just like your own little hot water tank right underneath the sink. The difference with this sink here compared to one of the stainless steels or the average homeowner sink is this is a cast iron sink. It's an undermount. It's the first undermount cast iron sink I've ever seen. So meaning there's nothing, usually a cast iron sink will sit on top of the granite. This one's got to sit underneath. So it's got to be supported with 2x4s underneath. And we have a carburetor underneath the sink and we got an Insta-Hot under the sink. It's going to be very busy. After I'm done in here, you're not going to be able to put much in. This underneath the cabinet here is just going to be for plumbing, and that's it.
Well, this is extremely a custom fit. I just can't believe how lucky we got when we were able to cut the existing granite top to allow this sink to go in place. You just don't usually come across that kind of luck. And it works. You would never have known it was a different sink in this location. For me, I call it the backup is to use a clear silicone, which is also an adhesive. It's gonna help bond it in place, and not only that, if she ever, she's doing the dishes or washing her hands and water splashes up on the back, it stops all water from going down the hole. And I think it's extremely important that anybody installs any type of faucet to make sure they use either a plumber's putty or clear silicone underneath anything to do with the water area. There we go.
This thermostat is going to control the in-floor heating, and it has a little sensor inside that's actually mounted in the in-floor heating, and this is going to give you a nice even heat throughout the floor. Tile's going to feel warm, toes are going to feel nice and toasty. Look, that was the old one. Isn't that ugly? Old technology.
I've just brushed the second coat on, and I'm going to pull the tape off while the paint's still wet. That way we're not pulling the paint off once it's dry, and we've got seamless edges.
It's taken a little bit longer today, but we've had a lot of little intricate things to do, and now we're on cleanup stage. I'd say maybe half an hour. All right, I'm happy. Let's get in. Come take a look. Now, you know what? It doesn't look totally different, although we did a few changes.
Oh my God.
Just a few changes, nothing serious. In this case, Ann bought the house like this. And for 3 to 4 years, had a lot of problems with the floor. Moisture buildup one after another. Nobody could solve the problem. Well, you gotta go back to the beginning, like going back to the drawing board. That's exactly what we did.
What caused the problem?
Here we go.
Okay.
All right. We know we had leaks from the roof. Indications showed it right across your bulkhead, right down this corner, and it came forward across the top of the floor.
Okay.
So after redoing the roof, which you've already had done,
Right.
that solved anything from coming from the top. But once I started pulling up this floor, after removing everything else, I saw there was plastic over concrete. Now, I don't agree with the plastic over concrete. As a matter of fact, I don't even agree with wood over concrete. You might as well have it in your bathtub. We are talking about a cold zone meeting warm. When cool and warm meet, we create moisture. Now, one key thing you said to me, it took a year before the wood started to react to any problem, correct?
Correct.
Now, this tells me there's not a lot of water. Since the plastic would trap this water, it would take that amount of time for actually to come up through the holes that have all the screws that went down through the plywood, which again I'm against because it went through the plastic. We won it. We fixed it. I'm highly confident that it's not going to be a problem again. There is not going to be any water in there. We did do some changes. We have slate tile on the floor with in-floor heating, which is really going to solve all the problems of moisture on the floor in itself, not to mention to keep the feet warm, considering it's on grade. And we actually did a custom-made in-floor heating is what we're looking for, electric, high efficiency.
Oh, bonus.
And then,
My Tootsies are going to be warm.
You got it. And then this wonderful slate tile at 24 inch by 24 inch. I think it's a wonderful look. I think it goes. What do you think of that?
I think it's gorgeous. I love it. Just love it.
It looks good. It feels good. Ann's happy. That makes me happy. You got your wish, your new sink underneath the countertop. We were able to take the granite, recut it, allow the fit to go in. I must say, it was a hell of a time. This is 120 pounds, and we had a bit of an issue.
It looks gorgeous.
You
It's
have great
great.
taste. I have to admit.
Thank you.
You picked the taps. I love the way they work. Just simply push it forward. Left for hot, right for cold. Very nice. Very, very classy.
And my baby.
No hot water?
Love it.
Instant?
Love it.
So I guess that's for your coffee, eh?
It certainly is.
We did get a new paint, and I was able to keep your lettering.
My needs. That's perfect.
Kept in that beautiful writing, and I do like it personally, but Ann loves it, and for those reasons, I'll do my damnedest to keep it. It works.
And the grouting. I mean, my God. Did you notice everything is lined up? Right down, right in the center.
We have to do it that way.
I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous.
In a way, it does look brand new again.
It does. It does. It's. I don't know. How do I say thank you? I mean, just.
Well, you just did. You just did. You just did.
I love it. I love it.
Man.
It's just great.
You know what? I like it too. Anytime the homeowner smiles and says, "Thank you so much. You've made my day. You made my life." That's what makes me happy. That's why I keep doing what I do. That's what makes me go on to the next one.
Sean, where are you?
Oh, you all right, Marvin?
I am.
How you doing?
But you got the best. What can you say?
That's right.
Got homes on homes.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that. That's right.
All right, let's load her up.
Another one.
David.
Mike.
Excellent job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Desmond. Jean was looking at refinishing the basement.
This woman had an interior design store, and I just happened to mention that I was doing renovations. She says, well, I do that. Kitchen was going to be over here.
In the sunroom. The designer soon realized that she could not do it. Why is the plumbing on the outside of the structure? Drywalled first, and then they cut open to run the plumbing, electrical, and ductwork. Oh my God. They've completely cut out the support joist. They've ruined the structure. Totally inexcusable.
Tell me my house isn't going to fall down.
Wow. Mike Holmes, look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep you in shape? Be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
I bought the house a year ago. I was waiting until spring to do renovations. Went into, it's actually a mall I was doing business in, and I saw this woman had a quite impressive interior design store. So I kind of went in because I thought, well, eventually I will get to that point where I will have to do blinds and drapes and the finishing touches.
Jean was looking at, well, refinishing the basement. She's bringing her daughter in and the kids in to move in upstairs, and she needed a room downstairs.
So I went in there and I just happened to mention that I was doing renovations. She says, well, I do that.
The designer was extremely confident that not only could she design her job, that she could run it.
She took me through catalogs and books and things that she had done homes, and I was quite impressed. And she finally came over to my home. We met and had a discussion, and then she drew up a contract, which we sat down and went over at least 2 or 3 times, and we made changes so we were both comfortable with it.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hello, Jean.
Hi, Mike.
Nice to
see you again.
Oh, nice to see you
Yes,
again.
come on in.
I love how you keep your place so spotless.
Well, we try. We've got 3 little ones with us right now, but we try.
So tell me a bit about this. You hired a designer, correct?
She had told me she did renovations as well.
Fireplaces. What was going to happen here?
Well, I had a gas fitter come in and...
So you had a gas insert?
I paid extra money to have both of these taken down. No, they were gas.
Yeah?
They're no longer working as gas fireplaces. So she said, we'll keep this one as a wood-burning one.
We don't know what's within the chimney, what's been changed on this. This was a gas insert. That means there's a cut opening out the wall or up the chimney on how we had exhaust for gas fumes. You can't just turn this fireplace into a wood-burning fireplace. Had they have set that fireplace the way they wanted it wood-burning, and had they have lit it, it would have burnt the house down.
She was going to insulate this metal roof.
The idea is to turn the sunroom into a livable area. First of all, this is a sunroom. This was always a cold zone. Your home is a warm zone.
No.
You cannot turn this into a warm zone unless you bring it to code for a warm zone. Okay, so the object here was new kitchen downstairs.
The kitchen was going to be over here.
In the sunroom.
In the sunroom. She said she'd give me this beautiful kitchen in the sunroom, which would really be nice with the ravine on the back.
Okay.
And after I had additional money, got a gas fitter in to disconnect both the gas fireplaces. At that point, she told me that we couldn't put the kitchen there because she couldn't get the plumbing in.
After the hopes and dreams of the kitchen going into the sunroom, the designer soon realized that she could not do it. So, okay, let's put it over to another area. Well, I mean, right away I'm looking at Why do we have holes in the wall, and why is the plumbing on the outside of the structure?
Yeah, that's what.
And I don't see any ventilation on the drain. So my guess is they've drywalled everything up and then had to open up to run electrical
They
plumbing.
totally did all the drywall before they did the plumbing and the electrical.
I find that really funny. I do. I can't help it. I mean, to walk into a place and see everything drywalled first, and then they cut open to run the plumbing, electrical, and ductwork. Wow. Can I see the bathroom?
This is just a nightmare. What she was going to do here, she actually did knock out the closet from this
That's your bedroom.
right here.
Well, this is weird because this is big enough to create a bathroom without removing the closet.
The bathroom originally only came to here, so it's very small.
I'm really stunned with the shower stall issue because all we're doing is blocking the window, and this doesn't work for me at all. I'll set up the bathroom in a much better design. I think I'm going to put the vanity by the window and not the shower. This toilet is approximately 27 inches away from the wall.
Okay.
Okay? How are you going to use this toilet? There's the shut off there. It should be turned this way. You can't get in here. And just imagine sitting in this little area, leaning against the wall when you got such a big bathroom. I'm just going to have to do a rough in. She doesn't have a lot of money right now, and I can do only the best that I can do within financials. So I'll make the bathroom safe. Right to inspection, completely passed. All she has to do really is tile and put some glass in. Did she apply for a permit?
She didn't. She said it wasn't necessary.
Told the homeowner she didn't need a permit. Yeah, she did. 3 of them. You move plumbing, you move structure, you move electrical, you need a permit. They've cut the rim over a doorway. They've cut it over each doorway. Oh my God, they cut it out. They've ruined the structure. That was about the stupidest thing I've seen yet. You don't pull out structure. You just don't do that. They've completely cut out support joists within this section. Now the strength has been compromised because it does not carry over top of the load here. This is
And they've
not.
done this under all 3.
Oh, God.
Tell me my house isn't going to fall down.
Well, it hasn't fallen in yet, surprisingly. To cut that, totally inexcusable. Totally.
To think that she's still out there doing homes, it frightens me as a homeowner and having a family with me. There's quite a hairline crack up here, and it's leaking because I think I told you my little grandson had a very bad accident here. She had her men take apart the Florida room, all the foam insulation and the covering below it, and it rained one night very, very heavy and a lot of water came in, and my little grandson came tearing down the stairs, you know, all excited, following me, and he went through the other entrance where the water was on the ceramics. And he took a slip and ended up in the hospital with a concussion.
She slammed her foot down and said, "I don't want you back in my house." And I'm telling you, that was the right call.
That was just neglect on their part. It was an accident that could have been prevented, and that was the end of it.
So I'm going to restructure it. I'm going to open it up. Obviously, I'm going to remove the plumbing, the electrical. In the kitchen, it'll be a rough in again. I'll finish the floor. I'll finish everything to the point that all she has to do is bring in a cabinet guy. At least I can make it nice, safe, pass all inspections, and then she can finish the bathroom and the kitchen later on. You have been, I won't say swindled, but you're dealing with someone that does not know what they're doing.
I do have faith in Homes on Homes. They're going to make it right, and I'm looking forward to it.
Oh my God. The floor is now pivoting at this point, wants to come down. You see that? That means this area has already dropped. Oh my God, they cut it out. They've ruined the structure. You don't pull out structure. Now the strength has been compromised because it does not carry over top of the load here. Totally inexcusable.
Tell me my house isn't going to fall down.
What we had here is, I think a designer who tried. Just hired a designer to come in and change the whole place. She brought in her own contractors and things like, let's take the gas insert out of here and turn it into a wood-burning fireplace. The idea was to take the Florida room, turn it into part of the living space, which, how can we do that? This is not the code to keep it nice and warm in here.
It's chilly in here.
There used to be a suspended ceiling in here. They've removed that. They pulled out the foam that was in the ceiling of the Florida room, and they obviously had, you know, like the trailer ceiling where they put the screws in and just nice light ceiling. She said they were going to frame all this, insulate it, drywall it, with what structure?
What?
What structure? What's going to hold it? The glass? It's aluminum, okay? You can't stud this and insulate it and drywall it. This is not designed for structure load. This is designed for aluminum only. Very lightweight load, it will take the winds. We see the glass in here. It's not thermal glass. That tells me this is just a porch. Look what they did.
Oh, geez. Cut structural framing member.
Oh. Yes.
Not good.
All 3 locations.
Oh, is that right? Well, how's that holding? How's that even up?
That's a really good question. Oh my God. We see the outside header plate. This goes right up to the roof line. Okay, this is major structure here. This is what I was worried about. Nothing underneath is holding this. What we see here is the floor is now pivoting at this point, wants to come down. We have to open this up quickly, go get some studs and do a temporary support on this till we determine how we're gonna fix this. I could see the floor joist from back here. Now I'm gonna put up the level. All I'm looking for trueness is not on level. When I put up this level, you see that? That means this area has already dropped. Definitely not structured. We do it again. Look at this, we're sinking. I'm more stunned on this ductwork than I am with all the plumbing that's wrong, all the electrical that's wrong, the drywall. I'm more stunned about this. How can anybody become a contractor, come into somebody's home, and start attempting to do work they know nothing about? Oh, it's not nailed at all.
I'm seeing a lot of poor workmanship, really poor. I don't think I've ever seen anything like what I've seen in this job here. I do come from a family of builders. They took a lot of pride in their work, bricklayers who, were taught old school. They do really great work, and seeing this amazes me. There it is. As Mike's already shown, it's already started to sink on one side, so Sean's gone out to get some posts to jack it back up and sturdy it up. I mean, the thing's sinking in the matter of 6 months, so it's significant.
This will continue because there's nothing holding it. It will continue to weigh down. It's already dropped in the last few months, 3/8 of an inch. That's quite a bit when it comes to structure.
Excellent, look at that. Ah, I like it.
You notice I'm cutting the carpet out. I could go over top of it, but I want pure contact. So I want the floor, I want strength. It's only been recently that it's dropped 3/8 of an inch, and it's important to me to get it back up to where it was so we have no more stress upstairs.
You want a job to keep you in shape?
Yeah. Hire a contractor.
Be a contractor.
A little more. Listen to that structure. It happens when you mess with it. There we go. So this is safe now. Gonna work, stay in place until we continue to take things down. I'll get another jack post on this side. And I'll figure out how I'm gonna structure this. What happens when you play with structure? You hear that cracking? Boy, I don't like that.
What do you got there?
You got a hidden fireplace.
Everybody's drawing all over these days, and I don't really completely understand it. I guess that was another one of the designer's great ideas.
This is the original fireplace. She was telling me that it was a beautiful stone, and I don't understand the idea of covering this up because someone's dreaming of a clean look. You know, there's many things we can do. We can bleach this, use an acid on it, bring it back to white again. At least they didn't damage it. Drywalled here, drywalled here. Look at this frickin' layout. Holy cow. Designer, eh? Well, she doesn't know how to design bathrooms, I'll tell you that much. Okay, Damon, let's just pull down all the drywall in here. Only the green at this point. Obviously, we can see the old and the difference, which means they did not touch it or play with it. We want to see what they did behind this. Obviously, it's not the way we'd do it. There's no doubt about it. So they built the closet for the bedroom. What the hell is this? Is that supposed to be the floor of the closet? Like, who does that? This is a funny thing, seeing a piece of wood on the floor. Like, what the hell is this? Nothing nailed. Everything's nailed improperly. This is really hilarious. It's all finishing nails. Let's do structure with a trim gun. Here's the bottom of the closet. If this is no longer going to be a bedroom and you want it as a kitchen, let's leave it open. Let's leave it roomy. It's a sunroom. Let's let the light in. Let's not put a wall up here. Let's put in our kitchen cabinets and create a whole open concept. Look at this. The whole wall is not nailed. And I find a bottom plate that's not even attached. And we're going to start from the beginning. And now I'm going to become the designer and the contractor, and I'm going to help her redesign this properly.
So this works, eh?
It works.
Maybe when we're done, we can take a little trip in there.
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
Take off these overalls and get busy.
Can you hear that cracking? See what happens when you play with structure? Boy, I don't like that. So this is safe now. Well, I would like to bring Jean down, show her everything we found. Obviously, she's going to fall over when she realized we took everything down. Show her the structure, the major issues with the structure. I just thought I'd take you down and really take a look at what we've done so far.
This is fantastic. It's better already.
That's the funny part. It's better already.
Yes, it is better already.
Well, I had to
love it.
I had to take it all down.
He really gets to the source of the problem. And major issues he tackles and just gets rid of it and does his job.
I'm extremely disappointed with the people that touched the duct lines, okay? Because if we look at this, what have they done? All 3 holes were cut over an entrance or a window. Because of that, nothing was holding it. It had actually fallen already approximately 3/8 of an inch. So I had to go get jack posts and jack it up and get it back to where it was.
These were the experts with the furnace people that did this. So I didn't realize what had happened until Mike pointed it out to me. I'm not a builder. Okay, so it's secure now.
Everything is secure now, but because of this, it changes everything we were talking about, okay? Because this whole wall now has to be addressed for structure. We're gonna take the center point and give you double doors, okay, like a French door style.
Oh, okay.
A window on the end. Now what this does is allows me to structurally support everything that's been screwed with. Okay, and give you window for open concept, light from the sunroom and
so
everything else.
So we can still have the beauty of the ravine.
Right.
I just can't believe it, truly, what I've seen. And it's going to be safe and sound. That's what I'm concerned about.
We're going to finish this to a rough-in for you, a rough-in stage that you can address the kitchen later. But I see things like a nice, wonderful island across here.
Oh, that'd be great.
Okay, and
yes.
Bar stools on the other side, right? A cabinet's completely across the back.
It sounds really good. I like the plan, and I'm looking forward to seeing the finished result.
Oh, Dan, we broke it all up, and you can see just how lovely that was just under the concrete, eh? Total joke.
Popped right back up.
What I want to do is we know the toilet's wrong. It's now facing this way. Let's bring it back out to code. Let's keep in mind that I'm probably going to stud this wall.
Okay.
So by studding this wall, we need 4 extra inches.
Toilet, Mike, is going to be sitting like this?
That's correct.
Like that?
That's correct. So we'll bring that out, turn it this way, bring it out further. I want this to be the vanity sink.
Sitting out here?
Yep. So we'll bring the plumbing up through, do what we have to do to bring up. We have vent here, so whatever you have to do, you do it. I'll build around it, okay?
Okay, beautiful.
It's unfortunate, but none of this plumbing is correct. We have no choice but to pull it all out and do it again. We want to make sure that we have proper runs down to the main drain. We'll move the toilet, redo the shower, and make sure it's properly vented. We have a wild day happening today. We're at day 4. We're trying very fast to get the structure up because I called in the inspector to take a look. We know we had to carry the load to the floor, which continues load upstairs. However, we have an opening here that really is holding nothing. As far as I'm concerned, it has to be structured, so I come up with an idea, and I'm just going to okay it with him. It's whether or not the inspector is going to say okay to it, which I'm sure he will.
I got the kitchen sink going, Mike, up behind the wall. And then...
Excellent.
So the inspector should be by soon. I gotta tie that vent in. He'll see it going across.
Yeah, you're almost there now.
I'm almost there now. Yeah, exactly.
now that this wall that we're putting up is becoming the exterior wall, that means that this is the cold zone out here. By code, you gotta have silt paper wrapped around your Jackson, king and jack studs before the window goes in. And what happens is your tie back that goes on here, this wraps around the tie back, and then your vapor barrier that goes inside here, this wraps around that, and then you tuck tape that, and you keep condensation away from the window. That's the idea of it. It's by code, you gotta have it.
I just thought left, right, and center what I'm going to do with this area, and I've just come up with take it down. The lights, the ceiling, all the tiles in the wall, because I can't repair the tile where they removed the electrical baseboards. I can't get a proper door in here at 78 inches in height. You can start by popping all the tile on this side to let me see what's in here.
Okay.
This is rather a very large zone when I can change it down to a more comfortable doorway. Besides, you know what? Now that I see this, I really want to see how this was structured, to be honest. Well, it's a little bit of a pain to remove this, but now that I see it, I'm wondering what they did with the structure. I see 2 bolts, which tells me more than likely they have steel lintel and hopefully it bolted through. But does it carry properly across? Like, why do this plywood effect? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Well, we'll see. And I mean, I need to take it down to see if I can get the height for a standard door. Somebody did that right. Well, whoever did this was done years ago. Obviously, they'd cut an opening. I'm going to assume at one time there was a doorway here. They've cut the opening. We are carrying a very large lintel. Hopefully one on both, each side, inside and out. They've carried across at least 6 inches on structure, which means they've done this correct. You can see a lintel on the other side?
Yeah, for sure.
So we have 2? Mm-hmm. Good. Good. That's nice to see. So we'll just continue taking it down, continue on with the rest, and we'll prep to close this in and get it passed by the inspection.
The bathroom originally only came to here, so it's very small.
Look at this freaking layout. I'll set up the bathroom in a much better design. Let's just pull down all the drywall in here. We want to see what they did behind this. Obviously, it's not the way we do it. Today we're getting ready to put new concrete in the floor so we can get the shower stall framed. We've had everything passed by the inspector, all the plumbing structure. He's loving the work. He says very good. I like hearing that. Once this is all cemented down, we'll finish the framing and start closing up. We want to make sure we have a stone base underneath the concrete, so we have a drainage bed under the concrete. Last thing you want to do is lay the concrete right on ground. In case moisture or water gets underneath, the concrete will wick it right through, and we don't want that. So it's wise to have a drainage bed and a fill, so we don't have to use a ton of concrete. For a small job like this, we don't have to call in a concrete truck. Just mix it by hand. It's only 16 bags. We'll mix 2 at a time. So we'll do 8 barrels. This is a saccrete mix. In other words, we have stone, cement, and sand in there, which gives us exactly what we want for the base floor. If you were just use, let's say, a Portland cement and sand, it's not as strong. So we want to make sure we have stone in it. When it comes down to it, it's important to have the right concrete for the right job. Looks good, Damon. You've done this before, right?
A couple of times, yeah.
Well, once this dries, we'll get the studded wall up, pull up the rest of the tiles, do a scratch coat so we can help level it with the thin set, and then we'll put the tile down.
All right.
After we drywall. Great. Frank, you're supplying me the insert, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you have questions, or?
Well, what I wanted to address was this mantelpiece over here. My concern was that this mantelpiece may interfere with the faceplate of the fireplace insert.
You can drop this, the 2 verticals, and the mantle. I have to break this out so the fireplace insert goes in, and we're hoping we have an extended back panel. But the idea is we need a flush surface. So we didn't have it. I have to remove it, and I may have to do some tuck pointing in here, or in other words, add some cement, but that's not a big issue. I want it nice and tight to the wall. So we're just pulling it out. Come on. I was doing that. Thanks, man.
Finish it off.
Let me do something.
Finish her off. I'll be framing the washroom.
Always does it. He just comes in and does it. Gotta love it. Perfect. Perfect.
Staplers are required 12 inches within a box. I prefer to put them 8 inches just for neatness. You want all your wires running down neat and straight. You have also metal stoppers that come out on the staple because you want the staple to be snug with the wire. You want room for the wire to breathe. You don't want to overstaple. Overstapling does cause arcing on the wire, which can cause a fire in a house. So don't staple too hard when you are stapling your wires.
Right now, Sean is framing for the shower stall. I'm going to give him a hand here so we can get this done quicker. We're going to do the studding. We'll do concrete boarding all the way around. We'll put up the watertight membrane within the system in itself, the foam tray in the floor. So this will be completely set for tile. I don't think I can get to the tile. I will tile the floor because we're finicky that way, and I want this floor to be somewhat nice and usable, and give her a toilet. Then she can pick her own cabinets, pick her colors, everything else. We'll prime it. I don't have a lot of height here because of the bulkhead, but I have to create nailing edges all the way around to get it up to that height to secure my ceiling. You can see I'm as close to that ductwork as possible without touching it with the wood, with anything, with drywall. I have made this extremely strong. Now we've tied it all the way around. He liked that. You have made this extremely strong! All right, let's get some heat in here. I chose to use a gas insert. To me, it's efficient, it's safe. We're gonna make sure that we put the liners within the chimney. Let's get this place warm. And it looks damn good. Look, it doesn't even hurt that the mantle's gone. The look is great. You guys are pros. I love pros. Good job. Thank you. Okay. I didn't get the doors in today. We've had a lot to do. We got the fireplace in, a lot of studding, insulating. But by the end of today, we will have this fully insulated, vapor barriered right across to help keep the heat in. We'll also get the cement poured in the bottom there so we can install the doors on Monday. So as far as I'm concerned, Monday, both doors will go in. We will finish off the electrical, possibly start the drywall. I feel good. You know why? The heat is on. This guy weigh about 400 pounds. Object today is get these doors in. I had a dream last night that we're gonna have a problem bringing it in here. Sure looks like we're going to. Never mind a problem carrying it.
Son of a bitch!
Here's the problem. It's a pre-hung door to be installed from the outside. We've got to get it inside to install it from the outside. So just kitty corner to the other side if you can, because it might go. It was so close. Right to the corner, can we?
Okay, it's gonna go.
No way. A little bit of ingenuity. Oh, God, I don't believe this. That's it, I'm going home. It's great to make a door like that, but you gotta move it. We got it through the door. It wasn't that easy, but we got it through. The hardest part is how heavy it is. I think it would have been easier had I have actually built this myself, put in jambs and made the doors, but would it be as beautiful and would it be as weather tight? No, right? So this is why we go to the pre-made, pre-hung unit. I mean, pros and cons of everything. Cons, it weighs, seems like 1,000 pounds, and it's that heavy. Did that one feel light compared to this one?
I don't know about that.
No?
See how light it is?
All right. What I'm gonna try and do is get rid of this fireplace right now and see how the other one's gonna fit in here. It was a gas fireplace. It's an old one. I had somebody look at it and they advised us highly not to put it back in. Do we really want gas out here? Because of the window, it's an issue with having the exhaust come out here. It can actually melt the glass. This was actually pretty well made for the year that it was made. We had the plywood, the marble, the tile within.
So what's your problem? It's not up to your fashion standards or something?
Well, it's got to come down.
Oh, really?
And I know how you like to rip things apart.
You really think I like ripping stuff apart, don't you? Just don't get it, do you?
You don't, do you?
This is what I do for you.
I know that, buddy.
I'm just teasing.
So
Okay.
I'm going to ask you kindly, why don't you please take it apart?
You got a grenade?
You might need it. It's well done.
This is just a standard plywood box framing with a nice marble top and marble skirt with tile inserts. It worked for probably when it was installed as being a gas fireplace, although you don't want to put that in a room like this. So I have purchased a electric fireplace that's really almost the same look, but it's white. I think it's going to work out here. This was so well put together. I'm stunned. That's the way things should be done. It should be hard to take anything apart. Well, it's flying along. We have Ed with his guys in doing the finishing on the walls. It really helps because for me, it gives a really nice effect. And I don't have to drywall it. I don't like drywalling a cold zone at all. Anything to do with moisture buildup really is no good. Hey, Ed.
Yes, sir.
You got the first coat up, did you?
Yes, sir. We do have a first coat up, and what we did, we roughened up a little bit with the roller.
Okay.
And then we're gonna do the cuts. It's gonna look
So
like
we're
a
gonna make it
slate.
look like stone.
Like
Beautiful.
stone, yeah.
Beautiful. She's gonna die to see this.
Gotta be right, exactly consistency, and if it's too wet, you would leave at the imprint of the level. So it's gotta be dry enough so you can touch it and do the cuts.
What I'm doing here, I'm just getting on the plywood, finishing up the framing so that Ed can get a scratch coat on and get some mesh on and get it done.
We're just trying to fly along here. 'Cause Ed's almost done that room and we want to get him in here. We don't want to stop him. But we're getting there.
On the plywood, we have to go with non-cementitious prep coat, which is a type of glue. It sticks to plywood and doesn't go apart. Either you can use it inside or outside, it doesn't matter on the weather. And it bonds together and it doesn't separate.
So we're looking at 100% adhesive.
100% adhesive, exactly.
Now that's a hell of a lot better than using any type of parging material, which is really not an adhesive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay, so we're gonna mesh it, and then we do a second coat.
A second coat with jewel stone.
Okay.
And we're gonna try to finish like slate.
Beautiful, just like the look in there.
Just like in the other room, yeah.
Man, I'm excited.
Well, it's a fun day today. We have James in here, a wild drywaller. He's going to drywall the whole area, including the bathroom. Ed has made me a very happy man. Look at this. Is this not what we want to see? I love it. This gives me the opportunity now to work on the ceiling once this is done. We have, I don't know, a couple days, 3 days left. A little bit under the gun, but I'm used to that. This is what happens all the time.
Are you up? Are you in?
I'm in. You're gonna have to catch some longer screws, get up in between.
Yeah.
So we do have some screws into the rafters.
Yeah, we've got everything for this. We figured that. We've got 2 inches, 1 5/8, an 1 1/4, which is our standard.
A man is prepared. I like that.
We can color with the powder or we can use liquid colors. The solid color we can use on the moldings. On the walls, we dilute the liquid color with the water to the color that we need. We're gonna try in one corner. First, if the customer likes the color, we carry on. If we need a little bit darker or lighter, we add a color or we add a little bit white in just to lighten up a little bit. The paint, it dries half away. We're gonna add some darker brown, some white, just to get a little bit accent so that everything doesn't look the same.
You look like an artist. I tell you, look at it. He's got his paint pad here, doing your mixing. Look at that. So you'll do the grout lines afterwards?
After we finish with the highlights.
Ed, I am thoroughly stunned. I don't believe it. Way better than I expected. Way better. Man, what a difference drywall and plaster makes, eh? Big bathroom. It's the right design. It works. I like it. Fire, heat, especially because it's winter outside. It's coming together. It's gonna fall over, especially coming out here. I've been fighting myself on what am I gonna do with the ceiling. I think I'm just gonna use a foam board on the top and I'm gonna use a fabric to come down. It's nice and light, it's gonna look good. We're making a lot of progress today. James is putting the first coat of primer on the walls. He's fussy that way, it's good. Benji's in the bathroom just putting up the tiles. We've already installed all the cement board and the waterproof membrane. That's the way to make it watertight.
Yesterday we came in and started the tile. I always like to start in the center. Some people will go from the full end and end up with a little piece here, but I always like to keep the tile symmetrical, so I always find the center, mark the line, and then I start over, so that when you look at the tiles, you got the same cut on each side. So today we'll finish it off. I'll put the pan down. These are porcelain. Typically, porcelain is a better product in the wet zone. It doesn't absorb. It doesn't absorb like ceramic will. But generally, porcelain is a good one for showers. Everything that's in the shower has the properties of antibacterial and antifungal. So it's a really watertight shower, and you know they should get many years of good use out of it. See that line coming down? And it goes completely centered, completely centered, completely centered, completely dead bullseye center to the drain. You know, some people might, think it's a little bit anal, but I think it looks good. Well, what we're doing here is we ran short of tile that's on the floor, and we can't get this type of tile anymore, not quick enough for what we need. So what I've decided to do is thin set it yesterday with white thin set as a scratch coat, mesh the seams, and now today it's just like a pargin effect. I'm gonna take grout, which is dyed the same color as the grout that I'm using in the joints, and I'm gonna parge this whole ceiling, and I'm gonna brush it, and it gives it a nice look like that. Just taking a trowel and just spinning it in a circular motion, and it just mixes it all up and gives it different crevices and whatnot. It just mimics the stone, makes it look a little bit like stone. And then tomorrow, once it's dry, we'll seal it up with a bunch of coats of sealer. And I think we got it. Voila.
For the run of this bathroom, I would recommend that we keep it straight, no staggered pattern.
That's right.
Just do it. It's gonna look good. Look at that, eh? I wasn't gonna give her a bathroom. I really wasn't. I was just gonna do a rough in. I was gonna give her a toilet. I was gonna tile the floor, tile the shower stall. But you know what? She's been such a sweetheart that I just wanted to do something a little bit extra for her. I mean, we've already come this far. Might as well finish the whole bathroom. We want to make sure we use the right adhesive for each job. This is a PL300, Professional Line 300 caulking. It is definitely made for foam to any substrate such as metal, plastic, wood. There's got to be about 1,000 different types of caulking and adhesive out there, and you want to make sure you use the right one for the right procedure. If you use the wrong adhesive on foam, foam is very sensitive. It'll just burn through it and it won't adhere to anything. It'll just burn a big hole in it. That's the last thing we want when we want to use it for an R value. Okay, Des, you want to continue on with this, please? Sure. We got lots of 300 there. Take a look at Sean.
For my grout, I'm going to mix straight acrylic bonding agent, which will basically strengthen and self-seal the grout, so I don't have to come back afterwards and seal the grout. So it's straight up 2 quarts of bonder to a bag of grout.
Today is the day. Today is the day to get everything in place. Carpet's going in right now. I
tell you, the last day is always the wicked day. That's when everybody comes in. Electricians, plumbers, carpet guys, all of us, everybody running around. We gotta get the ceiling done today. I'll wait, have the carpet done first, clean up, paint. But today is the day. Today is the day that we will be done. And we're gonna bring her down and she's gonna fall over because this is totally different than when I first walked in here.
This is like an indoor carpet, like a commercial carpet. It's a very durable carpet. Basically, in the other kind of carpet, we're gonna have to tackle down and put some underpad, but in this case, we're not gonna use any underpad, just gonna glue it down. Then if you wanna remove it, you can remove it easily. It won't be a big deal.
Okay, Benji.
Okay, Craig.
Here's how you cut the line.
Show me. I
Okay.
gotta see this.
First coat,
All right.
you're gonna hang back about 3 millimeters from the line. Second coat, this little section here is dry.
Right.
So now is when you try to get your line. It's really easy because you're skating across paint.
That's a laser cut.
But that's the trick.
Yeah, that's the trick, eh? I'll try one. Yeah. You got the white paint ready, just in case?
Oh yeah. Just try to go in there nice and lightly.
there. Kind of get the tip of it.
Could use a little bit more paint on your brush,
Yeah,
but
it's a little
Benji, you
dry.
got a great line there.
That isn't
It's not bad.
Not
Yeah.
bad. He
Bad
did
for a
it.
beginner.
Yeah.
That's right.
Now I'll expect you to pick up a paintbrush.
Well,
Help us out every once in a while.
yeah, we will.
So I changed my mind again. Why? I couldn't find a fabric that was wide enough to fit in between the square channels, and I didn't want to do any sewing effect or anything, so somebody came up with an idea of soffit. Boom. I loved it. Light, aluminum. Put up the J-mold all the way around, throw in the soffit right across. We have 12-foot length, so we have just over 10 feet. We'll cut them to fit, put up the screws. It's going to look clean. Metal, it's already pre-painted, white, factory finish. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous. That was smart. She doesn't even know I finished the bathroom. I told her rough in only. But you know what, she's a sweetheart. So I finished it. Surprise. Last little thing to do is get this fireplace in, get it lit up. Let's do it. Beautiful.
Excellent.
All right. Let's get Jean. Jean? Let's take a look at your bathroom first, okay?
Okay, I'm ready. I've been waiting for this.
Now you know, I was only doing a rough end, right?
Oh, it's beautiful.
But instead, I actually finished
Isn't
it
that
for you.
gorgeous? I can hardly wait to see the shower. Oh, wow.
We actually finished it.
Yes.
So you have
I don't think you had planned to do that
No.
initially.
No, but you're a
Thank you so
sweetheart.
much. It's beautiful.
I give you a sink, a toilet.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we actually give you the bathroom.
That is a surprise.
Well, for me, this was hell because we actually broke up all the floor again and removed all that shower stall that was in front of the window.
Yes.
Now, I've done shower stalls in front of windows, but not in that order. We don't just put up a ton of walls with an angle of a window that you can't even see from the front doorway. What does it show? It shows everybody on that job did not know what they were doing. Now this works.
Oh, and we kept the
You remember
stone.
this wall?
Yes.
All our structural
I love
problems
those
from the
doors.
ductwork?
Yes.
Now, I was a little bit upset with the ductwork. Actually, I was extremely upset because we're talking about an $8,000 repair for structure alone.
My goodness.
No common sense. None whatsoever on this job. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised the house did not fall down in that neighborhood. New fireplace.
Yes.
Now,
And
this
you
is-
kept the stone.
I kept the stone. I like it. I
Yeah.
still even like the old rust stains in it. To me, it has character.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Is that actual flames in there?
Yes.
Like-
That's gas. Don't touch
okay,
that. That's,
no, okay.
Yeah, that's hot. Let's take out the gas insert and put in a wood-burning fireplace without bringing in any specialty people. And had they have done that, the house would have burnt down when they lit it once. Now this is going to be your kitchen, your future kitchen.
Oh,
And the way I've
nice.
designed this, you'll have counters all across here and an island here. All right? An island right
okay.
here. So that's what I would recommend. No upper cupboards. Let's
No.
keep the open concept in here. So
I
just
love
base
it.
cabinets.
It's beautiful. I just can't believe the contrast.
Many people have said to me in the past, Mike, isn't the homeowner kind of 50% responsible for this? And you know what? I have to say no. Now, they have to have some fault to it, but how much fault? They believe they're hiring someone that's professional to help lead them in the right direction or do the job properly. So how do you blame the homeowner for not knowing?
Oh my goodness.
Now let's turn back to a cold zone.
Oh, isn't that lovely? Oh, that's beautiful.
I brought in
It
a
looks
friend
like
of
a warm
mine.
zone.
I brought in a friend of mine. His name is Ed.
Oh, isn't that beautiful? Oh,
He's
I
ex-
can't believe it.
This is a different finish. Look at that door.
Isn't that
nice?
awesome?
Leading into the hot tub
Yes.
area.
It doesn't look like the same basement. I swear it doesn't.
Oh, it's not. By
That is
far.
so beautiful. The ceiling is also new, is it not?
Yes, and you know what? I've been fighting myself for the last 2 weeks on this, and finally it popped in my head today to use soffit, and we did it all today, completed it today, and it just gives it a nice effect.
That was a lot of fixing we had to do for somebody that came in, took it apart, and made it 10 times worse than it actually was.
I don't know what to say. I'm flabbergasted. It's just awesome. Can we go into the hot tub room? Yeah. This is beautiful. Because this was nothing here. It was just open space.
That's right.
Yeah. And all that. Oh, that horrible tile is gone. I had the gray tile.
I took it all down.
Yes. Just beautiful. I just can't imagine this is my basement.
Did I
Thank
do my
you, Mike.
job?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Well done.
All of you guys, you've just been great. I can't thank you enough.
You just did.
Yeah, it's
You just
lovely.
did.
You're gonna hire someone? Check them out. I don't care who they are. I don't care if it's a home inspector, designer, dentist. I don't care who they are. How long you've been in the business? Are you licensed? Are you insured? And all the people around you. How long they've been in the business? Are they licensed and insured? And I want to see it. Simple as that. Another good one.
Excellent. Mike.
Great weekend.
Mike, yeah, you too, buddy.
We'll see you Monday. House is 8 years old. There's a whole lot of mold here. Why?
When you think about mold, you think, oh, it's in the basement, cracked foundation, older home.
And we
This
didn't want to
is
get
on
into
the second floor.
This is where it all started.
We believe it is from the windows?
And there was water coming in. And that's when I said, I bet you it's been leaking prior to this. I think we have mold.
I would like to get this analyzed simply because you've been sick.
The baby's vomiting.
You've been sick. I'm still sick.
I'm gonna bring in a crew of specialists all about mold. We're gonna find out what this is and we're gonna do something about it.
Thank you.
Mike Holmes, look at this.
Is that garbage or what?
Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything.
This is ridiculous.
Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too.
Doing a good job to keep you in shape. I'll be a contractor.
Unacceptable.
God, I love my job.
Well, we had a townhouse previously, and we wanted to move to be closer to Grandma and Grandpa before the baby was born. So we were looking to move up, and we decided to go with a semi, which is this house, and so we bought the house. We were quite happy the day we moved in.
We have a family here. beautiful kids. Whole lot of coughing, whole lot of tears, and a whole lot of runny nose. Why? There's a whole lot of mold here.
The summer was beautiful, so we did have the windows open a lot.
Since September on, since now we've had the windows closed.
The baby's been vomiting.
You've been sick, I'm still sick.
Before we moved to this house, Jared had never had so much as a head cold. I mean, all last winter, I was teaching in an elementary classroom, bringing home who knows what kind of germs. And then in April, we moved into the house, and, he gradually started getting the cough, getting nasal congestion, and he started complaining of his eyes itching, that type of thing. And then he got the bronchial infection and the ear infection. Josh, when he was 12 days old, he started projectile vomiting and had to go to the emergency room. And we've just now sort of put the pieces of the puzzle together where we think, and the doctor thinks, that the mold is probably the cause of his vomiting.
Good day, Kimberly.
Hi, Mike. Hi.
Nice to see you
Nice
again,
to see you.
Jason.
Hi.
How you doing today?
Not bad.
I noticed we have the place cleared out.
We do.
Excellent. So how you feeling?
Sick.
Still?
Yeah.
All over the mold.
Yeah, again, it's flared up, so.
Okay, so we have everybody out of the house right now.
Yes.
Nobody's going to be coming back till we're done, right?
No, everything's
We're
out.
staying at the grandparents' house.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the upstairs
Okay.
first.
Okay.
It was nice to see that Jason, knowing something's wrong, everybody's sick in the house, coughing, it's really bad. So he took it upon himself to open it up.
This is where it all started.
Did you notice while doing it, did you get sick personally?
We had the windows open, so when I was doing it,
But his sister kept saying you should be wearing masks, and both you and your dad did not wear masks, and he was the sickest.
He had a bad cold.
Yeah,
Everything seems to be a cold or bronchitis.
bronchitis, the coughing.
I remember you talking about your school that you worked at, and
Yeah, that was my biggest
this is
problem.
what led you into it.
I started thinking of mold because I had been in a work situation where there was mold present, but I started thinking, Jared shouldn't be sick like this. I shouldn't be feeling this way every day, but this is how I used to feel at work.
And this is where it all started
Exactly.
from, right?
All right here.
From the windows. We believe it is from the windows?
It was around the 1st of November, and we went into Jared's bedroom to put him down for a nap, and there was water coming in. It had been really, I think it had rained for 2 or 3 days straight, and that's when I said to my husband, I said, I bet you it's been leaking prior to this. I think we have mold.
It's nice to see that you plastic up the outside to stop any moisture from coming in. I don't really see anything now, so it looks like you did a good job. Did you use any type of bleach?
We hadn't gotten to that level yet. When I ripped it all out, then we got on the inquiry of, okay, what do we do next? And when we saw the extent of the damage, we kind of said, this is more than just a weekend job. I mean,
Well, you have some in the bag here.
we have some in the bag here, yeah.
Just the little wee bit that remains.
You can see the mold on the drywall there. I would like to get this analyzed and find out what type of mold it is, simply because you've been sick. How long have you been sick?
We really started, I'm actually feeling it right now. We really started when we started closing the windows. I got my bronchial infection in August. And even when I did get better, I could never get rid of the cough.
It's worse on damp days. Like
And
when it's
that's why we
rained
think
out.
it may be the garage, because on damp days when we're in and out for recycling and that type of thing, that's when he and I are both the worst. And we're the most sensitive, Josh and I.
Well, the garage is directly
Right
underneath
here,
us,
this
right?
Exactly.
So once you had opened it up, and I suppose it spread through the house, but you did plastic everything off, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you find that it spread through the house? Did you notice the difference with the family?
When we took Jared out of this room, when we took Joshua out of his room, and the fact that I had ripped out the drywall and thrown it out and taken out the carpet that was soaking wet, there was some improvement. But Josh still has vomiting when he feeds. This is Josh's room, and he had some troubles in it, and this kind of led us to believe that it might be in this room. So that's why we cut open the drywall to have a look.
You don't notice too much in here, eh? I don't really see. Again, it's nice to see that you just took it upon yourself and examined it, but that can be also not good for you neither, right? Well, how do we know this?
That's right.
You don't. You don't sound good. Are you like this every day?
Yes, up and down. It depends on the circumstances. On wet days, I lose my voice almost every day downstairs. That's why we think it's the garage. My voice comes and goes. I cough. Now, right now, I have a bit of a cold, but we all have a cough we can't get rid of.
If you don't mind, let's go see the garage. I don't want you to go in the garage, Kimberly, because you're already coughing. I think that's enough.
No,
I think you and I can take a look in the garage and take it from there.
This is the floor. Josh's room is right above it.
Why does it look like it's been painted over?
Well, when we moved in, it didn't look bad. As soon as it got cold, you can see the tape snap.
Oh, not only that, it's come all the way down. Right across the front, we see the broken seal here. I don't like when I see
no, it's not good.
I noticed you've opened up the other windows just to inspect that too. I think that's great. We have a little bit of airflow in there, so we don't have a proper seal from the vapor barrier up. You ever notice the draft around the windows?
Yes, definitely.
I don't like your windows.
We don't either.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna bring in a crew of specialists that is all about mold. And we are gonna go through this place, we're gonna do an air test, we're going to determine what type of mold is in here, what this can do to you, how bad it is for you. Is this for life? You know, I mean, even I've got to learn a lot of things here. I'd like to start by putting in all new windows in your home as well. So we're gonna solve not only the mold issue, we'll go through this place with a fine-tooth comb. We're gonna find out what this is and we're gonna do something about it.
And when we saw the extent of the damage, we kind of said, this is more than just a weekend job.
So we have everybody out of the house right now.
Yes.
Nobody's gonna be coming back till we're done, right?
No,
everything's
We're staying at the grandparents' house.
Steve, what's up?
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Not so
Good to
bad.
see you.
Nice to see you. Give you a little bit of idea of what we're dealing with here.
All right.
Let me show you where it started.
Perfect.
And what came
Let's
from
go take
it.
a look around.
Now the homeowner came in and opened it up himself. He had noticed moisture at the bottom of the window.
Right.
What we have is wood windows, not maintained over the years.
Okay.
Rotted on the outside, allowed the water to come in, so everybody in the house started to get sick.
Right.
Now, is mold gonna make you sick, or what does it actually do?
Well, I mean, really, there are kind of three areas of health effects. There are potentially toxic effects, there are allergic reaction effects, and there are infectious properties. And usually the most serious effects are the allergic properties, the aggravation of asthma, the sneezing, the runny nose, the coughing, the wheezing, those kind of things.
Let's just say this house was so moldy, like nobody knew about it. Could it actually kill you?
I don't think you'd end up with a house that was so moldy that you wouldn't know about it.
Good
because
point.
you would end up with a terrible odor and you would see obvious evidence of water infiltration. Because the only time mold growth ever really occurs is where there's some active water infiltration. And for something to get that moldy, you're going to see the evidence of it ahead of time.
All right, well that makes me feel a little better. And I'm not standing here with a mask on, you're not, so I feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
So what's the next step from here? You know, we'll take a look where the water came in. We do know it went into the garage, and we know that it's damaged the ceiling. I don't know if there's any mold there. I'm going to assume there is.
Right.
You want to see the garage first?
Yeah, we can go have a good look at the garage first.
I'm used to grabbing my hammers and just ripping this apart and tearing it down, but I think we're going to take our time today, right?
Yeah, what I don't want to do is create a whole lot of dust. If there's a whole lot of mold up there, sort of whacking it with a hammer and stirring it up as much as possible probably isn't the best idea. So I'm going to sort of cut it open just with a hook knife, see how bad it is, and just in case we'll wear a respirator while we're doing that to avoid any overexposure.
So we're taking that down, and that looks pretty clean in here. Let's see if we can't get a little peek. Well, it's a little tough to see, but certainly from this piece, we don't look like we have extensive mold growth in that area.
You know what? I think what we should probably do is when the contractors come to do the cleanup in that room in front, then we can have them open up a little more in this area, and we can just make sure that in the areas where we see a little more of the wetness, that we don't have a lot of mold growth there.
I'm in agreement with that then.
All right.
Should we do an air test? Is there anything that is recommended at this point?
Yeah, we'll do some air tests. Really, the purpose of the air test, it can be a good indication, one, of if the homeowner's work in the front has kind of spread spores throughout the house, and two, if there's a lot of mold growth in the wall cavity, sometimes that shows up in the air samples, so we know we need to look a little harder and maybe cut some more holes at a later date.
Spreading spores throughout the house. I'm gonna assume that they had their furnace on. Air conditioning, heating, when he did this work. Will it stay in the duct lines? Do they have to be cleaned?
It depends really on how serious that sort of spreading around was, and we'll know a little better, hopefully from air samples, whether or not it's bad enough to warrant going and cleaning ductwork and that kind of thing.
All right.
All right?
Let's do it.
Perfect.
Excellent, thank you.
Basically, we're just setting up an air sample here. We're gonna run it for 10 minutes, and what the air sample does is it collects the particulate from the air, it draws it through a little slit and impacts onto a sticky media on a microscope slide. So then that can go back to our lab, and they'll analyze it for the types of mold spores and the number of mold spores that are there. So we'll get an idea what the concentration is in the air here. And in the meantime, we'll just take a quick look along the outside wall. We've got still a little bit of mold growth along the base of this wall here, and it's very light, but you can definitely see the black staining. A lot of exterior sheathing products, if it's OSB or plywood, then we can clean those kind of surfaces. But when it's a material like this, it's really difficult to clean. It's impossible to clean, in fact. So what I'd recommend here is that this get removed. Looking at the floor down here with the large sort of pattern of water staining, with the amount of material that's been removed here, If this were all moldy and the carpet were moldy, this probably is a little bigger than the average homeowner should take on themselves. If you see mold in your house, really, CMHC has some really good information online, and they're a really excellent resource. There's no point in being overly paranoid. All right, and that's that for that sample. Seal it back up. The important part is to get the mold growth out of the house and to correct the water leak. If it's a very small sort of extent of mold growth, it's something the homeowner can handle themselves. If it's not, they need to bring in an experienced contractor who knows what they're doing.
There are some contractor associations who have good qualified contractors. The workers are trained, as well as the contractors having the proper insurance to do this work. Because of the type of work it is and the size, we do a type 2 in this area. They'll HEPA vacuum the area, clean out any debris that we find, enclose the area in poly. We will put the area under negative pressure. It's a small type 2, but the rules and regulations still apply for this area.
Do we have issues that there's mold actually on the other side of the drywall?
We'll remove that drywall, so you're going to be right at the building envelope, or I guess in this case it's brick.
Well, I guess as far as you're concerned, you're going to remove whatever's necessary.
Yeah.
I'm even going to the extreme of replacing the windows. When we leave here, I want this family safe, and it's never going to happen to them again.
Well, this is may look like a shop vacuum, but it's actually a very expensive vacuum. It has a HEPA filter, which is a high-efficiency particulate aerosol filter. The vacuum is used for hazardous materials such as mold and asbestos. That's where they found the mold right there, so we're going to pull this drywall off all the way up. We're going to put orange rip on the floor, clear on the walls. It'll be very, very selective demolition. It's very careful. It looks meticulous and slow, because if there are spores, we're not trying to spread them throughout the room. And that's why the guys are going to have suits and respirators on. This is a negative air machine, and what this does, it puts the room under negative pressure. It draws air in, and we're going to exhaust it out the window through a flex hose, and it also filters the air as well. This is the main HEPA filter. It's a high-efficiency filter that filters very, very small particulates, like mold spores or like asbestos. That's why we put all the plastic up. We're keeping it inside the area, any contamination that we may discover.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you.
All right, and that's it. We'll take these back to the lab.
Guys have basically contained the room, and we'll post our sign saying that we're doing mold abatement, and then the guys can get to work removing the drywall. I would assume that a contractor doing this type of work should set it up the same way. I mean, as much as it may look like overkill, it really isn't. For the time it's taken us to do this and the expense related to it, you should be doing it right, and this is the right way to do it. You do not want someone who doesn't know what they're doing coming in, because at the end of the day, they're going to make the problem worse.
Steve.
Hi, Mike. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
Yeah, we got the sample results ready for you, and we thought we'd maybe show you the lab and see what you think.
I love new things. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, come on this way.
Thank you.
This is actually our asbestos lab in here. The mold lab's just down this way.
Okay. Rafiq, I'm Mike. Nice to meet you.
A pleasure.
So what are we doing here?
We analyze samples for mold to try to identify the mold and quantify how much of mold you have in the sample which is provided to us.
Do you mind if I look through this? This is a toy I don't have.
Yeah, no problem at all, Mike.
What am I seeing on the screen here?
You are seeing a few spores of Stachybotrys from the child's bedroom there.
This is one of the bad ones.
Yeah, the one which is most commonly found in houses and being referred to as the black mold.
Okay, and how many are toxic and, toxic? It doesn't sound like it is that toxic.
Most of the molds produce certain toxins. These toxins are found on the surface of the spores, and we inhale them.
So this will affect you.
You will react to that.
Now, I've always been told just to use a bleach to clean it.
All the guidelines that exist now really sort of reject the idea of using bleach. You're not necessarily trying to kill the mold growth that's there. You really want to just clean it off. Bleach materials have enough odor and toxicness about them that they can cause as many kind of health problems for the person using it as the mold would in the first place.
Liquid soap.
Liquid soap. And under probably 90% of the circumstances, you can identify that it's mold growth by looking at it. You don't need to spend dollars to figure out what kinds of mold are there.
If you see mold, more than likely it is mold.
Yeah.
Most of the contractors who do mold removal today and do it well learn sort of the basic skills of what they're doing while they were doing asbestos removal work. The control measures that were set up and well tested for asbestos, we know they're going to work for other hazards as well. And if you have an older house, maybe 60s or earlier, and you have pipe insulation present, you'll often see like a white corrugated paper material. You'll see kind of like a cement material wrapped around the bends in the pipe. Both of those are common asbestos-containing insulations, and if they're in sort of good condition and left untouched, they're really not a hazard, because the risk from asbestos really comes from inhaling those fibers of asbestos once they become airborne. So let's say you got to change your boiler over and the pipes all come in and tie in, then that's the time to look at making sure the asbestos gets removed and making sure it gets removed properly. So the mold growth is something that you're going to want to address whenever you find it. And the asbestos is something that you're only going to want to address when you're going to be doing some renovation work or you've noticed that it's in poor condition.
So don't panic.
Absolutely.
Keep it clean. Stop the water. Control humidity.
Those are the key things. If you take care of those, you're not going to have a problem.
Thank you so much.
Nice to
We'll
meet
see
you,
you
Mike.
back
See
at
you
the
again.
house because I know we're going to do a final clean. Absolute pleasure meeting you. Keep up the good work. Pleasure too. Now this is the way to do it. We're not expecting a lot. We're expecting mold in this area across down the wall and in the corner. Hopefully that's it. But these guys know what they're doing. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna pull the whole ceiling and at least 12 inches on that side of the barrier here because when I open that up, we're gonna spray foam the area up there. We also wanna inspect it too to see if there's any mold at all up there. So the guys were in here just to see, I think they felt dampness on the wall and they wanted to inspect under the window.
Okay.
Just be wise to do a moist meter test on that, or?
Yeah, couldn't hurt. It certainly doesn't look like it's moldy. Let's just check the drywall on the outside. But first, we'll see what we've got here. So it's basically not reading anything at all, except just at the very bottom of its scale.
Which is good.
And then we'll just take a quick measurement on this material. And we're down in the dry zone on this material as well.
So it's okay.
So it may be a little damper. That's probably not expected given that that's kind of on the outside of the envelope, right behind the air gap where some
Right.
water may be coming through the brick.
You want to check downstairs or anywhere else?
Yeah, why don't we check in the front room where the homeowners removed it because there's a large section of the exterior sheeting we can see from there.
Excellent. I don't think we've done anything in this room yet. This is what the homeowner has done. We do see water.
So there's a little bit of water that's come in, yeah.
Now, also, that was by the window. It shows within the window itself. We see the wood is wet at the bottom down here.
Yeah.
It's kind
Or
of
has been wet
concerning.
anyway, yeah.
Should we have a mask on?
Well, I mean, I'm not really seeing any evidence of any mold growth whatsoever in this area, so
All right.
I don't think it's an issue at this point.
All right. That's what we're up to. We're a little higher.
They're a little higher in this area, yeah.
Give this more time, and this room would also become a
That's
mold
exactly
zone.
right. I mean, if this keeps getting wet or this gets a little bit worse and it's not allowed to dry out, then you're definitely going to end up with significant mold growth there as well.
Wow, it looks like we made a good call to replace all these windows.
Yeah, looks like.
Excellent.
All right, sir.
Okay, the guys have finished doing their inspection. They're just cleaning up and getting rid of the garbage now. They've made everything safe. We did find mold in this area here. We can see the plastic held the water, which we can see against the metal is rusted like crazy. Brought it down to this end and dripped it in heavily in this corner. That's why they had mold buildup here. Extremely lucky, really, that we didn't have more mold here. Before we do anything else, we're going to do an air sample again to make sure that we can close this in. But I'm confident now that everything's fine here, so now I'll bring my guys in. We'll pop all this down, pull down this insulation, because as far as I'm concerned, it's just not insulated good enough. I can see both duct lines to the bedroom upstairs. So what they've done was insulated the void across here. No insulation whatsoever on this wall, which I'm so used to seeing. We're going to spray foam it. How we feeling?
Feel great. Yeah, we feel really good.
Pleasure to see you again. You look good. You look a lot better than last time I saw you.
Yeah, we're feeling a lot better.
Oh, I have a bit of a zoo today. We have a lot of people in here. We have windows coming out and beautiful windows going in and a much better quality window. We have other problems. Come on upstairs.
Okay.
We're going to pull up all your carpet right through because of all your allergies. You should not have
we don't
carpet
want
in your
carpet.
home.
No, we planned to get rid of it.
The front room for me has been nothing but a hell hole. Water will penetrate the brick. So just say it rains from the south on this wall for the next 2 hours. It'll penetrate the brick, drip down, and it's supposed to weep out. So here's my problem, okay? Not only do we have to remove the exterior drywall because we found mold on the exterior drywall, which drywall outside sucks, okay? We can't get it back up again. For me to take down this wall, I came to so many options as to Do I take down the wall? Do I pull down the brick on the outside to address this issue, all for weeping? I think I've come up with a plan, and what we're going to do is pull the sills, we're going to put a flashing system across the bottom, have it come to the wall and up. So then they're going to spray foam, and the idea with the spray foam is now if it ever penetrates the brick, it's going to drip down on the inside and weep out and not go into your garage and create mold growth again. We're going to spray foam the whole garage underneath and up this wall that you see here where the peak comes in and give it an airtight seal. We've done a final air test. I'm fairly confident that everything's fine, but let's get you back out of the house just in case.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Okay.
I would have known that the sill was a problem. Mike pointed out it was the window. I mean, we probably would have just gone ahead and replaced the windows.
Windows and gone
Who knows
paint.
if the guys would have addressed that or not. That Mike was able to spot that, point that out, and he's going to address it.
But we're not going to have this problem again.
No, we're not.
Steve, nice to see you again.
Good to see you again.
We have a test result.
These look much better than they did before. In this room here, we were looking at 3,000 spores per cubic meter compared to 500 outside. So now we're down to 314.
Wow.
Just like any house would where you didn't have significant mold growth. All right, Mike.
Great job.
We'll see you later.
The house is fairly clean now, so what we want to do is start closing it up. So let's go take a look at what we have to do.
All right. So every area is good except this is the main culprit.
I have a problem with this wall here. What my concern is that the flashing here, which we only have flashing in this section, and then it continues on with plastic through the mortar joint. So here's the problem. This plastic did come up. Obviously, we've had to cut it out, but how the hell are we going to fix that now? And can we even try and get a flashing effect within without taking it down? Can we break out the mortar while it's open and get in a flashing in that area? We can't go lower than that because of the flashing on the outside on this end. This is the key point at the top of the peak of the garage. The plastic comes up and almost to the outside of the brick. So when they mortar, they set in this plastic and then the mortar on top of it, so the water is supposedly going to go across the plastic, bleed through the mortar, and out it goes. Now we've got to get something back in there to insulate the void and yet keep any type of weeping that comes within the wall draining out properly, because we don't want anything going down to the garage and creating mold again. The most efficient way of doing this that solves our weeping problem is to chip away from the inside. Don't remove the vertical studs. Chip away and get some flashing and bring it on maybe a 45-degree angle out underneath the brick.
Right into the joint.
Yeah. And then spray foam the whole void.
So it'll hit the spray foam.
It'll hit the spray foam, carry down to the flashing and out the weeping. We've got to create the weeping is what we have to do. Look at these windows. This just shows by not maintaining the outside of your windows on the outside of your home, you're going to allow water in. Look at how rotted it is. Look at that.
Look at the bottom of it.
Not only did it penetrate the wood, it's gotten right in. It's so bad that it ate holes through it. This is the greatest point of where the water was coming in, is right there, which dripped down the center, which caused everything to happen in this home. We even have mold on the window itself. They're going in the bin. It's a shame I can't even give them to a reuse it store. They're no good.
The sill's loose on this, the concrete exterior sill. That's gonna have to be secured somehow.
How you doing, Brent?
Good, thanks.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
We have a discovery, I'm told.
Yeah, we, after taking the...
I don't like this.
Yeah, well, I can see why you don't.
Obviously, the water's getting down, freezing it, and lifting it. That's what it's doing. This should be one piece.
This should probably be secured before we go ahead with the window. Otherwise, we're gonna be in the way of the mason.
Talk to my brick guy and see if we can't quickly get at this. Thanks, Brian.
No problem.
Keep it up, buddy.
Okay, thanks.
Brian, let's clean this up. Let's clean everything around the void and see how we can do a scribe on the inside of that mortar to get in there.
So the flashing, let me see, to get this straight, goes into here.
Right.
1 inch or whatever we can get.
We'll bead the bottom.
And then we go up with it. And then where does it go?
And we come up here.
Oh, that's it.
Yep. If it ever leaks, it'll come down, hit the flashing, and get out the weeping. So we'll get our flashing in, tie it into the wall, and then remove maybe a couple of slots on this side so it has a clear path for the water to get out.
So what happened here is we've got 2 pieces of limestone sill. It should be a continuous piece. And right here, notice that it was loose. The masonry no longer bonded to the stone. But a quick solution here is good construction adhesive polyurethane base. And it bonds to everything. So what we're gonna do is I pulled this back as far as I can, put the bead in here, and I'm gonna push this back, and then that'll give it some gription. I can already feel it biting. and then I'll push it in farther, like that, and then get the outside, and then pull it back.
Now, it's not the normal way of doing this, spraying directly on the brick, but I know it's the only way we can solve this problem.
There aren't many options when this situation happens and you've had to virtually gut the building from the inside out to get to the exterior veneer, other than taking down all the brick and starting from scratch again. So I think this solves the problem. It'll be a good vapor barrier, air barrier, insulation value. But I think this is the best solution for the homeowner given the circumstances. For years and years and years, all houses was just simply bad insulation. Spray foam is used mainly commercial, industrial. Now it's finding its way into the residential market because of people like you.
About time.
Are looking to find ways to solve problems that before were unsolvable.
There's always an answer. It's just what we have to do it. I'm glad to have you aboard.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Robin.
Appreciate it.
Now, this is the way all homes should be. At this thickness, what do we get in an R value?
Approximately an R28.
So it beats the R20 in the first place.
Exactly.
Good. Yeah. Nice and crisp to the outside. Now we get the window in.
You get your windows in nice and flush. Seal them up with some foam around them as well.
Great job.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Thank you very much. We'll see you on the next one.
Okay, great.
Just don't think I won't call you again.
Okay, good. We look forward to it.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Keep up the good work. Okay, now we're ready for the windows. And we have warmth again. Okay, Adam, we just got to get this foam. That's out past the front. So we can get one across the bottom, Adam. One across the top. Give it something to anchor to. And these are small enough. We can drive our screw and shim it both sides. Any quick tips on window installation?
I always put my bottom level, and I do my best to plumb the window in and out, and obviously left to right.
You know, a lot of people have said to me, oh, the tighter the better. And I say, no. Actually, we don't want them so tight. We want the spray foam in here. Absolutely. We want that area for spray foam.
Yeah. Thanks, Brent. You do good work. Oh, thanks very much, Mike.
Robin, you're fine with the bad insulation against the beam, and we'll just spray over that?
Yep.
And just cut the whole thing right around
right
the
around,
side?
right up on the face of the wall there.
Now, with the bad insulation, you're going to carry it so that it comes down around the insulation, insulating the ductwork at the same time, and then carry it back up into the void?
That's correct. Yeah.
Beauty. Okay. Thank you.
The mold specialists came in and just were checking for some mold behind the drywall here underneath the window, and they didn't find some, so I'm just doing a little drywall repair. I cut it back so I could catch the plastic vapor barrier on both sides, just to get a nice seal on it and everything. And what I'm going to do next here is just get some acoustical sealant on the bottom of it, so that the plastic vapor barrier bonds to the bottom plate, so we can get a nice seal on it.
Acoustical sealant is awesome. It doesn't cure. It remains like sticky like this. That gives you a good vapor seal.
So I'm just gonna press it in so that it seals onto it. And I'll just tuck tape this other joint here.
Because if you'll notice in many homes, old or new, the draft comes from the baseboard. This is what eliminates that draft.
Oh, it's cold out there today.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sean. Damon.
How are you?
Good. You getting ready to drywall?
Yeah.
You fishing a line?
Yeah, Jason asked me to do an outlet for the garage door opener.
Okay.
So just because they were running an extension cord all through, so I can tap into this line here and then that should be all right, eh?
Yeah, we only have two in there. I don't know why they didn't have it there in the first place.
Exactly.
It's Benj and Des upstairs.
Yeah, they're drywalling the main room. Or you're getting ready to, I guess?
I'll take a look. This is, you know, really it's kid stuff, just getting up the drywall, getting a hit of plaster on it today, and then starting to trim today. We can really knock this off and clean up and get them back home. Looks good. Windows are all installed. I'm extremely happy with that. We feel absolutely no drafts around the windows. That's what I want to feel. I'm bringing in Craig today just to go over what I have to do with the painting, so set him up for hopefully tomorrow just to start on other areas other than the plaster, because we will hit the plaster today. Get this drywalled, get this place cleaned up. It's gonna be a wild day, let me tell you.
Des and I, we have a cathedral So what we're gonna do is at the highest peak up here, we wanna find 4 feet down, level it, then I'm gonna strike it with the pencil line over here and over there, and continue that line straight across on either side. And then from this point here, we'll measure straight up to the bottom of that cathedral there. And the same on that side. And then we meet in the center, and that'll give us an angle.
I think for here, guys, what we'll just do is let's cut this straight, this chalk line right down this and cut it, and then we'll just put in a screw edge right across, and then we'll 45 it into here.
Yeah.
That way we just come over, come down and across. It's minus 25 outside. With the wind factor, it's minus 35. So it's a real cold day out there. It looks gorgeous. This is the room above the garage, and it's warm now. It used to be cold. That little bit of spray foam down there, spray foam in here. What a changing world that is.
Damn, that's a bit.
Walter.
Yeah.
Man, I like this stuff. That's a 5-ply, correct?
Yeah, that's a 5-ply birch. And actually, if you're looking for the real plywood, the plywood is made from softwood.
Right.
That plywood
is from hardwood.
Hard. Doesn't swell, doesn't expand.
And because it's glued and laminated this way, it won't allow any grains to split and seam, so the top always stays nice and true and clean and will not crack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not only that, it's flexible, and we can put it right and glue it down to concrete floors if we wanted as well.
Yeah,
Right?
actually, it's designed to put over concrete stuff for a condo, the basements. We can sand it.
We can actually sand this?
Absolutely.
Oh, now that I like.
Yeah, 3 to 5 times.
So you find this that it's actually a more durable than solid birch? Do you think this is better?
Absolutely.
I've also noticed it's not squeaking. It's something that usually I'm the type of guy that would say I always want 3/4 inch hardwood. But because we don't have the height on the bull nose here, it makes it perfect because it comes right up to it, right? One thing I think that is good about this, and it drives me nuts to do with a home like this, is that if you notice the floor is like this, it's wavy, but that allows it to actually run with the contour of the floor, right?
Yeah, correct.
Well, I like it. Walter, keep up the good work, pal.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Sean, I think we're going to have a little bit of a trim off, if you want to call it. We do it on speed and quality.
Miter joint's got to be tight.
Yeah.
Reveal's got to be consistent.
Survey says?
I think that more than anything else, I mean, speed and quality, but I think quality is the overseeing thing.
I
we
would
wanna
think
see
so
here.
too.
Yeah.
I made it easy. I'm giving you marks on your jam here. So we're going to go down.
So I'd have to give the edge to Mike because of his experience, but Sean's been a fast learner, so who knows? See what happens.
You cut your trim. I will cut my trim. You will
Okay,
pick
all right.
your tool of choice.
Tool of choice.
And we
Well, I think we're both going to go with the same tool.
I challenge you to a trim off.
Mike and I have had numerous square offs over the years. Mike's always came second best, and
Are you ready?
I think you're a little out of shape, aren't you? No. Yeah, you sound like a no to me.
I'm going to cut my trim.
All right, let's do it, buddy.
Important for your 45-degree cuts is just make sure you're really flat on the fence. And I know I get a nice 45-degree cut. So I took my time and I let the blade do the cutting so that my edge is nice and clean. Just gonna double check that. I want to measure twice and cut once. Because, you know, I gotta make Sean look good.
How long is it going to take you to cut these pieces of trim?
Well, you know, Sean.
I'm getting tired of waiting for the saw. This is a production job, and quality comes with production.
This is the inside of the cut for the window, and if I take my tape measure and try and hold it in place, I could be out a fraction of an inch. And to me, a fraction is something, so if I bring it in within the 1-inch line, I'm directly on the money there. You can see it. I'll have my thumb hold the tape and the trim, and I'll pull my tape out and mark 1 inch extra.
I hope you're checking those together to make sure they're the same size, because those windows are square, I checked.
You know, the more you take your time, and I'm not saying it takes a lot of extra time, but if it took me 2 extra minutes just to confirm my cuts, it just shows.
If you care.
That's right. And Sean cares, I know. And you're about to cut your trim, and I'm going to watch. All right, Mr. Moran, you are up.
All right, buddy. You can tease me like I teased you if you want.
I'm not making you nervous, am I?
I've never been this close to be cutting trim. I don't know.
Did you want me to help you here?
Help me? That's okay, buddy.
Sean.
Yeah, buddy?
I want to give you a little help here. You're not on the fence.
Oh, no, you're right. That would help. That would be pretty mean if you just let me cut it.
I would have won.
Yeah.
That would have been it. You would have screwed that angle.
You like a decent and fair fight.
That's right.
Which is admirable.
I love you, Sean, but if you work at this speed upstairs, you know I'm going to beat you.
Sir, I'm ready. Thanks for your patience.
All right.
Feeling lucky, punk?
Here we go. Benjamin Green, I just wanted to talk about this trim off here. Who do you think's going to win this thing?
Well, I was thinking you were gonna, but now with all this complacent attitude, I'm gonna have to pass it over to the youngster over there. Come on in, Mike, Sean. Choose your weapons.
Well, this one here has got my name all
Mike's
over
got
it.
his.
I keep that clean.
That's my gun.
Hey, you're pointing that at me.
Oh, sorry.
We're basing it on speed and finesse.
And who pays us?
That's right.
Okay.
Don't get nervous.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
At this point, they're both looking pretty equal. Mike's got the advantage. He's hitting the second nail. He's picking up the next board. There's a little stumble on Mike. He can have the advantage. They're both pretty equal at this time right now.
A little off level.
Everybody's being pretty fair.
Oh, last nails. Time.
Sorry, buddy.
Hey, you got me right in that head. Oh, it's tight, it's tight.
Go! Holy! It's just...
Oh, it's close. That's it. It's over. It's over.
Time.
What do we got?
Okay, time.
We got 124 for Sean.
And we got 122.52 for Mike.
Hey, how's your head, man?
I bleed, man.
I don't think it was that hard.
No, I'm kidding.
Like I said, it wasn't just about time. So now the three of us guys are gonna go over this and check for quality. Things like where the miters meet the corners here, nice straight lines here. He's gone off a little bit on this miter here, not by a lot, but you can see here it's like about a 16th off. Now you see this reveal here, he has dipped down a bit. It's a little bit bigger than the one on the right. Okay, so it's a little bit off. This one here's, look, see here, he missed a stud there, that's not good.
No, Mike,
Sean here, same thing. His reveal is a little more consistent than Mike's. This is nice and tight on this miter.
I see it overhanging at the top. I see a nail
Well,
sticking
this,
out.
Yeah, he's got a little bit over here, but not as bad as the one on the left. But the killer is the nail. That's my assessment.
I've got my decision already down. Bezo, what do you think?
Totally agree with Ben.
Sure, on the reveal.
No plan. You do the best right now.
Yes.
Right. Okay. We decided that the nail just won't hold up.
It's the nail. It's the nail.
I beat you by a nail.
So be it.
But that's the only reason. But that's it, though.
Good game.
I was deadlocked.
It was good.
It was close, guys. It was real close.
Thanks. So you're walking home then?
That's right. What I'm doing is applying the paint with a roller, because obviously you see how much quicker this is than brushing it on. Problem is it leaves a very rough finish as well. Just trying to get it on as quick as possible. So what I'm going to do after I get the paint on, make sure all the cracks are filled in, then I'm going to brush it out so it leaves a smooth finish. Half the time. So what we discovered in here was that all the trim was actually oil. So what I've done is pre-primed and painted all the trim we're installing in latex, which is fine. We're gonna do an overall top coat in oil, only because I didn't want to have to convert this trim back to latex. To do that, I'd have to sand, prime, and then top coat it. The advantage of using oil on trim is basically just durability. And it also lays down much better. If you look at this trim, you can't even see brush strokes because oil takes longer to dry, so there's a finer finish. So there are some advantages to oil. Whenever I can, I try to convert to latex if it's possible. It's just more environmentally friendly, easier to clean up. So we also discovered the walls were oil. So on walls, oil is tremendously a pain. We've got two choices now. We can either sand, prime, and paint in latex, or paint in oil. As long as every inch of wall is sanded really well, we can apply a latex 100% acrylic paint and we'll have no adhesion issues. So whenever possible, I like to convert the walls back to latex. Today's latex paints are, easily as durable as the oil-based paints. So there's no advantage to using oil. That's why it was initially used, because it was more durable. But we've got great washable flat finishes, scrubbable higher gloss finishes. So, in my mind, there's no need to use oil on walls ever.
We're on the last day. Craig's painting like a crazy man as usual. You gotta love it. Just getting at the last little things, hooking up this receptacle for the garage door opener, getting it back in place. Obviously, we had to take it all down to redo all the ceilings. I would normally like to sand and prime all this. It's not necessary. Besides, I gotta leave something for Jason to do. He's a little handyman himself. I don't think he's gonna mind finishing this off. We've done our part. I'm gonna put him out on a bit of an angle. And what that's going to do is help stabilize this and keep it from moving. Okay, we're done. Let's just make sure the door works. Okay, I think we're good. Let's bring him home. Sorry to keep you waiting. Last minute cleanup.
I know.
Kimberly?
Hi, Mike.
Now, first question. How we feeling?
Oh, wonderful. No more runny eyes, no more nasty coughs and
How's the
things
baby?
like that. He's doing really well. The baby's doing really well. Yeah. And so's Jared. Everybody's healthy.
In this case, it's not that a contractor has ripped off the homeowner, although we do have poor workmanship in the building of a brand new home. The purpose of this one was understanding mold. I walk into a house and I see the family, tears in their eyes, and it's not from crying, it's from the mold spores within their home affecting them so heavily, it scared the hell out of me. I thought, what am I doing in here? Now, I'm not afraid of it. Put on the mask, get rid of it. If there's obviously too much, we'll bring in the pros. As simple as that. Well, let me tell you what I've done here. Come on in. We replace all your windows because as far as I was concerned, it is important. A nice frosted glass on the side here so you can't see your neighbors. We also put up a nice high-profile casing, and it sort of turns it into a picture frame. I really like it.
They're nice.
Practically painted your whole house. I slightly changed your color. You can see the two shades from the ceiling down.
Oh,
and
okay.
I think it's a much better color.
I like this better. It's softer.
All the way up the stairs we did.
Wow.
Now, because you have allergies, Kimberly, we've removed all your carpet and give you hardwood floors.
Beautiful.
Different having new floors, eh?
It is.
That's beautiful.
And the windows are fabulous. I really like those windows.
Oh, they are nice.
So we did not find any mold in your bedroom. Great sign. We did not find any mold in your bathroom. In the front bedroom on the left, we did find traces of water coming in, so you were about to mold in there big time. However, there was no mold. We definitely went through your whole home to make sure that there was no more mold whatsoever, so you can be real confident about breathing in the air now. So that's good.
Good.
Let's take a look in the other room where the disaster really was. Many years ago, asbestos was the big scare, but they soon learned that as long as you don't touch it, in other words, as long as you don't set the fibers through the air that you can now breathe in, it was safe. They deal with mold now the same way as they did asbestos because it worked. It was proven. Negative air, pull the fibers, pull all the spores out of the air. Same cleaning measures. If you're going to do a renovation within your home and you do have asbestos, I highly recommend you call in the right people. Do not touch it. The mold, as long as there's not too much, you can clean it yourself. If there's an abundance of it, call in the right people and get rid of it. If you're concerned, call in the right people. It's really as simple as that.
Wow.
A little bit different now.
It's hard to believe that we've had this whole wall opened right up to the corner. As a matter of fact, we even had to bring the drywall back onto both the exterior walls on the sides just to tie in proper for the spray foam that we used. We had quite the hassle, to be honest with you. I was going to remove the whole brick on your front of the house to tie this in right, but we came up with a way that I'm really confident is going to work for proper weeping if ever rain penetrates the brick.
It's amazing. It looks beautiful.
To me, there's a big difference. I was expecting to find a lot of mold in the garage, but we did not. We found small traces of mold, and we cleaned it all off. Obviously, the mother lode was in this wall right here, and it was enough to contaminate the whole house.
and we found that it was not insulated properly in the garage. So what we did was come in and spray foam the whole thing underneath. You notice how warm it is in here?
It's very warm. There's no drafts.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? Is this going to work for you? Ready to come home?
Yeah, this is great.
ready to move.
This is great. Oh, it's amazing. It looks wonderful, and I mean, we feel healthy, and that's the important thing.
That's the most important thing. Material things we can get rid of. A house is nothing. It's the family that matters to me.
And we are so grateful to you, Mike, for doing this for us, because now we can move home and we know we're not going to be sick every day. And that's something we just can't thank you enough for.
Well, you just did. You just did.
Can you see what your bedroom looks like? Okay, let's go upstairs and see your bedroom. That's a little decoration.
Biz, Mike, another fabulous job, Ben.
Mike, good job. Ben, okay. Guys,
All right,
have a nice family.
Absolutely.
Monday.
Good weekend.
I decided to renovate the entire bathroom.
She hired a company that does nothing but bathrooms.
Now, this is a brand new bathroom?
Yes, this was what was last done to it from the company.
To put her 6 months into doing a 1-week job.
I called them. I said, what's going on? I'm still waiting for this bathroom to be completed.
And do a threat to the homeowner and say, if you do not give us a certified check, we're going to take you to court.
This is like extortion.
They don't want to deal with me.
No.
You're aggressive, you're a pussycat. Mike Holmes, look at this.
Is that garbage or what?
Look, you buggers, they haven't invented anything. It's ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep you in shape? Be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
The whole problem started when I had a leak in the kitchen. It started dripping down and it became a huge hole just over my stove. I had some renovators and contractors come in and they found that the tiles in the shower area were loose and was causing the water to seep underneath the tub and into the floor. It was going to require the tub to be removed and then a wall moved and the whole sink, so it became a whole complete bathroom renovation.
We have problems with the plumbing. Time for a new bathroom. Makes sense. You know, why do a quick repair when you can actually make a change?
I was taking some vacation time in July and I needed the bathroom finished by a certain period before August when I was returning back to work.
She did her homework. Called up a lot of companies.
There was a cost issue. Individuals were costing me at like $10,000, $12,000, and I thought that was just insane for the size of the bathroom and what work needed to be done.
So Simone took it one step further. She hired a company that does nothing but bathrooms, a very big company.
So I felt very comfortable. I felt safe. I felt this was a company that had been in business for many, many years.
You would expect that this company would come in and do everything properly.
Hi, Mike.
Simone, how are you?
Great. Thanks for coming.
Nice to see you again.
Good.
A little bit of a snowy day out there.
I know it's horrible today.
When I made the arrangement with the manager of the store, he explained that the time frame of the job was within about 5 days. And that was very specific because he had jobs back to back. And that was one of the selling points, was that I felt that they were definitely going to commit to my timeline because they had other jobs to complete.
Now, this is a brand new bathroom?
Yes, this was what was last done to it from the company.
They didn't gut the bathroom. Did they pull the ceiling, all the walls?
No.
Because I can tell by looking at electrical, this is not
No, the
taken
ceiling
down.
was not taken down. This wall was not taken down.
Number one, gut the bathroom. Why? We have old plumbing, old electrical, possible mold. There was a leak. Why not open it? Investigate it.
Now, this is a bathroom specialty company, correct?
Yes, that's what they specialize in, is bathrooms.
She was so thorough that even 2 weeks before they were supposed to start, she called ahead. Is everything on plan? Is everything on plan?
He explained, yes, once the 25% down payment was made, the date was confirmed, there was no other reason to call him.
When the day comes and nobody shows up, and she's off work waiting for them to come in, she makes the call hours later.
And he explains that I shouldn't be expecting anyone because I didn't get a confirmation call. I said, well, I already confirmed this a month ago, and as a matter of fact, 2 months ago when I gave you the 25% down payment.
Excuses upon excuses. A big company with excuses.
I was furious. One, this is into my vacation now. It's the beginning of it. I took time off specifically for this.
How much did this cost?
$9,300.
So almost $10,000. They did not do a complete gut.
So the job started a week late, at which point they worked through the weekend. And it went up, didn't look completely right. He explained some touch-ups had to be come back and finished. He was just gonna give me the opportunity to paint. And that was how the contractor left the house. With the understanding I'd call him when I finished painting and come back and finish off adding things like the curtain rod and other things like that.
Why do you have a different color choice? Is that your choice?
No, that was the last part of the job when they came in and the explanation was, that was the color I chose. I said, no, that's not the color I chose, not at all.
Did they add a fan?
Yes, that was the vent that was added. It was recommended to me to have one.
Is this vented outside?
No, it's vented up into the attic.
It is not allowed to be vented into the attic. You know why? Because we're going to use a shower. The moisture is then drawn into the attic, and what it's going to do is freeze all the rafters, all the sheeting, the insulation. It's going to create more moisture in the attic than we want. That is not allowed at all by code. So right away I can tell we don't have a licensed electrician in here. What about a licensed plumber?
No, it was one guy. One guy did everything. I don't know if he was a licensed plumber. It'd been 10 days. The contractor had left, and nobody from the company had called. I had expected them to come in and review the job to see what else needed to be done, to sit down, walk through with me, and collect their money. Nobody came, and it was very, very surprising that I had to call them to say, you need to come back and take a look at this. I'm still a little bit concerned about some things.
We had complaints. Do we have complaints?
Yeah. The first thing I noticed was the grouting here.
He's not even good with his caulking at all. I see clear on the bottom, almond on the top. This threshold here is a carpet to vinyl. And it's upside down, it's incorrect, and why didn't they use just a standard marble threshold? It's much better. I'm quite confident that this bathroom company, they do know what they're doing. They cut corners. Why? Because they want to get in and get out and make the money. Why couldn't they take this box and put it within this area? It doesn't even have an L16 on the box, so we have the bare cable against the box in itself. All he's done was run a wire through here and probably did and he did. Just the mount on the wall. That's not acceptable. This has to be a octagon box in behind this, right here, and it would have been easy to do this, absolutely easy.
And then there's the opening right over here. And they're trying to explain to me that this is a complete finished bathroom and expecting final payment. I called them. I said, what's going on? What's happening? I've got no call, no response from anybody. I'm still waiting for this bathroom to be completed. It's taken 5 months, more than 5 months to get it, and it's still
5 months.
It's still looking like this. After
Did you
numerous,
phone them?
I phoned, I emailed the Better Business Bureau. I've done everything I can possibly do to explain to them this is incomplete, and I'd like them to at least come and see it.
And?
I've gotten nothing. They don't, every time they say, now the final word with them was they are not coming into the home until they had complete and final payment, and I'm not willing to do that. The original agreement was the final payment, the final 25%, was going to be paid when the work was complete. They wanted me now to pay money up front for them to come in.
Don't you ever pay the bill in full, ever, because then you have no hope in hell that's going to be done right.
They had completely operated in bad faith from beginning to end. I had done nothing wrong. I mean, I gave them my money when they expected it. I was here when they wanted me to be here. I rearranged my schedules. I took time off work. I lost pay. And now you want me to give you the money remaining up front and just hope that you're going to come in and finish it? I was not about to do that, not at all.
I think you've been burnt here. I think you've been totally taken advantage of. And I think it's inexcusable for a company like this to be so unprofessional.
I've tried to call and reconcile, and I'm not getting any kind of feedback from them. Now at the point, they're telling me now they don't want to talk to me. They want me to go get an arbitrator. I just think that's a complete waste of my time and my money. Can someone just tell me how people can get away treating a customer like this? I mean, I'm not just somebody who hasn't given them money. They have 75% of the money, and I don't even think that was owed to them. For the shoddy way that I've been treated and the shoddy work that I feel that they have done.
So you know what I'm going to do?
Tear it all down?
I'm gonna take it all down, and I'm gonna do it again.
I now have a sense of peace that this is going to get done right.
Simple job to me. I'm gonna make it right. Let's take it all down.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's getting quicker now. It's not. Let's take it all down. Let's take it all down.
She hired a company that does nothing but bathrooms.
It's taken 5 months, and it's still looking like this.
So you know what I'm gonna do?
Tear it all down?
I'm gonna take it all down, and I'm gonna do it again. It's gonna be a little cramped in here, but it's not like we can't work together on it.
That's a pretty good sized washroom for a tight crew.
Obviously, we're gonna end up taking it all down, but let's start with removing the sink, get it out of the way, pop the mirror, the light. We'll open up this wall because I wanna see what he's done with the venting. I wanna see the plumbing.
Does she like this? Because if she likes it, we can probably salvage it, right?
Well, I'm sure we can salvage it.
All right, we'll try to salvage it.
It's a shame, wasted tile. But this is how a lot of these companies are doing it. $10,000, we're gonna give you a facelift. We're not gonna do it right.
Yeah, he went a lot with existing, eh? Like he didn't change the doors and try to salvage what he could.
Well, if you spend 10 grand, what do you want?
New everything.
Yeah. Personally, I don't like the way this partition wall here, where the taps are in between the tub and sink, it really closes off the bathroom. We're very tight in this area right here. And if I can push this closet in more, because she has 2 closets in there, and I can maybe do something with this. I mean, it'd be great if I could do a clear glass there, because clear glass is like using mirrors within your home. It makes it bigger, and that's the idea.
Mike, how you doing?
Not so bad. Easy day for you today. Just a complete disconnect in case we have any issues. We'll get you to shut it down and take it down.
Okay. I'll pull it apart, and once we got it, whatever you need, Mike, we can make possible.
You're the man.
All right.
So it puts the pancake box in the wall, so it gives a proper box, ties in with no wire clip whatsoever, so it's just no good. You've gone to this extreme. All you gotta do is open up this area, move everything to here, so it's all safe in one box. How do you cover that up? Yeah, that looks really good. Sean? Here, grab the crowbar, please. My ear's wet.
Uh-oh.
It's not even screwed to the floor, is it?
No.
There's
a shingle nail. Come on. If this is not screwed down, what does it do?
Oh, it shakes like crazy.
So not only does it shake like crazy, as soon as we bolt that, what it does is pulls it out.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
And now we have no contact for the toilet to the floor, but only to the flange.
Exactly.
So what are you gonna do? You're gonna break the seal over and over again.
Yep.
Never go over the existing. Take it down. What was the extra work that got this whole room and go new? What is our total cost? Let's look at it. The whole vanity and sink itself comes in a package, $500-600. Toilet, $200. That tub right there is probably $400. Total material costs in tile, let's say $300. That's being high. Paint, well, they said we don't paint, we don't prime, we only plaster. Wow. $10,000 for a bathroom and they don't paint? So, let's say maximum $2,000 worth of material. $8,000 justified for labor and profit? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. I can accept $5,000 in material, $5,000 in labor. It's a half and half. And that's usually the ratio. 50% material, 50% labor. Give the money's worth. 10 grand, give the money's worth. This is not the money's worth. On top of it, to fight the client. And I'm talking about the company here. To put her 6 months into doing a 1-week job.
The company is proceeding with the small claims court and putting the issue in collections.
In Ontario, the small claims court is a branch of the court system which is designed to be used by people with legal problems on a smaller scale. In Ontario, the maximum limit for a claim is $10,000.
After speaking with the president of the company, he immediately started telling me that he was going to get a lawyer.
Individual parties can represent themselves, or they can retain the services of a lawyer or a student at law or an agent. If you are going to retain a lawyer, however, you have to keep in mind that that lawyer will be paid an hourly rate, and given the maximum amount of a claim, the hourly rate charged by the lawyer may quickly eat into whatever money you recover at the end of the trial.
His exact quote was, "I have millions and millions of dollars, and I will get a lawyer and run up thousands of dollars of legal bills, which you will pay for."
At the end of a trial, a court can award a certain amount for costs and for legal fees. However, there's a cap. A court will only award a maximum of $300 for a successful party for their lawyer.
To make that kind of money and then hand crap over and do a threat to the homeowner and say, if you do not give us a certified check, we're going to take you to court.
This is like extortion. They are trying to get money out of me for work that is incomplete. How can this happen?
If a homeowner finds themselves being sued for failure to pay for services rendered, the homeowner may choose to commence a defendant's claim, whereby they seek money back from the party suing them. A defendant's claim is generally the situation where the defendant says, no, I don't owe you money. In fact, you owe me money. You've provided services that are inadequate, or you've ruined my house instead of fixing it, and therefore you have to pay me to fix the problem that you caused.
It's hard to tell these days if this was a licensed guy who did this or not. Your license doesn't mean much anymore, because a lot of these guys are getting their license working in new subdivisions, and they only, through their 5-year apprenticeship, they only do one thing for that 5 years.
Here's where he pulled out the wall. What else did he take out?
The plastic, the vapor barrier.
Vapor barrier. We already see the airflow through this piece of bad insulation. Yep. What do we see? We see dirt, right?
Dirt. Yep.
Right away we have airflow. This shows all airflow. Oh, we definitely see mold. I'm a contractor. I come into your house, I see mold. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna solve the problem. Close up the mold, don't say nothing, you look like a yo-yo. Don't put the plastic back. Now you're breaking code.
It looks like maybe there was another reno at another time, because I don't think the same guys that did this bathroom did this. And it looks like they tore down the vapor barrier. The same thing is over here. It's not that big of a deal, but it would have been nice to keep with code.
Just go ahead, clean everything now. Clear the corners, clear the screws. Just make it that nobody can get cut walking by them.
Okay.
Take down the baseboard, the rest of all this, and then clean up, and then we'll pull the tub.
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay. Good stuff.
I was late for work. My wife's 7 months pregnant, so for the first time I went in and saw the doctor with her and got the okay that my child on the way is okay. So yeah, I was a little late this morning. Only 2 hours.
Hey, Damon.
Yeah?
This is how not to start a tub?
Oh my God.
How do you forget to screw a stud in place? Come on. How not to do a bathroom. Simone.
Yes.
We've had a few good things, a few bad things. Haven't even seen the attic yet, but I am about to go do that. The old strapping has a little bit of mold on it. We have mold up in the corner across the 2x4 here.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the man has seen it and let it go. We'll take some liquid soap. We're going to scrub it, put some masks on.
Okay.
We show rot all across the bottom. This is from your toilet. Your toilet seeped, more than likely from the toilet flange, wicked through the floor. This is why it was so rotted from before, and actually got to the bottom plate. It's minor. It really is minor compared to some of the things I see. Minor mold, minor bad things. No vapor barrier where he opened up. Sloppiness on his floor, sloppiness on his finish. What's my point? $10,000?
Yeah.
Then they had the audacity to bother you for 6 months.
Yeah.
Were you called fussy?
No, I was called aggressive.
Aggressive?
Aggressive. I'm too aggressive.
Well, they don't want to deal with me.
No.
You're aggressive, you're a pussycat. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
If a homeowner finds themselves going through the small claims process, it would be advisable for the individual to do their homework and talk to one, if not two, professionals in the industry to get a reasonable sense of how the work was not done properly and perhaps how much money it would take to repair the work and bring it up to an acceptable standard. These witnesses would then be able to assist the judge in making a decision as to whether or not the work originally done by the contractor was done properly or improperly.
I have some ideas.
Okay.
I want to make a few changes.
Okay, like what?
I want to lose this closet. I want to make you a bigger bathroom.
Oh.
I want to change slightly the design of what we have, and I have ideas for your bedroom to help fix with no closet here.
Oh, okay.
You want to hear them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds great.
That end of your bedroom where the couch is.
Okay.
I'd love to do a closet organizer in an open concept, meaning nice, beautiful closet organizer in the end, so you can neatly do your sweaters and and it's visual. You can see it.
Oh, wow, that sounds great.
You're okay with that?
Oh, yeah, that sounds wonderful.
Well, then that closet is going to go with that.
That sounds like a good plan.
Okay?
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, it appears that our attic is not vented properly. See what I see?
Yes, I do. What's that?
You know what that is?
That mold?
That's mold.
That's mold, eh?
You know why we see that?
Moisture, first of all.
Why?
I would say no circulation coming through.
That's correct. We are not venting from the soffit. We're only
Right.
venting from the top. It will not create airflow. It's only going to allow heat to rise out.
Right.
And I think we're going to have to help her with that because that is not a good sign. We're going to have to also clean that. And this is why we got things. It was nice to see that they put in a fan, but all they did was exhausted up into the attic.
That's
into
right.
an upper vent, which is going to do nothing but add more moisture. Look at all the moisture buildup.
Mm-hmm. You can see it. Look at that one there.
You can see water has been dripping on the rafters.
Yeah.
So that means what's happening is that when the moisture is getting up in there, it's freezing within the attic.
Right.
She's lucky. Everything seems still fairly well, other than the little bits of mold that I see.
Yeah.
And I think for this evening, because we've gone far enough, let's drop this wall, clean up, bring everything back in the bathroom so we can give her a home back.
Vacuum and call it a day.
Yeah, and we'll be back tomorrow. Good morning.
Morning, Mike. How are you?
Pretty damn good. Little difference in size now, eh? Pull out that closet. I like it. Let's have some fun today. Let's see what we can do. We're bringing in Frank to fix up some of the electrical, make sure that's all fine. We'll pull up these 3 pieces right here, right? And this will give us an indication what we can do with the plumbing for changes. See, these were nailed years ago. The nails do work. Makes it a little hard to pop it up, but nothing we can't do.
So what are your ideas for the floor?
Well, we're definitely going to resheet it with 3/4 inch. We can go right over the existing. I think we'll carry it right over, and then we'll just use the thin set to level it.
Right.
And then put down our new product subfloor, and then tile it.
Right.
Now, when you're going to screw to a floor joist, it'd be wise to use 3-inch screws. These are about 1 1/4 inch, 1.5 inches. It's just not enough. Especially when we notice that the wood joist here has been a little tampered by water. It's not going to bite anything. I don't want the floor to move or it's just going to break the seal on the tile. I want to make sure this void is completely insulated, which it is not.
Right.
How is that going to keep the cold out, especially by where the duct line is? It's bad enough seeing the old receptacle box as a light box in the first place. Who knows what type of light was up here? Not a big deal. But to go ahead and just run this little wire from one box to another, cut the pancake box instead of doing it properly through a hole with an L16, what's going to happen? That's very, very sharp edge. Not smart. Wires running through it, completely illegal, not accepted. If there was a permit on this one at the time, an inspector came in, he'd laugh at this and actually give the guy hell for doing this the wrong way. He's not going to accept it. He's going to say, fix it. Use your head. Hey, Frankie.
Hi there, Mike. How are you?
Great to see you again.
Good to see you.
Easy job this time. Nothing huge. No, just a quick disconnect at this point, and we'll take it from there.
They have aluminum wiring, and they're mixing aluminum wiring with copper wire, which is fine, as long as you're going to end up using the proper barrettes would be the key thing. These barrettes here are definitely the wrong ones. They're for copper only. It was cheaper to produce the aluminum wiring, and they were using it in the 70s. Now, the only thing with the aluminum wire was that aluminum has a lower boiling point than copper. Therefore, the copper will withstand more overloading, if you will, than aluminum. I'm going to eliminate as much aluminum wire as I can, because we're now using copper. Copper's better. As you can read right in here, it says, use number 14, solid copper wire only. This is actually number 12, and as you can see, it's aluminum. And as clear as this is aluminum, it's just as clear on the back of this switch that it says for copper wire only. It's just electrical fire waiting to happen. So let's not make it happen on us, because we're gonna fix it.
What I'm looking at is making it nice and tight to the floor joist. Help stop the tiles from cracking, the grout from cracking. Do it right the first time, you don't have a problem. I want to lose this closet. I want to make you a bigger bathroom.
Oh.
Look at that. Bathroom looks bigger already.
You
So you and I will quickly go over some ideas on what we can do with changes here and what it's going to do for plumbing. I can see it being quite easy to relocate the toilet anywhere here. Get ready for the new tub, or the tub to be reinstalled in the spot. Let's get the 2x4s to stud this wall. We could center the tap. Imagine sitting in the tub and not having to lean forward to get to the tap. Just turn it on. Oh yeah, get a little more hot in here.
You're thinking something new, out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you getting a little scared there?
I just like it. It's a look. It's different.
It's different.
I've never done that before.
I've never seen it.
It can be up just a little bit in case you're standing or sitting. You know, pick the perfect spot for it to be. Run that line for the tub spout right here. Shower head up through the wall, through the ceiling, glass wall.
It's a good idea.
Let's do it. The duct line here has, obviously when he cut out the other piece, he had pulled it out. So we're gonna try and get it back in again. I can feel heat because it's blowing at it, but it's not right directly in. We'll just have to measure it and then we'll cut right at the floor there, put it back in, tape it up. Now, how many times have I honestly opened up structure and found a broken elbow for duct? Now this is a heavy gauge, okay? This is years ago. We don't even go this heavy anymore. And how many times do I open it up and it's been broke for any reason, installation, somebody's made changes just like this one. Now my whole point about this is how many times do I say, let's tape the duct line. Had this been taped, it probably wouldn't have fallen off. It's not going anywhere. That is solid. That's what I want. Bernie, how you doing today?
Good.
Good to see you. Put in an exhaust fan approximately right here, and he had an insulated line, and he just vented it right to the roof vent, so we know that's not good enough. What I'm gonna do, if you set up your ladder in between the two houses right here, I'll drill a hole. I'll drill it straight up, and then you just get the vent in, and we'll attach to it.
Sure.
Simple as that. Bernie's gonna go up, he's gonna cut the shingles out, we'll cut this hole, slip it in, get the rough in done today, and hook our line up. Now, if you notice, we're using 3-inch screws instead of 1.5 inch. We use 1.5 inch on the existing 1/2 inch to help hold down the existing subsheet, and then 3 inches per floor joist. And what I'm looking at is making it nice and tight to the floor joist, right from our 5/8 to the 1/2 inch to the floor joist. And we'll drop in some 1.5 inch in between just to help keep the subfloor tight. We want that floor to move this way and not this way. Help stop the tiles from cracking, the grout from cracking. Do it right the first time, you don't have a problem. I'm going to apply tar paper on the wall because we do not want concrete to touch wood. Both are porous products and we want to keep it separate. Normally I won't worry about the tar paper because most of the time I will build my wall out from it. But because I need the room in the bathroom, I'm going to be close to it. As soon as I'm going to be close to it, I'm going to put it up. It's not a lot of money. It's real simple.
Now that the guy's got the wall built, I could run all my plumbing inside this wall. Mike has gotten this washroom out completely. He's taken the drywall out, he's taken the floor out, lifted the floor to see where the plumbing is, and now he could do it any way he wants, any way the homeowner wants. You know, this is the right way. Now, if someone walks into this washroom and says, you know, I can only do this washroom for 10 grand and it's going to look exactly the same but with new tiles and a new tub, well, for 10 grand you can do whatever you want with your washroom. You can move stuff, move toilets, move bathtubs. 10 grand, doing it right.
Dan, do you mind doing me a favor? You can do something with this?
No problem.
I walked by it a few times and I'm already, I've got to fix that.
Wow. It's just not tight enough. Gotta fix this too, I guess. There's a leak here. It wasn't even connected at all. We're good, we're done. You test it up.
We can center the tap. Imagine sitting in a tub and not having to lean forward to get to the tap. It can be up just a little bit in case you're standing or sitting. Shower head up through the wall, through the ceiling, glass wall.
That's a good idea.
What's up, Dan?
Mike, how are you?
All right, he's starting to look like the bathroom.
Yeah?
I don't like it. So I had a thought this weekend, instead of doing, I don't want to bring it through the ceiling. We don't want anything to do with bringing the pipes up in the cold zone at all.
Okay.
And I don't want to build a bulkhead and bring it down because I don't like that idea. What I want is a window here. That's what I want.
Oh.
And it'll just be like a rain glass is what it is. So we'll bring the pipes up around it like this.
Okay.
Come out and bring it out. For me, this is starting to look good. Hopefully by the end of the day, we have all the board up, possibly a coat. We'll see if we can get the subfloor down for the tiles. Get this tub in today. It can be fun. I love my job. Daniel, nice to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Great.
Well, what I have in mind here visually is, because we've removed the one closet for the bathroom, which was protruding into, obviously, the bedroom, I want to set up an open closet display at the end. I'd like to see something in the center, almost like a desk in the center. We'll put a mirror up. It doesn't have to be a desk. I'm thinking that we can do maybe clothes hampers underneath the desk, but the idea is that with a mirror, it's almost like a makeup table.
Exactly.
A couple blouse racks, and then a full rack on the end.
Yeah.
And also in the bathroom, now that I've taken down that closet, I wouldn't mind doing some sort of cabinet work on the one side and the other side of the doors. Think you can draw
Easy
something
enough.
up?
Definitely.
Excellent. Come up with something, Daniel?
Yeah, I've got something here.
Look at that.
Basically, this is a rough design.
Okay, I think that'll work. I like it. How about the
Excellent.
bathroom? Did you play with that?
And the bathroom, what we're looking at, that's just a simple cupboard. Something like that.
That's it. Excellent.
All right.
You made my day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel.
My pleasure.
Okay. Well, it's going to take Daniel at least a week to get the cabinets ready, but we've got a lot to do. We got to get the plumbing finished here so we can close it in, get the rest of the trim up, start the tiling, and then we'll be ready for the cabinets. Dan is set up with, as you can see, he's continued the vertical piping, and what this does is a pressure release. So if we continue to pipe and you shut that tap off, it bypasses, and what it does is help stops the pipes from knocking. So anytime you ever shut off your tap and you hear knocking in the wall, it's because there's no real pressure release above, and this is the way to do it. I love seeing this. Nice and neat. Little things we do. There's some sound insulation. It's already dead in the bathroom. Keeps the tile warm. Nothing worse than getting into a tub and it's freezing cold. I don't like that at all. See now visually, the idea is to come up with probably what I see is a small column, both sides to approximately, I'd say here even, maybe step it up as high as we can, come across. So we're creating a void and do a glass wall here, and it almost looks like the glass has been melted and runs down.
It'll look really cool.
Okay, so I've set you up with a plate here. What I need you to do is we're going to have an 1.5 inch void in between two studs. I need you to cut a piece of copper, solder all this first, then I'll slip that plate in, and you can continue it up once I'm done. Sometimes you got to use your imagination. For this instance, we are running the plumbing up and around the glass. The idea is to get the shower coming out of the top. You know what? It's going to look pretty damn good. Well, there is many ways of installing tubs. It depends on the style of tub. So we could actually cement it in place. We can use spray foam in place. It depends, again, on the style of tub. This already has a wood bottom. It's already been built up to actually stand alone, so it works for me. You never install a tub with the drywall up or concrete board up. In our case, we use concrete board. Always install your tub. Get everything ready like we are going to build this wall out, and then you'll put in the concrete board. And the idea is that when the concrete board comes down, you'll see it comes down to the lip of the tub, and when we prep for tile, I will fill this zone with thin set, so the tile comes directly down to the tub. Just a smart way of doing it.
Overlap everything.
Overlap it, yeah. So we're good, we're pressure-dried, everything's fine with the shower head.
Yeah, we're good, Mike.
You did a great job, as usual. Once we've completely finished off everything, I'll get the sink in place and get you back in there and hook it up for me. For me, this is starting to look good. Hopefully by the end of the day, we have all the board up, possibly a coat. We'll see if we can get the subfloor down for the tiles.
So we've pre-cut everything this morning just because last night the saw was outside and it was sub-zero, so it froze. So it stopped us from being able to use it. We had to bring it in and let it thaw out overnight, which is not a big deal. We were able to get the watertight membrane up on the walls. This on top of the concrete board, it not only makes it 100% watertight, but 100% mold-free because we're using thin set instead of mastic as an adhesive. Shawnee is laying the floor, and I just love the way that's looking. It's just got so much character in it.
Well, if there's one type of trick with marble, the trick is to be very, very careful with it. Marble is one of the softer stone tiles. There's tile setters that would probably argue with me in this endeavor of actually trying to separate the different textures of the tile. But if you just lay them down all random, it might look a little weird. There's a grain to the tile. I wanna respect the tile. These aren't cheap. This is what I was looking for, something with some texture to blend in with my last tile over here.
I'm going to butter the top here with the white thin set, and then I'll take the back of the marble jam. I'll also hit that, notch both of them, and then sandwich it in and then put in my verticals to help support it. This is perfect, I don't even want to touch it. I have about a 3-degree slope draining in. That means when my glass is in place, the water will run back in precisely what I wanted.
I'm just marking out my center line to make sure that my cuts are going to be even on both sides of the tub area. So you start in the middle and work your way out, and so each cut will be the same on both sides here. And I'm just getting my level lines nice and perfect, making sure that everything's okay before I start. And I'm going to start laying some tiles down. I'm putting this tile here, it's because it's my center line. And what I'm doing is I'm just starting on my center line. And because there's a little dip in the tub here, we're a little high, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to shim it with a piece of cardboard. And it'll keep it up until it's dry. So if you noticed, I'm putting the mortar right on the tile first. And that's just because I don't want to spread it all out. I'm working really slow here, my first couple of courses, and I'm just trying to make them perfect. I don't want to spread it on the wall, have it dry out, and me have to scrape it off. So what I'm doing is I'm just buttering the tiles as I go, just making sure my cuts are all okay. So this wall is really finicky. It's going to take me a little more time, but it'll be worth it in the end.
Wow, it's starting to look like a bathroom, let me tell you. As you can tell, this open window concept is really going to work. I can see it from the door when I first walked in this morning, and it just stood out to me. Now that we see that the trim's up and we showed how we turned it into really a window concept through the shower, it's extremely unique. I kind of like it. We're going to grout it, we're going to paint it, we're going to tile the top using speed set. We're going to have the cabinets installed today, and by the end of the day today, which will be about 8 hours from now, Simone gets her bathroom back, and we're on to the next one.
Because of the sanded grout, it's a little less sticky, and it's falling a lot more. So I find it a little easier just to use my hand and my fingers. And also because I have to pull out a lot of the grout along here so Mike can get a silicone bead right around the window. Otherwise, I would be using the float, which I will be doing on this wall here.
We used the high-grade latex acrylic primer on the walls just because it's a bathroom. We want it to seal a little better than just drywall primer. It's acrylic base, so it resists mildew and moisture better than drywall would. Plus we're using a kitchen and bathroom paint which has a pearl finish and a mildicide in it, so it resists mildew and moisture. So it's going to be a tight bathroom. So we're putting a fair bit of paint on, just so it covers well. Now what I'm doing is I'm rolling left, keeping slight pressure on the left side of the roller. So as I'm rolling, it's eliminating the lines behind it. You can see the line right here, and there's a lot of paint building up. We just keep pressure on the left side of the roller and roll that way. And you don't have to back roll. These are a great finish.
The float is just a faster way of applying the grout into all your joints at once instead of, basically doing them one at a time. It's basically you're spreading your grout all over the wall and getting it right into every joint possible.
This was a last-minute decision to tile the countertop and buy a new sink because it's just going to work a lot better and match with everything else. We're going to mix the quick set on here. It'll take probably about 5 minutes. Boom, put it down, drop all the tiles in place, let it dry, put the sink in.
Well, when you look at this stuff and you see us always rolling it down on the floor for tiling, you might think that what I'm doing is a little ridiculous. It's obviously overkill. I think the tiles would probably be fine adhering to this, but this does give us that waterproofing quality that we want in any sort of a waterborne area.
We have textured paint with sand in it. This is where the doorway was replaced, which obviously we primed it, is completely smooth. So we've got a sand finish here, a smooth finish here. We wanted to sand as much of the sand off as we could, so the surfaces are comparable.
This is a 2-hour fast set mortar. It's fairly expensive, but like a lot of the time we're in a hurry to reveal this today, so I gotta get this down and tile it, and I'll be able to grout in 2 hours, which is great. So I'm just trying to go around and true up the tile edges where all 4 tiles meet. Trueness means like, or flushness, it feels like they're all the same instead of one poking up.
Oh, we're just on the final stages here. We got everybody working at once. Craig is painting in the bedroom, Dan's finishing off the plumbing, and we got the glass guys installing the window by the tub. We want to make sure that we use a mold-resistant silicone, and that's exactly what they're using.
That is a mounting rail, screwed to the stud with anchors, and the system's basically hanging off of that, this portion anyways, and these pieces are sitting right on the ground.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. We can, nice and solid, you can hang off
We
of
can
that.
hang in there, eh?
Yeah.
I like it.
Sort of have to wait until I clear all this off, but I think I'm gonna like the look of this quite a bit, actually. Hopefully our special lady does too.
Last minute touch-ups. Looks just like the computer images.
Yes. Yeah.
Between the bedroom and this, I'm telling you, Simone's gonna
As long as the customer's happy, and
that is the key.
That's the key.
Dan, as usual, man, this is excellent. I think she's gonna fall over when she sees what we've done here.
Me too.
Very good work. Simple, fabulous. I'm gonna go get her. It's a little funky.
Oh my God. Oh, wow.
We changed a couple things. Come on in.
Yeah, this looks really great. Oh my God.
Got your cabinet.
Oh my God, wow.
So this way you can put in anything you want to put hidden in the bottom. Do up your fancy taste that I know you have within the top.
Oh, that works fabulously. That's great.
I changed your countertop.
Oh, geez. This is nice.
It's all marble. We have same marble on the floor. Actually, I really like it. It's 12 by 12 on the floor, 6 by 6 on the countertop. We gave you a new light in the ceiling.
Oh, wow.
Matches the light that you have, which I really do like.
Oh.
If you're gonna do a bathroom, you do what Simone did. You educate yourself, you take your time, you hire the right contractor. Problem being is, the third one, the contractor, was the wrong one here. Just because they have a big name does not mean they're the most professional out there.
Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. Oh my God, that is fabulous. Jeez. Oh.
Well, just see where I put the tap.
Oh, wow.
I did a little something different here. I like the idea you can sit in the tub and control your water.
We ran all the piping up through the walls and brought it up to the top, which is just perfect because when you have this light on, it gives you light within the shower. You like it?
Oh, I love it. I love it. It is fabulous. I couldn't even imagine this. This is great.
In absolute detail did she set this job up. She picked the right company, supposedly a big bathroom company, scheduled it, stayed on top of it. Months later, everything's wrong. Is it because the company doesn't care? Is it because the company doesn't know? I'm gonna say both. They don't care enough and they don't know enough.
I like the rain shower towel. That is, oh, I love that. That's my favorite part of the bath.
It's a big company that understands all the codes. It's a big company that understands all the procedures. But are they hiring people that don't know enough? Are they doing hundreds of bathrooms and trying to get enough guys to do the work? Possibly. Bottom line is, the bathroom was wrong. Bottom line is, literally, she was ripped off.
This is absolutely beautiful.
You like it?
Thank you so much.
Oh man, you're
Oh
so
my
welcome.
God, thank you so much.
Hugs are always welcome.
This is so fabulous. I can never have imagined it to be like this. This is amazing.
Well, now you know why we're just a little bit late today.
Oh, you were well worth it.
That's when I know I do my job right. When the homeowner's happy.
It's fabulous. Thank you so much. Thank you so much because I really, really was like going crazy. I thought I was going crazy because I thought I was asking for something that was impossible, and you showed me that the impossible can happen. Thank you.
Well, you know what? It's not impossible. It's bringing in the right people. To take the money and spend it again, to take it down and do it again, is wrong. That's a lot of money. Now that you've lost your closet, let's see what we've done to your bedroom. Now, we made a mess of your bedroom, but we cleaned it up.
Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Well,
Oh my God, and you got the doors on them. Oh my God, it looks fabulous.
we have drawers. Lovely drawers, great sliders, and your hamper.
This is fabulous.
You like it?
I love it. It's, again, more than I could ever dreamed of. This is really, really outstanding. Thank you so much.
You are welcome so much.
Thank you so much
are
again.
welcome
Thank
so
you.
much. Something has got to be done about this. I'm tired of seeing people losing their money. I'm tired of coming in and have to take it down and do it again. I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm not gonna stop until things change. That's my job.
It is fabulous. I cannot believe how
so
fabulous.
happy.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Sean.
You're a sweetheart.
Thank you so much. You're so fabulous. Thank you.
You're great. I'm glad we could make it right for you.
Oh, the shower is amazing. I heard the shower.
Did you?
Damon did the shower stall. Oh, you know, his
Sean
first
did the
tile
floor.
job on Homes on Homes.
On Homes on Homes, yeah.
Oh,
It wasn't an experience.
Real good job. Johnny?
Thank you.
As usual.
Thank you all so much.
Damon.
I can't tell you thank you enough because
sweetheart.
I'm telling you it was.
You know what? It's people like you that deserve this sort of thing.
Oh,
It
thank
is.
you. Thank you so much.
We've actually added a second-story addition to the house, and we made some changes on the main floor.
We decided not to hire a contractor.
You were the general contractors on this.
Everything was running very, very smoothly until the last person that we hired.
And his crew that he was working with were on the job for 2 months.
We have a draft. Big time draft. This is not a professional contractor. Unfinished bathroom?
Yes, unfinished.
It's not done.
He took his men, his crew, and he walked straight out the front door.
Now we're here. And we're gonna finish it. Mike Holmes. Look at this. Is that garbage or what? What, you buggers? They haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep me in shape? I'll be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
We love this neighborhood. Yeah, it's lovely. It's great for the kids. Good schools, walk to the park. Yeah, good neighborhood. But 2 kids, 1 bathroom, 2 bedrooms. It's pretty hard, 4 people using 1 bathroom. We just needed more space.
We actually
did.
added a second-story addition.
A full 1,400 square feet approximately. We went and actually bought a software program and designed the layout ourselves over a period of 3 years maybe.
3 years, yeah.
Through trial and error.
We decided not to hire a contractor
Yes.
because a lot of them we just didn't trust.
Everybody's become a contractor overnight, and so we were a little skeptical from that perspective. And knowing that the workmanship has suffered, we didn't want to, in all honesty, we didn't want to end up on the Mike Holmes show. That was our goal. I want to do this right the first time.
We wanted to do it right, so we did. We researched, we learned, we talked to people.
Right from what framers they should use, electricians, plumbers, how it should be done, foam and stucco, thickness, they educated themselves. My hat's off to them. So well done.
First the architect, then the demolition guys came in, demolished it, took them, they said 3 days, it took them 1 day extra, 4. They were out of here, great job. Framers came in, great people, excellent job.
We didn't have problems with any of the generals at all.
No, they were really good.
However, there are some problems.
Hello, Christy. Hello, Ron.
Hello, how are
nice
you?
to see you.
Good to see you.
Let's take a look. The last contractor, insulation, vapor barrier, drywall, finishing of doors and trim, came in.
For this particular person that we hired, he was the only one that we did not sign a contract with.
No paper trail, no contract, friend of a friend. 3 bad things right there.
I won't sign the contract, he said. I believe in trust. And I heard those words and I did have the little bell go off. That's not what we should be doing. I did. It went off. But we liked him. We thought he could do it. And yeah, we let our guard down.
What have you done here?
We've actually added a second-story addition to the house, and we made some changes on the main floor. Removed the wall here and there, and removed some windows and put some doors.
We had no problems with structure. We have permits.
We have everything in place.
Yeah, we've done it right. We listened to you. We followed the process. Everything I think has been done pretty well up until the finishing.
This is our new family room here. It used to be 2 separate bedrooms. We've torn down a wall here, and we went higher with the ceiling.
Okay. What's that pipe?
There used to be a radiator here because where these doors are now, there used to be a window.
What were you going to do? Put a step in here?
Yes.
That should have actually been run downstairs, so we'll look into that. This is a cold wall. Has this been insulated?
The only insulation we have on the main floor is exterior stucco with 2 and 3 inch foam.
Okay, now that's good, but I would have definitely insulated this. It doesn't feel like it's been insulated. What is these 2 holes here?
This is actually a deck upstairs above us.
Okay.
And it's not insulated properly, so those pipes actually froze on us. 3 weeks into it, we started to hit these problems where we started to upcharge us, and things got a little rough, needless to say.
Heated.
Yeah.
He was grumpy because he was doing work that he didn't think that he should do. And honestly, that in itself was hard because to have a grumpy crew in your house, it was very miserable.
We fired him at that point. We
yes.
fired him. Then he sort of backed down and said, okay, guys, let's work something out. I know we can work something out. So we did. We ended up giving him a little bit more money. We believe in people. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We had a good experience with all the other contractors.
You were the general contractors on this, and you've called in everybody that was necessary, had no problems right until the end.
That's right. Everything was running very, very smoothly until the last person that we hired.
Why is it that a contractor can come in and throw everything right out of whack?
So we have new poplar trim around the windows, but we're keeping all the old baseboard. So how do you go new and old? To me, it doesn't work.
Trim does not match. We're talking old to new.
He's pieced it in at the bottom. So it's shoddy work.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to do that because the lengths, they were long enough to make the run. I started to question his crew, asking him, how long you been doing this and stuff like that. I found out he had 15 years experience, and his crew that he was working with were on the job for 2 months. So he promised me we would have professional people doing their trade. And meanwhile, I have a gentleman who's come out of the back of a factory as a stock boy, sanding my floors that I'm paying professional rates for.
We have a lot of damage on your treads.
Yeah.
Tons. They dropped things.
They dropped tools. They actually stained the stairs before they were finished drywalling. And it should be one of the last processes.
There you are correct. It should be one of the last. It's the last thing to do. We want to keep them protected till the job's done and then finish this last.
I want the job done based on the amount of money I paid. If I paid you $2, give me a $2 job. But if I pay you pro rates, give me a pro job, please. He was supposed to progressively work down from the top to the bottom so that we could live upstairs. Then as he was coming down the staircase, he said, "To heck with this, I'm just starting to tear down the main floor." So he essentially pinned us into one corner, one room in our house. So we were living, with 2 kids in a bed on the floor in one room with drywall dust everywhere.
This is not a professional contractor. This is somebody that really is out for the money. We haven't finished the doors yet, at least the film's still on the doors, so that's good. I'm glad of that. Unfinished bathroom?
Yes, unfinished.
So did he drywall this?
He drywalled
He
it.
did.
Only
taped it.
compound, we're already cracking in the corners.
Yeah.
It's only compound, it's not sheetrock. Did you install this piece or did a contractor?
Contractor.
Well, I want to see that down to the floor because what are they going to do? Try and piece in a new section at the bottom and drill a bunch of screws into it and actually pierce the membrane right to the floor? It's not even right to the floor anywhere here.
I said to him, I need my life back. I need you to tell me when this is going to be finished.
Oh, don't worry, Ron. Before Christmas, 100% of everything's going to be done. This place is going to be spotless, and you're not even going to know I was here.
He promised it to be done by Christmas. That was a couple months ago. It's not done. Any other major problems up here? Another bathroom.
One more bathroom, unfinished.
So why put the trim in first? This makes no sense to me. What are you gonna do? So it's like you want ceramic tile, right? Or a nice tile?
Tile, yes.
Well, you put the trim in last, so you're right down on top of the tile. It's too hard to try and maneuver and put in your pieces on the outside. There's no support at the lips of the tub whatsoever. So as soon as you're in the tub and you fill the water, like it's a big tub, so yourself and the water in there is gonna sink it down. So it's gonna break the seal to the tile. That'll have to be addressed.
Mike Holmes repeatedly on every show, he always says, get contracts, make sure they're certified, get your permits. We were following the Mike Holmes Bible, if you will, to verbatim until this last guy came and we got burnt.
So tell me a bit about this. Like, what has happened? Did he just run? Did he take your money?
I started to walk around the house, show him the deficiencies because I had an opportunity over Christmas to make a list. I'm going through this extensive list with him, and every deficiency I point out, he's making an excuse for, like it's not his fault.
He knew it was his fault. He knew.
Yeah.
He just didn't want to fix them. He basically said, I'm going to give this job 4 days. If I don't finish it in 4 days, I'm walking away.
He said prioritize the list.
Prioritize
and by
the
the way, give me the money up front. Whatever I get done in 4 days, I get done. If I don't, I'm sorry.
He wanted his money up full.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
You didn't do it.
No, we didn't.
Good for you.
And lo and behold, when
what
he
we are.
didn't get his money up front, he took his men, his crew, and he walked straight out the front door. Now we're in a dilemma because he's actually made some pretty big mistakes. So we've paid for him most of his job, but now we have to get these mistakes fixed.
This is our nightmare that we've had in the past couple of weeks with the cold temperatures. We've lost radiator pipe right here.
What do you want to do? Hook this up?
Yeah, we want to hook it up to get some heat in here.
This is the living room and kitchen.
Yes, it is.
Did anybody say to you we should pull the ceiling down and spray foam the whole thing to keep it warm and help
No.
keep that temperature in?
No one's ever said that.
It should have been suggested, and I can't let it go. This will come down. We'll spray foam all of this. We're gonna open it up, we're gonna do some inspections, we're gonna rip down all the trim, and we're gonna do it again. We're gonna finish the 2 bathrooms, fix up all the imperfections within the home, and we're gonna paint it. And then it'll be done. And we're gonna have some very happy people here.
The last month, our son came up to us and he said, Daddy, you don't play with me much anymore. And that killed me.
I was trying to paint on the weekends, and you were
Yeah.
trying to fix this man's mistakes.
We weren't spending much time with the kids.
We didn't
Bottom
have our
line,
family.
they suffered.
They suffered.
Yeah.
And we built the house for them.
Exactly.
And now they're the ones suffering. We just want our lives back.
We have a draft. Big time draft. There's the end of the plastic, right? Right there. There it is there. You were the general contractors on this.
Everything was running very, very smoothly until the last person that we hired.
So we have new poplar trim, but you have a lot of existing trim. Trim does not match. This is a cold wall.
Now we have to get these mistakes fixed.
I don't like the old trim with the new, so we're going to start by taking out all the old trim right throughout the whole downstairs casing, baseboard, redo it. I do want to inspect this back wall because it's a very cold wall. We've had a pipe burst in this area. Ooh, feel that breeze. We have 2 inches of foam on the outside, and this wall is cold, which tells me there's more than likely no insulation in here. Obviously, there used to be a rad here, and my guess is a rad with a window. They dropped the window to put in a back door, deleted the backyard.
So instead of
relocating this down to the basement or whatever. They decided to loop it around and.
That's correct. We'll see if we can't reroute that downstairs. If we can't, we'll just have to go with it and close it in.
This is below the hardwood, so we want to make sure we come up with it so that it doesn't scratch the floor. What they've done is, the baseboard that we just took off of here, they didn't take it off before they put the hardwood floor in. So, and then when they went up against this baseboard, they still left a 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch for expansion. But now that we've removed the baseboard, which is another 1/2 inch, look what we have here. That's going to be a tough run, even with the baseboard and 1/4 round, to fill that gap. So I guess they're just too lazy to take the baseboard off. Oh boy, that's a big gap. 1 3/8.
Let's just see if there's insulation in this wall. No insulation. No wonder we had a freezing in here. The cool draft was getting in and freezing it. They've just done repairs. I was incorrect. This is not new drywall. This is old drywall with plaster over top. So what do? You know, do I take this wall down and insulate it when this wall's not? We have a draft, big time draft. Oh, it's coming up the wall. They vapor barriered, and there's nothing sealing it to the outside, so the cold draft's coming up the wall, coming across the ceiling, and that's why it froze the pipes. So obviously, the pipes froze, somebody came back, opened up this area, fixed the pipe, and stuffed in some insulation to stop the draft. The problem is the draft's coming from over here, that I feel, big time. If you could feel the breeze that I feel, you would not believe it. There's the end of the plastic, right? Yeah. Right there. There it is there. So it's not tied into anything. It's not taped off. It's not even caulking against the wall to stop the airflow from coming up the wall where this is not insulated. I would love to take this wall down, but if I take this wall down, I'm gonna have to take this wall down, I'm gonna have to take that wall down, I'm gonna have to take out every outside wall. I cannot demo this whole house. You know, they've already gone through enough on their own, and this should have been done in the first place. So what I am going to do is I will pull down the ceiling. I'm going to pull out all this bad insulation, all this 6 mil that's up there. The important part is to hit this area here with spray foam. That will seal that area and stop any airflow from existing getting up to the top. So I want to spray foam this corner to protect the pipes. I want to spray foam the outside because that's one cool draft in there. Oh, there's something I don't want to see.
What do you got there?
We have a junction of electrical hidden in the wall there. Man, I don't want to see a box like that there. We have about a 24-inch overhang on the deck upstairs. You can see the void right there. So here's where we're getting our cold. It's not just from up the wall. The soffit's right there.
That's right.
That soffit's coming up and just firing it in here. I got some pictures here. It's nice to see homeowners that take pictures.
Yeah.
Right beneath us here,
yeah,
where the hot water furnace is. Somebody ran pipes on the outside of the wall.
And why? That's what the whole question. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
In an uninsulated wall.
I think this is for the new heating system upstairs. So rather than bring it out through the other area where they had would have to pull down some ceiling and affect the downstairs, they came directly in.
Path of least resistance.
That never should have been run on the outside wall. Obviously, we're gonna have to reroute this. Or spray foam it, and you take everything. Hopefully we can actually keep it there, but spray foam it.
They both called me, the two of them. They said, whatever you do, you have to insulate that really well. That's what
You
they
have
said.
to insulate.
Yeah.
You.
That is what they
Bring
said.
your two little kids along and they'll help you.
That actually is exactly what happened. I was home, Ron was at work, they called me. You have to insulate that, yes.
God, I hope I don't find any more of these surprises here, because this is supposed to be a fun, exciting, easy job. Thanks, Keith, for coming in and giving us a hand today. I think we're gonna need it. Here's the vapor barrier that comes down. So all they've done was tucked it across. It's not tied into anything, doesn't go anywhere. No wonder it froze.
Yeah.
This line runs right down the wall, what I
Runs
thought.
right down the wall.
So let's open this up, 12 inches down, right across. Okay? This area is the one I'm worried about. It's the one that will cool upstairs, it'll do everything if it's not insulated properly. We see no insulation. To go to the extreme of running plumbing within the wall and not insulating this zone is ludicrous. We have to protect the plumbing. How far do I have to go? We'll see.
We're gonna start getting the ceiling down here. And it's not gonna be easy because, look at it's wire, mesh, and parts. So, you know, they're strong, tough ceilings. A lot stronger than drywall. It's not gonna just pull down. It'll take some grunting, that's for sure. Yesterday we had Alex in from insulation, and this is the kitchen over top. So what we're gonna do is have him spray foam it and try and warm up the kitchen upstairs. This old drywall, I think it was like 60s. It came out, and it came in 2x8s, I think. Keith, remember the old stuff? Something like that. So I've gone over with that, and then they've parged directly over. I thought it was wire mesh because we see wire mesh here, and if it was that, it would have been hard to get down. Yeah. Really difficult. So this is good. This will come down easy.
Yeah, won't be very hard.
The important part is to hit this area here with spray foam. I want to spray foam this corner to protect the pipes. I want to spray foam the outside.
And this is the kitchen over top. So what we're going to do is have him spray foam it and try and warm up the kitchen upstairs.
Alex!
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, real good now that you're here. Obviously, this was open right up and just allowing the cool air to get right in underneath the whole living room. And this is the kitchen right here, right?
Yep.
I can't believe this wasn't addressed in the first place.
Well, I can't believe it hasn't been addressed over the 30-some odd years the house has been here. I mean,
well, they had a rad here, so
yeah,
it was.
That's only a little rad to heat a big space, and if you have no insulation on the outside wall, you know.
Well, they disconnected it, and then it froze all the pipes here.
And if they park a vehicle in here and heat her up, you know, carbon monoxide's going through the whole house. There's no stopping it here.
Point. Anything else?
Nope. I think we're good to go.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's do it. Thank you.
Derek, we're going to spray these joist ends here, stuff them with a bat, give them a good inch of foam just to seal them up so there's no stuff on the carbon monoxide getting into the house. 3.5 inches on the floor, R25. We really want to seal this joist end off because there's heat pipes right here and there is no insulation on that outside wall. So we're going to try to contain a little bit of that air leakage right there. That's it.
Oh, Dan. Guess we'll start in this one here. Really what I need from you today is to get the taps in place, the faucets, shower heads. I'm hoping we can close off the shower stall and get going on the tile.
Okay. Your main concern is just the shower valves to get these ready, the 2 showers for today.
Yep. Well, once Dan has finished all the plumbing in both bathrooms, then I'll be able to get the concrete board up, the watertight membrane, and so by tomorrow, we should be ready to tile. Benji's making some beautiful rad covers to hide the rads downstairs. It's a lot better than the metal, and it still allows the heat to get out.
Yeah, and you can barely see the rad back there. That's what's nice about it. You paint that up the same as a trim, and it's a lot nicer looking than that wire mesh crap that they've got.
Now, Dan, obviously there was a rad here before. There used to be a window. They'd cut it out, put in a door, and I suppose this is their idea of tying it back in.
He took the rad out that was this high here, and you know what? Good for him that he roughed it out. So he put one of those low-end rads that you see in apartment buildings with the coils, and so he wanted to put one there.
Actually, this is finished. There was going to be nothing else. The idea was to tie the cycle back in. That's it. The idea, believe it or not, they were going to build a tread that opens up, nice squeaky step, that opens up so they could get to the valve if they ever had to bleed it.
If you want to make a step here and put a grate here, you can keep the rad. You can put a rad in here.
Okay, so since we have to shut the system down to hook up the rad in the garage, we might as well change this.
Might as well, it's here.
So you can go ahead and do it any way you want, and I'll build around it, and I'll screen the front.
Okay. Okay, I'll get one then.
Good idea.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem, Mike.
We're adding spray foam in the ceiling to keep really the pipes from freezing, also to stop the draft from getting upstairs. We have a lot of damage on your treads.
They actually stained the stairs before they were finished drywall.
It should be one of the last. That's the last thing to do. We want to keep them protected till the job's done and then finish this last. How you doing, Walter?
Hi, Mike.
Nice to see you again, sir.
Nice to see you.
Well, I guess you've already taken it up? It looks like you've added some glue. That's a good idea, and nailed it, which the other guys did not. What else have you done?
And put little tongue between hardwood.
Oh, you created a tongue?
Yes.
Okay, so there was no tongue?
Was no tongue.
Oh, that's not smart. Okay, so I guess now we'll just try and sand it down, try to do a stain match to it to make it work with the existing. Hey guys, everybody watch this bullnose, eh? Don't step on it, on the stairs.
I like slate tile. It's a beautiful tile. It's easy to work with if you know what you're doing. If you have experience with this type of tile, it's not really difficult to put in. Common sense. We have 2 different slate tiles going in here. We're gonna put 1 row of rustic around the bottom, and then above that is gonna be 3 rows of black ebony slate, and then on top of those 3 rows is gonna be a 2-inch strip of rustic that runs from wall to make it look like a border, and then above that is going to continue with the black ebony slate tile right to the ceiling. And the floor is going to be 4-inch rustic and 4-inch ebony black in a checkerboard pattern to tie in the rest of the walls with the floor as well as the ceiling. And then we're going to have 3/4-inch rustic borders going around the jamb and the sills for the shower to tie everything in.
Yesterday, Dan was in here and installed this heater. Before this, they just had pipes going across it, so Dan put the heater in. So what we had to do was come up with a solution to still have a step here, but to have a grill to allow the heat to escape. So what I've done is I've come up with this little concoction here that I think is going to work. This is a 2x10, and I've made some grills for the front that open up and they got little louvers on them. This is a support for the front that's going to support the louvers. And this back part here is going to bear the weight of the back of the 2x10. So I'm just going to stick some glue on this. This is an ingenious design. Alright. And now I'm going to give it a couple shots. So basically what I've done here is I left the loose fit on them, and it allows removability of them, or if they don't want to, they can direct the flow of the heat just simply by opening and closing the louvers. And if they ever need to remove it or get at it, the plumber had to repair, they can just open it up there. There's the shut-off valve there with the bleeder. So, you know, aesthetically it looks pleasing and still allows heat to escape. I think it looks nice.
Anyway, we're underneath the kitchen here. We spray foamed the garage, and just to heat it up a bit, they had frozen pipes in here, and the rads were disconnected. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hook this rad back up. What we'll do is we'll get some heat in this garage, so it'll just make it a little bit more warm. What happened when they did the addition is they had radiant heating in here, and what it is they have rads all over the house, and they give a supply pipe coming from a boiler and a return pipe. The supply pipe is pumping hot water through each rad, and it's going through all these coils, and it heats this rad up, and then it goes back to the boiler and it's a little bit cooler, and so it just keeps, with the pump system, it keeps rotating the water through the system, so you'll always have hot water coming through the rad, and it heats the house up nice. Okay, we're done now. We're just gonna turn on the supply. We should have some air come out this bleeder here. We're waiting water to come out of here. I can feel the air right now. You can hear it. And once water fills up in the rad and comes out, and we know it's filled with water, and then we could open the return and let it start flowing through. If you have air in here, you'll get an airlock and the water won't flow. There we go. And that's it. We'll let this flow around in about 20 minutes. Should get hot, and hopefully heat up this garage a little bit, won't have that freezing problem anymore.
We're spraying all the trim today. You know, Ben's installed all this nice poplar, so we wanted to have a good, smooth, even finish, so I decided to spray it. Obviously, once we taped off the room, it's tremendously quick to spray. It's, 10 times quicker. I'll be around this room in about 15 minutes. We're gonna put 3 coats on, 1 today, 2 finish coats tomorrow, a light sand in between each. It's gonna look great. It's gonna look like glass.
Tight fit?
Yeah, this particular one. Yeah. I guess the ceiling's a little
bowed.
A little bowed because I did leave 1/8 of an inch. But it's going.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll work. It's nice that we're getting this closed up again. Oh, we got a little helper here. What's your name? Eric. Hey, no, bud.
Good.
We have a relationship here, I can tell.
Yeah, my young son.
He's your son?
Yeah.
All right, I like sons coming on the job site. You're just keeping it clean so we don't damage the floor?
Absolutely.
Way to go. So what's up, Keith? What are we doing? We getting ready to turn them all?
Yeah, I'm just getting ahead of Ben so I can, get my straight line relatively anyways.
That would be good if we get this done today and get a coat on it.
Yeah.
Because that's what we need. Chris, come on in. As you can see, we have really dusted your place.
Yeah, it looks
I think
good.
we've turned it into a total work zone, and I'm
War
sorry.
zone.
Yes. The bathroom's upstairs for me with the slate. It's gorgeous. Okay, I do not want to rush this, and I'm not going to rush this. I absolutely refuse to do it. We try to do our damnedest to make sure that we do it efficiently, and we do it on time.
Yeah.
But I need another week.
That's okay. I'm relieved to hear you say that because I'm looking at this house and I couldn't imagine how you could finish it by tomorrow. So no, fine, a week, done. It's yours.
Let's take a breath. Let's relax a minute, and let's do what we do best, and that's do it right.
For sure.
So if it takes another week, I always say it takes what it takes. It's not like we, need 8 months here. We just need another week.
Mike, it's yours. Take another week. It's getting done right, and that's the most important thing of all.
Well, then I figure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk.
I really don't care how long it takes at this point. We've been at this for 9 months. What is an extra week? That's nothing. It's nothing. All I care about at the end of the day is that this whole thing is done right.
So you have 2 different slate tiles going in here. I like slate tile. It's a beautiful tile. It's easy to work with if you know what you're doing.
All right. Okay, the new tub's in, framed. Getting ready to close this all in. Look at this slate tile floor. Oh, I love it. We've got that pattern right. Nice little echoed pattern. They're going to do a full piece across the tub here. I'm all excited about that. Stan has gone crazy getting a slate in the shower stall. Oh, that looks good. We got a checkered pattern on the ceiling. Nice little detail edging across the center. Black, light up the floor. Oh, and we're gonna have a slate jam in here, not marble, so this is gonna look really good. We have 2 bathrooms here, so we're trying to complete this one first.
This is a slate slab with 4 diamond inserts glued onto the front of it for the skirt of this tub. And what we've done is we've put 1 slab on the back of the tub to cover that area, and we're gonna put 1 piece here for a cap on the facing of this. Well, we're just making sure that there's enough mud behind here to hold this weight back up so it doesn't shift when we put the cap on. And if we use blobs of cement like this, it pushes out evenly. And a V-notch would be too thin of a bed to put on a big stone like this. 2, 3. That is on there.
That is beauty. Look at that, eh? Full slate. Isn't this gorgeous? And the other bathroom is unique on its own. They've cut all the tiles. We see within this floor, it's 16 by 16 inch tiles. We see a nice pattern here throughout the floor. And in the other bathroom, we got the wave tile cut design on the floor, almost like a template, stamped and installed. Man, this is nice, Dave. Did you design this?
This one I did design, yes.
Did you? Well, how'd you do that? I mean, did you just draw it out on a
I guess, as a grid pattern as to what you're doing, and then you did a stencil?
That's correct, Mike. I had a layout of this at work, so then I just take my pieces that we have there in stock and just create the floor and put it back together like a puzzle.
What kind of grout are you going to use here? What color?
Platinum gray grout.
Platinum gray, so it shows it. This is going to carry up the wall for the pedestal sink?
That's right, that's right.
Does the homeowner know about this, or she got an idea?
She has no idea what we're doing in here.
None?
None. Other than the color that she picked.
Okay, so we're going to freak her out.
We're going to freak her out.
Good. I like the black, I really do, and I love this etch pattern. It's just so different.
That's right.
Everybody's used to square or staggering, but this is unique.
We had 4 corners that were radiants like this in this house, and to try and get this stuff custom made, it takes a long time and it's expensive. So Keith had beveled all the the baseboard, and then we sanded it down, got it in here, and then for the quarter round, they've got it available in this. It's like a polyethylene base quarter round, and as soon as you get heat on it, it's pliable. So that's how we were able to shape it. This particular quarter round is made exactly for that purpose. So when you run into areas where there's going to be shapes and shifts, it's just a lot easier to shape than wood or getting stuff custom made.
Keith is just a master carpenter, let me tell you. To do these round corners, he's got to take this trim, cut it in small angles, glue it together, and by the time he gets it in place, that's when he's going to sand it all down. And what does it do? Lo and behold, it creates a round corner.
What we're doing here is putting a threshold in this rear entrance, a rustic slab, and we're going to glue it down to the frame that we made. This is a big heavy piece going on a very solid area, and if we construction adhesive this one, the chances of it moving are slim to none. To you? Okay. To you? There, stick your finger under. How far is it? 1 knuckle? Yeah. We're done.
I'll tell you, I love working with poplar trim. It cuts easy, it looks beautiful, and what we're doing here, it really matches the look of the house. Keith is just finishing up the 3/4 round in the living room. Hey, no time, we're on the paint. I like it.
I tend to usually have this mix a little bit thicker than a floor, just because it sets up quicker. And I tend to slightly have the floor damp. That way I'm not getting grout sticking all over. It's a lot easier to control the joints when you're cleaning them.
I love my job. 2 separate bathrooms, 2 very unique looks. Awesome. It's the day where 10 hours is hell. So let's get along. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it clean. I do not want to damage these floors at all. And let's concentrate on working our way downstairs. So drop everything at this point downstairs. Let's everybody up and get it done, okay? Let's do it. Thank you.
If you look at this part here, you see how nice the circles are that are cut out on that? You wonder how I got that? The easiest way to do this is to mark it from behind, because what happens in these cabinets is you have a 5/8 board all the way around. So if you try to take a measurement from the wall, then you get confused because you got to remember the 5/8 and whatnot. So the easiest way to do it is measure from behind, which I've done here. You see, and then I've marked it. So now what I'll do is I'll just pilot the holes. You don't want to ever push through from behind because you'll break the melamine on the front. So you just pilot it, and then you're going to come back in from the front this way. Now, if you were to try to take your measurements off of the wall, you know, you've got a 1/2 inch and you've got 5/8. pretty hard to get an exact measurement. Whereas if you go from behind, boom, 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 and you can see that all the cutouts on there are dead on. So now this just needs to be secured, and we can drop the slate on. We replaced all this Tudor stuff that they had downstairs and went to that really lovely step bevel with the back band. And that's just enhanced the look of the house. Really nice. Nice clean lines and has a really rich but soft feel to it. Those things are simple, but they're grand at the end when you see how they're finished. It's just, the whole house is rich looking. And you don't see a lot of that. Most of the stuff people work with is, lower grade entry level casings. Whereas on this one here, we went with a high end, hardwood paint grade, and it has a really rich look to it, so we're all happy with it. This is the last piece of trim right here that actually Damien's working on, and that'll be cased out with the same step bevel and back band. And then that's it. And it should look nice. Okay, we're down to the final here, getting ready to install the slate countertop. A good adhesive to install any kind of stone countertop is silicone. I don't think it's a good idea to use PL Premium on this stuff because PL Premium is really rigid, right? Whereas the silicone has a little more flexibility and will allow some movement. And you don't want to just use any old silicone, you want to use something that's antibacterial and antifungal.
I've made a little template out of cardboard to avoid spatter. Tuck that in there. And avoids having to clean off the steps when I'm done. Just saves taping the whole staircase. There's a lot of spindles here. Try to keep it as quick as possible, so this is actually working really well.
We have a lot of things to paint here. So I'm just assisting Craig right now, trying to get this house done. I am using a straight brush on this instead of an edge brush, and the edge brush is for, whatever you're comfortable with, really. But the straight brush, you can get a nice bristle of temp right against the wall. Like Craig always says, make sure you have enough paint on the brush. I'll start off away from the edge, and then I'll cut it in, get my bristles nice and straight, and then I'll cut it in against it.
Typically, we wouldn't leave a stairwell till the last day. There's so much traffic here. I'm asked to move every minute, so it's a bit of a pain. But unfortunately, it had to be this way. This wasn't prepped till today.
That's because we don't have a lot of time. We try to bring everybody in at once and try and work around each other. Got a whole lot of painting happening here. My God, they're painting up the stairs there, the walls up the stairs, and got the rest of the guys traveling up and down, trying to get around them. So I kind of feel bad for the guys on the stairs because they're just moving left, right, and center. Stan and Dennis are just applying the thin set for the jambs, getting them in place. Wow, this place is really starting to look good.
We decided at last minute that we were going to install this new door that the homeowners had. It wasn't part of our thing, but we decided we'd put it in for them. Problem is, the door is nice and straight and square and plumb, and this existing jamb that was already here isn't. And it's out quite significantly. This side's not bad, but this side here from the top to the bottom drops out by about 1/8 of an inch. I'll scribe it from 1/8 from here, the bottom of this door. That's where it's out, that's how far it's out. 1/8 from the bottom to the top, not plumb. So now I'm gonna scribe the door to fit the jamb. And when it's all painted up and stuff, it'll look fine.
We're on the cleaning stages now. We'll have everybody doing the mad rush to clean. And that's just gonna make our job a lot easier. Once it's clean, we give it back. Take long enough, eh?
You finished?
After you.
Oh my God! That's gorgeous! I can't believe this is my bathroom. Oh, this is our bathroom!
we're done. Hey guys. Take long enough, eh?
You're finished?
Yes, we're finally finished. What do you think?
We love it. It's beautiful.
Wow, what a difference when it's actually done. You know, it just works. You like the rads?
The rods are one of my favorites, I have to tell you. Those are the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
And the trim?
Gorgeous. Love the trim.
Makes a difference. Now it looks like it should. This really represents your home.
Yes.
How many times do I have to see homeowners go through hell? And these people have gone through hell, you know. We've seen worse, but to these people, this is their home. They've spent 3 years on this in detail to get this done properly. However, it still failed because they hired the wrong people. And this is the room that we actually ripped apart. This is where we found out that you had the heating lines in through the wall there, and we opened it up and we spray foamed that. How do you like your slate step there?
We love that.
Binge spent a lot of time on that, trying to come up with an idea. I had Dan, my plumber, put in a proper heating rad in there and just vent it. It works totally, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's
we love the louvers.
And it's a very effective way of just getting a little more heat near those doors. No, we're very
Well, we want to keep heat at a window or at a door, so that totally works. On an average day, we come in, we open it up, and we find a lot of things wrong. In this case, we didn't find too many things wrong. But the finish was terrible. It was terrible. The stairs.
Oh, we love our staircase.
Doesn't that look good?
That looks amazing.
It just, now it shines. Before it looks so wrong. Never let up your guard. You're gonna go to this extreme, each and every person that comes on this job site has to be thoroughly checked out, that they are the right people, that they are talented enough to do this. I'm gonna show you the kids' bathroom.
Yeah, that's the one we're waiting to see.
Let's take a look. After you.
Oh my God! That's gorgeous! That's beautiful.
I like it.
Oh, I love this countertop.
This isn't our kids' bathroom, this would be our bathroom.
Look at the tub.
Oh, I know. That looks gorgeous.
They had a custom slate front on here, and it shows a diamond pattern to match the floor. Everything was custom fit. So they come in and measure it, and they give us custom cuts. It's full pieces. I just love that. Look at the border across the
There's no
top.
seams.
No seams.
That's excellent.
It makes it quite unique. Hey, come take a look at that shower.
Oh my God. Oh, look at it. Oh, look
Isn't
at
that
this.
Total custom design.
This is unbelievable.
Nice and simple. It goes.
This
I
is
even
a
like your lines.
designer bathroom. Oh, this is gorgeous.
Well, if you like that, we got more. Come on. If you notice, this contractor finished everything themselves. They didn't bring in a plumber, a trim specialist, foam specialist for the garage. They didn't bring anybody like that. They did it themselves. It's no surprise it's not going to work. It's no surprise it's not going to be finished. You have to have the talent to put this together, to bring the people in and make this look the way it's supposed to. Let's take a look at your bathroom that you haven't seen. Whoa. After you.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
Look at the shower. Look at the. Oh my God.
I love my slate guys so much that they wanted to do a one-of-a-kind bathroom tile. So this was strictly designed for you, one of a kind.
I mean, we have two one-of-a-kind bathrooms.
Really? I'd say it is, personally.
This is to die for. I can't believe this is my bathroom. Oh my gosh.
Isn't that nice?
Oh, they did a beautiful job here. I like the, whatever that is, like a row of inlay.
It's just a border effect, which changes it, which cuts it. I like that.
I can't wait to get the kids in these showers. They'll go crazy.
I always say it's the good, the bad, and the ugly. We know who the ugly are. We know who the good are. The top-notch professionals, the guys that care, the guys with a heart. But in between those two spectrums, we have the bad. And the bad meaning, they don't mean to rip you off financially, but they don't care enough and they don't know enough. And that's exactly what's happened here. There was no caring put in here. There was no knowledge whatsoever. That's too bad it wasn't done like this in the first place.
Well, yes, that is too bad.
Totally too bad. Then again, we wouldn't be here, and maybe it wouldn't be as nice.
That's true. It would never have been this nice if you hadn't. This belongs in a magazine. I can't believe this is our bathroom.
Bring in someone that can control the whole job. You really do need a general contractor on the job. One that's capable and talented enough to know from beginning to end. Cheers to everybody. Cheers for an excellent job, I tell you.
Yes, thanks, you guys.
Cheers to our homeowners.
Let's eat.
Here it comes, guys.
Oh my God, you made lasagna again?
Yes, I
I had this the first day, I'm telling you. Wait till you taste this.
Oh, you're watching the kids? Oh, you were helping with my kids. Oh,
You're a gentleman.
Thank Mike, all your crew. You guys are a great bunch of guys. People like us, we wouldn't know what to do without people like you, and we really appreciate it.
Toast. A toast. To the crew, to the best. Best of the best.
The house seemed perfect for us. We weren't looking for anything that was wheelchair accessible at the time. Billy was unable to walk. We assumed that our contractor had some knowledge about wheelchair accessibility.
We judged that he would do the good job for us.
Unfortunately, things went a little wrong.
It turns out that he didn't have a whole lot of experience.
Well, I don't like it that we don't have a lintel here at all.
It was time to let him go.
They had to fire him. Why does he have a Furco joint here? This is not good. That line better not be lined. Did the electrical get passed on this?
Apparently.
Are we leaking down here at all?
There's a little bit of water.
Oh, I'm standing in it. I don't like the ductwork. Why did he come through the wall like this? I've never seen anything like this with ductwork.
I believe there was a way to do it better.
We have water underneath the tub. Look at the water. Not to mention, look at the plumbing over the electrical. Holy crap. This is not going to be easy. Mike Holmes, look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't invented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep me in shape? I'll be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
It was actually 9 years ago this week that we took possession of our house. We were a single couple. The house seemed perfect for us. We weren't concerned about the layout because we didn't know about the problems that we were going to face later, so we weren't looking for anything that was wheelchair accessible at the time. Billy was born 6 weeks premature, and he suffered a bleed in his brain at birth, which caused cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy is a motion disorder for him. He is unable to walk, so we have to try to make things a little more accessible in the house. He's getting to be a bigger boy. He's difficult to carry up and down the stairs, especially for me.
That's how the whole project started.
We got our contractor's name from a list at our local therapy center. It turns out that he didn't have a whole lot of experience, but he was certainly willing to try and work with us to accommodate the wheelchair.
Well, the basic concept of how we're going to renovate house was basically ours, and he was to execute it. We achieved our concept, but we never had the full expertise concerning wheelchair accessibility, and there's many problems with the quality of work, and that's our main concerns.
Lori, how are you?
Hi, Mike. Hi, Mike. Come on in.
Thank you. How you been?
Well, we're better now that we see you here.
Well, that makes me feel good. How you doing, Billy?
Bill, can you say hi to Mike?
Hi, boys.
You're fine?
Fine.
Very good.
It's Billy, our eldest boy.
Jonah, how are you?
Hi, Jonah. Oh. Okay, well, we're just gonna go around and do some work. We're gonna take a look at a few things, okay? Well, looks are deceiving, aren't they? It doesn't look so bad.
We actually like the way it looks.
Did he make the cabinets?
Yes, the door fronts were pre-made and then he made the cabinets.
It's not normal that we'd have the drawer so close to the bottom of the floor. We can see that the drawer is actually rubbing on the floor, which unfortunately is gonna ruin the finish here. Floor. And that doesn't help neither. There should be at least a toe kick on the bottom, so we want it up off the floor. I come back to looks are deceiving. Okay, the idea about this now is that we put up a 400 square foot addition on this part of the house.
The bathroom, the idea was to revamp it for your son and turn it into wheelchair accessibility, is that correct?
That's right. We didn't have anything on the main floor here for him.
Can I see the bathroom?
Sure. Through this way. The floor in the bathroom is not finished yet, as you can see.
Well, that's not going to work. This is a half-decent quality vinyl tile. You see how you can see all the ripples through the floor right here? That's because he's tying it right over a thin set material. I can see that he's glued it down, but this will always pick up what's underneath it. So if we have the floor rough like this, that's exactly what the tile's going to do. Great tile job. That's nice to see. Have you used the shower yet?
Just twice.
Okay, have we had any leaks?
No problems yet.
Well, that's good. What's up with the tub here?
Well, the bathtub's a different story. This was all finished. We have used it, but the first time we put water in it, it dropped about 1/4 of an inch or so all the way around.
Well, I would like to see a nice structure up underneath the tub to help support this. Is this where the taps were?
Yep, the taps were there, and we found we were having too much difficulty lifting Billy in and out of the tub.
So they were installed, this was completely
Yeah,
closed
it was
in?
completely done. The bathroom was supposedly finished except for the floor.
I don't like the way the insulation and plastic is on the back. I see a receptacle underneath this tub. That I don't like to see. All right, it is not live, which is okay. See how the plastic is away from the bat? That's just gonna allow cool air to come in and freeze these pipes if that wall is not insulated properly, and that is just not the way we do this. You do have a permit on this, right?
Yes, we have all the permits.
You have all the permits. Is everything passed?
I think ductwork, ventilation is not still outstanding, but the others have passed. Yeah.
So building structure's passed?
I think he passed
Yes,
final
yeah,
occupancy, yes.
Well, that shouldn't have passed, because that vapor barrier has to be down on the floor with something that is going to stop all the airflow, especially underneath the tub. Okay, let me just look at the plumbing here. You made this easy. Again, drawers on the bottom. Why? Did you make these cabinets?
Yes.
That'll explain
We
it.
built these cabinets.
All right. I think I've seen enough upstairs. Let's take a look downstairs.
Okay, go through here.
The basement is really for storage. It doesn't really look that bad. It's deceiving because it's leaking now in 3 different places, and that needs to be fixed. There's other problems in the basement. Well, that ductwork is shoddy. It doesn't look good.
Any of the other contractors that have been in to take a look have actually laughed when they looked at our ductwork.
Are we leaking down here at all?
There's a little bit of water coming underneath the edge of the underpinning.
Whoa, I'm standing in it. All right.
There was quite a bit more than that, but considering the cold weather now, it's kind of gone back a little bit.
You gotta love it. You hire a professional to come in, or a so-called professional, and you're leaking already. I don't like the ductworks. This is not. Why did he come through the wall like this? Oh my goodness. We have a rim plate on the wall, so we carry it with joist hangers, which I'm fully fine with. So we have a rim plate against the wall, bolted in place. They drilled through for the duct lines. Now they've ruined the integrity of the rim plate holding the joists. Is that what this is supposed to be? A structural support?
Yeah, that's supposed to. This is supposed to support it. Yeah.
Unacceptable. And this is a way of tying in structure over the doorway? Unacceptable. Well, I don't like it that we don't have a lintel here at all. We know we have to cut past the joints to get out this piece, which is a nice clean cut they've done here. But this is a perfect location to put in that lintel that I'm talking about to help support the upper structure. This is not enough to hold this. I see no rebar in the wall whatsoever. And yet we have a piece of concrete holding floor structure up on the other side, bolted into an area that is nothing supporting it. This does not work for me whatsoever. So far, I mean, I love seeing the floor joists. This is beautiful. Look at the span he chose to use here. But to be so sloppy as to make it structurally incorrect. I always promote that you can't have enough references. And this gentleman came in with 3 pages of reference.
We checked out quite a few of his references. They all said his work was great, no problem.
You have the permits, you have recommendations. That sounds right. He sounds professional. Why not hire him?
He worked hard.
Is the contractor qualified to do the job? And what you have to look at in the references is what work they did. Is it just bathrooms, kitchens? Is it just a makeover, trim? Just because he knows how to do a bathroom doesn't mean he's qualified to do a whole addition. Why does he have a Furco joint here and here? What the hell? This is no good.
We had full confidence in him in the beginning, and then problems.
Disappointment.
This is a mess. That line better not be lying.
We just don't think that he had the skills necessary to do such a big job.
Did the electrical get passed on this?
Apparently.
There are some people missing a lot of things here. You can't leave wires hanging down over the doorway like this. The receptacle up on nothing here.
We let him continue working. We wanted to get the job done. We'd already put out all our money.
Elbows everywhere. It's not even properly tied in. They just use tape on the duct line.
As more and more problems became evident, finally we just decided that the longer we continue on, the more trouble we're going to be in, and it was time to let him go.
You have a bathroom down here?
We do.
I want to see how they tied this in, because this is not the way to do plumbing.
Ducts are partially run through the old structure.
This is a big basement.
That basement wasn't really part of renovation, but however, we had to put the duct through it.
They run a line off the furnace. We can see it. It's elbowed, comes over to a flex line, comes down through the ceiling, in through the wall. And why didn't they go right through the void? I've never seen anything like this with ductwork.
I believe there was a way to do it better, but I guess that was the easiest way to...
So he's brought this 3-inch plumbing line, it's the drainage line, down in behind the shower and cut into the floor. Can I see it?
Sure.
I take it you bought the house like this with the bathroom in this location?
Yeah, that was done already before we bought the house.
Well, I'm quite confident that this would not be allowed to be done the way it is. We have no room to get to the electrical panel. Well, you have mold on your lumber here. And not only do we have mold, we have water underneath the floor here, underneath the tub. Look at the water. Now, this could be because the tub is leaking, who knows. Not to mention, look at the plumbing over the electrical. Holy crap. 2 shut-offs over the box. This is not a smart move to have this plumbing so close to this electrical. This is not going to be easy. Let's see. All right, let's go back upstairs.
It was very disappointing because, we had the dreams of what we wanted for our family and for our son especially. This is the long term. We remortgaged our home in order to get the money to do this.
On top of it all, there's Billy. His routine has been totally disrupted.
We've put a lot of Billy's therapy on hold because of the construction. Now we're anxious to get back into our regular pattern of life.
Well, I'll tell you, folks, already I know I'm going to have to bring in HVAC specialists, electricians, plumbers, foundation guys. I haven't even seen the roof yet, nor outside. I want you to relax. I want you to start smiling again because I can already picture what you've gone through here. And I'm going to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. And I don't care what it takes. I'm going to give you your lives back, your home back, and give you what you should have had in the first place so you can enjoy your home with your family.
Well, you're a lifesaver. Don't know what we do without you, Mike.
I'll be back.
Thank you.
Okay?
We appreciate that, Mike.
I'll be back. We're gonna come in, we're gonna take a good look, make sure the plumbing's correct, the HVAC, the structure. We're gonna take a look at the foundation. We're gonna take the bathroom apart, only if necessary. Smash it. Looks good, but looks are deceiving.
The entire renovation was supposed to take 12 or 13 weeks. Now it's 6 months.
It was harder and harder to negotiate.
He commented that perhaps we were a little bit too picky in what we were expecting. It was time to let him go.
I just want to see how this is all tied in. That figures. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How about yourself?
Not so bad. I hear you just got back from the hot sun.
Yes.
Well, I wish I was there. You're making me jealous right now.
Well, it was pretty cool when I get back to Saturday night, but...
Well, we're back to it.
Get back to it.
The foundation is already leaking. We can see how the hydro is tied in. See how they just draped it across the ground and then ran it right there and just filled with spray foam? That's not going to work. Taking a look at the window well here. It's a deep window well. So we're leaking from this corner, we're leaking from that corner, we're leaking from this corner where it ties in. So they did parge,
but no waterproofing.
So they did just the parge, and then they threw up the planting.
This is very porous material. This will draw water in like crazy, especially if any of it's laying right up against it. And this is not going to stop the water from getting to it. Mike, maybe what we should do is dig a test hole.
Okay.
Just so that we can have a look and see what's been done or what hasn't been done.
I got a bad feeling we're going to be digging the whole thing. You want to take a look from the inside?
Yeah, let's have a look on the inside and see how severe it is. Can't leave it like this.
No.
No good to nobody.
Well, this is where they tied in. I got a lot of structural issues here. We're leaking in this corner. We're leaking in this corner. So the only thing I can think of is that the weeper comes through here. They didn't tie it in right. They had a blockage. Here it's coming up from the floor. There it's coming up from the floor. You can see, let's just take a look in the corner by the window well there. Here we can see that it was leaking from the corner. It is coming up from the floor again. So I can break up the floor so the next time you're here you can see that.
I think that's what we should do. I'm going to get a crew over here. I'd like to open up this corner here.
Okay.
Just to find out if the wall has been properly waterproofed.
All right, so it wouldn't hurt for me to break that floor?
Both places we're going to open them up.
Okay. John?
No, it'll be all right. Don't worry.
Don't know what I do without you, pal.
Don't worry. We'll get it taken care of.
Thanks.
Anytime you do an underpinning on any structure whatsoever, it's required by code to do an interior weeping tile system. So what they had to do was support the existing foundation wall, which is why they had to underpin, redirect the weeping tile system or the drainage around this property, now lower it down to the bottom. So what happens if there is no weeping tile here and they run in a new weeping tile here, but where does it go? There's not a sump pump, there's no pit for the water to go to. Now, one thing's for sure, this concrete's done well because it's going to take me a little bit to get through it. What we're seeing here is not water actually leaking down the wall, but actually being absorbed up through the floor, meaning that this floor here and all the way around wherever the weeping tile is flooding. Since this is the ugliest that I see so far in the ceiling, I'm hoping like hell we do not have to pull down the ceiling. Let's just cut a square in each angle so we can look in, drape up a little bit of plastic and cover this whole thing and try and keep the dust down. Right on the nailing edge. Let's see, vapor barrier, good sign. Nice amount of insulation, good. That would make this cold. That's not good.
How's it looking?
There's a leak already.
Really?
Yeah, the new roof that joins to the house, I can see all the water stains. Hey, Benj, you see this area right here? Look at how the ripples are within. Like, that's not plaster.
It's almost like it's
got wet. And the skylights in the wrong spot. By plan, we see the skylight at the front. In this case, we see the skylight right here. I mean, it's not a big deal. Maybe the homeowner wanted a different spot. That's not what the plans say. It says it's a 3 and 12 slope. And I disagree with that. It's less than that. The real funny part here is that it's freezing outside. So we're not usually, when it's so cold, going to see water come in. So this tells me we have heat loss. And we see on the plans that we have flashing going right up underneath the siding here on the outside of the wall. It is supposed to be completely sealed here, and this is where it's leaking from. Obviously now, we're going to be going up on that roof and doing a thorough inspection on that roof. I can see this whole ceiling coming down.
Look at this, Mike. This whole, it's like they don't even have screws up here holding it. See it moving?
Yes.
It looks like this whole section right here. Look at this, no screws.
I think it got wet.
Is it dripping?
It's dripping.
This is a joke. Well, we now have ice buildup from the water dripping down. I'm also seeing the sheeting not extend right to the front. There's no plywood for 2 inches. I can see daylight, 4 different spots at the end there. Okay, let's just put the insulation back in.
Yeah,
tape up the plastic, keep the heat in here. We'll go downstairs and we'll just keep looking. This is nice to see. We see an SM foam underneath the floor, so this is going to give us a thermal break from ground temperature to concrete. That would explain why the concrete's fairly warm. We see the weeping system here does have a sock around it. I like that very much. The water's going in through the weeping and obviously flooding this area. It is then getting into the concrete here and weeping past. So this is the wet zone traveling into the concrete, coming up into the floor. So what we're going to do is just cut out the mesh. It's nice to see they did this. We'll cut out the mesh, pull up the foam, and take a look at how they've tied this in. Well, the weeping tile is supposed to carry the water, but for some strange reason, it's not getting out. It's bleeding back through it and coming up big time. Now, this is the winter. It's cold. What happens when spring comes and everything thaws? Well, I'm gonna have to break up more to the corner here and see more, because there's a definite tie in here somewhere, and that's what I want to see. From first appearance, there's nothing wrong with it. And why is it bleeding out? It shouldn't. So there's the existing footing right there. It is wet. Remember, on the other side of this wall is the tub. And I pointed out the water that's underneath the tub. Is it actually weeping through the wall? That's a major possibility in itself. So they did tie into existing this way, ran in a new one across here. There's enough gravel. This is really good. Why the hell is water coming back up through this weeping system? For now, I'm going to leave it just like this. I'm going to let John take a look at it, possibly call in a scope company and scope the weeping system to see what the hell's up. Scott!
Hey, Mike.
Thanks for coming so far away, let me tell you.
Not a problem.
What we have here is a 400 square foot addition. The idea was to move the kitchen out of that little room there, bring it out to here, use the bathroom as wheelchair accessibility for Billy and his bedroom up front there. But you're here today to take a look at how this can work for accessibility with the wheelchair, correct?
Sure. The design's good in the fact that they reused the window openings here and made them doorway openings. They've got open space for Billy to move around throughout here.
Take a look in the bathroom. 36-inch doors, I like that. I don't like what he's done with the vinyl tiles here, but we'll correct that. The countertop isn't that bad, but I don't think it's the type that we would use for the chair.
Even this countertop, the way that it's set up, they've used a 70 recessed sink, which is great. It's a real benefit for accessibility, but then they've taken away the benefit of it by putting it in an inset. If this wall were brought back, if that cabinet was made a little bit narrower and the sink itself sat proud, he could come in and even hit that at a 45-degree angle, no problem.
Moving that wall back kind of screws the shower setup. I mean, I don't think it was the greatest design in here.
You got a couple issues as well with the floor. They've done a slope shower pan to a drain. I prefer to see it in the center because that way the floor is sloped evenly to the center. When your chair's in the center, it's level.
Not to mention, if he gets water, which I do see, this is not a watertight floor within this area.
Yeah.
It's going to penetrate.
And anytime you have a transition, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
You really should have a continuous floor through the whole area. A transition strip with a bit of silicone is not going to stop water from getting down in there.
I totally agree with you. All right, looks like I'm doing a total gut.
Holy crap, look at this. Not suitable for ceiling installations over tub or shower. Standing in the tub full of water and somebody comes up here, this is not CSA approved for over water.
The layout doesn't work for Billy in the chair. We don't have the proper room that Billy's going to need to maneuver, especially by himself as he gets older. The sink is fine, the cabinets are not. The wall's out too far. The floor is not watertight. It will get into the basement. It will create mold in the long run.
You do what you need to do.
I'm going to take it all down.
I think we're okay.
It just blows me away. I did not touch this vapor barrier. This is exactly the way it was underneath the tub. This vapor barrier should be down to the floor with a sealant across the floor. The bad insulation gives us an R value, but it does not stop airflow. What freezes plumbing is a cool breeze. Having to pull the tub to install it correctly, and after bringing in Scott, he's convinced me that the bathroom is just not good enough for Billy in his chair, and it makes total sense to me. So we're gonna gut it. We're gonna make a watertight floor. As you can see, we do not have any type of watertight floor. We say the old-fashioned way of doing this, the idea is to contain the water within and not allow it to get into the wood, not allow it to get into the drywall. By cutting it short here, what is that going to do when water penetrates underneath it? Is it going to bypass it? Is it going to get under it? I would have at least brought this out onto the floor and done something, because this isn't going to stop any water. Whoever did the tile work was good at what he does. He's very consistent on all his grout joints. We have a couple of problems with this. It's over drywall, and it's applied with mastic. We're going to have a nice bathroom that isn't going to last too long, because it's going to start to mold. We're going to see it in the corners. I mean, does Billy need even more problems? Frank! How do you like this, pal? How do you like seeing that? It's not live, and I'm happy to hear that. But I don't know where it's tied into and whether or not it can be reactivated.
Holy crap, look at this. Not suitable for ceiling installations over tub or shower. Standing in the tub full of water and somebody comes up here, this is not CSA approved for over water.
It's gonna get worse than this?
This was passed. I'm gonna show you a few things downstairs you just may not like.
Here we go.
Now, you did a little bit of an inspection here?
Yes, this is the new panel they put up. This is 200 amps, so they redid the service here, no problem. I don't like this all bunched up here. That's not the serious issue. The serious issue here is that they ended up taking a 100 amp breaker and decided to feed this VX line, and they fed the old panel.
What does that do?
Basically, if I turn this breaker off, it turns off all the power going to the original panel, which is fine. The major issue we have here is grounding. As you can see, they grounded the new panel, which is right. Anything that comes from this panel on, you do not ground those again.
So they should have been grounded to here, is what you're saying?
Yes, it's totally done illegally. As we can see, there's yellow wires here, and they're supposed to be picking up our kitchen counter plugs. Now, if you have 12.2, it's supposed to be protected with a 20 amp breaker. Where do we find a 20 amp breaker? There isn't. They're all fused to 15.
So it's not just the ground. We have a...
No, there's no way that any electrical inspector could miss this.
We need a lot of patience here. And a lot of aspirin. Thanks, Frank.
Not a problem.
Grab that side. Let's see if we can pull the whole wall. Smash it. If you want to do it to save it.
Right across there too?
Yep.
Do you think it's salvageable?
Well, we'll just put it aside and then we'll see later on if we can chip it off or something.
So what else they've done wrong here? It's already been bad enough. Our roof's leaking, our foundation's leaking, the bathroom's wrong, plumbing's wrong, structure's wrong, electrical's wrong. What else could go wrong?
Well, why stop there?
Look at this. Here's the funniest part. Why have we shimmed it down?
Look at the
Yeah, this is funny, eh?
This is...
Duct tape, 1,000,001 uses.
That's right. That's right.
Tear it down, Ben. We've got this whole bathroom.
One thing I checked on, Rob, was the inspectors passed the roof because they say there's nothing in code that says this has to be a flat roof. Torch down procedure. It's shingled. You see the pitch of this? Yeah. I'm a little concerned with this here. See the flashing?
Yeah, very poor.
I can reach right in there, Rob.
This should be completely wrapped up and over.
I got nails. I'm feeling I can go right over the flashing.
It's an open spot here.
I can go right in the side. Oh my God. Oh, that is sad. So I guess, Rob, it's safe to say this is not how you tie in a flat roof into a peak roof?
No. There's nothing stopping the snow from building up here and going right in.
I want to see how they tied the flashing into the flat roof. We can't see it because of the ice.
They might have just put some tar. Okay. This is bare wood, no caulking. It's a terrible flashing job. But this here is actually going back on an angle downhill. So if anything was to come down here, like rain, would hit this flashing and go back in.
We're leaking right here. Isn't that something?
You're probably leaking all along.
This is the second time this siding was installed. There was issues with it being just wavy with the wall. So they took it all down and they reinstalled it. I feel all kinds of drafts on the inside and it's just driving me insane. No caulking whatsoever around that door. Is this how we do this?
No. There's no caulking around this or anything. And over here, it's falling down.
Okay, Rob, you know what this means?
You gotta do it right. That's what it means.
What the hell? That's not even attached to the wall. Frank, welcome to our nightmare.
Yes. Tabs missing from the local utility.
That would explain why it's not attached to the wall. They opened it, pulled the screws out. I don't even want to mess with that.
No, don't shake too much because if there's screws in there, they'll be shooting out. There's 2 missing clips on the bottom, and this needs to be screwed into that wall. So now I've got to call the local utility in to have the power turned off because I'm not, dumb enough to try to put 4 screws in while it's live. So I'd love to check the inspection on this one.
We're going to. Let's go have a coffee. I need a coffee.
Sounds like a plan.
This is really sad. This is inexcusable. This is crap beyond crap. It upsets me to no end. Did they care? Well, they were here all the time. So they must have cared. Sorry to bring you out in the middle of winter here to have to do this.
We're going to dig a test pit all the way to the footing. But we want to see exactly what waterproofing is done on the wall. Look at the weeping tile, make sure that's proper.
But if you need anything, just call me, okay? I'll be on the inside.
No problem.
Thanks, bro. Okay. We're half gutted. We've found a lot of problems. Let's take a look at how we do our heating system here. How we cut something in. I like that it's above the floor. The idea is that water cannot get in there, but this is not the way we do this at all. I have no idea what was in mind here. Is that cardboard? That's cardboard. We've cut all plates to run the vent stack. Instead of drilling a hole to run an 1.5 inch line, they've cut right through structure. This wall is completely flimsy. Now I gotta take this wall down. Why isn't this below the floor? What is it, because I see some copper pipes in here or something? Open it up downstairs. We've got a spaghetti factory of electrical here. Why isn't this a new line? They were licensed electricians. Everything I'm seeing is fairly correct. To me, this is just sloppy. This shower is going to leak into the basement. The roof is leaking into the kitchen. The basement foundation is leaking into the basement. So how many times should they pay? How many times should these people come up with money to redo this bathroom again, to redo that addition again? It doesn't make sense. What if you have any passion within your body and yourself? Think of the kid. Dan the man, how are you?
Good, Mike. How's it going?
Nice to see you. We got a little bit of a job here. Coming to the area where the addition was done. I would love to take this all down, 24-inch door. Just blows, I can barely fit through it.
Yeah.
This is the area that the new washer and dryer is supposed to go. Don't ask me how that's going to happen because there's just not enough room. We see a Furco fitting, Furco fitting, Furco fitting. Like, why have this in there? It makes no sense to me.
How could you pass? Like, you could pass it. Is it braced every 4 feet? Yeah, it's braced every 4 feet, the water plant. Yeah. So what?
It's a mess.
It's a mess. All right? Mike, it'd be a pleasure to redo this whole thing.
That's what I want to hear. You want to see how this is run into the bathroom?
Yeah.
This was always a bathroom, and I suppose this was done without a permit years and years ago. I know for sure we're leaking under this tub because there's a pool of water within the void cut out in the concrete.
How do you see the water? From that side?
Well, let's go this way.
Oh.
I'll have you go in there first. Look at the plumbing over the freaking electrical plan.
Look at this.
Yeah, compression fitting.
Jeez.
So bend down, look under the tub, if you can get the room in there. You see the water?
Oh, yeah. I need half a day just to follow everything, because it's a mess right now.
Dan, you know what? I can't leave this bathroom. Just for us running everything properly is the easiest way, is just to remove it.
That's it.
Set up for a new design in here. Oh, God, we're going to be here for a long time.
It's a mess. I can't even follow some stuff. He's got, like...
So he's dropped the floor for the shower.
Level with the existing floor so you can get the wheelchair.
Got about an inch and a half out of the joist.
Okay.
I found a lot of this frost and whatnot behind on the wall. That was along the whole bottom here. So that's how far away you were from cold weather.
Obviously, we're just gonna have to keep going. Remove everything. Studs, all of it.
Let's just go take a look downstairs.
All right.
I was gonna try and work around everything. It isn't gonna happen anymore. I wanna lose everything. I want all these walls down. I want all this bathroom completely taken down. All the ceiling in that area right down. Let's expose the main trunk light right across to the furnace. Everything from that door in there, lose it.
Well, Jack, you brought your helper Alan today. Well, you might need some help when you take a look at some of this work. We have about a 20 by 20 addition through here. The main trunk is located right behind us here.
Okay.
And he just tagged lines everywhere. I think you got a couple days work here at least. Let's take you into the addition and we'll show you a little more. First of all, he hacked through a structural member. Obviously, no planning whatsoever. Then it goes down here, and then it spaghettis again.
Down and up.
And something similar on the other side. Why, we can improve on some of
Yeah,
this,
that
right?
can be eliminated. Keep it above the ceiling. Reroute it. The best would be 90.
That's what I thought.
Jump back up if possible. Straight
Around
up,
this
take
cavity,
it
all the way
across.
down. We'll insulate up in this
Yes,
cavity,
yes.
all the way down, vapor barrier. And my other question is, like, their furnace is existing. All this was tagged off the old trunk. Right. So what you're doing now is what? You're
We just want to see the in and output of this furnace. Input is 90,000 BTUs and 68,000 out. So now we have to count the supplier runs that are coming off the furnace and see if it's sufficient.
enough.
Yeah. Try to eliminate some of the 90s. Keep it to a minimum. Nice, straight, clean runs.
Nice to have a pro on board. Thank you.
All right.
We're looking at tar paper on the wall when I'd rather see a Tyvek or a Typar, a proper building wrap on the house. This is what they used to do years ago. We don't use this anymore.
It looks like when he built out the addition, he was short and then put the strapping on to make it flush. And that's why it's so wavy. That and they nailed it too tight, didn't nail it properly. On the other side, he actually put foam insulation up to here.
We can see that?
Yeah, right there. Never did the rest of the wall. It was like to maybe show the customer, here, I'm putting insulation.
Look at that.
Brought it up 1 foot and then nothing.
Why? Why build it out? He could have went right to the subwall, couldn't he?
On this wall, yeah.
All right, let's go up to the roof.
Well, the stove's melted.
Well, it's a nice day today. I think we're lucky on this one. Look at this. Now that we see this melting away.
Yeah.
Look at the ice under it. So we're gonna pull the roof. We're gonna pull the flashing.
We got the wrong vents, wrong skylight on the roof.
Why are the vents wrong?
Well, there's
The problem is they'll leak on this slope.
I mean, they're okay up there. Not here. They've got a good curb mount skylight, but then they never built a curb. They put it like a surface mount.
I'd love to see a roof mount at least this high up, maybe even higher. This is ridiculous. I can't believe this isn't leaking downstairs. Look at the pitch. Look at the pitch. Incorrect pitch. Liquid tar again. This is supposed to be under the shingles. We want to see that cut right around here.
And it's got to be leaking. It just hasn't shown up yet because everything's frozen.
Well, if this one's wrong, this one's got to be wrong. There we go. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's the insulation. They've used this as a roof vent. That's for an exhaust fan.
Yep, they messed up.
I can't believe this isn't leaking buckets of water in here.
It's got to be leaking. It's just not showing up yet. All these are leaking. They got to be. 1, 2, 3 vents, the stink pipe, and the skylight.
This is about the most waste of $70,000 I've ever seen.
You couldn't show more done wrong in one area than what we're looking at.
This contractor states he's never had a complaint in his history. This homeowner's too picky, is what he said. I really don't think this is malicious. I think this is just straight out, they don't know. That's all right, eh? Heat up that pile with that metal pipe. What that's gonna do is keep this pile of dirt from turning into a big pile of ice. Very smart. Not to mention when we get cold, we can step over there and warm up. So, where do I start? We now figure out why they put up the 2x2s on the wall. The actual addition now is built over top of the cinder block wall incorrectly. It's too far back. The idea is to bring the wall out past that so now water drips down on this side of the foundation wall. Not to mention, tar paper brought down to the bottom. Oh, look what I see. Proper building wrap. That'll be for the floor joist. They brought it up onto the sheeting, which the sheeting should be down to here. They brought it up under the sheeting, where it's just, they're supposed to bring it up underneath the outside plate and back up on the inside. That's why we can see the building wrap on the inside of the house. This makes the inspector think that they've done the proper wrap on the outside, brought it up inside, so now he thinks, okay, everything's fine. This grade is a nice slope in towards the house. Snow is already up to here. This will never in a million years stop water from coming inside your home. This would explain why the foam is now on the bottom. I don't believe it went all the way up. I believe he just pieced this in because the sheeting does not come down to the bottom. So they've added foam right across the bottom because the sheeting does not come down to ground. Not to mention the door. There is no screws whatsoever in this door. What's holding the door? We know a whole lot of air's coming in at the bottom, at the front, at the sides. That we know. Look at the hole over here. Look at this void right here that I can stick my hand right in. This was filled with paper towel. Paper towel. They're down to the footings. You can see the weeping tile. It's nice to see the weeping tile with the fabric over top of it to keep the dirt out. We can see that they put up the dimpled product, which is great. The only problem is they forgot to do one thing, waterproof the wall.
If this gets perforated at all while you're backfilling, there's nothing protecting the wall at all. When we do it, we prime the wall, then we put a Hydro Shield rubberized membrane on it, we put a glass fab mesh, and then we put one more coat of Hydro Shield on it, and then we put a vapor barrier over top, and then we put the dimple board. The drainage board should be higher, but as you can see, it's below grade. This should be 3-4 inches at least above the grade level. When the water builds up, it's gonna pool. If it's not above, it just goes right behind it and right into the house.
There's Billy. How you doing, buddy? Have a great day at school? The whole idea of this 400 square foot addition was not for a lovely kitchen, but hopefully to get one, but to make it bigger for their son, for Billy in the chair, so that he had room to maneuver. I'm 3 days in. This is 10 times bigger than I first expected. These people do not have this kind of money. They don't have it. We're talking now $100,000 worth of work. If it was summer, I would rip this whole thing down and do it again. She's crying inside. I'm talking to her. Tears are coming out of her eyes as I'm telling her everything that's wrong here. Everybody's dropped the ball here. The contractor from the beginning, the inspectors. Just open your eyes and look around. Make sure you check things out, because you know what I've always said, the only thing that's there to protect you is a permit. But in this case, they're not protected. In this case, it's all wrong. Can you imagine when spring comes and all this ground thaws and everything thaws up there? Can you imagine how much water's going to be inside there? Can you imagine the mold within the walls? How do we do this to people that don't deserve it? Every day, these two beautiful people have to deal with their kids, which we all do, okay? But Billy's getting older and trying to make his life easier within. That's why they did this. That's why they've gone to the extreme of putting up $70,000 worth of an addition. But what kind of hell are they walking into? This is just the beginning, and I'm ready to take it down. There is no doubt in my mind this is going to cost more money to fix this than it did to put up the addition. I feel sick. It's all come down. Everything here is all wrong. We have compression fittings on the drains, compression fittings into the existing bathroom, which is supposed to tie into the laundry room. Electrical nightmare absolutely in here. I mean, you come in, you pull it out, you do it right. I'm taking this panel out. We're gonna run everything to the other panel. There's no way this should have stayed. Now I can take the bathroom and put it in the corner. We're gonna actually cut a path from the drain on that side right over to this side and bring in a new stack, probably on this side of the window, so we don't have all of this running through the ceiling. We wanna eliminate this. And more than likely this contractor didn't look at it. But what kind of contractor is that? You want to know everything. Why is there mold in the corner? There's no doubt in my mind he's been in here because he's tied in all this plumbing. This is all being cleaned out, all being done again. There's nothing else I can do with this.
What we see here is actually the water that's getting past the shingles. Squish it out. Just due to the shingles being installed on too low of a slope, the water can track across, get beyond the roof. The only thing keeping it out right now is this ice and water shield, which is a preventative measure, not a waterproofing technique.
Added vapor barrier on the outside of the wall due to a cutout of the tar paper. Never put plastic on the outside of your home. What this is going to do is trap moisture, even in a small area. We can see moisture is already building up here. Proper building wrap on the outside, not vapor barrier. That's for the warm side. On the inside,
We have a very big problem here, Mike. When they did the footings on this house, it was almost like they dug too deep and then they just spread the dirt around and then they poured their footings. So what's happening is the ground is actually settling, and when it's settling, it's taking the back of the house with it. You can see these cracks that run all the way down the wall. 3.5 feet away, you have another one that's exactly the same. That runs all the way right down to the floor, right down to the footing from the outside.
This means we're sinking right here?
Yes. The foundation is not strong enough. It needs to be underpinned.
You gotta be kidding me. We gotta break open the floor and underpin this wall.
Yep.
That wall?
The whole structure this way, both sides. If we don't underpin it, it's just gonna keep sinking and sinking and sinking. All the wood, everything upstairs is just gonna keep stretching and moving.
All right, you got this side dug up.
We have to stop. We have to stop out there. We can't do anything because we have to excavate the back of the house now to see exactly how bad that is. And that should tell us how far this way we have to go with our underpinning. It's only a matter of time before it gets worse.
And we have an issue with the corner.
Yes.
I can see that right now. You're telling me this is going to continue to sink?
Yeah, it's going to keep dropping. Every time it thaws in the spring, it's going to pull it down, all the water. It's like they dug too deep, and when it came time to do the footings, when they took all their measurements, they just kind of spread the dirt around. It's not packed, it's not solid. 2 hours in here with the tamperer would have saved all this problem.
One sad spot to another. Now this is original. Never in my years have I seen anything like this. Drywall up over the roof.
No curb, nothing.
Benji, this drywall comes 3 inches up over the roof. Wow. Put your hand over it.
That's funny. I can see it from here, yeah.
It's not gonna work, no?
Well, it's just a surface mount skylight. What we'll do now is build a proper curb. Now we got a proper curb mount, skylight for it. Flash it in properly and put our roof on. Did you see what we found here? That just floating over the edge, the perimeter?
Well, yeah, they built out their framing and they got an end rafter out here and obviously cross bracing across because it's out over top. It's an overhang. They're too low. So they didn't bother to nail that down. We're gonna have to pull the fascias off it. We'll take a look at this, see if we might have to correct the whole side here. That is incredibly wild. Just use a 2x4. That would explain it. 2x6 rafters. 2x4 outside plate where you can see the cross bracing in. We can see how it sunk down. Because it sunk down, they didn't nail to it to try and make the roof look nice and true, which obviously it's not.
What have they done here?
What the hell is that? Is that their nailing edge? That's not gonna work. He missed his rafter. He didn't want to put in another rafter at the proper edge and then laminate it properly so we can see with the moisture that completely twisted and warped. Man, how far do I have to go? All that's gonna do is pop the drywall. We can only see that it's already pulling it up.
Let's rip the rest of it up while the sheeting up in here on the side.
Okay. What the hell?
Well, we're gonna rip that other side and we check it out anyways and see what's on the other side. Mike, got a minute?
We have snow inside.
We got a lot of snow inside.
Well, how do we have snow in there?
Well, the gap. Remember we stuck our hands underneath here?
It blew under it.
Yeah. Driving wind, snow.
Now we're gonna open this up?
Pull this up, yeah. Got it. We got snow everywhere. That's all snow all the way along. They never flashed it properly.
Look at the... Oh, yeah.
There's shovelfuls of snow in here.
Can you believe this? We have snow inside the roof. And look at this. Here's the ceiling of the house. Here's the drywall. No insulation. Look at the heat loss within the kitchen itself. That's unbelievable. You know what? Sean's at the store. Let's get the sheeting up as quick as we can because I think we're going to find more things.
Okay, boys, let's rip this up.
I think we have a problem. That's the ceiling joist. Every single one of them are like that. They've now twisted over.
Instead, they didn't put no blockers or nothing.
That's right. So now they've just warped over. The drywall ceiling's being held by nothing. We got to drop the ceiling now.
Up to this point here where they're running flush, why don't we cut from there and remove the twisted part and then reinstall those blockers?
Because on the span of 10 feet, we need to structure the ceiling. We cut that, we have no support. Jesus, you're right. We got to drop the ceiling. You're right. I have never seen a roof like this in my life. These ceiling joists are supposed to be tied into the end here, right into the rafters, right across, because this carries the drywall, okay? So if they didn't put it in anything, these are going to twist. So they're nice and tight at that end, but as soon as they come here, they come off. And it's only because it's not tied into the rafter. What's going to happen is they're going to continue to tilt, pull the screws, the drywall falls. That would explain why your ceiling under there. Remember you said?
Yeah.
What's the matter with this?
What's wrong with the ceiling, yeah.
Man, we're gonna make a mess downstairs. We'll have to send them out of the house for a day. Drop it, clean it, put it back up.
Bit by bit, we have found one hell of a lot of problems in here. Let's start from the beginning.
We had no idea how serious it was. No idea at all.
Leaking roofs.
Well, there's a leak already.
Leaking basement.
Whoa, I'm standing here.
Cracking walls. Barely 6 months after erection of the building. I still cannot understand how so many things could go wrong at the same time.
I'm a little depressed right now. At the beginning, I knew it was going to be bad. To my surprise, it was 10 times worse. We pulled down the bathroom upstairs. We pulled out the bathroom downstairs and all the walls, electrical, and we're about to do the plumbing and everything else. We pulled the roof today. Now I have to pull the ceiling in the kitchen because the ceiling rafters are incorrect. In all this time this house has been up, there's been a whole lot of bad people in here. And well, what's bad? You know, what's bad? Bad guys, you know, rob banks and hurt people. But these guys are hurting these people here, aren't they? We have a family living here, and I'm trying to work around them. I talked to Lori today. I said, is there any way you can get out of the house for 24 hours so I can pull that ceiling? We're gonna have fiberglass in the air. I don't want you and the kids in the house. She started crying. They have nowhere to go. Hey, guys. How are we doing today?
Hi, Mike.
Let me tell you what I found so far. Bit by bit, we have found one hell of a lot of problems in here. Let's start from the beginning. The foundation. We now have to underpin this wall down here and this wall across here simply because it's sinking down and it's breaking all the cinder block. Gonna have to revise the permits just for the underpinning before we can actually do a watertight ceiling on the outside. So that now has to be on hold.
There's not just one thing wrong, but virtually everything. And as Mike is exposing these things one by one, I can see the problems.
Is the contractor not caring? I really don't think so. I think this is a simple case of not knowing, and by far not knowing. This is not little, this is big. You had snow inside the roof.
Inside.
Yeah, you had a whole lot of snow up there, especially on this side. There was no insulation whatsoever across that wall.
Well, that would explain why it's so cold in here.
We ended up stripping it all off and we're gonna redo it and tie it all back into the flat roof. And I'm still not done yet. So let me tell you something here. This turned from approximately $40,000 at the beginning, I thought it was going to be, to a $100,000 job.
It's scary. We've already remortgaged our house. That'll be for 20 years. We wouldn't be able to remortgage it again. So where would the money come from? We probably would have lost our house. We would have lost it.
I brought in all these people for a small job. Really, that's what I thought. It's not that big. We can fix it. Now everybody's going to spend the next month here, and they're going to have to make up the time. And they're helping. They're donating their time and their efforts to help this family. But they also have lives. They also have other business to be taken care of. I've asked them to come in and do a little bit of work. But as we take it down, it's not a little bit of work anymore, is it?
We saw some leaks in the roof and we saw a leak in the basement. You think, oh, well, those are fixable. It's going to cost some money, but it's fixable. But we had no idea that it was this bad.
Keep your chin up. We're going to make a hell of a lot of mess in your home, but we're going to fix this.
Well, thanks, Mike.
Okay?
Thanks, Mike.
Just keep it together,
Thanks.
don't worry. It's a matter of time now. 3 weeks, we'll be out of here. But it'll be right and it will be safe. Going to be a lot of people throughout your home in this time.
We're enjoying the company.
All right, I better get back to work.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye, thanks.
Can we get a tractor in here? You want to take this by hand? Yes, to take it by hand.
The soil's not stable enough because it wasn't packed when it was backfilled in the first place. By the time you brought a machine in here digging it, this hole would be 15 feet wide. It's caving in by hand and there's no weight on it. So you take a machine that weighs 5,000 to 6,000 pounds.
You want to do side at a time, do this side, close it in?
Yeah.
We have to do a watertight membrane on the bottom. We have to show 6 inches of concrete, which means now we've got to grade this down, put in a retaining wall, which can't happen until spring, with a weeping tile system all the way around it to drain it across the side of the house so it does not penetrate this house.
It was actually 9 years ago this week that we took possession of our house. We were a single couple. We weren't concerned about the layout because we weren't looking for anything that was wheelchair accessible at the time.
How you doing, Billy? The whole idea of this 400 square foot addition was not for a lovely kitchen, but to make it bigger for their son. The bathroom, the idea was to revamp it for wheelchair accessibility.
That's right, we didn't have anything on the main floor. It turns out our contractor didn't have a whole lot of experience.
The layout doesn't work for Billy in the chair. We don't have the proper room that Billy's going to need to maneuver, especially by himself as he gets older.
You do what you need to do.
I found a lot of this frost and whatnot behind on the wall.
Even though it doesn't really look that bad, it's deceiving because we're starting from the basement. It's leaking in 3 different places.
Oh, I'm standing in it. Why the hell is water coming back up through this weeping system? I've never seen anything like this with ductwork. I take it you bought the house like this with the bathroom in this location?
Yeah, that was done already.
We have water underneath the tub. Not to mention the plumbing over the electrical. Holy crap. I want to lose everything. I want all these walls down. I want all this bathroom completely taken down. Electrical nightmare. I'm taking this panel out. We're going to run everything to the other panel. Now I can take the bathroom, cut a path from the drain on that side right over to this side and bring in a new stack so we don't have all of this running to the ceiling. We want to eliminate this.
We have a very big problem here, Mike.
Cracking walls, barely 6 months after erection of the building.
We can see that they put up the dimpled product. The only problem is they forgot to waterproof the wall. And we have an issue with the corner.
Yes.
We now have to underpin the foundation.
there's other problems, leaking roofs.
There's a leak already.
I still cannot understand how
You had snow inside the roof.
so many things could go wrong at the same time.
You couldn't show more done wrong in one area.
I've never seen a roof like this in my life. This carries the drywall. So if they didn't put it in anything, these are going to twist. Pull the screws, the drywall falls. We got to drop the ceiling. You're right. I brought in all these people for a small job. Really, it's what I thought. It's not that big. We can fix it. But as we take it down, it's not a little bit of work anymore, is it?
We had no idea that it was this bad.
Just keep it together,
Thanks.
don't worry. It's a matter of time now. 3 weeks, we'll be out of here. But it'll be right and it will be safe. We're gonna fix this.
Well, thanks, Mike.
Mike Holmes, look at this. Is that garbage or what? Look, you buggers, they haven't vented anything. This is ridiculous. Everything is wrong. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. You want a good job to keep me in shape? Be a contractor. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
Looks like it's clay. It's not corrugated as the weaving tile here is.
Right. I don't believe have a problem here because it's all new. I believe it's existing. And nobody's ever looked at that. For it to weep up through the floor tells me it's not getting out.
Not leaving, that's correct.
The problem is it appears the water's just sitting.
Yeah.
No, if it's all on level, which is possible, we're gonna have pockets of this. So far, no blocks.
You shouldn't see that, the clay tile, the edge of it.
Okay. Just looks like a poor joint, is that what you're saying?
It looks like a poor joint. Yeah.
Okay. This doesn't look good.
Appears to
Clay's
be
broken?
I can see gravel.
You're at 14 feet?
From the entry point.
Do we see any type of blockage? It doesn't...
No blockage yet.
At least it's not collapsed. Now, if it's broke there, odds are we could be broken a few different locations, and that's making me nervous. We can go to the extreme of fixing all this foundation, but if it doesn't weep it out, we've got a big problem. To dig all the way around the outside of this house is ludicrous. It's just too much money, so I'm just gonna have to make a call here. Maybe we can now run it this way and run it that way and check the existing. Let's just check out the rest.
Consider it done.
Thanks, man. Great.
There's a lot of water sitting in there also.
Man, I'm sorry, man. This is a nightmare for you. I know it is. I've cut the floor to this area here because what I envision is taking this area because of the window and turning this into the bathroom. So to me, I can bury a stack in here, pick up everything else off of this. Can we move this?
We're breaking the floor, we're moving stuff, we can do anything now, Mike.
Get it in against the wall. The panel's going, so we don't have to worry about that. It's just in an awkward spot. If we can get it in against the wall, it would probably be better.
This ABS line here is the laundry tub and washer.
Okay.
And washer.
So let's talk to Lori to see if she wants to bring the laundry room downstairs, and we'll build her a laundry room, eliminate all this crap.
Yes, it's all done wrong. Another thing I want to do, Mike, is I want to call the city to shut it off from outside and change that valve coming in.
Okay.
Because I think
Is that the old valve?
Yeah.
It is. Look at that.
Okay. It's passing too.
What do you mean it's passing?
Water's passing through the valve when it's closed. It's not
So it
it's not
doesn't shut
holding.
off.
Yeah, it's not holding properly.
Okay. You'll take care of that for me?
Yeah, no, I'll take care of that. It's no problem.
Whatever you want broken, I want you to bring Damon down here and say, break this for me.
Okay.
I don't care if we got to pull up the whole friggin' floor.
Okay.
I know it's a pain, and you're just going to keep going on this one.
Well, the captain needs not apologize for the storm, Mike.
Hey, that's pretty damn good. Thank you, sir. So whatever he needs you to break. I want to find out exactly what size we're going to do for this bathroom so we can pinpoint where we want this stack, and it helps him tie into the existing up here. We're going to have a stand-up shower stall, toilet, and sink. That's it. So I'm thinking with the shower stall, we're going to probably have a 36 by 36 neo angle. Right. And we'll do everything custom upstairs, but we'll keep this simplified down here just to keep the costs down. No problem. I want this all down, insulate everything while up there, and then reframe it, okay? 7 feet out. We'll go, I think it's 8 feet. About 8 feet at this point.
There's a bend right there where it was just taking a bend. You can see that they had just bent the drain as opposed to using a fitting, a 90-degree elbow, because ideally you want it sitting on the footing. And when you use a gentle bend, you're taking that corner and it's not sitting on the footing anymore. It's out into the excavated area, so there's a chance for it to move. But when it's sitting on the footing, it can't drop.
So far, this section is the best. Oh, we got to some bigger object blocking entire pipe.
Oh, there we go. Look, it's running away. Look at the water running. Something was creating a dam effect in the weeping tile, and pushing the camera through sort of knocked the dam over and let the water drain back out, and that's why we're seeing the water moving in the drain now. Okay, that where we are right now is right under this floor here, and we're 9 inches below the floor. What we're seeing here is a T in the weeping tile. You can see that's a connection coming on and attaching onto the drain. Oh, that's where the water is draining out to, it looks like, going down that drain.
So guys, what did we find?
What we found on the weeping tile going towards the middle here is that it comes to approximately this point and then goes down the middle of the house.
Were you able to follow this down?
We were only able to get to this point right here.
Okay,
there's a T here. On that weeping tile, there is a T here.
I wonder if that's to do with the furnace.
No, that shouldn't be tied into weeping, but...
No.
Okay, Mike, thanks, man.
You're welcome, Mike.
Again, thank you very much.
No problem.
Thanks, buddy.
This is definitely where you get into the messy work. We have a mountain of dirt down here. It's what it takes to do it right. Obviously, we didn't want to pull out everything, but unfortunately, there was so much wrong, and we want to address the drains. As soon as we opened it up, we found that we had illegal piping within the floor. It requires 4-inch underground. They had 3-inch, which tied into the 4-inch.
What I'm doing here is I'm cutting actually all the plumbing in the house except for the powder room and the upstairs washroom. I'm taking it back from a clean piece of pipe, the first and second renovation they haven't touched yet. So I'll take it from there and I'll just replumb the whole house.
Here, let's hope and pray that nobody friggin' flushes the toilet.
Yeah. Should we really be removing everything in the basement, going new again? The answer is yes. So for $70,000, you have to have the ability to say to the homeowner, well, you want the addition, I understand, but we should be taking out this bathroom. We should be inspecting everything that's been done, because first vision that I came down here, I knew this bathroom was done without a permit. You can't just quote an addition. It's tying in, it's a retrofit. We're tying into existing. What do we have to do to existing to allow the new addition to come in? You're gonna have to take it upon yourself as the homeowner to ask questions. Yes, we're putting on an addition. How does this affect my existing? Does it affect the furnace? Does it affect the plumbing? Does it affect the electrical? These are things you're gonna have to ask. Now, a rule of thumb is to take your estimate on construction and add 15% for extras, for unknowns. So if you only have the 70, obviously you're gonna have to cut down on the new that you want to put in and allow a little more for things just like this. So it has to be discussed from the beginning.
There's 2 cents. Oh, what I might pay for the day.
It's a good thing that we came in and we were able to bring in a lot of people that would donate their time, services, as well as some material to help this family out. What would this cost to rip this all out and do all this? You're talking $20,000 to pull down the bathroom, cut open the floor, reroute everything, and then finish it. This is why it's very wise to educate yourself as to what you need. Otherwise, you're gonna have this, and a world of hell to follow.
What the hell? That's not even attached to the wall.
Well, now I've got to call the local utility in to have the power turned off because I'm not dumb enough to try to put 4 screws in while it's live.
And one thing I checked on, Rob, was the shingles. You see the pitch of this? I can reach right in there, Rob.
This should be wrapped up and over.
Oh, yeah.
The shovel falls are snowing.
Good call pulling the sheeting. Now this is not standard. You put a protection board down and then the first coat and then the second coat. So we actually have 3 layers on this.
Yeah, basically what we do first is we just run fiberglass paper and then the fiberglass protection board. That's to prevent setting a fire to the nailable surface.
Is what it is.
Yeah, a fire protection board.
It's not like you can't go right against the sheeting. Could you?
You could. I mean, in new construction that's done quite often, but it is
a risk.
Yeah, a great one.
Burn the house down.
Exactly.
What's on the side here?
What we've done first actually is embedded our flashing plies up underneath, and they actually wrap over.
So we're not going to allow any snow in now.
Exactly.
How about the tie-in here? I am a little worried about this. I noticed that the water was bleeding out of the old roof.
In the near future, the homeowners here will have to be looking at a full replacement of this roof, because even what we've done here is not permanent.
So it's a temporary tie-in until they can afford to do this side?
Exactly.
How long do you think they have on this side?
Maybe a year or 2 max.
Well, I'll make sure I tell them. 2x10 curbing. That's the way it should be, pressure treated. Now that you have the granulated layer going up, is that good enough, the membrane that you have?
No, we're gonna two-ply the flashing around the skylight curb as well, prevent the UV from getting at the membrane.
So we have to worry about the sun actually hitting this stuff?
The base ply, yeah. The sun will eventually just eat that up.
So the granulated is really the protective layer on top.
Yeah.
If we had it like that, the water's going to lodge right here. Like. If we got air, steam at all is going to get inside, right? So this way, it just flares right off. I'm going to heat it up right. It just with the torch go along the line, right? And then take it like that, and you got to do it like that, right? You just can't do it like that because if you do, you're going to have a pile of it over here, right? So you just sort of wiggle your trowel, right? Along like that, right? Then just do it like along the line there, right? All the way around. Yeah, because when you heat it up around again, like, you know, when you get it all degranulated, you just put a bit of heat around here and it just puts the rubber right through the granules, right? And that way you get a better seal.
So we'll go do some amp checks and disconnect the service in the junction box. So what we're doing is we're putting this on amperage.
There should be no load because we pulled the meter. Because it's an old hydro system, it's not marked. So we're taking one leg off because we got 0 amps on it. And my partner's gonna go over to the meter base and make sure that one leg is off.
Yeah, one's off.
Okay, so we got the right service. So now it's totally disconnected.
Check here, 0 volts. 0, 0, 0.
So we're safe?
Yeah.
Excellent. I thank you. We'll get this done as quick as possible and we'll turn it back on.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Tap guns here. Hey, look at that. It's only going to go in so much and then it doesn't even hold it. That's why we're seeing so much flexibility here, because there's no thread holding it. The threads only go halfway up the screw. Not things to use here. That's noggin.
$239, $240, $121, $121. It's ready to go back on.
That's it.
Power's back on.
You guys are the best. Thank you.
Take
Thank
it
you very
easy.
much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Keep up the good work, eh?
Yeah.
Excellent. He's at 0 at that side and he's in 3 inches at this side. So he's completely unsquare with the floor joists.
So you're just talking about the sheathing right here. That's got to come here.
You got to bring it right down so he's got a nailing edge, so you'll have to build that out.
All right, and it looks like these have to come off?
Yeah, and if we take those off, we have an issue with the structure of the door. We may have to put the door in, so you make that call as you pull it all out and see what this is. I'll get Joe outside to take care of the electrical.
Yeah, disconnect that.
It'd be nice if we had a bead of caulking down here before we put up the foam to seal it.
All right.
All he's got is screws within the hinges. I think we're gonna have to put the door in because we're gonna have to pull off the bottom, build it out so we're perfect with the sheeting, and I don't see how we're gonna win with this door. I mean, we're already don't have the strength here. You know what I mean?
I know.
Pull the jambs and the casing off this door. We're gonna pull the door. I don't have a choice. And we'll get Ed going.
Okay. Now, this guy was a real patch him up guy. Patch.
This is a joke.
Jesus.
Nothing here is done right.
You know what he's done? He's done another build-up, Sean. You can see coming down here. Well, I guess he figured he wasn't going to put any screws in his jam, so he might as well load it up with the caulking, eh?
Yeah, caulks are from the inside, but not the outside.
Yeah.
Well, we can always slip in plywood there and build that out.
I've never seen a door hung so poorly in my life. I can tell you I haven't.
So what do you think? Do we have to underpin this?
I don't think so. I think the problem here is just that the wall has no waterproofing on it. When it gets cold, all this masonry down there is getting frozen. When the ground heaves, it just pulls the structure with it.
Great day at school?
When we first bought the house, the layout was fine for just the two of us, but when you have a child with special needs, then there's another consideration. We were really dreaming of this new space for us all, and it looks like it's going to be taken care of, but I hate to think of what would have happened had you guys not come in to give us a hand here.
James, you ready to drywall, sir?
Yes, we are.
Actually, what I want to do is I want to build a bulkhead around the room and take the pot lights and put in the bulkhead, and then we'll do a nice center light, put the ceiling fan over the table. Are you just working out the material list?
Yeah, I was working that out with Sean. I think we got everything we're going to need. Going to map it out because we don't know exactly where all our pots are going to be, so we can situate our butt joints away from that.
Okay. So let's take a line right around the room, 16 inches off the wall, and let's use a razor knife, cut it. Let's not cut the vapor barrier. We'll get that drywall and pop it down. We'll cut the vapor barrier just this way so we can tape it well and pull all the insulation, get new rafters in here, and build this bulkhead today. Hopefully, you know, we have no problems. We get everything back, all the electrical, and James can drywall it all. None of these ceiling rafters are at all square to the kitchen addition. I can work with it here. Here's where we're going to remove them because they've tipped over on the edges on the other side, and we will replace them. Nothing but a pain.
See down at the other end, they got them sitting flush, and by the time he gets down here, his rafters are on the cross. He dropped them to compensate.
That's why he's dropped it to compensate.
That's how the whole addition's been built that way. From the ground up. The minute they laid the shovel in this ground, they were wrong. He did this all by eye. You don't want to just tear this whole house down?
It's too late now. We already put on a new roof. Let's clean it up and we'll take a second look at this. Well, if I'm on an inch on 4 feet and this is 20 feet, that means it's out a lot. You know what this means, eh?
More work.
All the ceiling rafters are coming out now.
Well, I kind of figured that.
Cut the corners. Take it down, please. We purposely pulled down the drywall so we could straighten the rafters at this end. Everything that tied into the LVL beam has warped over on that side because it wasn't tied into rafters, which is your roof rafters. We want to see our ceiling joists tie into it so they don't warp, which is what they've done. The whole ceiling's on level both ways, this way and this way. So my dilemma is, do I just put in new rafters here and then re-drywall over it? I can't. I'm thinking about dropping it. Adding more insulation, taking out all the pot lights so we have no heat loss whatsoever, building that bulkhead around the room, maybe doing a double drywall. This way we don't lose anything. What we do is we put up our vapor barrier, we put up drywall, build all our bulkheads and drop it all down and put our lights within that zone. Now we have no heat loss whatsoever. Hell, I'm this far. What's it gonna take to do other things? So let's just get right on it, pull out the rafters that are twisted, go new. Let me see, that's what I wanna see right there. See how it's tied into that rafter? Everyone that's not is, you can see it. Look how bad this one is.
Yeah.
Let's try and true things up if we can, get a level up there, true edge. I'm gonna accept the slight unlevelness because we'll level the bulkhead, but let's go for trueness. So if we've gotta take some out, let's take them out.
You're gonna accept unlevelness from the mighty Mike Holmes.
Sometimes we have to go with it.
I've never seen anything like this. I think like a first-year apprentice could have did just as good a job as whoever did this job.
Hell of a lot of work just to fix. What we have is the ceiling coming into the beam in the center, unlevel into it, and unlevel this way. I'm limited to how I can correct this, so I'm looking for trueness, square, and it'll solve all our problems. We'll be properly insulated, better lighting. As we replaced them, we made sure we tie them into the rafters and screw in. The ones that were not were the ones that actually tipped over and started pulling the screws out of the drywall. Does not work. Benji had a good idea. He said, let's just drop the whole ceiling, tie it into existing, and we can get it perfectly level. I agree. Problem is we have a nice high ceiling here. So to drop the ceiling sort of defeats the purpose of having a high ceiling in the first place. So with illusions that we can create, which is the bulkhead, and will be level, perfect all the way around, it will hide that it is unlevel, but we're looking for trueness here. Unless I just take the whole thing off and do it again. But how far have we gone on this one? Extremely far. So sometimes I have to bend a bit. I hate it, but as long as I can create it to look right, then I'm happy. 7, 8 days, and we've done a lot of work. We're trying to take care of structure, electrical, plumbing, and then start finishing. As well as we got to give them a kitchen to use because they're home. They can't use the fridge, they can't use the stove. We got to plastic it all up to keep the insulation and all the dirt in the air from getting to the kids. It hasn't been easy, but a little bit longer, we'll be done, and their lives are back to normal. Okay, Jack. Mainly what I'm looking for here is to run everything properly. Okay. So we've got to get the 2 for the basement down there. We're going to have to now put heat in that bathroom.
There's a washroom here.
No, that's going to be the washroom.
So
We've moved it from here over there.
Okay, so 1 heat run for the washroom. We'll cut in off the main trunk. Eliminate this. Run separate heat runs to the back room. instead of teeing off here.
No, I'd like you to go through the floor joists.
Okay.
So whatever direction you need is to say, okay, I need this opened up.
All right.
Just mark it with an X and I'll have a guy on it right away.
Okay.
We're going to restructure this wall with a 2x6 wall to pick up the floor load. So we're going 2x6 right across.
Straight across.
So you're better to come straight through here.
So we'll just have one angle boot and straight across, so there's no 90s.
Which is better for us.
Which is excellent.
That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holes. Shouldn't take long, maybe a day.
Okay, we'll start right now. We're gonna work our way back.
Kid stuff?
Yeah, no problem.
That's why you're here. Thanks,
Thank
Bill.
you.
Thank you. Corey, good morning, sir. What time did you get here?
7:30 this morning.
7:30, you're halfway down.
Yeah.
Man, this is a mucky job, eh?
It's pretty wet down there.
I was supposed to have this all foamed yesterday when they're pulling out the door. Now I've ordered a new door. I guess once we get down so far, we'll pull out the plant and take a good look.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to come up with some sort of idea on how to watertight that around that electrical.
We're gonna have to drop the grade a little.
I can agree with that.
There's actually water dripping in off the rafters from the ceiling in the basement.
There is? Off the rafters?
Yeah. It's getting in behind the electrical.
And dripping through?
Yeah. Should be able to have it backfilled by today, too.
Really? Mm-hmm. Should we have John come in and take a look?
Yeah.
So what do you think? Do we have to underpin this?
I don't think so. I think the problem here is just that the wall has no waterproofing on it. That wall is probably soaking wet and drawing in water. When it gets cold, all this masonry down there is getting frozen. That's when you get a little bit of heaving because the ice grips the structure.
Okay.
It draws that water in. And that's what transfers frost. If you keep it wet all the way down, well, every night it creeps down a little bit further, actually catches the structure. When the ground heaves, it just pulls the structure with it because it's frozen to it. Like that's why all the waterproofing membranes are very slick, almost like an oil paint finish, so nothing sticks to them.
Well, this is a great example as to how important it is to make it watertight.
Oh, absolutely. You just keep drawing it in, and it falls to the bottom block. Goes from one block to the next block, which is below the basement floor. You don't even notice it. Then all of a sudden one day, oh, geez, there's water coming out on the floor. The blocks are full of water.
So for the first time on this job, it sounds like we're going to get lucky.
I think we're going to be okay here.
You made my day.
Well,
again, thank you
no
so
problem,
much.
Right now, I'm priming the wall. It has to be done first so that when we apply the HydroShield rubberized membrane, that it sticks to it. This should have been done in the original stage of the building, but I guess they forgot. Then we put a glass fab mesh, one more coat of HydroShield, a vapor barrier, and then we put the dimple board.
Okay, now we got our line starting to run in. We're almost halfway done. What we got is a separate line to every fixture in the house. We got our hot and our cold lines. Basically, this is a Cadillac of plumbing system. So what this is it's like almost like a breaker panel, electrical, but for a plumbing system where if you have a problem with one line to any fixture, it will be labeled. I get asked a lot, why do this? It creates more of a flow. There's no T's, no 90s, no restriction of flow, no couplings even. The only joints are that joint there and the joint to connect to the faucet. In between, it's all one straight run of half-inch pipe. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna run another line. We're gonna do the hot in the basement in the shower right now. We're gonna bring it along and we'll tie it in. It's starting to put copper to shame because it's so easy just to bend around and fish it through stuff. The only thing you gotta watch with this stuff is that you don't kink it, because if it kinks, you'll see, that's it, you're done. You can't reuse that. So that's the hard part about this. You gotta run separate lines to everything, but if you're halfway through and you kink it, then you gotta take it out and run a new line. I haven't kinked one yet, though, so. I'm sure if you look down all these lines, it gets pretty confusing. I'm confused myself at times, but every line that I run, I connect, and then I write it on there what it is, or else if you got 3 or 4 lines ahead of yourself, you'll be lost. This is a very expensive system to do. Lots of pipe, very time consuming. I mean, this is what they do in, 7,000, 8,000 square foot houses. Is it overkill for this house? Yeah, it is overkill for this house, but you know what? These people deserve everything. I ran it through Mike. He wanted me to do it. He said, go ahead, Dan. And now what we have here, we brought the line down to the manifold. We're gonna tie it in now. These are real tight bends here. They're very easy to kink. So we're gonna use this tool here. It's just a spring. and you know, it's gonna be very hard to kink it. Now we're just gonna line it up, ream the pipe. What that does, opens up the inside, makes it a perfect 1/2 inch inside diameter, so it slides on here easier and you don't have any burrs. So we line it up, get our crimping tool. It's set. When it presses down, it compresses not to crush anything, but at the same time to compress this aluminum O-ring onto the pipe. Now it's compressed and I can pull as hard as I want. It will never come out. Now I gotta write exactly what that one is, which is the shower basement. And we go on to our next line.
All the different types of concrete out there in bags are fairly the same product. So as long as it's a pre-mix, is what this is, has the proper ratios of sand, cement, and stone. So you really can't go wrong doing it that way. It's not like I can call in the concrete truck to bring it in through the window. I can't, so we're gonna mix it. If you do put in too much water, it'd be wise to add some more concrete mix to it, because what you're gonna get is an improper cure. That's what we don't want. We want everything to cure properly when it comes to concrete. If it's too thin, add some more. Do it quickly. If it's too thick, same thing, add more water. And the idea is to make it milky but not too watery. You can see that on top here, just as I screeded it with the 2x4, in other words, leveled it with existing, you can see that it's still slightly thick within there. That's what I'm looking for, that type of consistency. Not too thick, not too thin. It's almost like making cookies. Almost. Only the taste is totally different. You'll find coming back, Des, is what you're gonna wanna do.
Into it, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Until we filled it so far, that's the way you're gonna see what I mean?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
How did I do this?
Yeah.
Skiing.
Not contracting, not with a tool.
No, my pride hurt more than time.
I believe it.
That's right.
Just keep it as clean as possible. There's your 2x4s riding on that. Every once in a while, give that a wipe. What Damon is doing is applying the bonder to the concrete, and the idea about this is joining the two concretes together. It's another important issue whenever you're doing concrete. It just allows the concrete to bond to the existing. Oh, there's no doubt in my mind it's going to take an extra week. The job has more than doubled on this one, but I need, at this point, another week to get this job done. You know, it's shameful to see it now climb to approximately $125,000 worth of work. You put up an addition at 70 grand and $125,000 on top of that to fix it all. Laurie, Jenny? It's almost as if we have taken your whole house apart here, I'm telling you.
Don't worry, we like it, don't worry.
Beautiful people that do not deserve this whatsoever. What would they have done? The roof's leaking, the foundation's leaking. The last time we talked, we were going to underpin all the foundation. We knew we were digging up on the outside. It came to the point that we did not have to underpin. I was very happy to hear that. Foundation crew has redone the foundation, so they dug all the way down to the footings, they inspected the weeping tile, they put up a waterproof system on the wall, and then they put the planting back up again. We ended up taking, obviously, everything down here. We put up a whole new plumbing system on the wall there. It's just a wonderful product, and this way, each and every line that runs off that is right direct to a tap, to a shower, so you can individually control it. So what this does is pressure balances the whole home. By the time we're done, that's going to run everywhere. Moved your bathroom from this area. We are still going to be framing your whole basement for proper insulation and vapor barrier. We are going to have to carry the load of this floor that's been compromised due to all the holes knocked into it. We found that we had to pull down the ceiling in your kitchen because all your ceiling joists were tilted over. They were all done wrong. Once we really pulled everything off and looked at your back door from your kitchen out, we realized there's a 2x4 door. In other words, this door is designed for a 2x4 studded wall, not a 2x6 studded wall. We removed it. We got you a 2x6 door, a brand new door, so we'll be installing that for you. We are now, instead of using siding, we are going to use foam and stucco on the outside of your house. We're trying to solve the problems of the foundation being lower than the grade in the backyard.
I never expected it to be so bad, you know. Some people might do better job than the others, yeah? And you might sometimes put up with a somewhat lesser degree of quality, but I never expected we ended up this way, no.
By the end of this, you're going to be smiling. I'm going to need another week with a lot more manpower, but we're going to make it right for you, and your lives will be back to normal, and Gracie and all the other kids are going to have a lot of fun here.
Well, thanks so much.
This is the old foundation, and there was no steel lintel in here, so now we got a lintel on this side, and a lintel on this side. If this concrete cracks, this is going to take the load. This won't come down on your head. A1.
We've removed all of the old 2x2 framing that wasn't continuous from top to bottom. So we're going to put in these 2x4s. Now in the other room, we're not actually going to touch anything in that room. So I've just added some construction adhesive to this side of the 2x4. And then I'm going to put it in, toe screw it down through this plate here and this one up here. And then the glue will adhere to the drywall and we don't have to add any screws to the other side.
The original door was made for a 2x4 studded wall, and we have a 2x6 studded wall. We're putting foam on the outside. So this is designed for a 2x6 studded wall. It is actually 8 inches deep. So with our drywall finishing board on the outside and foam, everything comes to the outside jamb, and that's exactly what we want here. So we're just going to slip this one right in place. We'll shim it, get the door handles in, the hardware, and we are ready to go.
Okay, here, got lots of room.
Now, if you notice, I'm keeping the screws in place at this point because this keeps the door square and true.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, it does. So we'll just slip some shims in right now. Okay, that's good.
Keep coming.
Yeah. Okay, let's take the level of that jamb here. Okay, go out on the top. A little more. Whoa. All right, let's get shim in the center of the door there, right at the hinge. We have Ed and his crew coming in to do all the foam and stucco today. If you notice, the bottom piece already looks like it's finished. This is considered a starter strip. We want to make sure that it's wrapped up 3 inches on the back side. That protects the whole bottom from frost in the future. I see this 9 out of 10 times not done this way. Even at the joins, Ed has put in a mesh, and the idea for the mesh is to seal the 2 joints here, and he's going to bring that right up across the top. He is going to mesh everything. That works out perfect for the door, eh, Ed?
Beautiful. Just the way we planned.
Again, starter strip against the door.
Again,
We want to make sure that's all the way around. You're going to use a concrete board at the bottom.
If you kick it, if there is a styrofoam, it might get damaged this way, it's solid.
So how long do you think this is going to take you?
Today we have another couple hours. Tomorrow we'll put prep coat and the fiber mesh.
Do you think we're going to have to tarp this in?
We're going to have to tarp from the fascia and bring it out about 4 feet, 5 feet.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get out of your path and let you continue. This is one mucky day out here.
Just got the city shutting the street off, and usually they don't wait around, but they're being really nice. So I'm trying to get this main valve on as quick as I can so I can get some water in the house again. So Lori and the kids have water. We called the city in. They shut the water off from the street because I wanted to replace this main valve we had here. It's a 5/8 service, which is a very rare service right now. Only the older homes have it. So we called the city and they shut it off from the street, and then we cut in a new valve, and now this is going to be our manifold system, and this is just feeding the house right now temporarily.
Well, we're putting on a sunroom today. Well, not really. We're just putting up, actually tarping the whole area so we can get 2 heaters in, one on this end, one on that end. The idea is to make this area hot to do the stucco on the wall. So the difference between the standard stucco and this product, it's more adhesive, correct?
It's 100% adhesive and waterproof too.
Waterproof, fire rated. Not only that, we can now create with it, not just do your standard stucco.
In this case, we're going to match the front entrance of the house, the stones they have over there. We'll try to duplicate here on the back.
Beautiful. Now, I know it's rather cold today. What's the temperature you need to use this product?
It's +7, +8.
So we're going to warm it up real nice.
Warm it up.
Exactly. Okay, let's do it. Let's fire it up. Okay. That's going to work. Amazing what we have to do things, eh? The guys have been working like crazy to get this bathroom drywalled, have the concrete board up in the shower stall. So object today is to get all the Dieter down on the floor, the curdy within the shower stall, the watertight system that I want, and we're going to actually make this floor watertight. So if they ever flood this, it's not going to be a problem other than it running out the doors. So we have to think of this because Billy's sitting in here in his wheelchair and the shower head and the wand, we're going to get water on the floor and then pulling him out, it's going to drip off his chair. So it's make it watertight. We've reduced the wall back, which gives him a whole 5-foot turning radius. We brought out the wall here. It's going to serve to give a ledge here for shampoos and stuff. And again, he has the radius to turn around and lots more room.
It's gotta be a right timing when we're gonna cut this material, because if it's too soft, you see the imprints from the level and the material drags after the knife. You really have to feel the material when to do the cuts.
I mean, what a difference using the trim, eh? Does that ever make the window stand out? At the bottom, you got this beautiful bone nails that drips down. We'll caulk this all closed.
Yeah, yeah.
Very nice.
and it makes the job look good.
Well, I'm not going to get in your way. Keep doing what you do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have a base coat on, which is a light coffee color. Now we are adding different colors on. This is the plum color. We'll add a little bit of gray and maybe a little bit rust color. Once this thing dries, we have to put the coating sealer. Almost done, yeah. The first coat is the primer coat, and the second coat is a stucco paint. Once we are finished, a bit of caulking, it's going to go around the door so that any moisture doesn't go in. In the grout line, it's outside paint, and still we're going to seal on top. It's going to be a light gray to match the grout lines on the front of the house that they have a real stone.
Winter's back, Mike.
Back. You should have brought my skidoo in. Okay, so we're going to go underneath it because we have the room.
Yeah.
And just make sure, please, that we get all this completely sealed in across here around the door.
We'll get that all caulked up around the door.
He's already got the soffit going on the other side?
Yeah, they're putting it in. Once we get the soffit up and the fascia, we'll start on the siding here, and we'll hang the trough.
Hey, Rob, what does this do? Does this also prevent icicles?
Yeah. You still will get some icicles, but more importantly, you're not going to get the heavy load of snow and ice in the gutters where it can sag your gutters or eventually rip them off, clog up your elbows, close out the seams in your pipes. So that's one advantage of it. It's designed for keeping the leaves, debris, pine needles and everything out of your gutters. The snow and ice thing is just an extra bonus.
And the idea is once the water comes down off the roof, it actually feeds it right into this zone here?
Yep. Works the principle of surface tension.
Very smart design. I noticed you capped the ends so we can't get critters in there.
Exactly.
I love the new stuff that comes out.
Well, in this case, we're doing something a little extra for these people because, you know, all the hardships they've gone through, and I wanted to do something a little extra for them, and that's why we're doing it here.
Downspouts next, and you're done, eh?
That's right.
Thanks, buddy.
My pleasure.
Keep up the good work. I appreciate it. And so do these people. Just getting this studded for us.
Yeah, I'm just finishing it up here.
Just make sure we insulate the corner before you put in your two pieces. For sure. It's very important. You're doing good. Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
So you're just getting ready to hook everything up now?
Yeah, just transferring over, Mike.
And you're just getting rid of all this plumbing in front of the electrical?
Yes.
You're the man.
Finally. And then after over here, I'll make like an 8x10 sheet with plexiglass, and it'll label each one of them.
You are the best.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, come on. I love the way we're adding color. Let's tone down the floor and more white, less color in the top area. So go ahead, team. You're doing good. Thank you. Just gonna get ready to drill all the pot lights in. What we have within the bulkhead is we are drywalled and completely plastered in, so we have a fire stop. And the reason I chose to bring the pot lights down into the bulkhead was it gives us a nice effect within the kitchen, as well as we keep the heat source below the ceiling level. We don't lose heat into the attic. I want to make sure they're balanced from the wall to the edge, so I'm going to be directly in the center. I want to make sure also that we do not hit the metal channels coming across. I'm locating them now. That way I can determine where I'm going to put my pot lights, like one over top of each cupboard where they've gone down, two that should be independent above the window here, and just nicely balanced in between, and the rest I'll just try and create a path that gives good looks, maybe over the doorway. By using the hole saw that he has here, we have a perfect hole, and we never make a mistake with our pot lights going in. If you notice a lot of the pot lights out there, they cut them with a drywall saw, and it's just such a rough edge that it shows. So we want it neat. If you notice, we waited till we painted, even though we're going to do a second coat on this, and that just gives us a nice finish.
You're allowed to have 12 items on a circuit, meaning anywhere from a switch to a plug. Can't exceed 12. This is a line voltage pot light that we're putting up. Same thing, if it was low voltage pot lighting, it's still considered as one item. So even though it says low voltage, so you can exceed the 12. This pot light here that we're putting up, you can see here, this black cylinder thing here, it's a safety device. If the pot light heats up, that will shut it down. It'll help reduce the risk of a fire, and the other ones will still be working. When this goes up, you're gonna see this part here of the can here on the drywall. And these two clips that are here is basically what holds the pot light up. So you basically, the drywall's gonna be in between here. What a lot of people don't realize when you're putting in these pot lights, these clips that I'm just tightening up right now, a lot of people like to ream them tight.
And what would happen is those clips are gonna break. So all you need to do is just snug them up. And as you can see, it doesn't go anywhere. And that's the pull light.
Okay, Joe, I've marked off the rest of them, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, thank you. We'll go check on the guys downstairs. Lori, Jenny, it's time. So we're getting to play here, eh? Now this is interesting. We took out the old mural that was on the wall, and then I brought in guys to actually create a mural. So bit by bit, we're gonna see this appear.
We're just finishing up the installation of our portable ceiling lift system. This system will pretty well get you anywhere you want to go, and there's no strain on the mother.
Lori, Jenny, it's time.
You're getting anxious here.
Well, this has been one hell of a lot of work. I keep wondering why I do what I do. This is why. The look on their faces, what they've gone through.
I love the light, yeah. It matches these ones perfectly.
I may complain that this is nuts and I've got to stop this, but I can't stop this. I feel good today. I feel really good helping this family.
It all looks fantastic. The lighting is really nice, and the ceiling looks great. We love it.
That's what I want to hear. Yeah. From a $70,000 addition to a $125,000 repair, things that I saw here just made me fall over, which leads me to downstairs. Why don't we take a look downstairs? If this was the spring or the summer, I would have ripped that addition right down and done it again, and it probably would have been easier for me to do that. Well, welcome to your future laundry room.
Ooh, nice.
I gave you a little storage room, bought you a couple of stands.
Get a little more organized around here.
Yes. This is now your utility room. This is where your bathroom used to be.
Right.
We brought in a whole new system. This is a pressure balance system. The electrical panel that was here was now rerouted to the new one on the other side.
So there's nothing here now?
No, it's just a junction. This is a total legal junction. We've had the inspectors come in and pass absolutely everything we've done. We have the government inspectors that come in to make sure the structure, electrical, plumbing, HVAC is all correct. Unsquare, unlevel, sloppy crap. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with safety. They're limited to what they can do. I think they need more power. I think they should be able to take bad contractors and bring them before a judge. Now, I do have a present for you because I was told that this was your bathroom downstairs, your little getaway zone. Please. Let's go to that door right there. Okay, Gannick, this is a special treat for you. This is a simple bathroom.
That's nice.
Oh,
I
but
love
it's
the tiles.
brand new. A little
They're
bit
nice
of color
and
choice.
colorful.
And I'll have a window now to outside. Yeah, it's great.
What was this family going to do that didn't even have the money to do the existing addition? It wasn't something they wanted to do because they just wanted a bigger room on their home. It was something they needed within the family.
You guys were doing some heavy work here.
And what makes me really sick to this point is knowing that this contractor is still working on more homes. We have a hell of a lot of bad contractors out there. They don't know enough and they don't care enough. I don't ever want to see this again. And it's all passed
This is
properly.
fantastic.
It's great.
All right, let's go see
Great.
what I really want to show you. So this time, after you.
Wow. Oh my God. That's beautiful.
Isn't that incredible?
Wow. Oh, Billy's gonna love that. All the kids will love it.
I knew we had to get a fish pattern in there. Brought in some specialists for the tracking system. There's your on power. And we'll go down. So it's nice and gentle, so there's no jolting whatsoever for Billy. I called in everybody. John McRae from the foundation. Dan, my plumber, has been going 3 weeks straight, hasn't stopped. Frank and his boys moved the existing panel back into the new one in the back room, rewired everything. We brought in Rob from Better Contracting to take care of the roof, which was a joke and a half.
We could only dream about a system like that for Billy.
Ed and his guys doing the foam and stucco. You got Craig coming in here painting. We've got everybody in here doing so much. Like I'm totally in debt to these guys for stepping up and helping this family.
Well, we love it. And we know you and your crew have gone way above and beyond any call. And we're so pleased. You've done a fantastic job. Thank you.
Hey.
We really appreciate it.
You want to see if he's going to like this?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go get him.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you ready to see?
I got a surprise for you, Billy. You're excited, aren't you?
He's excited.
This is your new bathroom, boy. How much do you like? Is that a lot? That's a lot.
You love it?
Aww.
I'm glad you like it.
You gonna give me a hug? Oh, thank you so much, Billy. Thank you so much. I tell you.
Got a lot of hands to shake here today.
Thank you, buddy. Look at them all. Absolutely great job. Listen, you deserve it, Des.
Right on.
Hey, see you soon.
Okay, buddy.
Take care.
Drive safe, Mike.